Chapter 261. Jasmine takes the initiative. How about joining my adventure group? Looking at the hand stretched out in front of him, Su Bei was stunned, frowned, and asked, "Don't you know me?" Hearing this, Luminera also frowned, as if searching for such a girl in her memory. I can't remember. In Luminera memory, there has never been any girl with personality traits similar to the one in front of her. After a while, Luminera shook her head in confusion and said gently, "Have we met before? I'm sorry that I didn't remember you. Fortunately, I still have a few decades left to deepen my impression of you." At this time, a stream of light fell from Su Bei's head, disrupting Luminera invitation. The moment Su Bei finished the battle, Jasmine ran towards Su Bei. At this time, she happened to jump down from the front line and yelled at Su Bei, "Sister Su Bei!" When Jasmine didn't pay attention, "You got into trouble everywhere. It's so worrying." Lumina was stunned. The body froze, and the fingertips trembled slightly. Luminera eyes widened. It was hard to imagine seeing such a surprised expression on Luminera face. And it was also hard to imagine Luminera pupils were so big. And it was not at all inconsistent with her eyes wide open, but rather a little cute. Su Bei. Sister. Why are these two words so familiar and yet so strange? And why can they be combined so inconsistently? Luminera finally discovered this unique sense of incongruity. So much so that she couldn't maintain her expression control, and couldn't help laughing and shaking her head. Ha ha. Sister Su Bei. You are Su Bei? You are amazing. Ha ha ha. Luminera laughed without caring about her image. It is hard to see the reserve that gentle girls often have in her. She laughed loudly. Her body trembled wantonly, and she swayed forward and backward, showing off her proud body inadvertently. "This is for survival." Su Bei explained a rare sentence. He didn't want to be regarded as a transvestite. Ha ha ha. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is this your way of survival? Everyone's wisdom is beyond my imagination. This made Su Bei feel insulted. He just watched Luminera exaggerated actions, and even pinched the poker cards in his hand, thinking about the possibility of giving the other party a card. Luminera exaggerated actions scared Jasmine. Jasmine stood there stupidly, and for a moment she even forgot to attack Su Bei. "Sister Luminera, it's too exaggerated." "Wait, aren't you surprised?" "Sister Su Bei, can you accept it quickly at the beginning?" Luminera always speaks her mind, not caring about Su Bei, whose face is as black as coal. It's a bit strange, but fortunately I'm mentally prepared, because this is not the first time that Sister Su Bei has said. Su Bei blocked Jasmine's mouth from behind, cutting off her words in her throat. However, Su Bei's actions were still a little slow. Not the first time. Not the first time what? Obviously. Luminera combined the previous and subsequent sentences, and quickly came up with the correct answer. My God. Did it start before I came to the Plague Continent? Luminera was amazed again. This culture was still too advanced for Luminera. She had never heard of cross-dressing fetish before. This made Luminera look at Su Bei again and again. And she was amazed, and couldn't help but sigh. That's right. I know a court mage who is an old demigod, and is good at painless sex change. If you are willing. Soon. Luminera's expression became strange. She squinted her eyes, and didn't know what to think. She had to turn around, and lift her hair with her hands, pretending to be indifferent. On the other side, Su Bei's body was completely frozen. His face began to turn red. And for a moment, he forgot what he was doing. It was because he had covered Jasmine too hard before. And Jasmine's tongue moved back and forth when she spoke, causing her tongue to constantly slide across his palm. What is this strange feeling? How to describe it? It's hard to describe. At that moment, Su Bei's whole body seemed to be brushed by a soft big hand, and Jasmine's tongue tip touched his palm, as if it was hooking his heart. Su Bei was stunned, and even forgot to let go of his hand. His face turned from black to red, and soon a light pink appeared. Then, Jasmine's face also turned red. She felt her heart contracting and vibrating at an unprecedented degree. And the heartbeat that was about to overflow from her body was just like her mood at the moment. Compared to Su Bei's blank mind at this time, Jasmine's mind was filled with indescribable thoughts. So close. This posture. Almost close together. Mr. Su Bei's body temperature is so high. Like a hot stove. I can clearly hear the heartbeat. Is it Mr. Su Bei's heartbeat or Jasmine's heartbeat? It would be better if you could hold me tighter. Why can't Mr. Subei be a little stronger? Please hold Jasmine tighter. Jasmine won't mind. I want to be with Mr. Subei forever. For some reason, Jasmine didn't retract her tongue, feeling the temperature generated by the closeness of the two. Her eyebrows curved like a moon, just like a greedy little fox finally tasted the cakes he had been dreaming about, and smiled. Jasmine finally confirmed one thing through her own experiment. I like being close to Mr. Subei the most. Feeling Mr. Subei's body about to move, Jasmine realized that Mr. Subei's brain was about to start working, and she did not let go of her hand first, but licked it again unconsciously, wanting to keep this moment. The moment the tip of the tongue touched Sister Subei's soft palm, it produced a completely different effect from before. Jasmine, who made this move, suddenly blushed and her body trembled unnaturally, wondering how she could do such a vulgar move. Gradually, Jasmine couldn't help showing shyness in her eyes, and a little mist filled the air. Subei also didn't freeze like before, but quickly let go of his hand, secretly grabbed Jasmine's skirt and wiped his hands, and turned his head to one side. Luminara, who witnessed all this, turned her head early and didn't say anything. I just felt that the sky was gradually becoming blue. Birds were flying high on the branches. The sun was shining through the dark clouds, and the flowers were about to bloom. Everything was so subtle and beautiful. Chapter 262 about secrets. The sky is big. So big that it is boundless and has no visible edge. The sky is small. So small that Subei looked around anxiously at this time, scanning every corner. But he couldn't find a place where he could stay for a while. This is probably the extreme of embarrassment. Jasmine was embarrassed at first, but when she found that Mr. Subei was even more embarrassed, she was no longer embarrassed. Jasmine just tiptoed, half a body behind Subei, humming a nice tune while walking, like a free-roaming elf. Jumping and skipping, the two of them walked towards the path. Luminara was asked by Subei to deal with the noble girls who were chasing after them. First, Subei wanted to send Luminara away. And second, Subei really couldn't handle this kind of situation. And socializing happened to be Luminara domain. Subei's breathing was a little disordered, and he looked up and down from time to time, wanting to turn around and ask something. But he didn't know where to start. After thinking about it, Subei organized his words, and finally turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" Jasmine was stunned. Her eyes moved randomly. Her sight drifted, and she blushed and said softly, "What? What is Sister Subei saying?" Jasmine doesn't understand. It's tricky. Very tricky. Subei felt that he had encountered a huge trouble. He suspected that Jasmine had been possessed, and talking about other things was a good example. But it didn't seem like it. Subei knew best whether Jasmine had been possessed or not. Apart from Jasmine herself, it was hard to find anyone in the world who knew Jasmine better than Subei. So what's going on? Is it because I'm too sensitive? In fact, Jasmine didn't do anything. Her tongue just happened to stick out. The more Subei thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He quietly took out the poker cards and secretly looked at Jasmine through the luster on the poker cards. I didn't see the strange expression on Jasmine's face. Am I really overthinking? Subei swallowed his saliva and scratched his palm. The palm was warm and moist, and there was still some saliva of the girl Jane. After Luminara dealt with the noble girls, she turned around and was suddenly stunned. Looking from afar, I saw Subei in front with his head down and not talking. His steps were very slow, and his steps were not big. Jasmine grasped the corner of Subei's clothes tightly, followed him step by step with a smile, jumping and skipping. It was like a beautiful painting. October 20th. The autumn leaves turned yellow, and the war on the Plague Continent officially started. It is said that this is the third full-scale war on the Plague Continent. The previous two full-scale wars caused the Plague Continent to lose 2/3 of its land. And this time the goal of the Undead Army is to completely occupy the Plague Continent. However, the Plague Continent can no longer be considered the Plague Continent, but the Holy Light Continent, because all the civilians in the Plague Continent have been converted into Holy Light believers, believing in the Holy Light Goddess and abandoning the faith of the Plague Demon. Fortunately, there are still some word spirit warriors in the Plague Continent, so it has not been completely renamed for the time being. It is a bit strange that in the face of this situation, the Plague Demon did not do anything too radical, but just became more silent. The Plague Demon has not been talkative in recent days, occasionally looking up at the sky, and no one knows what he is thinking. Bei naturally wouldn't ask. Time passed quietly. Just yesterday, Jasmine followed Luminera to find Elena, thinking of taking Elena back to the team and leaving for a few days. Before leaving, Jasmine took the Plague Demon with her, saying that she would take the Plague Demon with her to relax. So, Bei is now alone. So, on October 20th, Bei met with Sven, wanting to know what secret Sven had discovered and complete the conversation that was not completed last time. In the Second War Zone, a temporary consumption place, in a tavern, Bei searched for a long time before finding this remote tavern. When he entered, Sven was already drunk and his movements were out of character. Seeing this, Bei sat in front of Sven, tapped the table with his index finger, and said nothing. "Are you here?" Sven looked up and glanced at him, his eyes slightly clear. Bei was stunned and asked curiously, "Why are you drinking even if you are not drunk?" "You know shit." Sven shook his head, took another sip, and asked casually, "Mother, why did we come to this damn place? Do you have any clues?" Bei was silent, thinking that Sven had discovered something. Sven smiled mysteriously and came close to Bei, spraying the fishy smell of alcohol mixed with bad breath, and whispered in a low voice, "I know." Bei was stunned, showing a little curiosity, and asked, "What could it be?" Sven just kept talking. "One of the reasons I came to Bayan Empire was to track the core followers of a certain evil god organization. I chased them all the way to the Food Festival Square and became a judge of the Food Festival. Before becoming a judge, I heard that the followers of the evil gods were trying to call on the Plague Demons, in exchange for some price, to bring down the Plague Demons, to wreak havoc on the Bayan Empire, to force out the ice and snow goddess hidden in it, and to complete the subsequent plan." Bei nodded thoughtfully, and asked, "What is the subsequent plan?" Siwin glanced at Bei meaningfully, and shook his head. "How the hell should I know? If I knew, I would have reported it long ago. You should know that the ice and snow goddess is an acquired deity. Although she is inferior to wisdom and holy light, she is also an extremely powerful deity. If the evil god organization succeeds in its plan, the future of the Bayan Empire will be devastated, and it will easily affect the nearby Winter City." Watching Bei absorb this information, Sven continued, "But the strange thing is that I don't know where the other party's plan went wrong. Who made the summoning array into a reverse summoning array, which led us to this extremely dangerous plague continent. This is the secret I came into contact with before we came to the plague continent. But this secret involves too high a level, and has little to do with you and me. I tell you so that you can be mentally prepared for the secrets that follow." Sven took a sip of wine and paused to give Bei some time to digest. Bei nodded and motioned Sven to continue. "Soon," Sven continued. "What is the first thing you want to do after coming to the plague continent?" Bei thought and recalled. Hesitantly said, "Plot against the gods?" Sven paused. His lips moved slightly, and forgot what he wanted to say for a while. After a long while, Sven said intermittently, "Why don't you just say become a god?" Bei couldn't explain it. But in fact, the purpose of his coming to the plague continent was to plot against the gods. And he did it. But Sven obviously wouldn't believe such words. Sven said unhappily, "This is not the time to argue. The first thing I did when I came to the plague continent was to find out why the evil god organization believed that they could definitely summon the plague demon. You should know that summoning is a two-way choice. Not only does the evil god organization need to draw the teleportation anchor point, but the plague demon also needs to nod in agreement. In other words, the plague demon also wants to leave the plague continent and leave this country that belongs to her. So she will accept the summoning. So, why is this?" Sven's words aroused Bei's interest. "Yeah. Why is this?" Chapter 263 Elena returns. "Have you found the reason?" Bei asked doubtfully. Sven sighed and shook his head. "For this purpose, I disguised myself as a woman and sneaked into the 3 major law enforcement teams to steal their histories of their tribes. Following the clues, I found several possibilities and many interesting secrets. One of them is incredible, shocking, and unbelievable to me. The secret that Sven can emphasize with 3 exaggerated idioms must be extraordinary." Bei's appetite was whetted. Sven continued to say, "This continent was not originally called the Plague Continent. There was no so-called king. Only 3 major families. The 3 major families coexisted in opposition to each other, and their ancestors had conquered this continent with their innate abilities. Innate abilities. Su Bei caught the words and repeated them, and continued. The Shura clan. Bloody battles. The Black Demon clan. Frenzy. The Succubus clan. Charm. The two inscriptions on Su Bei's body came from two of these races. It seems that you also know something. Yes. It is these three types. Sven nodded and smiled slightly. In just a moment, the redness on his face completely disappeared. Maybe he was sober. So strange things happened. Relying on innate ability. There is no inscription system, Su Bei said lightly. Sven was stunned and looked at Su Bei with a little surprise. As if he didn't expect Su Bei to think of this level. That's right. They didn't use the inscription system. That is to say, the inscription system is not a cultivation system that has existed in the Plague continent since ancient times, but was introduced later. Su Bei nodded. Sven thought faster and faster, and spoke more fluently, finally revealing the full picture of the secrets he had unearthed. On this basis, I followed this line of thought to connect the time point when the Plague Demon appeared, and connected it with the birth of the inscription system. So, I used a nearly semi-godlike concealment method to piece together and unearth a hidden history from the broken historical notes of the three major families. This story is very long. Please listen to me slowly. Su Bei nodded. The incident can be traced back to 1,000 years ago. It is also the last war of gods that can be found in history. It is said that this is the smallest scale of all the wars of gods, the fastest progress, but the most tragic war. After the War of Gods, the plate where the war broke out was torn apart. The scattered ruins are called the ruins of the War of Gods, which hide countless fragments of gods, blood, body fluids, hair, bones, and broken artifacts. At the same time, the divinity of the gods is immortal, and the soul is indestructible, but the consciousness is scattered. On this basis, many strange and powerful monsters are born. One of the ruins of the gods' war smashed the space and happened to hit the Plague continent. At the same time, a gap was created in the space where the Plague continent was located, and the space wormhole connected to the Orc territory. You can also see what happened later. After Sven finished telling this history, he drank a sip of wine to moisten his throat. Su Bei said calmly, these speculations can be obtained without history. The Plague continent is being invaded by a beast tide, and there is a god war site nearby. These are no secrets. Sven rolled his eyes at Su Bei. The women's clothing on his face had not been wiped off, which made him look slightly charming. With the enchantment of an 80-year-old lady forced to work, this made Su Bei feel lucky that he didn't drink alcohol or water. Otherwise, he would have vomited it out. I'm taking a breath. Why are you in such a hurry? The point I want to say is still behind. I only heard Sven slowly say, this Plague continent is vast and rich in resources. Compared with another place in the space, the environment where those beasts live is several times better. This made the orcs who strayed into the land reluctant to leave, and they kept spreading the word about this territory. Over time, the Plague continent attracted the orcs' covetousness. The gap between the orcs and the Plague continent can be imagined. The civilization of the orcs has never been cut off. They are born with amazing brute force and have a strict advancement sequence. The highest realm is directly aimed at demigods. It can be predicted that the Plague continent will retreat step by step, and the territory lost in just 1 week will even be more than now. Against this background, the Plague Demon appeared. The Plague Demon is not a demon born in the Plague continent. Her origin is more mysterious than the Plague continent itself. At that time, the Plague Demon left the God War ruins out of curiosity and came to the Plague continent, where she lived with the succubus, with similar natural habits and identical appearance. She easily blended into the succubus group. She emerged from the God War ruins, was extremely curious about new things, lost herself in the colorful world of the Plague continent, and never wanted to go back to the God War ruins. Against this backdrop, all the high-ranking officials of the Plague continent discussed and placed their hopes on the Plague Demon. At the critical moment of life and death, many forces on the Plague continent knelt before the Plague Demon, tempting the Plague Demon at the time with many costs, begging the Plague Demon to drive away the beasts for them. You know the rest of the story. Her appearance triggered the feminist society of the Plague continent and brought the inscription system to the Plague continent. She intended to use this to become a god and turn the Plague continent into a kingdom of God on earth. At the same time, the Plague Demon also issued a series of rules for the survival of the fittest, such as being able to seize the souls of followers at will, and punishing the souls of those who devour damaged inscriptions. Only the so-called geniuses on the list of geniuses will not be devoured, it will. Su Bei was stunned, thinking back to the story told by Sven, and asked curiously, "Is it true?" Many of the speculations conflicted with his thoughts. But his thoughts were so bizarre that even he himself found it hard to believe. So he hesitated and did not speak out, and started to communicate with Sven. "It's not true. I just read a few bits of history. What's the truth? But according to my guess, the truth is probably close. The plague demon and the plague continent may have such an employment relationship. Why don't you ask?" Sven raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. He guessed that the little girl next to Su Bei was the plague demon, but he was not sure. So he took this opportunity to test it. "When you have time," Su Bei said honestly. At this point, Su Bei couldn't help but sigh. Is this Sven? He can actually find out so much information by his own ability, and almost dig out the deepest secret of the plague continent. That is, the plague demon can rely on the soul forging method to control the soul of any practitioner of the inscription system. Maybe the plague demon does not intend to build this place into a kingdom of God on earth, but plans to make it a pig farm, harvesting everyone's soul with a big harvest to help it ascend to God. This coincides with Su Bei's initial idea, but later Su Bei didn't think so, and asked his doubts. But if that's the case, why would the plague demon be willing to accept the call and leave the plague continent? If the plague demon had planned all this, why did she abandon her followers? And why did the plague demon remain indifferent to the holy light invading her followers? Sven shrugged and sighed. I don't know. The history is too long and difficult to trace, and it's hard to confirm the truth. So, why do you want me to show my strength? Does it have anything to do with the secret you mentioned? Su Bei asked doubtfully. At this time, Sven patted Su Bei's shoulder, gave him an affirmative look, and said seriously, "This involves two things. I initially estimated that the plague continent will be completely occupied in less than 3 months, not only from the invasion of the outside world, but also from the strange changes inside, such as the inexplicable spread of holy light. Therefore, we need to make plans to leave this plague continent early. And there are only 2 ways to leave this continent. One is to draw a teleportation array and use special treasures as anchors to guide the direction of return. The second is to go through the God War ruins, find artifact fragments, and borrow the power of the gods to go home. And the first method requires huge magic power to support it. At least several demigods are needed to support the construction of the teleportation array." Su Bei was stunned. At first, he had never thought about the source of magic power. But now, he suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. "Our team does not have so many demigods." Sven nodded and continued. "So, if you want to get enough magic power, you can only try your luck at the God War ruins. If you are too weak, I won't come to you for this matter. This is the first thing. We need to go to the God War ruins, and this requires you to have at least the power of the 4th order legendary level, because the dangers you can encounter in the God War ruins are at least this level." Su Bei nodded, accepted this reluctant reason, and continued to ask, "Then what about the other thing?" Hearing this, Sven smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If we can't go back and the plague continent is lost, it will be difficult for us to survive. The stronger you are, the better treatment you will receive after being captured. If you are not strong enough, I will find a way to send you into the space crack. In this case, I don't know whether you will live or die, but it is better than you suffering here. What do you think?" Su Bei nodded. So, today's conversation came to an end. It is said that Sven has found out many shocking secrets. But in fact, Su Bei knows most of these things, which is not a particularly big gain. It can only be regarded as enriching the history of the plague continent. But this is of little help to Su Bei. Instead, it makes Su Bei more confused about the mystery of the plague demon. According to Sven's description, the plague demon is a kind existence, and it can even be regarded as amazing merit. But according to the known plot of Su Bei, the plague demon is a bloodthirsty and brutal demon. The contradiction between the two is too obvious. So obvious that the other party is still a pure and innocent lowly in the last second, and becomes a hot queen in the next second. What happened to make everyone's impression of the plague demon so different? Su Bei's brain was so confused that it was smoking. 3 more days passed in such confusion. That day, Elena returned. October 23rd. At first, Su Bei didn't realize that Elena was back. That day, Bei got up early as usual and went to the women's restroom at around 3 a.m. This was 2 hours earlier than Bei's previous toilet time. After all, Bei still has a clear self-awareness. He is a boy, and it is necessary to avoid going to the bathroom with other opposite sexes. First, Bei is easily embarrassed. And second, Bei is afraid that the wrong habits will cause exposure. But today seems to be particularly unlucky. Today, Bei just prepared to go to the bathroom, and there was a knocking sound next door. Dong dong. You are here so early too? What a coincidence. Bei was stunned. And for a while, he couldn't urinate. The impact was no less than watching an action movie to release energy. And suddenly found that the heroine was an underage lowly. I can only say that I have no interest at all. Bei held his urine, pretending that no one was here, and covered his ears to avoid listening to the noise next door. But soon, there was a sound of violent release next to him. It can be heard that the girl's body is very healthy. The sound penetrated Bei's palm and reached the cochlea. Then, the voice of the girl next door sounded again. Why are you silent? Don't you feel anything? I saw you come in. Shouldn't you squat before me? Will you be okay? If you don't respond, I'm going to kick your door. The girl asked 3 questions in a row and completely silenced Bei. After a while, Bei managed to say, Big one. The girl was also silent. After a while, the girl's voice sounded again, ha ha ha. You are in a good mood. No, not so good. Bei replied. Are you okay? You'd better be okay. Bei looked empty-eyed and warned the girl in his heart. Yes. Haven't you heard that the angel in white from District 4 is coming to District 2? Those gossipy women in District 4 are so angry that their faces are green. Ha ha ha. Okay. What's that? Bei asked again. I finished talking about my business. I just wanted to share my joy with you. Why don't you react? Very happy. Bei said perfunctorily. Hey. It's the angel in white. With long black hair. A nun's uniform. Big breasts. A very good temper. And a very cool sister. Oh! My favorite sister Elena. Who? Bei was so scared that he peed a few drops. The girl exclaimed, Sister Elena? She is simply the most perfect goddess in my mind. It is my luck to have her hands touch my wounds. I really want her to step on me with bare feet. How can there be such a perfect woman in the world? With that calm expression, eyes that pity the world, and a unique temperament that is independent of the world. Wow! I love her so much. She is simply my dream girl. Bei knew that lesbians were prevalent in the plague continent. This was an inevitable result of the status gap. But the current situation was completely unexpected by Bei. This made Bei hold his chin up and think. What on earth is wrong with this world? Finally, she became crazy in a way that Bei could not imagine. Chapter 264 Xiaomi Zhou returns. Elena is back. But she didn't even meet Bei before joining the medical team in Area 2 and started saving people non-stop. Maybe she can really become an angel in white. Bad news has been coming from Plague Continent these days. Either that genius has died, or that old ding has died. In short, the situation is very urgent. And as the scale of the war expands, the front line of Plague Continent continues to move back. Even Bei has moved 3 times in a row and has been on the battlefield twice. And in such a depressing atmosphere, Bei met the first-time traveler from the original continent. It was an old friend. October 23rd. Bei took a walk as usual, familiarized herself with the terrain, and made plans to escape after the front line was breached. It was at this time that she heard the movement from the border checkpoint. Hello. This low-level gentleman. It says here that men and livestock are not allowed to enter. I'm going to the battlefield. Hello. You are not allowed to go to the battlefield. You can only go to the cannon fodder area. Low-level cannon fodder gentleman. Very polite. She didn't forget to use the honorific title while despising, which is considered a high-quality feminist in the Plague Continent. Bei looked at it curiously and was stunned. That was a special race with a look inherited from the combination of goblins and elves. With a slightly tall figure and a good appearance. Greenskin Wanson. But unlike the Greenskin Wanson in Bei's impression, the Greenskin Wanson now seemed to have been smoothed by the rules of the Plague Continent and lost its proud attitude in the past. She could only keep speaking soft words to the guards. At this time, a proud succubus walked out of the Greenskin Wanson, and she raised her hand and slapped the border guard in the face. Paw! The guard was stunned instantly. Go away. Open your dog eyes, and see whose man this is? The guard showed a panic expression, and his original arrogant attitude instantly lowered. He bent down and said tremblingly, Dear lady of the succubus clan, I didn't know he was your male slave. I'm very sorry. There are really rules above. And we also follow the rules. Go away quickly. I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation. The succubus Jonah waved her hand and stepped into the border with an arrogant attitude. Then she swung her tail behind her and slapped the green-skinned Watson, as if reminding him to move forward. Half a while passed, without getting a response from Greenskin Watson. Joanna turned around in confusion, watching Greenskin Watson showing a touching expression. Standing still, Joanna frowned and explained, What are you imagining? You are my dog, so only I can bully you. Understand? Beating a dog depends on the owner. It's that simple. Greenskin Watson smiled from the bottom of his heart and said seriously, I understand. I understand everything. Joanna, you always have all kinds of excuses. But you always have me in your heart. Don't disgust me. Kiana frowned and turned away. She glanced in Su Bei's direction, showing some doubt. It seemed that he felt that the other party was familiar. Su Bei retracted his gaze and nodded slightly to the two of them. Who are you? Kiana showed a vigilant look. And the next second, the green-skinned Watson stood in front of Chiona and raised the mace in his hand towards Su Bei, thinking that the other party might not recognize him. Su Bei turned around and left the area without further explanation. This is the current situation. As the war became more severe, not only the natives of the Plague continent, but also the travelers from the primordial continent kept rushing to the border. The travelers had a tacit understanding with each other and gathered towards the second district where Luminera was. October 25th. The Tianjia list was updated, with many unfamiliar faces. Su Bei's name squeezed into the 59th place of Tianjia list, and Luminera name was ranked 51st. In fact, according to Su Bei's record, he could not be ranked in this position for the time being. It was simply because too many Tianji died. This is war. It is extremely cruel. October 28th. Late at night, the current front has been maintained for 3 days, but it is unknown how long it can last. On this day, Su Bei observed the Adventure Association ring and found that the red dot belonging to Xiaomi Zhou had arrived in Area 2. So, Su Bei walked towards the border without stopping, and happened to meet Xiaomi Zhou and Fulian, who were walking side by side. Su Bei looked at the two people who were exhausted and greeted them with a smile. In just a moment, Xiaomi Zhou rushed to Su Bei with a bowl in his mouth, full of murderous intent. He raised his right hand and brought down a claw, about to hit Su Bei's face. The claw had a strong momentum. Su Bei was stunned, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block Xiaomi Zhou's claw. The momentum was extremely strong, but the force was much lighter than expected, and the claw only left 3 scratches on Su Bei's arm. Xiaomi Zhou pursed his lips and asked with a slightly crying tone for the first time, Why? Don't you look for me? Why? Abandon me. Why? 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 Su Bei opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Su Bei noticed something strange about Xiaomi Zhou, and she felt an indescribable sense of self-blame. Xiaomi Zhou's fourth tail was dyed white. During this period, she died once. I almost didn't see you all. Why? You're not here. Liar! Liar! Xiaomi Zhou bared her teeth and roared, her claws constantly scratching Su Bei's clothes. She didn't know why she could lose her temper with Su Bei, and she didn't even think about whether Su Bei would be angry. She only knew that she was so sad. She almost couldn't drink porridge. She almost couldn't see everyone. She almost had nothing. She was so scared. People who have seen the light can never accept darkness. Su Bei didn't say anything, silently accepted the accusation, and kept rubbing Xiaomi Zhou's head to comfort her emotions, until Xiaomi Zhou vented completely and fell asleep. At this time, Fulian came forward behind her. She was hunted by the holy light follower called Grace. I helped save this little cat's life. Otherwise her remaining few lives would have been left there. I was ravaged for about 3 or 4 hours, and I may have some psychological trauma. The person who spoke was Zio, who probably wanted to make peace with Su Bei by saying this. Thank you. Su Bei thanked him sincerely. I saved your partner. How about you let me go? Zio tried. One thing is one thing, Su Bei said calmly. This is what you should do. If you don't do it well, I will use more stringent orders to command you to do it. You didn't do it well this time. Zio was stunned and glanced at Subei meaningfully. He didn't explain that it was daytime when he was chased, but replied in a tough attitude. So? Subei looked up and looked at Zio. You could see Zio's unyielding soul looking down at her from above. Subei was speechless, just looking at him calmly. Chapter 265. A completely different Elena. The front line retreated again and again, and the plague demon was completely silent, just following Subei, as if he was afraid that Subei would run away. Just a few days ago, the plague demon forcefully filled Subei and engraved the third inscription for Subei. So far, the plague demon has engraved all 3 highest level inscriptions of the plague continent for Subei, and seems to be ready to enjoy a feast at any time. Subei was not too panicked, because she found the trace of Lilizi. There are more and more time travelers in the second frontline area. October 28th. On this day, all members of the Iris Adventure Group gathered in a tavern to discuss and analyze future actions. Subei sat in the tavern, observing the complete map borrowed from the plague demon, looking for and planning various routes. The first person to enter the tavern was Elena. This was also the first time Subei saw Elena in a month. Elena's face was vicissitudes, and her body was much thinner, except for the heaviness on her chest. Even her thighs had lost their former roundness. The black hair was not as smooth as before, as if it was stained with dust. She looked a little strange. Thank you for your hard work. Subei was the first to express concern. Elena sat in front of Subei carelessly, gulped down the tea in front of her, and looked at Subei with her head tilted. Suddenly, puff, laughed. This smile made Subei feel that the old Elena had returned. You are so perfunctory. If you really care about me, why don't you go to the medical team to see me? Is the road far? Elena didn't look at Subei, but stared at the tea in front of her, and suddenly asked, Can't you spare the time for a week? Subei was stunned, paused, and seemed to be speechless. It shouldn't be a big deal to come to the medical team to care about the work of the team members. Right? Elena felt that Subei's expression was very interesting, and hurriedly followed up. Her eyes swept to the tea mirror, where Subei's face was reflected, and she could clearly see Subei's expression. The limited edition female version of the speechless Subei is hard to find. Soon, Subei organized his words and replied, I'm afraid to disturb you at work. Indeed, it's very disturbing. But luckily you didn't come. The topic ended there, and the second member quickly entered the door. It was Fulian, who had independent consciousness. Hee. Why don't you get up and welcome the great lord of Valhalla? If you do this, your souls will not be free after you die. It's been a long time since we last met. Why are you still a problem child? Elena frowned. Fulian froze, gnashing her teeth, and said viciously, It's okay that you don't understand my greatness. But how can you say that the great lord of Valhalla is a child? Do you want to be cursed by me? Elena glanced at Fulian's chest and straightened her own. Suddenly, Elena realized that Subei was still beside her. For a moment, all 3 of them were embarrassed. Elena flicked a finger on Subei's forehead, glared at Subei with her hands on her hips, and kept poking Subei's head with her fingertips, saying loudly, Look! 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 What are you looking at? With each word look falling, Elena's fingertips repeatedly touched Subei's forehead, because he was in the wrong. Subei rarely avoided it. He just glanced at it out of curiosity, but he quickly withdrew his gaze because he felt it was inappropriate. But Elena happened to observe it, perhaps because he was familiar with it. The imagined social phobia stress reaction was not too obvious. After about 3 seconds, Subei calmly knocked Elena's hand away and said calmly, You worry too much. Then, the third member entered the tavern. It was Xiaomi Zhou. Xiaomi Zhou drank his porridge and sat next to Elena without saying anything. It seemed that he was still a little resentful and was angry with everyone in the room. Little stupid cat. What's wrong with you? As soon as I entered the room, I felt the resentment rising to the sky. Did you fail to climb the bed? Xiaomi Zhou glanced at Elena with contempt, swallowed the porridge in his mouth, and said sullenly, No. What do you care? Uh-huh. Is this the rebellious period or what? Elena reached out her hand with concern, wanting to rub Xiaomi Zhou's head. Sizzle. Xiaomi Zhou showed a vigilant expression and bared his teeth and roared back. Elena was stunned, frowned, stretched out her hands, and forcefully embraced Xiaomi Zhou in her arms, suffocating Xiaomi Zhou with her greatness. Breathe, idiot. Ro dear. Can't. Breathe. Xiaomi Zhou struggled angrily. However, Xiaomi Zhou couldn't break free from Elena's arms. What difficulties have you encountered? If you have grievances, just speak out. No. You care. You didn't come either. Soon. Xiaomi Zhou's eyes were red again, and he opened his mouth and bit Elena's shoulder. Elena glanced at Su Bei in confusion, and after meeting Su Bei's helpless eyes, she narrowed her eyes slightly and opened her mouth slightly. It seems to be saying, just look at me. Su Bei was stunned. Some people need to go through many hardships to grow up, and only after being beaten by society can they gradually become mature and sensible. And some people grow up in just a moment. I haven't met Elena for just 1 month, and Elena is so mature and steady that Su Bei is a little unfamiliar. It seemed that overnight, Elena became more tactful and considerate in her dealings with others, just like a real adult. At this moment, Elena officially became the second in command of the brave adventure team in the plot, the extremely reliable decision-maker in the team. Only Elena knew why she became like this. After a month of life in the medical team, Elena cherished her partners and lives more than anyone else. After experiencing countless separations and deaths, and having experienced people who could not be saved even with desperate efforts, Elena understood the preciousness of life. She remembered the mother who knelt in front of her and begged her to save her child. She remembered the teammate who was willing to donate his internal organs to let his partner live. She had done countless rescue work that was beyond help. She didn't want such a thing to happen to her. At this moment, Elena squandered all her magic power. Her divinity was suppressed to the bottom, and her humanity occupied her entire personality, shaping her current character. This is Elena now. After Elena had calmed Xiaomi Zhou down, Jasmine finally came and entered the tavern. She smiled and greeted everyone. Elena, you are so gentle today. Of course, Jasmine is also very energetic, Elena replied, waving and greeting. Hey, Fulian is also very lively. Wrong. My personality recently is aloof and queen style. This is the instruction given to me by the heroic spirit. Fulian calmly refuted. Wow. So amazing. Jasmine clapped her hands, cast her eyes on Xiaomizu, met Xiaomi Zhou red eyes, and blinked. What's wrong? Xiaomi, no? I've learned a few new porridge recipes recently. Do you want to try them? Xiaomi Zhou had originally decided to ignore Jasmine for a day, but this sentence instantly made Xiaomi Zhou's tail stand up, and he forcibly broke free from Elena's arms. I forgive you. I want it. I want it. Huh? Why did you suddenly forgive me? Did Jasmine do something wrong? But it doesn't matter. Xiaomi Zhou said that Jasmine must have done something wrong. I make 4 bowls of porridge. No. 5 bowls of porridge to compensate you. Xiaomi Zhou was overwhelmed by happiness. Her mouth opened and closed. She was so happy that she couldn't speak. I can only say that it is worthy of being Jasmine. She hit the nail on the head. Finally, Jasmine looked at Su Bei, squinted her eyes and smiled slightly, and said, Sister Su Bei, please give me more advice today. Su Bei nodded, pointed to the seat on the left, and said calmly, sit down. Next, I will tell you something. Chapter 266 Plague Demon. The Plague Curse. Let me remind you of 3 things first. Su Bei stretched out 3 fingers, then slowly retracted one. First, don't touch the inscription system. There is something wrong with this system. Su Bei didn't explain what the problem was, because it was hard to explain it in a few words, without waiting for everyone to give their opinions. Su Bei slowly retracted the second finger and continued. During this period, Elena should take Fulian and Xiaomi Zhou with her, and not go near the front line. Everyone should keep in touch and be ready to evacuate at any time. In this way, Fulian and the Plague Demon can be avoided from meeting each other, ensuring Fulian's safety while keeping a trump card for Su Bei. Finally, Su Bei retracted his fingertips, made a fist, and said the third thing. Everyone worked together to think of a way to go home. Realizing that Su Bei had finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence, as if they didn't realize that the atmosphere suddenly became serious. It was rare to see a team making decisions. After a while, Elena knocked on the table and took the lead in opening the topic. Let me talk first. I got a lot of news from the medical team. It is said that the Beastman camp is connected to the Kingdom of the Dead. And the Kingdom of the Dead seems to border the original continent. Many adventurers have entered the Plague continent from that direction. But it is too difficult to pass through the Beastman camp and reach the depths of the Kingdom of the Dead. I do not recommend this plan. While everyone was thinking, Fu Yan slowly raised her right hand and said calmly, "The heroic spirit I called on gave many plans, one of which I think is very feasible." Everyone looked over and saw Fu Yan saying seriously, "Die. Become a heroic spirit. And be summoned back to the original continent by me and my servants." Crack. Elena slapped Fu Yan on the head, then covered Fu Yan's mouth and smiled at everyone. "Sorry. You didn't hear anything. Please continue the discussion." Flying covered her painful forehead. Her face was still expressionless, but there was obviously mist in her eyes, and she squinted and glanced at Fu Yan. Elena was so cruel. Xiao Mizhou swallowed his saliva and moved to Su Bei's side. At this time, Jasmine also raised her hand. Su Bei was stunned. He didn't expect that Jasmine had also found a way to go home. Jasmine thought about it and said slowly, "Sister Luminera said she has a way, but it requires all the time travelers to gather here, and everyone has a lot of magic power left to be feasible. By the way, Sister Luminera also reminded Sister Su Bei to try not to use up all the magic power." Su Bei nodded thoughtfully, and then he made a judgment on Luminera actions. Luminera might have planned to go home through the anchor point, so she was willing to stay on the front line to kill the enemy and make a name for herself, so as to call all the time travelers to gather. It can only be said that Luminera is worthy of it. She had a clear plan from the beginning and implemented it in an orderly manner. At present, Luminera plan is very successful, and there are many time travelers who come here. A few days ago, many fairies joined the battlefield. Their appearance made the battle a mess, which greatly slowed down the pace of the Beast tribe's advancement. Finally, everyone looked at Su Bei in unison, waiting for Su Bei's decision. Xiao Mizhou was stunned, looking around, putting down the bowl and pointing at himself, as if to say, "I haven't spoken yet." Su Bei looked at him in confusion and glanced at Xiao Mizhou. Xiao Mizhou sat up and said very seriously, I don't know." "Okay." Su Bei nodded. Fortunately, Su Bei didn't have too high expectations for Xiao Mizhou, so he wouldn't be disappointed. After a pause, Su Bei said slowly, "I think about it. Everyone get busy first." Hearing this, Jasmine held her cheek, looked at Su Bei in confusion, and stretched out her hand to wave in front of Su Bei's eyes. Su Bei's eyes were unfocused, as if her thoughts had drifted to other places. So Jasmine poked Su Bei's waist and called out, "Sister Su Bei?" Seeing this, Elena also asked, "You have a heavy heart. Tell us about it." Su Bei suddenly came back to his senses, shook his head, and ended today's topic. "That's all for today. I think about it for a while." After that, Su Bei stood up, indicating that the conversation was over and they should leave first. He turned around and left the tavern first. The reason he was in a daze just now was that he noticed the figure of the Plague Demon. The Plague Demon must not meet Fu Yan, otherwise it will cause unpredictable changes. Thinking, Su Bei walked out of the tavern and suddenly froze. From a distance, Su Bei could hear the Plague Demon lowly roar, "Evil beast! Here! Stop!" The Plague Demon hands kept cracking, and dozens of tentacles were stretched out to capture the unknown figure in the distance. She was filled with an ominous aura, and all life within 100 meters of her was inevitably infected with the green plague. The life forms infected with this debuff had their strength constantly drained away. Their souls gradually withered, and their bodies dried up as if their blood had been drained. The figure being chased was dodging in a panic, but was completely blocked by the tentacles. Su Bei squinted his eyes and looked carefully, but he still couldn't see the specific appearance, and could only see a few blue hair tips. Oops. The Plague Demon met Li Zi. Of all the gods Su Bei knew, Li Zi was the most unstable. She seemed to have completely lost her power as a god, with only a tiny amount of authority left. Without thinking, Su Bei shouted, "Jasmine." The two words controlled the Plague Demon like a spell, and she subconsciously swept towards the area where the sound came from. The Plague Demon looked at Su Bei. Su Bei could feel the surging malice in the eyes of the Plague Demon. This was the first time Su Bei faced the power of the Plague Demon directly. In an instant, Su Bei experienced the rules of the Plague Demon. Something was burning inside his body, and it was hard to describe. Although he could not feel the specific part of the injured part, Subei could easily confirm that his soul was attacked. The next second, Subei's breathing became difficult, as if countless particles were stuffed into his nasal cavity, forcibly blocking his nostrils. Suffocation, heavy head, and weakness, as if he had caught a bad cold. Subei's vision began to blur. In the blink of an eye, a pink tint appeared in front of Subei's eyes. A delicate little hand stopped on Subei's body, and then Subei's fingers were lifted up and entered a warm, narrow and soft area, as if they were wrapped in jelly, tight and soft. Slurp. A sound sounded, and Subei's fingertips felt an indescribable strange feeling, and a slight suction force was generated. Like sucking jelly, the debuff was sucked out from Subei's fingertips. And it was not just the debuff. Subei's head had an uncontrollable pain, as if even his soul was about to be sucked. Fortunately, the suction only lasted for a moment. After a while, Subei's eyes gradually became clear, and he looked in front of him. The pink hair was draped over Subei's arms, feeling a little cool. A pair of unhappy eyes raised and met Subei's eyes. The plague demon kept holding Subei's fingertips, glanced at Subei sullenly, and said angrily, "How many lives do you have? Do you dare to participate in a battle of this level?" Chapter 267 Meeting with Lilizi again. The plague demon was very angry. Just now, she not only lost the trace of wisdom, but also almost destroyed the soul she carefully cultivated. This made the plague demon look at Subei with resentment, and he wished to eat Subei up right now. At this time, Jasmine's response sounded in the tavern. "Hey, Sister Subei? Were you calling me just now?" Then Jasmine walked out of the tavern. Subei came back to his senses, looked at the bad action in front of him, and subconsciously retracted his fingers. Pop! There was a strange sound of a cork being pulled out. Subei put his right hand behind his back, wiped it on his clothes, and said hello to Jasmine. "Didn't you just say you were going to go shopping next door with my master? I just saw her and called you." Jasmine pointed at herself in confusion, looked at Subei's blinking eyes, and nodded suddenly. "Hey. Yes. Yes. Then let's go play together. I pick out some new Lolita styles for you." The plague demon gnashed his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and glanced back and forth in the direction where Lilizi left and Jasmine. Until Jasmine's hand touched the plague demon head, she withdrew her gaze with difficulty, smiled, raised her head and rubbed it. "Okay." Seeing Jasmine leave with the plague demon, Subei sighed slowly, and a little bit of relief flashed in his heart. Fortunately, Subei was vigilant by nature and did not forcefully attack the plague demon when he was seriously injured. After personally experiencing the power of the plague demon, Subei could clearly feel the gap between the two. It was difficult to fight. It was really difficult. Just after dealing with freedom, the plague demon came one after another. And then, there was Grace, who was eyeing him covetously. Being in the center of the war, in a weak position, the gods behind him could not help. This was the chain reaction of Jasmine's fate. Subei sighed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and walked towards the direction where Lilizi left. Subei didn't expect to meet Lilizi. He just tried his luck. If Lilizi was willing to see him, he could find Lilizi. If Lilizi didn't want to see him, he couldn't see Lilizi anyway. It was just such a simple thing. After turning a few corners, Subei was ready to go home. And then he saw Lilizi sitting in the middle of the lawn not far away. Lilizi smiled slightly, holding a tabby cat in her arms, and stroking the tabby cat's back with her hands. After a while, he put down the tabby cat and looked towards Subei. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Subei asked first. Lilizi rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "You chased me here, and you asked me if I had anything to say to you. How can you be like this?" Since Lilizi said so, Subei didn't intend to be polite, and asked first, "Which way to go home is the most reliable? Do you need to ask me this? I am so disappointed. You disappoint me so much." Lilizi walked towards Subei with a disappointed expression, stretched out her index finger and middle finger, turned them into an eagle hook, jumped up, and hit Subei on the forehead. Bang! There was a sound. The chestnut failed to hit Subei's forehead. Subei reacted very quickly, stretched out his right hand to grab Lilizi's wrist, and hit Lilizi on the forehead with his backhand. The picture suddenly froze, because Lilizi's wrist was grabbed. Her body was too petite, and she could only barely touch the ground by standing on tiptoe. Subei looked at Lilizi closely and asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Lilizi quickly broke free from Subei's restraints, stepped back several steps to distance herself, then smiled awkwardly, stuck out her tongue, and told the truth. "Oh!" Lilizi asked me to vent his anger for him, saying that he wanted to give you a beating. Since it didn't work, forget it. Hee hee. We are not allowed to hold grudges. Subei sighed and said seriously, "I don't have time to play with you now." TSK. Lilizi crossed her arms, blinked, and then asked, "Why do you have to go back?" "Why not?" Subei frowned. Lilizi explained as a matter of course, "I think you are really a stupid leader. Fortunately, you didn't become my second dependent, the wise little angel. Otherwise I would be very angry." Subei narrowed his eyes slightly. Lilizi was happy to scold, and when she noticed Subei's actions, she quickly stopped the topic and explained seriously, "There's a group of demigods waiting for news at the Baiyan Empire Food Festival Plaza. Can you get away safely if you go back?" Subei was stunned. He had never thought deeply about this question. He only thought about going back, and never thought about what kind of situation he would encounter when he went back. Yes, the demigods of the evil god organization and the demigods of various forces gathered in the food festival square. His situation might not be better after he went back. Subei nodded and asked again, "But what about the plague demon? Isn't it good for her to protect you temporarily?" Lilizi said calmly. Subei was stunned. When the holy light spreads across the entire plague continent, this area will no longer be a secret for Grace. So, Grace could have come to catch you a long time ago. But she hasn't come yet, Subei replied. And at the same time, a lot of confusion emerged in his heart. According to reason, Grace should have come a long time ago. But after so long, why hasn't she appeared yet? In the corner you can't see the plague demon and Grace have fought for 3 or 4 rounds. The plague demon thought Grace was here to kill her. So when she saw me, she was like a wolf seeing meat, and couldn't wait to eat me, so that I can use this to recover my strength and fight with Grace for a few more rounds." Subei exhaled, feeling a little heavy, and asked again, "So, can I have a better situation? Things are really getting more and more troublesome." "Impossible. The troubles you will encounter from now on will be bigger and bigger. The enemies you encounter will always be far beyond your ability to deal with. And the fate you bear will be much heavier than you think. These are all the costs." Lilizi laughed jokingly. Subei remained silent. "In short, it will take some time for the plague demon to eat you. And it will probably start after you engrave the 5th rune. But this is impossible, using my soul as the base. The first rune is engraved with the soul of the plague demon, which makes your soul extremely picky. From now on, unless it is a unique and special soul, it is impossible to leave a mark on your soul. And the souls of the 3 major law enforcement teams on this continent have left marks in your body. At present, 3 marks are your limit. In other words, the plague demon will never wait until the time comes to eat you." At this time, Subei proposed a hypothesis. "Is there a possibility that she can't wait and forcefully eats me?" Lilizi froze, blinked her eyes, and smiled. Hee hee, gradually moving her legs backwards, as if to escape. "If that's the case, you can only wish for the best. After all, it's not easy for you to live until now." Subei, hee, smiled, stepped forward, grabbed Lilizi's collar, pulled her up, and said lightly, "Then I will take you with me. Wherever I go, you go. And if I die, you can't live." Chapter 268 Lilizi's Promise. Subei's eyes were calm, and his expression was serious. He didn't seem to be joking. "Ah-ha-ha. You are joking. Right? You are not serious. Are you?" Lilizi blinked, gently patted Subei's arm, and continued to explain, "I was just joking. I am serious." Subei replied calmly. The atmosphere was a little solemn, which made Lilizi realize that Subei was more or less uneasy. So she looked a little serious, stretched out her hand and gently patted Subei's shoulder, and smiled slightly. "Don't worry too much. You won't die." Lilizi rarely showed the confidence and composure that a god should have, and said something extremely unconfident. "If I must die, I will definitely die first." Lilizi smiled with relief, pointed her thumb at herself, and promised, "I will die before everyone else." Su Bei was stunned, watching Li Lizhi in front of him smiling and saying such extremely depressing and pessimistic words. And he didn't know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, Su Bei's brain worked quickly, frowned and continued, "In other words, if you don't die, none of us will die." It can only be said that Su Bei is worthy of it. He quickly found a good way to make everyone safe. Now it was Li Lizhi's turn to be stunned. She smiled slightly, and the maternal radiance flashed inadvertently on her soft and tender face. She took off the blue felt hat on her head and put it on Su Bei's head, promising, "It's so spicy. I won't die. And no one will die. Everyone should live well. Although it's difficult now, it will be more difficult in the future. As long as you get through the current difficulties, there are many more difficulties waiting for you. Life is bitter. 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 And bitter. And there will be more bitter." Li Lizhi's words became more and more outrageous, and Su Bei soon realized that something was wrong. But in the blink of an eye, Su Bei inadvertently disappeared in front of him. Only the small felt hat with the smell of pear blossoms was buckled on Su Bei's forehead, foreshadowing what had just happened here. October 31st. The second year of Duzhe. The Third World War broke out in full swing. The front of the plague continent was compressed rapidly, and the plague continent plate was plundered by 1/3 on the original basis. The undead kings created natural disasters and defeated the natives of the plague continent, who only relied on brute force. The travelers gathered together and established a traveler camp on their own, barely defending the front of District 2. But individual strength is of no use in the face of the entire war. Defeat is a matter of time. At this time, Luminera issued a call for all travelers to gather here and contribute to returning home. The effect is remarkable. Su Bei entered the front line a few days ago and joined the front battlefield. At this time, she held a long sword and resisted the beast tide with the simplest fighting posture. Guarding the position here with her was a fairy named Christian Carp, who was a favorite to win the food festival. But unfortunately, she was boiled in the last pot. Christian Carp was only about 50 centimeters tall, like an exquisite large-sized figurine. She flapped her wings and flew back and forth around Su Bei, using the power of her race to bless Su Bei. "Now, it's game time. Do you agree?" "Okay." Su Bei nodded. "I think a swordsman needs a weapon that suits him. Otherwise he can't be called a swordsman. What do you think?" "Yes." Su Bei responded calmly. "So, are you a swordsman?" the Christian Carp asked again. "I am." The Christian Carp waved the magic wand, pointing at Su Bei, closing his eyes and chanting the fairy song. "Mommy, Mommy, you passed the test of the fairy god. The fairy god admits that you are a swordsman, but you don't have your own sword. So," as he said this, the Christian Carp grabbed from the air and pulled out a huge broadsword from the void with great difficulty. Bang sound. The broadsword fell to the ground and sank 3 meters deep into the ground. "I borrowed the sword of the Beast King for you to use. It is valid for 3 hours. Please play your role as a swordsman and kill the enemies to your heart's content." The Christian Carp wiped the sweat from his forehead, pinched his collar and kept lifting it to blow air for himself, panting heavily, and complained, "I'm so tired. This sword is not easy to borrow. The Beast King is sleeping now. I only borrowed it from him for 3 hours. Remember to come to me after 3 hours. If you don't return it, I be put in jail. Now I need to sleep for a while. No one can find me when I sleep." Su Bei glanced at Christian Carp and leaned over to hold the oversized broadsword. Decapitation broadsword, epic strength gem enchantment, secondary enhancement, features, self-supporting weight. The weight in the user's hand is constant at 10 kilograms. Flaw: every attack is a critical hit. No edge. Each attack comes with a force field shock wave. Fight to support the battle. Each blood stain can make the broadsword heavier. The current weight is kg. Beast King Cone: release blood and create a bloody hammer. Note: this move is extremely powerful, and you need to reach the demigod level to release it. Unlocked: note: Beast King Rexer's exclusive weapon, accompanying him in battle for many years. You don't know why it appears in your hands. Note: you can only use it for 3 hours. Su Bei sighed. No matter how many times he has seen it in the game fantasy world, when Su Bei saw the power of the goblins for the first time in reality, he still felt magical. He once thought that the ability of the goblins was a planned spoof, but the reality is far more absurd than the game. The goblins are indeed the grace of nature, the sons of the law, and have a unique racial talent. As long as the goblins can give a reasonable explanation. Once they enter their game, the whole thing will enter the goblin field in an extremely abstract style. But the more difficult the goal is to achieve, the greater the consumption of the goblins. For example, after stealing this beheader broadsword, Crucian Carp fell asleep and was very tired. Su Bei held the broadsword, leaped to the front battlefield, and slashed down with a knife. In the blink of an eye, 2 runes on Su Bei's arm lit up. Frenzy. Bloody battle. Su Bei did not use any magic power, but used the inscription system to bless himself and killed into the beast tide. Rumble. Rumble, shockwaves sounded. On the front battlefield, dozens of third-level Kodo beasts were shaken up, and their hard bodies were torn apart in an instant. This is a terrifying power. Chapter 269 Pseudo-Demigod. The beast tribe could not ignore Su Bei's large-scale killing attack. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. Soon, a boiling blood wolf knight came in front of Su Bei. We can't. Kneel down. This is a boiling blood wolf knight, who was advanced from a beast tribe prodigy, riding a boiling blood wolf king through a special advancement route. Su Bei's eyes flashed, and the eye of insight opened instantly. Boiling blood wolf knight, level 5 beast tribe, ability, advance from the wolf knight. Advanced route, can summon a group of boiling blood wolf beasts, level 4 common species, is the most brave and warlike hunter on the grassland. Characteristics, boiling blood wolf king, level 4 king immortal, boiling blood wolf knight, immortal. It shares life with boiling blood wolf king. To be able to tame a level 4 boiling blood wolf king, the strength of boiling blood wolf knight must be at least level 4 king. So, what level is Su Bei at if he only relies on the inscription system? 3-line inscription is equivalent to level 3 professional, slightly better than level 3. Even if Su Bei's inscription is engraved very well, it can't reach the core of level 4. Can you win? Countless eyes cast over, asking such a question. It's not that they don't believe Su Bei. It's just that the boiling blood wolf knight has left them with a huge shadow. The boiling blood wolf knight is already the strongest beastman on the front battlefield. Previously, the boiling blood wolf knight had killed 2 geniuses on the prodigy list and more than 10 descendants of major families. He is a real harvester of geniuses. You will win. Luminara glanced at him and was suddenly stunned. Fight the boiling blood wolf knight with pure soul power? Luminara laughed and shook her head, obviously not thinking that Su Bei could do it. With Su Bei's innate power, he might be able to kill the boiling blood wolf knight instantly with magic power. But it would be difficult to use soul power. After all, even if he is a 5-pattern monster, it is difficult to deal with a monster with the strength of a 4th level king. Is this really the case? Maybe it is under normal circumstances. But Su Bei is different at this time, because he is holding the beheader broadsword. The unique epic orange-yellow light flashed from Su Bei's palm, and then a terrifying force was swung out by Su Bei. In just a moment, the boiling blood wolf knight was blown away from the boiling blood wolf king. What does it feel like when Su Bei throws 100,000 kilograms of weight with all his strength and hits the boiling blood wolf knight, who weighs only 200 kilograms? It can be imagined that the boiling blood wolf knight is like a little Lolita who has not yet been weaned in front of Su Bei. Su Bei only exerts a little force, and this cute guy can't tell the directions. Who am I and where is this? With a sword falling, the beast armor on the boiling blood wolf knight exploded, revealing a dark blue blood mark. And his head was so dizzy that he couldn't tell the direction. This sword made the boiling blood wolf knight confused, and he began to doubt whether the realm he worked hard to advance to was fake. Could it be that the way I advanced was fake? The boiling blood wolf knight was confused at first, but soon realized that something was wrong. He saw the glittering weapon in Su Bei's hand and fell into silence for a long time. Is this the superpower of the nobles? He showed a little inferiority, stood up awkwardly, and unfolded his ability to boiling blood wolf pack. Hundreds of boiling blood wolf beasts rushed out from behind the boiling blood wolf knight and rushed towards Su Bei. The strength of each boiling blood wolf beast reached the 4th level, and it was a real bloodthirsty beast. Su Bei remained expressionless. There was no difference between a group of Lolita and one Lolita to him at first. It was nothing more than a waste of energy. The battle ended hastily with a surprising ending, and the result was even more shocking. Su Bei was unscathed, and he killed 7,749 boiling blood wolf beasts in a row, crushed the boiling blood wolf king body, and cut off the boiling blood wolf knight head. After that, every time Sube appeared, dark clouds gathered among the beasts, hiding countless killing moves. That was the real master hidden in it, the leader among the undead kings. A 5th order king-level blood moon demon girl who has touched the realm of demigod. She can also be called a pseudo-demigod. She planted a hunting mark on Sube and locked Sube's movements. Once the prey reveals a flaw, the blood moon demon girl's attack will harvest the prey's life. Without exception, this is the simple rule power she gained by touching the demigod. The blood moon hunting. By the way, after Sube killed the boiling blood wolf knight, only 2 hours had passed. But in the remaining hour, Sube couldn't find the Crucian carp no matter how hard he tried. At this time, Sube recalled what Crucian carp said before going to bed. "No one can find me when I sleep." Unconsciously, the game field that originally belonged to the goblins has begun. Soon, 3 hours passed. The beheader great sword in Sube's hand disappeared instantly. And then Crucian carp's cry for help came from the void. "Help! I don't want to go into the small dark room. I don't want to. Woo woo. Let me go. Damn it. I'm going to cheat. No one can imprison me, because someone will go to jail for me. It's decided to be you. Feather pen." The voice stopped abruptly. Sube also failed to see Crucian carp. Sube thought it was just an ordinary confinement, and didn't think that this was the last time she saw Crucian carp in the Plague Continent. November 3rd. The Plague Continent collapsed across the board. Thereafter, there was no so-called front. The Plague Continent was divided into countless small forces, and was hunted down by countless beastmen and undeads, strangled one by one. Among them, the transmigrator team that Sube and Luminera belonged to was naturally the key wanted team. And just at the end of the war, a vampire who should have appeared long ago, but had been hiding his tracks quietly descended. Am I not late? Do you have any good magic potions? Or some fresh blood of a pure virgin? I want to taste something good. A druid in the team of travelers stepped forward and stopped the ragged beggar miner, disdainfully questioning him. "Who the hell are you?" "Vilgard." Andrew frowned, and for a moment, he couldn't think of any noble named Vilgard in the Plague Continent. "Who the hell is Vilgard? How dare you be so arrogant? You just talk about magic potions and virgin blood? Why don't you drink your mother's blood? My mother died 300 years ago. As expected of 2 months of mining, Vilgard's quality has improved a lot." And he began to reason with Andrew calmly. 300 years ago. You were quite good at bragging. At this time, Anna, a beastman and elf hybrid, hurried over from the team of travelers. She raised her lips slightly, slapped Andrew on the face and moved him aside, and handed him the magic potion in her hand. "You're not dead yet?" Vilgard smiled faintly and nodded. "I was almost dead. Fortunately, the war broke out, and the supervisors guarding the mine area were scared away. I took the opportunity to escape and fled here following the news. After these days of immersion and attack, he has gained something, and may soon become a pseudo-demigod. A 500-year-old pseudo-demigod is rare in the history of the Blood Clan." At this time, Andrew realized the identity of the person in front of him, looked up and walked away. "Again, the weather is really good today. I just had a pile of shit that I didn't clean up. I couldn't help it. Everyone, get busy first." Chapter 270, Master of Pharmacy Sube. November 5th. Sube has not participated in the frontal battlefield these days. He is in the medical team with Elena and Anna to make medicine and supply everyone. Most people know that Sube is amazing in combat, but only a few people know that Sube is also a pharmacist and a master of medicine. Sube's medicine making has been well received these days, and his reputation has spread far and wide. There are often geniuses from various races who come here to marry Sube with the highest standards. But Sube didn't know these things, because Sube didn't even see these people, and they were kicked out by Jasmine. There are 2 reasons why Sube stayed in the medical team. One is to save some mana. He felt that there was a strong force in the beast tide that locked him. Instead of fighting with the opponent and wasting mana, it is better to take the opponent with him. The second reason is that the pharmacist in the Traverser team is too abstract. Elena is not a qualified pharmacist. She can only be regarded as a holy light priest who can only make some ordinary recovery potions. Not to mention Anna. The potions she made are indeed effective, But the side effects are even more unique. Last time, Luminara drank the strengthening potion made by Inna, which indeed increased her strength by 20%. But her appearance also changed greatly. For example, she had a pair of animal ears on her head, and she meowed twice with every step she took, and she would lick the back of her hand from time to time. This completely destroyed Luminara's image as a leader. Fortunately, Luminara didn't care about this matter, but she never drank the potion made by Inna again. There were 2 remaining pharmacists, both druids, and both had defects. One is Andrew. This druid is extremely arrogant. You have to look at his face before drinking a potion from him. And he only makes 100 bottles of potion every day. Fortunately, after being beaten by Wilgard, his temper has been restrained, and he is willing to make 300 bottles of potion every day. The other is Master Palu, the White Rock Imperial Master. Palu has a very high status, and is also the leader of the White Rock Royal Group. It is because of him and Luminara that the team of time travelers has not become a mess. Palu's level of medicine refining is superb. It can be said that he is the only normal pharmacist in the team of time travelers. However, Palu is nearly 400 years old, almost reaching the end of his druid age, and can't stand the pressure of refining medicine from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The high-intensity work these days has made his remaining hair fall out. In this context, Su Bei joined the medical team. Master Su Bei, I feel that I have some illness. I often can't sleep well these days. Can you take a look for me? The person who came was Bei, the side branch of the Black Demon clan. At this time, she lost her former pride. Her face was rough in vicissitudes. Her clothes were worn, and her eyes had lost their vitality. It was only a short month before and after, and Bei had such a big change. This is the impact of the war. She heard from the noble group of the Plague Continent that Su Bei had a high level of medical skills, and came here to find Su Bei. Su Bei paused and said calmly, I am a pharmacist, not a doctor, and I can't treat illnesses. Bei shook her head and sat on the ground dejectedly, as if she didn't hear what Su Bei said, and said to herself, Will we win? Can we survive? The Plague Continent has also suffered great changes before, but never this tragic. Where is our king? The Plague King? Why doesn't he come to save us? She always appears. She always protects us. Su Bei remained silent. Bayer doesn't look sick. She seems to be stunned and talking nonsense. We will win, Su Bei said perfunctorily. In fact, Su Bei knew that he couldn't win at all. Even if the Plague Demon showed himself, he couldn't do it. No, you know nothing. You won't understand. The Plague King will not come to save us. I should have expected this. This is all our own fault. Su Bei was stunned, and couldn't help asking, Why do you say that? Bayer's blurry eyes suddenly solidified. She covered her mouth in fear, and stammered, Nothing. I don't know. Nothing. We will die. Everyone will die. You will die. And I will die. Bei stumbled and got up and left, and then walked towards the medical team of another base to find a way to heal herself. This made Felihui, who happened to step into the medical team and was about to take over the medicine. Stunned, Felihui stared blankly at Bei's crazy movements, feeling incomprehensible. Are the side effects of the medicines in the medical team so scary now? All the patients have become demented. After a moment, Felihui retracted her gaze, smiled slightly at Su Bei, and then took off the drawing board from her waist and wrote 2 lines of lively words on it. I get the potion. The side effects are smaller. Su Bei handed over a basket of potions that had been prepared behind him. The potion basket was marked with Assassination Squad. This basket of potions was prepared for the assassination team headed by Sven, most of which were speed-enhancing potions, and a few strength-enhancing potions. There were also a few tubes of blood-burning potions that stimulated potential. Su Bei handed over the potion, looked into Fuli's bright eyes, and smiled faintly. Some time ago, Su Bei relied on the goddess's tears to create a lot of experimental potions, and finally cured the rule injury on Fuli's eyes. It's just Felihui's vocal cords. Su Bei is still powerless. That is the rule power left by the goddess of night. At least the same level of power is needed to offset it. Watching Felihui leave, Su Bei couldn't help but remind her, Don't use that dagger. Don't take it out. It's too valuable. It will be stolen. Felihui turned back after hearing the voice, paused, nodded, smiled slightly, took out the drawing board and wrote, and turned it back to Su Bei. I will pay attention. Su Bei is so gentle. Thank you. Su Bei was stunned and watched Felihui leave the door of the medical team. Ever since Su Bei secretly rescued Felihui that night, gentleness was Felihui's entire impression of Su Bei. After a while, a sneaky figure sneaked into the medical team. Su Bei glanced over and pushed another basket of medicine behind him out. Your medicine. By Yanjun? The figure froze, looked over, revealed his appearance, and looked a little embarrassed. Graham, the third prince of the Baiyan Empire, had a grudge against Sayamizu for killing his mother. Specifically, Xiaomi Zhou's father killed Graham's mother, and Graham's father killed Xiaomi Zhou's mother. It was a two-way fight. This hatred was irreconcilable, and Graham never thought of reconciliation. But after experiencing the cruelty of war firsthand, Graham finally let it go temporarily. This is probably what growth is. Right? Chapter 271 Plague Demon Takes Action. There are so many stories that happen to everyone. And there are so many stories that I can't finish telling them. Then don't tell them. Listening to Mr. Su Bei's impatient tone, Jasmine puffed up her lips and complained. Sister Su Bei. At this time, Su Bei's second half of the sentence came out late. Just talk about the people around you. Jasmine stuck out her tongue, hummed twice, and continued. Xiaoya has changed a lot recently. Sometimes she laughs. Sometimes she is in a daze. And from time to time she hugs me and rubs against me. And recently she seems to have grown a lot taller. And she has reached my neck in an instant. Su Bei subconsciously looked at Jasmine's neck, then frowned slightly, moved closer to Jasmine, and stood straight. So close. Can clearly smell Mr. Su Bei's body. What's wrong? Mr. Su Bei? Jasmine's face instantly turned red, and her eyes quickly lowered, circling around Su Bei's toes. Look up. Su Bei's cold voice sounded. Hearing the voice, Jasmine raised her head slightly, watching Su Bei stretch out his hand and press it on her head, slightly straightening her head and leaning on his chest. The faint smell of licorice came through her clothes, making Jasmine's body warm, as if there was a warm current flowing through her body. Jasmine couldn't help but start to panic, wanting to reach out to embrace this wonderful smell. Mr. Su Bei, what are you going to do? No. It shouldn't be. Right? Jasmine's brain was in a mess, and she began to think wildly. Fortunately, Su Bei's action only lasted for a short 30 seconds. After measuring, Su Bei let go of Jasmine's head and stepped back a few steps, saying calmly, You've grown taller. Eh? Molly tilted her head, first shyly looking away, then showing a little joy. Suddenly turned her eyes back and repeated, Have you really grown taller? Yeah. Su Bei nodded and said affirmatively. Almost 1.5 meters tall. Molly blinked her eyes, as if she couldn't believe it, squinting her eyes and smiling happily. 1 centimeter a year. So Molly will be 1.6 meters tall when she is 16 years old. You can also be considered an adult. Su Bei couldn't comment on this aspect of adults, according to this trend, and Su Bei's judgment on the growth curve of girls' height during puberty. Jasmine may only be fixed at a height of 1.5 meters in this life. Although she can barely be considered as a lowly, she can probably only be considered a girl in this life, and will not grow into a queen like Elena. Fortunately, Su Bei did not say such a depressing word, but nodded and replied with an ambiguous word. Probably. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A black ball of light fell from the top of the medical team's tent. Breaking, the ground cracked layer by layer, revealing the indescribable broken body in the deep pit. The body could no longer be seen clearly, and only some white flesh that had lost its luster could be seen. Next to the flesh were 8 broken tentacles, which curled up into a ball and kept twitching and twisting. What's wrong? Elena next door asked. Su Bei just glanced at the body, and his soul began to feel burning pain. Hey, what is this? Molly subconsciously grabbed Su Bei's hand. Su Bei was silent, covered Molly's eyes, looked away, and shouted to the next door. It's okay. The potion exploded. This dispelled Elena's concerns. What exactly is this? The Eye of Insight had already given the answer. This dark body is the plague demon. This means that Grace is nearby and has completely suppressed the plague demon, beating it into its current miserable state. The plague demon coughed, spit out white blood clots, sat up from the ruins with a calm face, and said lightly, It's okay. Just a fatal injury. Jasmine was startled. But she soon realized that the seriously injured body in front of her was the plague demon. So Jasmine hurriedly approached, knelt in front of the plague demon, stretched out her hand, and used her abundant magic power to cast a few spells to heal the plague demon injuries. But even though Jasmine was a demon king, with her 3rd level magic reserve, how could she meet the needs of the plague demon? The plague demon body was like a leaky balloon. The healing skills fell on the plague demon, and instantly flowed out of the plague demon broken body, drifting in the air and disappearing without a trace. How could he be so badly injured? What happened? Did something happen? Jasmine turned her head back and forth in panic, her eyes constantly sweeping over Su Bei and the plague demon, and shouted loudly, "Talk to me!" No one is talking. He is almost dead. The plague demon held Jasmine's hand, smiled slightly, and asked curiously, "How can you recognize me when I'm like this?" Jasmine's eyes were filled with tears, and she shook off the plague demon hand and continued to cast healing magic. "How could I not recognize you? We have been together for more than a month, and every time he looks at me, there is a strange desire to possess me." The plague demon was slightly stunned, and gently reminded, "Don't waste your magic. It's useless to me. I can't die for the time being. It's difficult for me to die. Even if I want to die." Molly glared at the plague demon fiercely, and said seriously, "Lie down obediently and don't move. I go to the next door to get you the potion, and I go call Sister Elena. Her healing skills are super powerful." Su Bei looked at Jasmine back as she left, hesitant to speak, thinking about the scars created by Grace. Letting Elena heal them might really get rid of the plague demon completely. In the end, Su Bei did not stop Jasmine's actions. After Jasmine left, he turned around and took the initiative to talk to the plague demon. Can he still live? Su Bei was puzzled. The broken body of the plague demon slowly closed up, reunited, nodded, and shook his head. He can still live now, but I can't say for sure in a month. My injury is much more serious than hers. She only needs a month to recover. What about you? Su Bei asked. The plague demon body gradually closed, repaired, reorganized, and gradually condensed into a human form. This time, the plague demon appearance was no longer a lowly of 11 or 12 years old, but a child of 7 or 8 years old. He was less than 1.12 meters tall. The plague demon raised his head, glanced at Su Bei, and gave an answer after a long silence. 10 days at the fastest and 10 years at the longest. Su Bei was stunned. She felt the plague demon murderous intent. The plague demon was going to eat her. And in these few days, the plague demon raised his head and stared at Su Bei, stretched out his hand to take out the soul that had been prepared long ago, and smashed it into Su Bei's body. She was not ready to do it. She had already done it. Chapter 272 Plague Demon Breaks Defense. Plague Demon started. Its petite body suddenly exploded, grabbing Su Bei's body and moving the two into an unknown space. Su Bei looked normal, reaching out to flick the blue felt hat on his head to remove the dust. I think you expected it and are mentally prepared. Then, now, Plague Demon smashed the jar that had been prepared long ago, and forcibly stuffed a soul into Su Bei's body. This soul is a 9-pattern soul from the Succubus clan. She was my favorite dependent when she was alive. Now I'm stuffing her into your body, so that she can accompany me in the future. It will be wasted. Su Bei kindly reminded him. Su Bei did not resist. Not because he did not want to resist, but because he could not resist even if he wanted to. So he might as well lie down and enjoy it. It was indeed enjoyable. No matter what object was repeatedly entered, it was forcibly expanded. The same is true for the soul. Su Bei's soul was stuffed in many times, and the ordinary 9-pattern soul was only a small object to her, which could only make Su Bei feel bloated. Moreover, this soul was not qualified to engrave a mark on Su Bei's right arm. The soul itself quickly merged into the previous inscriptions without leaving any trace. The summary is just 2 sentences. Su Bei enjoyed the meal. Plague Demon was stunned. She frowned slightly, took out another can of soul, smashed it, and stuffed it into Su Bei's body again. How is this possible? The situation was no different from before. The only difference was that Su Bei was a little more full, and even his mind was much clearer. How could this be? Plague Demon widened his eyes, scanned Su Bei, and gritted his teeth. Is this the backup plan prepared by wisdom? But has she ever thought that I can completely skip this step? 3 lines. That's fine. The plague demon stretched out his hand, waved at the air, and shouted, "My soul is back." The plague demon used his true soul to call back the remaining soul and seize control of Subei's soul. This was her soul contract. All beings who practiced the inscription method based on her soul could not escape her control. The next moment, Subei's body shone with blue light. Then, in response to the plague demon, was a pure smiling face with blue hair. As for her broken soul, it was resting with eyes closed in the arms of this blue soul. The plague demon's soul was tamed. The plague demon's eyes went dark, and he clenched his fists. Wisdom? Wisdom. Wisdom. She had thought that her plan would be obstructed by wisdom. But she had never thought that wisdom would actually intervene and use its own soul as the basis to create an inscription system for Subei, forcibly seizing the soul's dominance. Are you the father of wisdom? Why? Tell me why. The plague demon stretched out his hand to grab Subei's collar, but he was not tall enough and could only touch Subei's shirt. This looked like a little girl who couldn't get any candy and was playing rogue, jumping up and down in anxiety. But the situation was much more critical than this. The aura that the plague demon unintentionally emitted imprisoned Subei's body, making Subei's body motionless, and he could only watch the plague demon tossing and turning. The plague demon raised Subei's hand in front of him, held it in his mouth, and bit it. The feeling of being bitten by a mosquito made Subei's toes shrink. Blood overflowed from the plague demon teeth and dripped into Subei's body along the wound on the back of his hand. Fortunately, I was prepared. When I knew that wisdom was the god behind you, I had a backup plan. The blood stimulated Subei's charm form, forcing Subei to transform into a succubus. You are a succubus, and I am the king of succubus. At this moment, I am your god. Give me your soul. But the plague demon, the imagined scene did not happen, and there was no change at the scene. Even Subei was stunned. There are only 2 reasons for this result. First, Subei is not a succubus. Second, the plague demon is not the king of succubus. Subei didn't know the specific reason, but she seemed to get the answer from the face of the plague demon. As expected, I was betrayed. In that case, the plague demon's eyes were fixed, and he made the final decision. Then I will eat you raw. I will eat your body from head to toe, one bite at a time. This is my last chance and your only value. Subei sighed and flicked the blue felt hat on his head again. Submit. You can't help it. In a blink of an eye, a blue halo appeared on Subei's body, and a gentle force pushed the plague demon away. This felt hat was put on Subei's head by Lilizi. Subei had seen young Wisdom wearing this blue felt hat in the magic tower. In other words, Wisdom always wears this felt hat. In other words, this is a magic weapon. Lilizi's original felt hat, artifact, magic skill, Shrew's command, the life you are hostile to will never be able to approach you, including any skills and rules. At the same time, you can't cause any harm to her. Note, only by creating distance can wisdom be displayed. And wisdom will never put itself in a passive position. Escape expert. You can enter and exit any barrier freely without being bound. Note, no one knows how wisdom does it. Maybe you can ask freedom. Ability 3, sealed. Ability 4, sealed. Ability 5, sealed. Note, few people can catch you, unless you are willing to be caught by her. Note, the power of the felt hat is limited and can only be used for 1 month. Remember to return it to wisdom to replenish energy. This is the attribute of this hat. Subei marveled at the power of the hat, and was also a little surprised at the attitude of wisdom towards him. According to common sense, the wisdom with this hat could not be caught by himself. Similarly, the plague demon could not catch Subei. At this time, the blue felt hat was worn on Subei. The felt hat that looked particularly large on Lilizi's head was just right for Subei. The soft brim of the hat covered Subei's eyelashes, setting off Subei's movements. Elegant and calm. Are you her father? Are you her father? You only brought a fragment of the heaven's chain when you entered the human world freely. Why would she put this hat on your head? What did you give her? Subei was stunned and even doubted this possibility. Wisdom was too good to him from the beginning, and it seemed to have nothing to do with whether Subei was a time traveler or whether he was bound to Jasmine fate. Could it be that I really have something to do with her? But when? Could it be from the previous life? Maybe, Su Bei casually replied. Something has something to do with it. Just when this confusion emerged, the hat on Su Bei's head was suddenly tightened, as if to warn Su Bei not to let her imagination run wild and give her a fierce punishment. But how much pain can it hurt if the soft hat is tightened a little? This is no different from Lilizi hitting her with her fist. It can't even be said to be painless. At most, it can only be regarded as a massage for him. I don't believe it. The plague demon, red eyes, broke through the defense and shouted, and his body suddenly exploded. Chapter 273. The plague demon cried. The plague demon exploded. The petite body remained unchanged, but her hands exploded into countless indescribable tentacles, painted with pieces of decayed corpse spots, making it impossible to look at them. 8 thick and ferocious tentacles stretched out, constantly circling around Su Bei, squeezing and approaching. At this moment, the plague demon showed a terrifying power beyond that of a demigod. Even a demigod was just a toy in front of her. But such a huge evil power could not hurt Su Bei, who was as small as an ant. Why? Why can't I touch it? Why? Boom boom, the huge tentacle smashed towards Su Bei's side. The sheer brute force far exceeded 100,000 Jin. Even the Beast King Beheader broadsword could not achieve such destructive power. The wind pressure blew the ends of Su Bei's hair, and the blue felt hat trembled constantly, as if it was about to float. Su Bei gently pressed the felt hat, looked at the exasperated plague demon, thought for a moment, and took off the gender-changing ring. Since it was impossible to launch a physical attack on the plague demon, how about a mental attack? I can only say that Su Bei has some bad taste. Fortunately, the effect is very good. In an instant, the wind stopped. The space was instantly quiet, and all movement was lost. At this moment, the plague demon even stopped breathing. Only Su Bei's weak breathing sound was left in the space. Boom! With a sound, the waving tentacles of the plague demon instantly fell to the ground, smashing the space and causing the ground and Su Bei to tremble. The tentacles slowly healed and closed, and condensed into the delicate childlike appearance of the plague demon. Again, the confused face of the plague demon was clearly revealed. The plague demon body trembled slightly, and suddenly stretched out his hands to hug himself tightly, squatting down slowly with a little helplessness. Are you okay? Su Bei asked with concern. Su Bei's tone was indeed a little concerned, but the plague demon didn't look like he was okay. Looking at the plague demon appearance, it seemed that he was about to break completely. No. Wait. What is this? You are? Plague demon? She frowned tightly, then suddenly opened her brows wide, and twisted them into a ball in an instant. She pointed her finger at Su Bei, but her fingertips kept trembling and couldn't even freeze. Male? Is it a man? Why is it a man? Isn't the man dead yet? When was it? When did the plague continent enter the men? Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. Plague demon. Recalling the bits and pieces of her experience with Su Bei, she suddenly retched and vomited a pile of white blood that was contaminated by the holy light. It seemed that she recalled some terrible memory. She slowly raised her head, her face suddenly ferocious, staring at the ring that Su Bei put into his pocket, and roared loudly. This ring, nature and forest, I will not let you go. 1 or 2 of you. All of you go to hell. Ah! Su Bei was stunned. He did not expect this ring to be so powerful. Ah! In an instant, the plague demon went crazy. The plague demon used all his strength, lost his mind in an instant, and launched all the terrible attacks he could on Su Bei. Cause and effect semigod skills. All things in the universe. In the blink of an eye, countless death slices appeared in front of Su Bei's eyes, such as being killed by a meteorite, being bitten to death by a mad dog, being cut in half by a sword, being torn apart by 5 horses. These slices contain all the wisdom skills that the plague demon has seen, and the effect of all things in the universe is to randomly select one from them and reflect it in reality. Not only the ability reflects reality, but also the result. Since I can't kill you with external force, then you should commit suicide. Die. 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 The death scene freezes at Su Bei's suicide. Su Bei slowly raised his hand, gradually approaching his chest. His expression slightly moved. Could it be? Su Bei stabbed his chest with his right hand, then gently patted it, brushing away the wrinkles on his chest, and said calmly, I'm lying to you. I won't die. Plague demon. This almost divine rule is not a god after all. And it can never break through Li Lizi's law. At the moment when Sun Luo Wanxiang judged Su Bei, he had been isolated from the power of the law by the wisdom felt hat. I'm going to kill you. The plague demon bit his silver teeth tightly, blood gushing out. And he suffered enough grievances from grace at once from Su Bei. The tentacles exploded again, and they kept circling and hitting Su Bei. But there was always a blue light flashing around Su Bei, gently pushing the tentacles away. 8 tentacles slapped Su Bei's body back and forth, sweeping away everything around him. Finally, the plague demon got tired and stopped. Her eyes were extremely cold, and she smiled coldly. What can you do if you resist stubbornly? You will never escape from this space. This is my limited semi-god skill. The plague cage. As long as you are in the cage, I can dominate your soul at will and corrode and corrupt it. Just now, I use my tentacles to draw a barrier to isolate the air and moisture in this space. Even if I can't get close to you at this moment, as long as you are weak to a certain extent, I will have to eat you obediently. Su Bei was stunned and flicked his blue felt hat. The second skill, the escape expert, was activated. Immediately afterwards, Su Bei stepped out with his right foot and walked out of the barrier set by the plague demon. The plague demon was stunned and rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. Su Bei seemed to want to prove that the plague demon was not wrong, and took another step to the left and stepped into the barrier. Then, under the gaze of the plague demon, Su Bei took another step to the right and stepped out of the barrier. Soon, Su Bei spread his hands and said calmly, "See, it has no effect. Wisdom has foreseen what you did." Then, Su Bei took out an invitation from his pocket and turned the front side to the plague demon. Invitation from the goddess of wisdom. This also means that as long as Su Bei wants to leave, even if this is in a different time and space, Su Bei can easily leave this area. Silence plus critical strike. Plague demon. It was as if lightning struck through his mind, petrifying him on the spot, and he sat down on the ground. Plague demon was so anxious that his eyes were about to burst, and he tightened his mouth with grievance, standing there at a loss, muttering non-stop. It was too far away, and Su Bei couldn't hear clearly what plague demon was muttering, and could only hear a few vague words. She gave it to you. She definitely gave it to you. She gave it to you. How can this be played? Why am I a god in front and behind? Are I a god in the left and right? Did I get some villain template? Why was I born to suffer? Why do I have to suffer this kind of pain? Why am I the one who gets beaten? Why am I always beaten? Am I some unlucky person? Damn it. Damn it. Evil beast. Evil beast. I hate you. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. How could this make the child so angry? Su Bei approached the plague demon, sighed and sat beside her, and said lightly, "What? Why don't you commit suicide?" Chapter 274 The Plague Demon Final Killing Move. According to common sense, the plague demon is indeed quite miserable. Not only was his home robbed for no reason, but the enemies he faced were all of the same level as freedom, wisdom, and grace, whose background was unknown. It can only be said that compared to Su Bei, the plague demon got a more difficult script, and he would die if he was not careful. Fortunately, Su Bei's quality is unknown, so it is difficult for him to have sympathy for the plague demon. After all, it is difficult to survive, so how can he care about how others live? Su Bei sat not far from the plague demon and continued to repeat the sentence. "What should we do? Or you can die?" The plague demon unconsciously raised his head. 2 tears slid down his tender and delicate face, and looked at Su Bei with an unprecedented weak attitude. "You can help me, right? There is no hatred between us." "Okay." Su Bei nodded without thinking. "I have good craftsmanship, and the coffins are square and solid." The plague demon was stunned, and resisted the discomfort of men, and moved a little closer, and said sincerely, "I have my own difficulties. We all have our own difficulties." Su Bei held his chin with one hand and looked at the plague demon. The plague demon came closer and closer, and said in a low voice, "I am not the king of the plague continent, and I don't want to be the king of the plague continent. This has to start from a long time ago." Su Bei raised his eyebrows, looking very interested. He didn't notice that the tentacles behind him were baring their fangs and claws, about to pinch his head. A long time ago. I just came to the Plague Continent from the God War ruins. I was different then. Then what? Su Bei was puzzled. At the moment when Su Bei was most relaxed, he heard a click. A thick tentacle fell down, trying to pierce the back of Su Bei's head and pull out his brain. With a bang, a blue ring popped out softly, and the recoil instantly bounced the plague demon body away. The small body bounced twice on the ground. Looking miserable, the plague demon stared at Su Bei with a hideous face. Very puzzled. Bastard. 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 What kind of judgment method does this felt hat have? Why can't it trigger the counterattack even when you are so relaxed? Hostility. Su Bei told the truth very honestly, and touched the common-sense glove on his right hand, deepening his understanding of these two words. He never relaxed his vigilance against the plague demon from beginning to end, which triggered the perfect counterattack. The plague demon shook his head in disbelief, gritting his teeth and denying, hostile? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't possibly be hostile to me who looks so pitiful. As the lowest male group in the world, this is your innate inferiority. Not to mention you're a Lolita fan. Su Bei was stunned, showing a little panic for the first time in the conversation between the two, and hurriedly explained, I'm not a Lolita fan. This is a rumor. No matter how you pretend, it's useless. Your heartbeat and breathing won't lie. Wisdom. Jasmine. Almost everyone around you is a Lolita. Su Bei was silent for a while, and then he sincerely lied. It has nothing to do with Lolita. The way to judge is based on your hostility. Plague demon opened his eyes wide, his pupils tightly wrinkled. Too outrageous. Too outrageous. Doesn't such a rule involve the law of cause and effect? Such a divine weapon should not be in your hands. Plague demon. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out why wisdom would give such a treasure to Su Bei. She sneered and mocked. If this divine weapon has such an effect, then you should think about what kind of predicament wisdom will encounter if he loses this divine weapon. Suddenly, Su Bei froze, and something bad suddenly emerged in his heart. Do you think I can stop that strange holy light by myself? If wisdom hadn't contributed a lot, I would have been disintegrated long ago. And that strange holy light has long been targeting wisdom. Hearing this, Su Bei felt a little heavy. Sensing Su Bei's expression, the plague demon became more convinced of his guess and continued to attack his heart. You can recall whether wisdom said many words like last words before leaving you. Su Bei recalled for a moment, and recalled that wisdom did say something similar before leaving, and his expression gradually became solemn, only to hear the plague demon continue, think carefully. Grace has been conserving her strength to repair her injuries, and has not dealt with me during this period. What is she doing? Su Bei narrowed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Just like there is an information gap between him and Jasmine, there is also an information gap between wisdom and Su Bei. Su Bei didn't tell Jasmine because he was afraid that Jasmine would worry. So what about wisdom? Seeing Su Bei's expression change again, the plague demon pointed out the last point. You already have an invitation to the kingdom of wisdom, and you have enough capital to save your life. Why do you still accept this felt hat? Without the wisdom of this felt hat, can you escape from grace? Obviously, this is a very difficult thing. If anything happens to her, you will be the culprit. You will kill her. Seizing the moment when Su Bei lost consciousness, the plague demon made another move, and its tentacles blasted towards Su Bei at lightning speed. The plague demon did not believe Su Bei's lies. She had already figured out the way to judge the blue felt hat through countless attacks. And when Su Bei lost consciousness, that was when his hostility towards her was the weakest. She had lived for many years, and knew too much about the power of rules. She had seen countless demigod-level masters. Her understanding of rules was much stronger than Su Bei imagined. I am the winner. The plague demon bombarded the position where Su Bei stood with red eyes, and could not feel any anti-counterattack effect. She smiled happily, waving her tentacles randomly, expressing her inner joy. Die. Dogman. Dogman must die. Evil beast. Beast. Bastard. Die, die, die. No man is allowed to be within 10 meters of me. Absolutely not allowed. Do you think I still need your soul? Since I knew you were a man, I just wanted to kill you. Kill you. Boom, as the last tentacle fell. The whole scene was shaking and almost collapsed. Huh. After a long time, the shaking stopped. The smoke dissipated, and only the plague demon's happy laughter remained. Men, Men again? Why are you always like this? Do you think I'm still the innocent child I was before? Lin. I've grown up a long time ago. And I will never be deceived by anyone again. Hee hee. Die. Evil beast. What happened? Suddenly, a voice floated from underground. So happy? Let me listen too. The Plague Demon? Froze. Chapter 275. The story of the Plague Demon. The Plague Demon was stunned, looking at Su Bei, who was crawling out from the ground in front of him. And his dying heart finally died. Su Bei patted the dust off his body, walked forward a few steps as if nothing had happened, and showed a calm look, because Su Bei had fixed his hostility towards the Plague Demon. In advance with the common-sense gloves, he was able to ensure his own safety in the moment of loss of consciousness. As for why the counterattack was not triggered, it was simply because the ground under Su Bei's feet cracked, causing Su Bei to fall more than 10 meters underground. The Plague Demon's attack range is always the surface. It can only be said that they met by chance. Of course, Su Bei was indeed a little attracted by the words of the Plague Demon. It is impossible not to worry about Li Lizi. But Su Bei cannot ignore his own safety because of worry. You know, the reason why wisdom gave him the blue felt hat was to let him live well. Recalling what the Plague Demon just said, Su Bei suddenly remembered something and put it into action. Lin. Su Bei repeated. Is this your real name? This word is a taboo, and it seems to trigger some unknown secret. The moment Su Bei shouted this word with a purpose, he felt that his soul was being watched. At the same time, the face of the Plague Demon suddenly turned pale, and he roared, Shut up. You are not qualified to call me by my name. Lin. Su Bei repeated again. The feeling of being watched by the soul became clearer, as if it came from all directions, and the body was gradually rising as if it was wrapped. No, it was the soul rising. No, it was the soul overlooking the earth. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I advise you to shut up. Once you repeat it again, you will have no way out. At this moment, Su Bei saw the plea in the eyes of the Plague Demon. As described by the Eye of Insight, this word is a taboo. Su Bei recalled the description given by the Eye of Insight when he first met the Plague Demon. At this time, Su Bei opened the Eye of Insight again and reconfirmed. Plague Demon. Immortal Demon Plague Cholera Source Dark King World Origin Evil High Dimensional Dominant Soul Harvester Unknown Mythical Life Mythological History As a demon born from war in the ancient times, it originated from countless battles launched by intelligent life. Has seen any skills of all intelligent life. Understands and masters all professional skills. And has created its own power system. Note, it is seriously injured. Its breath is very unstable. And it urgently needs a lot of soul replenishment. Note, it is a natural and ancient demon. And it is familiar with the skills of most intelligent bodies. Any skills and moves she has seen are difficult to cause harm to her. Note, it is extremely weak at this moment. Note, since its birth, it has never lost a move to any intelligent species, even if the opponent is a demigod life. Note, the souls of all intelligent species are on its menu, especially demigod life forms and God's followers. Note, from the known history, it is known that the opponent is extremely disgusted with men, and once created male life and killed it, and continued to kill for more than 300 years. The information obtained is slightly different, but not much. But something is wrong. Where is it? Yes. Why is the injury described twice? Once is, it was seriously injured. Once is, it is extremely weak at this moment. The previous description is, it is very weak at this moment. Very weak at this moment. Can be understood as she just fought with freedom grace, resulting in excessive consumption of strength. Extremely weak. Can be understood as she was entangled with grace, resulting in her own state being extremely poor at this moment. But with Su Bei's understanding of the Plague Demon, from the beginning to now, he did not realize how serious the Plague Demon had suffered from the rule scars. Even now, the scars left by the holy light on the Plague Demon are very limited. So, is there a possibility that the Plague Demon was already seriously injured before the Traverser arrived on the Plague Continent? And the message that Su Bei saw when he first observed the soul forging method and the cornerstone of the inscription system. Lin Introduction. A trace of soul from the Plague Demon. Note, you learn the real name of the Plague Demon. Lin. Note, you discovered a very special scene. You discovered the most special secret of the Plague Continent. The material that carries the cornerstone of all word spirit warriors. Lin, is actually the soul of the plague demon. Note, this is a secret that cannot be told. You have been cursed by the plague demon. You cannot tell anyone about this, or your soul will face the plague demon. Note, you must not let the plague demon know that you know this secret. Why? Su Bei knows the word Lin, and cannot let the plague demon know it. And why? When Su Bei reads the word Lin, his soul does not face the plague demon in front of him, but looks down at the earth. At this time, Su Bei finally integrated all the information given, and came up with an incredible answer. Could the plague demon in front of him be fake? Can't let another plague demon. No! Su Bei looked at his feet, thought, rubbed his temples, and suddenly said, I ask you a few questions. If you are willing to answer, I will no longer call out that name. You can call it or not. You will die. The plague demon gritted his teeth and said coldly, if you dare to recite my name after leaving this place, you will definitely regret it. Su Bei ignored the plague demon answer and asked casually, do you know the history of the three nobles? The history of the plague continent since its birth? What if you know? What if you don't know? The plague demon frowned, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Su Bei nodded thoughtfully, observing the plague demon reaction and getting new information. The recorded history was wrong in the plague demon cognition. So, what is the truth of history? Su Bei thought about it, rubbed his temples again, combined with the plague demon attitude of not caring about the plague continent, and gradually sorted out the speculations in his heart. It formed a complete story. So, Su Bei sat on the ground calmly, facing the plague demon, and said lightly, since you don't want to answer my question, let me tell you a story. The plague demon frowned slightly, sneered, and sat on the ground with his arms folded from a distance, saying lightly, you are quite free. If you have this time, you might as well let me eat you obediently. Okay, I want to see what tricks you are going to play. Su Bei sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, a long time ago. Chapter 276 Hidden History. A long time ago, there was a little girl. Before Su Bei finished his sentence, the plague demon interrupted with a sneer, haha. I think it's a lowly? You said you are not a lowly control. Even the protagonist of the story is a lowly. Su Bei paused, looked up and down at the plague demon, and nodded. A long time ago, there was a lowly beast. She was born from a dead silence, and all she saw was a desolate ruin. She stumbled in the small world, and left her residence in a daze. She saw the prosperous city and the vast grassland. Everything was full of vitality and prosperity. Plague demon, stupefied, with a flash of disgust in his eyes, he asked in a deep voice, what do you want to say? Su Bei ignored the plague demon and continued to think. She will keep curiosity and surprises about everything, have the innocence of a new life, and desire to understand the unknown new world. She met a lot of friends and felt unprecedented fun. She completely integrated into this new environment. But she was too strong. Even if she did nothing and just stood there, she could bring endless pressure to the others. Even breathing was a luxury. It was at this time that the first person who could get close to her appeared. That must be a man. Plague demon. Hands clenched violently. The breath on his body was inexplicably disordered. But his state was immersed, as if he was immersed in memories. He was gentle, humble, interesting, knowledgeable, and the strongest man on that continent. He must be very kind, with tolerance and friendliness, and people can easily believe his words. The plague demon said with a chuckle. His eyes relaxed. The little girl, who had never made friends with anyone, quickly fell under the man's tenderness. She began to let down her guard against the man, gradually talked to him about everything, and maintained unconditional trust. The plague demon couldn't help but interrupt and praise. This must be very happy. Perhaps the happiest time for the little girl. Su Bei nodded and said, probably. That little girl is sensible now. She doesn't hide her emotions. She speaks out her thoughts, and gradually tells the man all her secrets. That man will also tell the little girl all kinds of adventure stories. That's great. The plague demon praised. Su Bei didn't comment, and continued, but no matter how powerful the man is, his strength is too weak compared to the little girl, and his lifespan is also very short. Soon, the man came to the end of his life. The plague demon sadly said, the little girl is so powerful. She will probably try every means to help him. Right? It is not difficult for her to extend her life. Bei nodded and ended the story. Yes. So the little girl paid a heavy price to revive the man. Sacrificed her body, and even her soul. A great story. The plague demon stood up, patted the dust off his butt expressionlessly, and said lightly, "It is very warm and beautiful. And it baptized my soul. Have you finished? Since I can't do anything to you, let's go back. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Don't let me seize the opportunity. Otherwise I will really eat you." Bei smiled slightly, looked at the plague demon, shook his head, and said slowly, "The story has just begun." The plague demon sneered, clapped his hands to open the teleportation array, and said lightly, "I'm not interested anymore. I won't accompany you anymore. Use these fairy tales to coax wise children." Bei looked at the dome of this area, and could only see nothing. He said in a very calm voice. However, little Loli didn't know that the man approached her with ulterior motives from the beginning. Then he is really selfish, insidious, cunning, stupid. Damn it. The plague demon rarely cursed several times in a row, and his expression became more and more difficult to understand. Bei looked at the plague demon petite back and continued. He became greedy for the power of little Loli and wanted to take it for himself. He tried his best to get close to the little Lolita and tried every way to gain her trust. He succeeded. The plague demon turned his head and said coldly, "Disgusting. Really disgusting. So the man shouldn't die? She's so stupid. Really?" The plague demon sneered. "Such a guy should have died earlier. Both of them should die." Bei didn't respond, but continued, "After knowing the little Lolita's secret, the man planned a ritual and took control of the little Lolita's life at a very small cost. And the soul. He tricked the little girl into signing a master-servant contract, a unilateral slave contract, and other terms." The plague demon whispered, "She's so easy to deceive. So she shouldn't need any contract. Right? She's sold and has to help others count money." Bei was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's right." Immediately, Bei ended with his final guess. Time passed slowly, and when the man's time was about to end, he finally made a final request to the little girl. He wants to use the power of the little girl to gain eternal life. Will the little girl agree? Bei asked doubtfully. Who knows? She will agree. Right? After all, she is quite stupid. The plague demon stretched, turned his head expressionlessly, and replied calmly, "She also wants to save the man. Why doesn't she agree? This story is not as interesting as the previous one. A dark fairy tale? Wisdom will not like it. And neither will Jasmine. You can't coax anyone. What a waste." Bei looked at the background of the plague demon, and began to think wildly and make random associations. That man gained the trust of the little Loli, used a ritual to strip the little Loli's soul, dispersed the little Loli's power, and cut the soul into countless pieces and distributed them to all the nobles on the continent. "Shut up, evil beast!" the plague demon roared. That man got the little Loli's body, and successfully resurrected himself, and was able to obtain true immortality. "I told you to shut up. Can't you hear me?" The plague demon turned around and yelled at Bei fiercely. That man sealed part of the little Loli's soul in a pure-blooded succubus, asking her to see his masterpiece with her own eyes and accompany him. "Are you an idiot? Can't you understand what people are saying?" The plague demon. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't cry for a while. "I told you to shut up." Chapter 277. The plague demon returns. "You are totally wrong. So wrong. Who do you think you are? Shut up now." The plague demon roared at Bei. Bei was silent. Indeed, there were few clues, most of which were just Bei's wishful guesses. But the general direction was definitely correct, based on Bei's observations. The above guesses were made based on 3 points. First, based on the attitude of the plague demon to the residents of the plague continent, watching the war happen, watching grace harvest faith, despising himself, being ruthless, and arbitrarily depriving his family of their souls and lives. Second, based on the degree of disgust the plague demon has for men. There is no such man in the plague continent. So did he steal the power of the plague demon and leave the continent? Third, based on why the plague demon is so eager to leave the plague continent. Probably to escape. So, in fact, the plague demon is the one who is cursed. She is confined to the plague continent. forever guarding the pain and memories, and can never get out, unless the plague continent is completely extinct. This also led to her becoming a demon after leaving the plague continent, creating endless killings. This can explain why the plague demon is so eager for power, why he is willing to risk his life to harvest souls and disobey the gods to become stronger. Perhaps this is hatred? However, the above speculations are all Su Bei's assumptions. As for the real truth, what is the complete history? Perhaps you need to go underground in person and see the inexplicable throbbing underground to get the answer. However, according to the reaction of Plague Demon, Su Bei confirmed that he had indeed guessed a lot of information. Su Bei was speechless, without joy, without the intention of adding insult to injury. Nor did he feel sympathy. Nor did he feel proud and surprised that he had seen through the truth of history. He was like a spectator, watching Plague Demon slumped on the ground weakly, like a doll that had completely lost its soul, motionless, and looked completely broken. If the above speculation is true, Plague Demon can be regarded as the most miserable character in Su Bei's cognitive plot. The soul was sliced, the body was stripped, and he couldn't die, nor could he live well. His real name was stripped, and his power was taken away. He was also beaten up several times by someone who broke into his house. He was quite pitiful. Su Bei calmly passed the Plague Demon and entered the teleportation array that the Plague Demon had built before. Before passing, Su Bei slowly turned back and asked curiously, "To what extent can eating me restore you?" The Plague Demon was speechless and did not respond. "If you tell me, I might consider it," Su Bei said again. His body had already stepped into the teleportation array, and only his head was left. "Wait until the Plague Continent is destroyed. So I won't die. So you will let me eat you?" From a distance, Su Bei heard the Plague Demon's soft voice floating over. "Well, I just lied to you." "Of course not," Su Bei replied, stepping out of the teleportation array. "So in the end, you just want to survive?" "It's not necessarily just that. After all, the Plague Demon also survived in the game plot, and the killing it created later directly pushed the game into the late stage. Maybe to survive, or for revenge." Su Bei stepped into the teleportation array and landed in the medical team's tent. Sister Su Bei, why did you suddenly appear? Hey, has Sister Su Bei turned back into Mr. Su Bei? Where did you go just now? Wait, where's Xiao Yi?" Emily was startled by the sudden appearance of Su Bei, and asked Su Bei 4 questions in confusion, and was stunned. Su Bei shook his head and replied calmly. She ran away from home temporarily, saying that she had something on her mind that needed to be mediated. "Is that really the case?" Molly frowned slightly, poked Su Bei's waist, and couldn't help complaining. "Mr. Su Bei really lies more and more, and now his ears don't even turn red when he lies. Soon you will be able to lie to Molly without changing your expression." Su Bei blinked in confusion. Does that mean he would be discovered if he lied before? Hiss. Su Bei recalled whether he had lied to Molly before and answered any dangerous questions. Fortunately, Su Bei didn't think of anything special to pay attention to at the moment, so he relaxed and replied lightly, "No. Will he not lie to Jasmine without changing his expression? Or will he not lie to Jasmine?" Jasmine asked curiously. Su Bei was silent. His eyes moved slightly, looking at Elena, who was watching the excitement on the side, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Jasmine asked me to save someone." "So where is the person?" Elena asked with a smile. Su Bei shook his head. "She probably won't come back, and staying here is of no benefit to her." As soon as Su Bei finished speaking, the space next to the 3 people changed slightly, and a small white foot stepped out of the space without touching the ground. Su Bei's body tensed up immediately, and he subconsciously worried about Jasmine's safety, and was about to stand in front of Jasmine. But the Plague Demon was faster. The Plague Demon fell to the ground, glanced at Su Bei expressionlessly, then sucked his mouth corners with great grievance, and pounced on Jasmine fiercely, pointing his right hand at Su Bei. "He bullied me." Su Bei was stunned. This was not what he had imagined. He thought the Plague Demon wanted to threaten himself with Jasmine's safety. Jasmine caught the Plague Demon that flew over, and quickly rubbed the Plague Demon head to comfort him for a moment, then glanced at Su Bei, narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous look. "No," Su Bei denied. "Plague Demon cried. "He played with my feelings and deceived me." Su Bei was stunned again. In a sense, Plague Demon was indeed right. Very good. Plague Demon has gone further and further on the path of Lolita, and is now a qualified female ghost. Mr. Su Bei, Xiaoye has been injured so badly. How can you still have the heart to torment her and play with her feelings? You bastard. What on earth did you deceive her about? No, Su Bei replied, and hurriedly left the battlefield and ran out of the tent. He kept looking at the Plague Demon outside the tent, his expression tense, not daring to relax his vigilance. After the two sides completely tore their faces apart, Su Bei could not trust Jasmine and the Plague Demon at all. Things became more and more confusing. Inadvertently, Su Bei's cold eyes met the Plague Demon calm eyes, and his breathing became rapid inadvertently. What exactly does the Plague Demon want to do? Why does she come back if she can't eat her own soul? What is she planning? I must be careful. Chapter 278 Thick Blood Vessels. These days, the Plague Demons are calm, but the Plague Continent is turbulent. Only a few strongholds are still inhabited on the entire continent, and the rest of the territory has been taken away by the beasts and classified as their territory. Grace appeared several times, watching the Beast Tide and the Plague Continent, and finally decided to take action. She took action twice in total. The first time she took action was related to the Cyclops. The first time Grace took action, she pointed out with one finger, piercing through the entire defense line of the Beast Tide, and shot the Cyclops' only eyeball blind, warning the Beast Tide not to advance any further. The Cyclops howled in pain and ran back to the ruins of the God War, and the Beast Tide was also forcibly stopped from attacking. The second attack was also related to the Cyclops. When the Cyclops returned from the ruins of the God War again, he held 2 artifact fragments and fought fiercely with Grace. The battle lasted for 3 days, and Grace was beaten and almost captured. So the Beast Tide advanced again. Grace lost her trace. After that, Li Lizzie also appeared twice. One time, he told Su Bei that he was going to run away. Another time, he told Su Bei to run away immediately. Fortunately, Su Bei listened to his advice. After discussing with Luminara, the whole team adopted a guerrilla warfare plan and fled. But how can there be no deaths in war? As more and more people died in the team, the whole team of travelers became more and more silent. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and even Jasmine lost her smile. Early November night. On this day, Fulian, who was free to control her body, took the initiative to find Su Bei after a long time. If you are willing to believe me, I can take you away from this continent. What do you think? Su Bei remained silent. You can bring friends. Any number of them will do. Su Bei turned around, glanced at Fulian, and easily recognized her identity at this time. Fulian looked serious and solemn, and even the night could not cover up her anxiety. What's the matter? Su Bei asked in confusion. Zio said coldly, you know it yourself. Why do you need me to tell you the answer? Hearing this, Su Bei turned around and stopped talking. Seeing Su Bei's indifferent look, Zio was like a woman who was bullied by cold violence. She clenched her fists and said in a deep voice, if you don't run, it will be too late. My intuition tells me that everything is wrong, and wisdom has also warned you so. You don't have to insist on doing it. What are you insisting on? Hearing this, Su Bei turned his head and pointed to the ground. Zio was stunned, and his expression suddenly showed some surprise. He couldn't help but praise, so that's it. Amazing. This is a conspiracy. A sacrifice. And even I was played by the applause. It's hard to imagine how big the monster below will grow once it absorbs so much blood and power. This is a step to God. Even my soul can't protect itself. At this time, Su Bei slowly turned around and asked in confusion, can't he be stopped? This is his plan for thousands of years. Why can you interrupt it on a whim? It's wise to protect yourself. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he is the only oriole. Since you know where the source comes from, why don't you run away? Yes. Why? The answer to this difficult question is something Su Bei can't figure out no matter how hard he thinks. What's the point of guessing the past of the Plague Demon and understanding the conspiracy hidden in the Plague Continent? The Beast Tribe has nothing to do with him. And the Plague Continent has nothing to do with him either. His plan has been fully realized. In this way, he can evacuate with peace of mind and return to the original continent. Is this really the case? Su Bei felt increasingly uneasy, and intermittent guesses kept emerging. making him extremely melancholy. Su Bei sighed, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Run? Take everyone with you." Su Bei took off his blue felt hat and covered his legs with it, clenching his hands tightly around the brim of the hat. On the 3rd day of October, Li Lizi fell beside Su Bei's bed and was seriously injured. That night, there was very little noise, and no one was alarmed. Li Lizi was not stained with holy light or plague, and only had pure physical scars. Her fingers were broken one by one, and her blue magic robe was pierced with more than 10 wounds. The blood solidified and could not be restored. Li Lizi had a series of negative buffs on her head, such as cutting, deepening scars, fatal, bleeding, etc. Su Bei's eyes were not surprised, as if he had guessed it long ago, but he still fell silent because of the scene in front of him. The scene he observed under his inside eyes was even more terrifying. I saw a thick tentacle extending from Li Lizi's head, and the tentacle stretched downward, as if it was connected to the ground. This thick tentacle constantly sucked the vitality from Li Lizi, and Li Lizi's body became visibly shriveled and was about to wither. It could even drain the vitality of a broken god, which showed how terrifying the existence under the ground was. Su Bei was speechless and was about to speak, but Li Lizi's bloody palm pressed against Su Bei's lips, stopping him from continuing to speak. Then Li Lizi smiled slightly and said seriously, "From now on, you use my invitation letter as a transit station. Take all the friends you need to take with you, and don't hesitate. I have built a bridge back to the original continent, so you can return safely." Su Bei gently pushed away Li Lizi's hand, touched the completely broken bones in her soft palm, and asked, "Why you?" Li Lizi smiled. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and for the first time facing Su Bei, she took out the pressure of a god, pushed Su Bei's body away with her aura, and then said seriously, "I'm fine. I'd be fine as long as you run away. Do you understand?" Su Bei repeated the question. "You are the most dangerous from the beginning, right?" Li Lizi was stunned. Su Bei was not stupid. As he understood the truth more and more, he could easily find Li Lizi's abnormal behavior at the beginning. "I should have thought of it earlier." Su Bei's tone was full of self-blame. "It's not your fault. You can't intervene." Li Lizi rarely changed the subject. She knew that Su Bei had no opinions and often took one step at a time and went with the flow. But he was the one who was most likely to get stuck in a dead end. So, Li Lizi responded to the question directly and gave the answer with a smile. "Freedom only came to part of the soul. Grace's soul power is still far from the god, and I am the only god with a complete soul. So he set his sights on me from the beginning. Since I stepped into this continent, I felt the gaze everywhere, and I realized that there are unusual guys on this continent. So I have been avoiding meeting you and using my power, just to prevent myself from being caught or you from being watched by that gaze. I have been on the run for some time, but this continent has restricted me too much. I only need to make a slight move to attract his attention. As you can see, I was still caught. From underground?" "Right," Su Bei replied. Li Lizi's expression froze. It can be seen that she was very shocked, as if she didn't expect Su Bei to be able to explore to this extent. Li Lizi nodded slowly, smiled easily, and said softly, "I probably can't run away, but you will be fine. You are very weak. He won't care whether you are on this continent, because there are enough sacrifices. So, take advantage of this time. You should run quickly. It's better to run now." Su Bei interrupted and asked, "What about you?" Li Lizi smiled and said, "I had foreseen this possibility, so I kept half of my soul with you. It is difficult for gods to die. As long as I have that half of my soul, I can be resurrected at any time. This is my trump card. This is a complete look, as if she is really the omnipotent goddess of wisdom." Hearing this, Su Bei was silent for a long time. After a long time, he asked solemnly, "What about Li Lizi? Wisdom can be resurrected. But what about Li Lizi? At this moment, you are more like Li Lizi, isn't it?" Li Lizi was silent. Chapter 279 tried to rely on me once. Even if wisdom can live, it is just a god soul dominated by divinity. But what about Li Lizi? You have worked so hard for so long, disguised yourself as an adult, learned to mature and grew up. Are you willing to die like this? Are you really willing? There was silence for a long time, with only the sound of the wind and the chirping of cicadas. Suddenly, Su Bei heard intermittent sobbing from an unknown time. Then, the girl screamed hoarsely, "I don't want to." In just a moment, tears burst out of Lili's eyes, and she could no longer maintain her original solemn appearance. "I don't want to be like this. But she is me. She has long been a part of me. She told me what I should do, and what I can do. But she didn't teach me how to do it. How to do it best. It's so hard. It's really hard. Everything is so hard. Even living is so hard." The girl's desire to survive is so strong. But her tone is so low and light that it is almost inaudible. "I couldn't hold on any longer. I'm so scared of dying." "But so what? Even she told me that this was the only way to survive." Finally, Lili's voice almost completely lost. "There's nothing I can do. Because I'm going to die." The wind continued to blow. And the cold wind felt warm on Lili's body, because her body was even colder. It made her feel like she was still alive. "There will be a way." Fortunately, Subei still heard Lili's request. Immediately, a hand stopped on Lili's head. And then Subei's gentle voice sounded. "You won't die. Lili and Wisdom have been working hard, and have helped me many times. This time, let me try." Lili looked up. Blurry eyes could not see the person in front of her. Only knew that day and the night. There was no bright moon and stars in the bottom of her eyes. Only endless darkness. But it seemed as if she saw the bright sun. I saw Subei open the eye of insight, raised his right hand, and grasped the thick tentacle. "Attention. Attention. You have touched the ultimate secret of the plague continent. Due to some special reason, you have touched a power that you should not be able to see. As you move, the eye of insight will adapt to this power. From now on, you can see the soul chains on the heads of the native creatures of the plague continent. You have discovered a terrifying existence with an extremely powerful body. You have discovered the complete plague demon Lin. He is only one step away from being a god. He is a living god on earth and the root of the soul. He noticed you. Attention. A soul chain of the instant death skill has locked you, and will be bound to you in 10 minutes. Attention. The soul chain cannot be escaped, cannot be cancelled, and cannot be broken free. It locks your soul." Subei's eyes condensed, and he held the tentacle with both hands at the same time, and pulled it hard at the same time, trying to break it. "Please let go as soon as possible. Your strength cannot compete with it." Lili's blurred eyes soaked with tears showed shock. She said in disbelief, "How can you see this chain? Let go quickly. He will notice you. This is a fate skill. Once it is judged to be successful, you will really die here. Don't let our efforts go to waste. You must live." It was not only Lili who persuaded Subei in this way, but the Eye of Insight was also using pain to hint Subei to evacuate quickly. At the same time, Jasmine's heart suddenly accelerated and vibrated, constantly stimulating Subei. The body, soul, and reason were all shouting at Subei to let go and run. But Subei just didn't listen. Not only that, Subei could also calmly answer Lili's question. "I have shed your tears, and occasionally share your vision. Besides, it's too late to let go now. He noticed me." Subei knew what he wanted better than anyone else. Just living was not enough for Subei. Lili was speechless. Tears blurred her blurry eyes even more. Even her eyeballs became heavier from crying. Subei's heavy cry was heard again. "Being discovered is exactly what I want. Let me see. What is the ultimate of this continent?" Subei's magic power began to boil, and the violent power instantly overturned the tent. The huge movement at this moment alarmed all the time travelers. At this moment, Subei chanted softly, "The devil is coming! Demon King! All buffs! Gluttony! Lend me your power again! And release the magic weapon! Not enough! Not enough! What power do I have?" Subei's eyes turned and stopped at Elena, who was on guard, and said in a voice transmission, "Elena, lend me your power." Elena was stunned, with an unbelievable light in her eyes, and subconsciously pinched out the holy light embrace with her hands. But her mind was not clear yet. "He is Subei? He is the devil?" At this moment, Elena's cognition collapsed instantly, so much so that she couldn't help but twist her thigh violently, opened her mouth wide, and couldn't close it for a long time. I formed a team with the devil to defeat the devil? What the hell am I defeating?" Elena's head was buzzing. For a moment, Elena looked at Luminera with a guilty look in her eyes. At the same time, Luminera drew out the holy sword, stood at the front of the Traverser team, pointed at Sube and gritted her teeth. It's the devil? Why are you here? Sure enough. You are the one who caused this war? Wait. What are you doing? Is that Lizzie from the Gloucester family? Luminera looked angry and couldn't help but roared. Stop it. Surrender. Or I will be rude? Luminera could feel that the power of the Demon King had almost reached the level of a demigod. So she quickly stopped the other travelers from moving forward, walked up alone, and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level. So what? I'm not standing still. Let me show you. During this period, I've made as much progress as you. Stars. Shine. Sube didn't have time to fight with Luminera. He used up all his strength to grab the tentacle, and the pulling force caused Lizzie to spit blood. This is the most critical stage. Sube stole the poker cards with his teeth, shook his head violently, and threw the fragments of the heavens chain to the crowd. Freedom. Attack. Help me with all your strength, and I will give you the freedom you want from now on. In just a moment, Luminera in complete chanting was forcibly interrupted, and her hands were bound by the chains of the heavens chains, unable to move. Plague demon. What are you waiting for? Are you really waiting for me to make a coffin for you? Are you willing to keep following the rhythm of that man? You are the victim. Buzz. It was a sound faster than the sound of the wind. The next moment, a pair of hands, one big and one small, pressed on the back of Sube's hand. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. The dark clouds changed color, and the ground kept shaking. It seemed that the sky was about to change. Chapter 280 will win. Who is the Demon King? When the travelers arrived at the scene, the Demon King had already appeared there, forcibly holding down the blue-haired Lowly with a violent gesture. At this moment, the scene was very chaotic. The earth shook, the sky was thundering, and lightning flashed through the night sky, reflecting the three figures under the destroyed tent. One was a girl, with black wings spread out behind her, and the mark of the fallen demon clan engraved on her forehead, exuding a powerful demon clan with a high and mighty attitude. Is that guy a fallen demon clan? Why would such a guy sneak into the team of time travelers? Is she a needle that the devil has planted beside the hero? Damn it. What is the devil planning? One is a Lowly, with 9 bend succubus horns on her head, 8 tentacles dancing ferociously on her back, and she exudes supreme power that makes people's souls tremble. Plague demon? Is this a plague demon? How could it be? How could such a dangerous guy sneak into the time travel camp? What is the devil going to do? A man wearing the armor of a demon king, with demonic energy radiating wantonly, holding an evil demon sword, cold and terrifying. Demon King. That's the Demon King. The Demon King actually sneaked into the team of travelers? Who is he? Whose tent is that? What is he going to do? At this time, Elena's eyes moved, retreated behind everyone, and used the voice-changing skill to change her own voice, and made a rough male voice. That's Sube's tent. I saw him kill our pharmacist Sube with my own eyes, and instigated his power. This was the only thing Elena could do for Sube, to whitewash Sube's identity, and separate Sube from the Demon King. Everyone present was in a state of anger, except for Jasmine and others who leaned against each other. Jasmine had seen Sube like this, but she didn't know that it was the Demon King armed forces. Nor did she know that Sube was the Demon King. Fortunately, in Jasmine's heart, Sube's identity was not important. As long as Sube was always her Mr. Sube, it didn't matter. Xiaomi Zhou initially took a fighting stance, and this hostility was initially directed at the Demon King. But after feeling the familiar aura of the other party, he withdrew it. He is Sube. He is Sube. He is Sube. Important things should be emphasized 3 times. But why do I still have hostility towards him? Xiaomi Zhou fell into confusion for the first time. And it was Elena who felt Xiaomi Zhou feeling most clearly. He is Sube. I know his character very well. Even if he is a Demon King, he will not be a bad person. But why do I want to kill him? Elena clenched her palms. After being confused, this strange cognition kept emerging in her mind, making her doubt herself for the first time. Why can't I control my emotions? Thinking, Elena turned back and looked at Luminera. Just like she naturally liked the hero, she also had natural malice towards the Demon King. Just like the white and black in the world. Like an unbreakable fate. Is the Demon King destined to be evil? In the past, Elena believed it without a doubt. Now she not only confronted this idea, but also began to think about where this cognition came from. Malice is the only thought of most time travelers. After Elena revealed that the Demon King had killed Su Bei, the malice reached its peak at this moment. Those three people. Are they going to destroy us? Who are you looking down on? You bastard. At this time, infinite light burst out from Luminara body, and countless gods' auras flowed through her body. Gods! Look at me! Luminara held the holy sword, dragged the heaven's chain with the power of the gods, and swung a full-strength sword at Su Bei. I will kill you. I promise. On the other side, the atmosphere on Su Bei's side was completely different from that on the side of the Traverser. He immediately sent a message to Jasmine and the other two, asking them not to reveal their identities no matter what. Soon, Su Bei no longer cared about Jasmine's situation. The moment Su Bei touched the soul chain, his soul perspective penetrated the earth and continued to sink, as if falling into an endless abyss. The next moment, the first big hand touched Su Bei. You have guts. This was the first comment after freedom appeared. With the strength of a 4th level ability user and a 3-pattern word spirit warrior, facing a transcendent being who has already embarked on the path of ascending to the godhood. Even if it was just facing one of his skills, this was an action that Zio could not even think of. Even if Su Bei and Wisdom cooperated to plot against 1/10 of her soul, Zio did not think that their combination could pose any threat to her body, and the owner of this skill could threaten Zio's body. What a pity. This was the second word Zio said. To try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm is to overestimate one's own strength. In the future, Su Bei might also be able to reach this level, but if he participated in this level of battle too early, he would only face destruction. It can only be described as a pity. Fortunately, although Zio was not optimistic about Su Bei, she still used all her strength. Not enough. I can only remove the limitation of his skill and make this soul chain lose contact with the main body. It can only last for 1 minute at most. The moment his hand pressed on the back of Su Bei's hand, Zio's face turned pale instantly, and the black wings behind him were visibly decayed. The next moment, a pair of petite hands pressed on the back of Fulian's hand. This was the most hopeful time that the plague demon could see, and she knew that she had to seize this opportunity no matter what. She wanted to win. She wanted to win more than anyone else. She was the one who wanted to defeat the guy the most. Men are so annoying. They always hit my soft spot by accident. You won't let me lose this time. Right? I give you my life. You must beat him. The plague demon released her form before she spoke, and with every word she said, the breath in her body became more and more violent, until the last sentence was finished. The plague demon, real body descended, transformed into an indescribable polymer covered with tentacles, and it was even impossible to see her original petite lowly body. I will resist his rule power. Take advantage of now. If we just use brute force against brute force, there may be a chance. The three of them worked together, and the chaotic light spots in their palms continued to spread. And they actually pulled the tentacle locked on Lilizi's head out of a considerable arc. But even if the three of them worked together, it seemed that they still couldn't completely tear off the tentacle. At the same time, the native word spirit warriors of the plague continent kept coming. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Su Bei could clearly see that they had the same tentacles on their heads. Looking down from the sky, the entire plague continent was like a puppet show, and the time travelers were like actors who had strayed into a theater, getting deeper and deeper, until they could not get out. At this time, Su Bei's heart was beating violently. Su Bei looked sideways, met Jasmine's worried eyes, and could clearly see the words she shouted with her lips slightly moving. Mr. Su Bei, will you be okay? Seeing Jasmine clenching her palms, but unable to do anything, Su Bei opened his mouth and shouted silently, Don't worry. I will win. Chapter 281 Soul Cage. Gluttony. Magic weapon released. This is Su Bei's last card. Relying on the power that Gluttony has recovered during this period, he borrowed the power of Gluttony's original body before his death again. Hellhound. It's okay, brother. My power should be used at times like this. Beating such a being is also my highlight moment. I can even write it in the history of magic weapons to show off. Bang. With a sound, the energy accumulated by Gluttony hit Su Bei's chest, and the violent force supported Su Bei's breath again, forcibly raising Su Bei to the level of demigod. At this moment, apart from the power of rules, Su Bei's panel data is not weaker than that of a traditional demigod. At the same time, The power of gluttony materialized, and the shadow of the three-headed dog of hell was reflected behind Su Bei. "Open it for me!" A low roar sounded in Su Bei's throat, and the tentacles trembled wildly under this force. Wally Lizzie under the tentacles looked pale, and the tears in her eyes could not dry up no matter what. She saw that Su Bei's hair was already white. "You will die." The terrible pressure made all the travelers retreat. There was only one exception. Luminara's sword had almost reached its peak at this time. "Kill Su Bei for the sword in his hand? I have another sword here. Why don't you come and grab it?" Su Bei didn't care about Luminara at all. His momentum also reached its peak at this moment, and waiting another second would be a decline. At this time, Su Bei whispered, "Die together," without leaving any spare strength. Su Bei directly burned 80% of the blood in his body, bringing the power of this move to its peak. Su Bei's palms burned with deep black flames, and at the same time, wrinkles appeared on Su Bei's face. The tentacles tightly held in his palms danced wildly, as if they had sensed something, and became even more violent and chaotic. With a bang, the tentacles broke. The sky changed. At the same time, Luminara's sword fell. Rumble, 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 rumble. "Mr. Su Bei!" No one noticed that a petite figure rushed out at an unreasonable speed and blocked the sword light. This was the only thing Jasmine thought she could do for Su Bei, even if Su Bei repeatedly stressed that she was not allowed to take action. How could she resist? "Jasmine likes Mr. Su Bei the most," Jasmine murmured, smiling slightly. Jasmine stood in front of the sword light, blocking the small inch of sword light in front of Su Bei with her petite body, revealing a satisfied smile. She forced herself to listen to Mr. Su Bei, but her brain was out of control in an instant, and her feet moved for no reason. In an instant, Jasmine naturally stepped into the 4th level, and a very critical space skill emerged in her mind. She stood behind Su Bei, and took a deep breath to support her body, trying to block more sword light. The moment the tentacles broke, the sword light fell. Rumble, 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 rumble. At this time, everyone's eyes were only a dazzling light. They could not see any color except pure white with their eyes open. And even with their eyes closed, there was only white. It lasted for a full 30 breaths. The breaking of the tentacles did not cause any special movement. But after the tentacles broke, the plague continent changed in an instant. After 30 breaths, the white light dissipated. The earth was devastated, and the remains of the tent and Su Bei had disappeared. The travelers looked around in confusion and were suddenly stunned. They saw countless word spirit warriors gathered around, staring at the travelers, like hungry ogres looking at delicious food. "What are you going to do? We are allies." The travelers began to panic, and even Luminara began to lose her temper and began to doubt everything she saw. What on earth happened? No one could see the tentacles on the heads of the residents of the plague continent, and no one knew that they were puppets being manipulated at this moment. The eyes of the word spirit warriors flashed with dim light, staring at everyone with unfriendly eyes, and gradually approached. At the same time, the beast tide broke out again. The Cyclops held 2 artifacts, led all the beasts and the undead kings, and surrounded the word spirit warriors in a large encirclement, trying to catch everyone in one fell swoop. "Alas, after this job, I will go home. I don't owe you anything." The army is approaching, like a swarm of locusts. Further out, at the border of the original plate of the plague continent, at the end of the beast tide, countless tentacles suddenly sprang out from the ground. The tentacles rushed straight to the sky, with their fangs and claws, carrying the indestructible solid characteristics, slowly closing towards the interior of the plague continent. The undead king who was holding on to the rear curiously touched the tentacles, and in just a moment his soul was sucked into pieces, and his flesh was crushed by the tentacles and turned into nutrients. No creature can resist this terrifying power, not even the most powerful beast king. The tentacles encircled the entire plague continent, turning it into an inescapable cage. At the same time, all the travelers on this continent suddenly heard a huge voice in their minds, like a god issuing a sacred will from above. "Stupid and tiny weak creatures, lamentable and pathetic people, you made me lose my most precious soul. I am angry. I am disappointed. I will use everything you have to make up for my loss. From now on, try your best to escape. Just run away. Use your dying struggle to perform a comedy for me, to make up for my disappointment. No one can escape. No one. This is a sacrifice in billions. The final outcome is that no one survived. At the same time, at the entrance of the God War ruins, a hand appeared out of thin air in the air. And then the space flickered, revealing the figures of Su Bei and his group. The group stopped at the entrance of the space crack and stopped. No life form that comes to the plague continent can compete with that man. Not even the strange holy light. He can be regarded as a false god in this continent. The plague demon said bitterly. If there is a way to deal with him, perhaps it can only be here. Freedom nodded and said slowly, this is the only chance of survival I can observe. As he said this, Freedom showed a distressed expression. I don't know when she would be in the same camp with the Demon King and Li Lizzie temporarily. If Freedom knew, he would definitely destroy her soul and nurture a new soul. On the side, Li Lizzie sighed when she heard this. This only chance of survival is not even 1%. 1,000. Maybe 1 billion. It is almost impossible to do. Su Bei remained silent. He held the hand of the slightly confused Jasmine and stepped forward without thinking. At this time, he slowly spoke. Fortunately, I have always been challenging the limit. But this time it is more extreme. Don't worry. I will win. And I have always been winning. Chapter 282, Their Own Development. The Ruins of the War of Gods. Inside the space crack, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, slowly moved forward in the dark corridor. In this boundless space, the figures of the 3 people were like a leg hair on a lowly's body. If you don't get close and observe carefully, you can't see it clearly. Everything around is chaotic, without form and consciousness. Su Bei lowered his head to look at the environment, and saw waves of dark ripples at the point of force under his feet, as if he was stepping on soft jelly. On his left was Jasmine. At this moment, Jasmine was raising all kinds of doubts. So he is the plague demon? Is he your real name? How did you and Mr. Su Bei know each other? Are you friends? Are you really Mr. Su Bei's master? And what? Who was that little girl with blue hair just now? Is she close to Mr. Su Bei? What happened to Fulian? Why did she suddenly become a different person? Too many confusions kept circling in Jasmine's mind. And now she was finally able to ask them all at once. After all, before leaving, Su Bei took off the blue felt hat on his head, covered Li Lizie's head in front of Jasmine, and said, "Don't get caught again." This scene undoubtedly shocked Jasmine. Mr. Su Bei, are you going to be pried away by that blue loli? Thinking of this, Jasmine subconsciously looked at her body, and for the first time, she resisted growing up. Does Mr. Su Bei really like Lolita so much? On Jasmine's left-hand side is the plague demon, who stands a little away from Su Bei, holding Jasmine's hand and answering Jasmine's questions. I am a plague demon, but not completely. Itsai is not my real name, but I can't tell you my real name. He and I are not friends. Not really. I am not his master either. I am not qualified to be his teacher. The one with blue hair? You mean that guy? When answering this question, Plague Demon hesitated for a long time and almost said the shocking words that Li Lizzie told Su Bei. But somehow, Plague Demon saw that Jasmine was very concerned, and suddenly changed his words. Go ask it yourself. Go ask the other guy too. Then Plague Demon pointed at Su Bei and threw all the questions to Su Bei. At this time, Su Bei did not pay attention to the conversation between the 2 people next to him, but fell into thinking, walking forward in silence. As for Fulian and Li Lizzie, they were not in the team. As for why this situation came about, this requires moving the time forward half an hour. Su Bei's thoughts continued to diverge. Half an hour ago, Su Bei pulled the confused Jasmine towards the God War ruins, and suddenly froze, turned his head, and asked strangely, You? Aren't you coming together? The entrance to the God War ruins is at the border of the plague continent, and the tentacle cage is closing. This means that if you don't take advantage of this time to enter the God War ruins, you will be trapped in the plague continent forever until you die. Hearing this, Li Lizzie shook her head and sighed. I can't get close to that area. Su Bei stood quietly, not actively asking the reason, but Li Lizzie caught Su Bei's eyebrow-raising action. So she explained, there are countless gods who died in the War of Gods, many of whom are my mortal enemies. Hearing this, Zio pointed to the plague demon beside him and continued. It's very simple logic. Even this little guy is so hard to kill, let alone the gods. Death is the end for lower life forms. But it is just a state for us. How presumptuous of you. The plague demon who was pointed at showed some dissatisfaction, and wanted to interrupt, but thought that she couldn't beat freedom now. So she turned her head to the side. She spat in a low voice. Evil beast. Fortunately, freedom did not argue with the plague demon, but continued to say, once the two of us get close to the ruins of the God War, we will attract various gods to test us. And the turmoil caused may even be enough to start the next God War. After the two finished talking, the plague demon looked at Subei's gaze, sighed, and began to explain. You know my situation. My body and soul are imprisoned here, and I can't leave. Subei nodded and didn't say much. So he took Jasmine's hand and walked towards the space crack. We really can't enter the God War ruins. But, at this time, Lilizi suddenly spoke, turned her head to look at the plague demon, smiled and said, your problem is actually easy to solve. Lilizi looked at Freedom. Freedom was an expert in this area. It was not difficult for Freedom to let the plague demon leave the plague continent. Freedom did not answer Lilizi's question immediately, but looked at Subei first and asked, you keep your word, right? Obviously, Freedom was still a little uneasy, and the benefits she got had not been fulfilled. Subei realized that the question Freedom asked was about returning her freedom. So he looked at Lilizi again. Subei could control Freedom, but he could not do it to return freedom. Freedom is controlled by Lilizi's rule power. So a strange scene happened. 3 people stood in 3 places, following the gaze of the previous person to the next person, and fell into a strange silence. Lilizi's eyes turned back and forth, and suddenly looked at the sky, her eyes rolling, thinking that the two of them had plotted against freedom with their own abilities. Why should they let each other go and give each other freedom? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The two of them are mortal enemies. But if Subei broke his promise at this time, Freedom would probably never help the plague demon even if he died. If Subei and Jasmine were to go to the God War ruins, the risk factor would be too high. After a long silence, Lilizi was the first to break the weird atmosphere. She sighed, nodded, and said helplessly, it's so spicy. I will fulfill my promise to you. After some operations, such a team was temporarily formed. Thinking of this, Subei gradually withdrew his thoughts. Subei, Jasmine, and the plague demon, they went on an exploration journey to the God War ruins. Outside the God War ruins, Lilizi sat at the entrance of the God War ruins, flipping through the records in the diary. After Subei left, Zio made a promise not to harm Fuyan's body and return to her soul, and then left without saying goodbye. Lilizi was left alone sitting quietly. The gentle wind blew on her quiet face, blowing the pages of the notebook in Lilizi's hand, showing the contents one by one. That was the message that Wisdom left for her before he lost consciousness. When necessary, Subei must be allowed to enter the God War ruins. The time and space of the God War ruins are chaotic and uncertain, and everyone who enters it encounters different situations. Some people who enter the God War ruins will die within 3 days, while others can get the favor of the gods and ascend to heaven in 1 step. Its existence is like a huge blind box, and the only chip to be bet is life. The last page of the notebook records such content. The God War ruins is a multiple-choice question for everyone. But for Subei, this is a must-answer question that cannot be avoided. Closing the diary, Lilizi couldn't help showing some worry. Before Subei left, the image of a man with white hair always lingered in her mind. Subei's vitality was seriously devoured by the plague demon, and this consumption was irreversible. Even if he inherited the power of the devil, such a loss was still more serious for him. And not only that, Lilizi looked up, watching the tentacles of the continent's border gradually closing, and kept calculating. At this rate, I'm afraid that in less than half a year, the cage will be completely closed. By then, even she would have nowhere to escape. Of course, if Lilizi wanted to escape at this time, she could run away because she broke free from the shackles. It was difficult for her to be restrained at this moment, but she couldn't run, because Subei was judged to have succeeded by the Fate Skill Soul Chain. Fortunately, the judgment time was fixed at the moment when Subei entered the God War ruins, and it would not be activated for the time being. According to the judgment effective time, once Subei returned to the plague continent, he would be immediately attacked by the Soul Chain. In other words, the problem Subei faces is very unsolvable. He must find a way to fight against the plague demon in half a year, and he must be able to block the Soul Chain, a fatal skill, at the moment of return. Each of these 2 questions is a difficult problem that ordinary people will find difficult to solve in their lifetime. But Su Bei only has half a year. The time left for Su Bei is so short. Can he really do it? Li Lizzie held up the blue felt hat that was about to be blown away by the wind. Closed the notebook. And sighed softly. If it really comes to a point where it cannot be solved, then she is the last guarantee. So, she cannot escape. I will win. Right? Li Lizzie asked herself. Border of Plague Continent. Freedom right hand rested on the tentacles. And the palm of his hand, and the tentacles kept colliding. And the aura generated kept shattering the ground and tearing the space. After a moment, Freedom slowly opened his eyes, and asked himself doubtfully. If I tell myself that there is a very delicious false god soul here, will I come to kill this guy personally? As soon as she asked the question, she laughed, thinking about when she would start to plot against herself. But it wasn't a plot. She just thought that if she could get the complete soul of the plague demon, her injuries would be at least 50% recovered. It is feasible. But the chances are slim. Although I am reckless, I am not stupid. I may find something fishy. Fortunately, although the false god can threaten my safety, it is only a trivial threat. I won't take this difficulty to heart. After all, I was once an innate god who fought my way out of countless wars between gods. Thinking of this, Li Lizzie's freed soul was stripped away, and he punched the tentacles in an instant. On this day, the ground of the plague continent was constantly turbulent, and a corner of the sky was torn apart, revealing a little clarity. At the moment when Li Lizzie punched, the ground in the center of the plague continent slowly cracked, revealing a huge vertical pupil. In the center of the vertical pupil sat a man, dressed in white, with a delicate face and a solemn expression. He thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't do it. She has the mark of the original body on her body. If she is killed, it will attract the attention of that person. She is a god who has never died. I am not her opponent. In that case, let her go. After thinking about it, the man closed his eyes. At the same time as he closed his eyes, the huge vertical pupils slowly closed and gathered his body. The camp of the travelers. Those word spirit warriors came quickly and left quickly. The moment Su Bei and his group disappeared, their eyes regained clarity, and they greeted the travelers with laughter and chat. This scene made Luminara shudder. What happened? Uneasy. This was the most uneasy Luminara had ever felt. They seemed to be caught in an extremely huge conspiracy. Will they die? No. They will win. Luminara gritted her teeth and clenched the holy sword in her hand. In the past 18 years, she has only lost once. And she will only lose once. In Elena tent, Xiaomi Zhou grabbed Elena Nun's uniform and shook it constantly, asking anxiously, Silly Ro dear, what should we do? Don't make noise. I'm thinking. Elena frowned and held down Xiaomi Zhou's dangling hands. When Su Bei was not around, she was always the one who made decisions. And this time was no exception. Elena thought carefully, and suddenly felt a huge gust of wind. Su Bei, gone. Emily, gone. Fu Lian, gone. Bang. With a sound, a huge black shadow was shot up from outside the tent, like a human-shaped cannonball hitting Elena's arms. Bang. The huge noise scared Xiaomi Zhou. But then Xiaomi Zhou widened his eyes, pointed at the little man in Elena's arms, and stammered. What is that? Elena rubbed her aching lower back and looked down. Flynn? Wait. Is it Flynn? Elena sat up in fear, and her thoughts became more confused. Flynn is the main wanted target of the time travelers. If other people discover Flynn's existence, the three of them will be in trouble. While Elena was thinking, Xiaomi Zhou also fell into deep thought. Xiaomi Zhou thought that Fulian was called back by her, and kept repeating, Su Bei is gone. Jasmine is gone. He tried to call back another person with this spell, but Xiaomi Zhou waited for a long time, but did not see another humanoid missile flying over, and he was visibly disappointed. That night, it was dark and windy. Elena carried the unconscious Fulian on her back and took Xiaomi Zhou away from the Traverser team, wandering alone in the Plague Continent. But now the Plague Continent has long been occupied by the beasts. This is a tribe whose brains are dominated by beasts, and they will not allow themselves to let go of these three beautiful girls. This is also a challenge for Elena and others. Chapter 283 Jasmine Great Crisis. In the dark corridor, Jasmine, who couldn't let go of the question after thinking about it, finally poked Su Bei's waist with a finger and couldn't help asking, So Mr. Su Bei, Who is that little girl with blue hair? Su Bei was brought back to his senses by this finger, and blurted out without thinking too much. Lily Z. Who is Lily Z? Jasmine frowned and murmured, holding her chin and searching for the name in her mind. Suddenly, Jasmine's hair jumped, and she blinked in confusion. Hey! The daughter of the Russell family. The Duke of Gloucester. Who is said to have never attended any event in her true appearance. Su Bei was confused for a moment, then nodded. Probably. This series of prefixes is really difficult to pronounce, and this is the most inconspicuous title of Lilizi. So when Su Bei first heard it, he couldn't remember it for a while. How did Mr. Su Bei know the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester? Emily approached Su Bei and asked suspiciously. The magic tower. And when Elena family had an accident. We met when we were handing over the gifts for apology. Su Bei recalled his past memories and answered calmly. So early. Jasmine's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking that Mr. Su Bei had been with Jasmine all this time. But he still had time to hook up with little Lolita. Which was incredible. If this goes on, Mr. Su Bei will really hook up with many girls inexplicably. Are you close? Jasmine asked inquiringly. I think so. Su Bei nodded. Molly puffed her cheeks and stared at Su Bei. Even the plague demon had noticed how unstable Molly's mood was. But Mr. Su Bei was completely unaware of how heavy the atmosphere was. Instead, he kept looking at the passage and thinking about the information about the God War ruins. So Mr. Su Bei really likes Loli. Molly suddenly mentioned it again. Su Bei was stunned, and finally turned his head and looked at Molly, looking at Jasmine's slightly deliberate smile. Su Bei smiled and rubbed Jasmine's head, denying, it's a rumor. Will Mr. Su Bei bring Lilizi with him in the future? No. Really? Probably. Then you're not sure? Probably not. While chatting, Su Bei suddenly turned his head and asked curiously, why do you keep asking about Lilizi? When Jasmine thought that Mr. Su Bei had also done the same thing to others, she felt as if she had encountered a huge crisis. Isn't this a betrayal? Jasmine bit her finger. As soon as the possibility of Mr. Su Bei will like someone else appeared in her mind, she began to have a myocardial infarction. So Su Bei's heart suddenly tightened. Su Bei touched his chest in confusion, looking left and right, not knowing where the source was, and watching Mr. Su Bei's slow movements. Jasmine couldn't help but clench her fist to cheer herself up. It seems that she really has to take the initiative. Mr. Su Bei has become a hot commodity, surrounded by all kinds of Lolas. But Jasmine is only 15 years old. Can she really do it? Jasmine held her face, and the more she thought about it, the redder her ears became. She thought of some embarrassing things inadvertently, and even her head was a mess. She wanted to close her eyes and not associate. In the end, Jasmine couldn't help but keep poking Su Bei's back to attack, and shouted, so it's all Mr. Su Bei's fault. Huh? Su Bei turned around in confusion. However, what greeted him was Jasmine's violent poking attack. So Su Bei couldn't help but speed up his pace of retreat, and asked in confusion, are you crazy again? Crazy. 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 Mr. Su Bei only knows how to be crazy. You are a big fool who knows nothing. Jasmine shouted, stopped attacking, trotted forward, took the initiative to hold Mr. Su Bei's arm, and her tone suddenly returned to the gentleness of the past. She turned her head and said gently, anyway, you are wrong. So I will punish you to hold my hand for this journey. If you leave me behind again, Mr. Su Bei will be finished. Did you hear it? The tone was not only gentle, but also seemed to be mixed with a little severity, which just concealed a slight tremor in the tone. Su Bei was stunned, feeling a soft right hand on the inside of his arm. The little hand trembled slightly with a little uneasiness, and suddenly realized something. Maybe she was scared? Yes. The difficulties encountered along the way were so dangerous, and it was reasonable to be afraid. Jasmine is just a child. Thinking of this, Su Bei loosened his hand slightly, so that Jasmine could hold tighter. Immediately, Su Bei said gently, I know. Looking at Jasmine's face looking to the other side, her hair swaying happily, and her long white hair fluttering in the wind. Su Bei suddenly froze, and looked away a little uncomfortable. Unconsciously, Jasmine gradually became less like a child, exuding the unique attraction and charm of a girl. Like a flower bud, the snow-white jasmine slowly bloomed, opening its pure white petals. Su Bei forced herself to withdraw her thoughts, and suddenly thought of something. She took the initiative to hook her other hand towards the plague demon and asked, "Where will we go later?" The plague demon rolled his eyes. The plague demon, who witnessed everything happening in front of her, said that now she just wanted to wash her eyes. You know, there was a man who approached her more gently than Su Bei, and the result was the current situation. This caused the plague demon to be very unimpressed with the words men and gentleness, and even had some resistance. Disgusting. So disgusting. The plague demon turned his eyes away from Su Bei's gaze and explained, "I don't know. The God War ruins is a piece of continental fragments after the God War, and there are hundreds of such fragments. Everyone who passes through the space crack encounters a different situation. The laws, time, space, order, and even common sense here are all in chaos. And the power is completely disordered and irrational. So the situations that each person will encounter are completely different. It mainly depends on which fallen god wants to guide you, or which god you are more compatible with." At this point, the plague demon paused for a moment and said without thinking, "According to common sense, there is no need to think about it. It should be wisdom that guides you. Right? After all, as far as I know, wisdom seems to have died in the War of Gods, and his body fell inside the ruins of the War of Gods." Su Bei nodded, saying, "Maybe." The conversation ended. The plague demon followed the two of them, approached Jasmine, looked at her blushing face and lowered her head to look at her toes, and sighed in boredom. Why is this happening? Why did Jasmine, who was so attracted to her, completely change into someone else's shape? Damn it. The three of them walked step by step, and in about 5 minutes they had walked through the corridor. The three of them looked up, looked at the light curtain in front of them, and said at the same time, "We're here. We're here." The three of them passed through the space crack. In just a moment, the surroundings lit up, but only slightly. The surrounding environment was dim, and the moonlight was shining. There were broken walls and ruins all around. 9 ordinary iron tools were inserted in the ruins in a mess, with rust on them. It seemed to be a sword tomb. Su Bei looked around, frowned and sighed. It was either good or bad luck. Luckily, this should be a low-level battlefield, not involving the power of gods. Judging from the traces of the battle and the form of power, the two sides of the battle should not have touched the rules. That is to say, there is no danger. At least it is difficult to die. The bad thing is that there is no power that Su Bei needs here, and he can't get any improvement. So wandering here will not help Su Bei at all. Wait, feeling that his right arm suddenly became light, Su Bei turned his head in surprise, and his brows suddenly frowned. Jasmine is gone. Not only Jasmine, but also the plague demon is gone. Su Bei frowned, thought carefully, and muttered to himself, "Jasmine and I entered the light curtain at the same time, but we were forcibly separated after entering the light curtain. There is only one possibility. Either I was chosen by a certain god, or Jasmine was chosen by a certain god. But Jasmine is the real body of the Demon King. Could it be me?" Su Bei looked around, revealing an increasingly puzzled expression. Looking at the structure of the environment, it doesn't seem like this is a wise arrangement. So, who is it? Su Bei opened his eyes of insight, carefully scanned everything around him, and was suddenly stunned. His eyes of insight saw it. He saw the obvious message on the sword tomb in front. Tomb of the Beast Sword Master Zhu Pei. Note, approaching this place will inspire the dead souls here. Note, this place has a divine ban, which prohibits all forces that exist in the form of energy. Only pure swordsmanship can be used to fight. Note, only the winner can make it to the end. Note, go forward and you will get everything you want to know. Swordsmanship? Su Bei frowned in confusion. He never knew any swordsmanship, and he used any sword based on his feelings. Relying on his innate talent, Su Bei can always draw the sword at the same rhythm as others, so he can be invincible. But facing a genius with excellent swordsmanship, such as Luminera, he had no way to deal with it. Then what level is the swordsmanship of Sword Saint Zhu Pei at? Why should I get in touch with swordsmanship? Su Bei didn't know. Su Bei walked forward calmly and touched the sword tomb. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing one side. After the plague demon stepped into the light curtain, he suddenly felt extremely cold. When he opened his eyes, he saw an ocean, and there was only a small sailboat for the plague demon to step on. Plague demon, looking around, he could not see any trace of Su Bei and Jasmine. So he frowned. Strange. Logically, the three of us entered the light curtain at the same time, and we should not be separated. But I didn't feel any trace of Su Bei and Jasmine. In other words, either the two of them were chosen by the gods, or I was chosen by the gods. Is it possible that I was chosen by the gods? Plague demon? I don't know. She only knew that she was in trouble. This sea area was completely out of her control, and she couldn't feel any soul power here. It was as if her soul power was suppressed. Her rule power, which far exceeded that of a demigod, was suppressed like a young girl meeting a mature queen. Except for the cuteness, she was completely defeated in every aspect. This made the plague demon make an inference without thinking. I was chosen by the gods? Which god? What should I do? The plague demon was confused, looking at the oars on the sailboat, lifted them up and put them in front of his eyes, and kept looking at them. Immediately, the plague demon gritted his teeth and said viciously, "This damn god. Is he going to let me conquer the stars and the sea with this broken thing? Evil beast. I wonder who dares to say you are not an evil beast." The plague demon sighed. "Forget it. Since you are playing this trick, I can only obey." She also knew that complaining was useless, so she raised the oar and paddled with her thin arms, aimlessly. On the other side, Jasmine sat on a piece of grass, looking at the empty palm of her hand, smelling the faint licorice aroma on it, stunned and speechless. "Liar! Liar, 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 liar! You left Jasmine down again, Mr. Su Bei. You, a big, stupid idiot!" Jasmine puffed up her lips and looked at everything around her with wide eyes. "So what's going on? Where is this?" Jasmine slowly stood up and walked forward. Suddenly, she was stunned and showed some vigilance. Duh. The heavy iron boots stepped on the lawn, and the heels fell to the soil, making a heavy collision sound. You can tell that the person is heavy. But this was instantly overturned by Jasmine after she saw the specific appearance of the person approaching. A woman walked over from in front of Jasmine. She was very slim, but not tall. Only about 1.55 meters. Only about 5 centimeters taller than Jasmine. She moved skillfully, breathed long, and had a strong and bold look in her eyes. She had the same calm temperament as Luminera, but her personality seemed to be completely opposite. She should be taciturn, not like to laugh, and often worried. Right? These were Jasmine's first impressions of her. But when Jasmine and the other person looked at each other completely, she stopped on the spot and asked incredulously, Hey, who are you?" She would never mistake this person's appearance. She could vaguely see that the other person had long flowing hair, a quivering hair that kept trembling with her steps, a malnourished chest, and a sword that was very similar to gluttony. "Are you Jasmine Law's sister?" The other party slowly raised his head, shook his head, looked at Jasmine with pity, and answered, "I am the previous Demon King. You can call me Chun." Not only are the figures similar, but the voices are also very similar. This made Jasmine completely confused, and she couldn't help but wonder, "Are you Jasmine's sister?" Chun frowned tightly, looking puzzled, and couldn't help asking, "Why are you so stupid? How did you survive these 2 years?" Jasmine was stunned, and didn't know how to answer for a while. The scene fell into silence, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Chapter 284 Different Encounters from All Sides. Sword Tomb. When it comes to swordsmanship and sword skills, Su Bei's thoughts are instantly pulled back to a year ago. At that time, he was arranged by the academy to go to the magic tower because of his strength. It is said that as long as you pass 5 levels, you can open a treasure chest and get a powerful sword skill that can be awakened. But Su Bei couldn't open a god treasure chest even after opening the magic tower. Without thinking too much, Su Bei is sure that it was Li Lizi who stole it. But why did Li Lizi do this? Perhaps the answer is hidden here by Li Lizi. Su Bei held Gluttony in his hand, walked forward calmly, and stepped into the range of the sword tomb. "Brother, you haven't pulled me out of the scabbard for too long. This time, let's perform the exciting combination skills again." Su Bei said nothing and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, his steps stopped. He felt pressure, aura, the sharp sword energy, silent oppression. In the blink of an eye, light and shadows flashed on the remains of the sword tomb. In a moment, a humanoid beast with green fangs on the corners of his lips and a ferocious face stood on the sword tomb. Closing his eyes to rest, he leaned against the sword tomb, holding a rusty iron sword, and said nothing. Su Bei drew his sword and stepped forward, swinging it at the beast-man swordmaster Zhu Pei. Clang! Su Bei was stunned, looking at the glutton flying out of his hand. Speechless. What the hell? Brother, didn't you eat? You didn't hold me tightly, Gluttony exclaimed. Su Bei could feel that the beast-man swordmaster Zhu Pei only used the purest skills. Although he did the same, his synchronization characteristics with the opponent were still in effect. Caught up? But couldn't catch up? This was the first time that Su Bei met an opponent who could rely on his skill and strength to pick up his weapon with one sword. Seeing the beast sword Saint Zhu Pei, who slashed at him with a sword again, Su Bei quickly retreated and left the range of the sword tomb. Fortunately, the mechanism here is still humane, and the soul body will not leave the range of the sword tomb, which gave Su Bei countless opportunities to try and make mistakes. Su Bei withdrew to a safe range with an expressionless face, bent down to pick up Gluttony, opened the Eye of Insight, and observed the opponent's information. Beast Sword Saint Zhu Pei. Sword Saint Sword Art Tong Xinjian, from the Heart God Master, Beast, Life Experience. Zhu Pei was born in a small village in the Beast tribe. He was the lowest beast warrior, with his love for swords and unparalleled talent. He was promoted smoothly all the way, created the sword art of bone breaking, and finally became a sword saint, making a great name in ancient times. Note, Zhu Pei once said, in terms of skills, anyone who sees me can hardly hold the sword in my hand. Even gods. Note, a god once learned bone breaking from Zhu Pei. Note, Zhu Pei has a unique understanding of swordsmanship. He can see the weakest point of the opponent's sword. Powerful. Very powerful. This is Su Bei's evaluation of Zhu Pei. So, how can Su Bei, who has only learned various professional skills and has no swordsmanship foundation, defeat Zhu Pei? Su Bei doesn't know. He only knew that he had no choice but to move forward. In the middle of the sea, a small boat was drifting, unmanned. Where was the driver? Looking down from the sky, one could see the plague demon had already thrown the oars aside, lying in the middle of the boat in a big letter, murmuring weakly, evil, beast, god, Ming, completely rotten. The plague demon, who had lost his power, only had the basic panel of his body left, and his strength was about equal to that of a 10-year-old lowly. Or even worse. How could she row the boat? Plague demon. I suspected that this training was a bad taste of the gods, and the purpose was to make her die of exhaustion. Damn it. Damn it. You are definitely a man. Definitely. Plague demon sighed, and suddenly sat up from the boat. She remembered. She had drifted from the ocean to the plague continent, seen dead bodies, and learned the soul forging method from their bodies. The environment at that time seemed to be such a sea. At that time, the plague demon did not understand, nor did she know why she met death. Now she understands. Meeting is also a destiny choice. But how can I find you again in the vast ocean? What do you want to tell me? The plague demon sighed, and suddenly lay down again, muttering, I'm so tired. I'd better give up. I'm starving. I really want to eat a delicious soul to fill my stomach. At this time, the plague demon saw Su Bei's face in his mind, and he couldn't help licking the corner of his lips. The corners of his mouth drooled shamefully. Now that Su Bei's blue felt hat has been returned to wisdom, is there a possibility that I can secretly bite off a piece of it to taste it? You should know that all the people in the plague continent are inscribed based on the soul of that man. So they are naturally planted with soul chains and become that man's puppets. Su Bei is different. He is a plague demon. He cut his own soul and planted it in the other's soul, intending to keep it for himself. It's a pity that the rhythm was disrupted by the stupid woman wisdom. I'm so hungry. You evil creature. I'm so hungry. Why can't you just let me eat you? Why? Ah. Because the plague demon was lying flat. Her head couldn't see outside the boat, and she didn't notice that many sharks began to appear around the hull, staring at her. I'm so hungry. Splash, suddenly, a shark jumped out of the sea and pounced on the plague demon with sharp fangs. Fuck? How come there are sharks? The plague demon was horrified. On the grassland, Jasmine and Chun looked at each other face to face, maintaining an eerie calm atmosphere. Jasmine kept blinking her eyes, looking Chun up and down, and walked forward under Chun's surprised gaze, and couldn't help pinching Chun's hair. Chun suddenly trembled. and her expression management collapsed instantly. She shuddered all over, and her body couldn't help but turn red. Even the arms exposed outside the skin were pink. Chun stared at Jasmine with wide eyes, and quickly stepped back, frowning and said, What are you doing?" Jasmine smiled shyly, rubbed her head innocently, squinted her eyes, and said in disbelief, "It seems like we really do look alike. Chun is really not my sister? Really? I am defeated by you." Chun sighed and said in disbelief, "Why? Why is your bone age over 15 years old? And you can still look like a Mary Sue. Silly and sweet little heroine. It's really annoying to say that." Jasmine puffed up her lips and protested. Jasmine is not a child anymore. She is already an adult. Chun looked at Jasmine with a look of confusion, as if she was looking at a rare animal, and couldn't help but complain, logically, "You should have gone through 3 or 4 major events." "Impossible. You shouldn't be so simple," Thun asked tentatively. "Your family should all be dead." "Right?" Jasmine subconsciously twisted her lips. After a while, she heard a deafening roar. "You are so rude, Miss Chun," Jasmine responded loudly. Chun became more and more silent, frowning, recalling her memories of meeting the previous Demon King, and looked at Jasmine again. "Is there something wrong with the space-time realm? Or am I the only one who encounters this situation? Could it be that?" Chun looked at the innocent Jasmine, hesitant to speak, and didn't know where to start. Chun's expression was as solemn as swallowing a loli in one gulp, and she was speechless for a moment. So, the problem happened to Jasmine? Chapter 285 Games and Trials. Clang. The gluttony in Su Bei's hand was knocked away for the 425th time. Even gluttony made such retreating remarks as "let's forget it. Brother? We give him this point. How about finding another way out?" Luckily, Su Bei had to play the game at the highest difficulty, play the story, and complete the side quests, and collect the whole illustrations, so he had enough patience to continue trying. After a long period of attempts, Su Bei gradually figured out the attack mode of the Beast Sword Saint Zhu Pei'er, and understood what the so-called bone crushing was all about. At the moment when Zhu Pei'er's swords collided with Su Bei's, Zhu Pei'er's whole body strength suddenly added to the collision point, and was released in an instant, hitting Su Bei's weakest point. But understanding is one thing, and resisting is another. Su Bei knew that the other party could do it, but he didn't know how the other party did it. Knowing the principle is useless. The hard part is learning. Fortunately, Su Bei can't do anything else, but he can learn, relying on the same frequency characteristics. Su Bei is frantically learning Zhu Pei'er's force-generating techniques. As time went by, Su Bei gradually mastered this sword technique and began to apply it in actual combat. In the 450th battle, the battle began to stalemate. This time, the two sides fought for more than 10 minutes. Even Gluttony fell silent, looking at Su Bei with horror in his eyes. In the 480th battle, Su Bei was able to fight Zhu Pei, relying on bone crushing and frequency synchronization. He easily grasped Zhu Pei'er's attack rhythm and burst out with power at the same point as Zhu Pei. But Su Bei always stopped when he saw the advantage, and withdrew his strength when he had a huge advantage, allowing Zhu Pei'er to knock his sword out, and then started all over again, until the 499th time. The situation was completely reversed. This time, Su Bei swung his sword. Clang! The iron sword flew into the air. Zhu Pei'er looked up at the iron sword. Speechless, Su Bei put away his sword, his expression calm, and still did not kill Zhu Pei'er. Instead, he bent down to pick up Zhu Pei'er's sword and put the sword into Zhu Pei'er's hand, who was stunned on the spot. Immediately, Su Bei slowly turned around and left the sword tomb, prepared to start the 500th challenge. At this time, Gluttony finally couldn't help asking, "Brother, enough? 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 You can kill the opponent with one sword. Why don't you pass the level quickly and go to the next one?" Su Bei paused and said lightly, "The time here is not interoperable with the outside world, so you won't waste time. So don't worry." Gluttony asked in confusion, "But what does this have to do with what you are doing now?" At this time, Su Bei looked down at Gluttony and asked, "Have you ever played games?" Gluttony was confused and asked humbly, "What game? How to play it? Then you won't understand." Su Bei responded calmly, 499 times is too bad. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder when playing games, so I want to make it an even number. Also, After reaching the maximum level, I usually quickly clear the low-level dungeon. This is my habit when playing games. Also, if you don't take this opportunity to beat the weak ones and immediately switch to the high-level dungeon, it is easy to have psychological trauma. Some players with weak wills may even want to give up. The disconnected flow of time means that Su Bei can enjoy his time here to the fullest. This is a rare free time for Su Bei, which can make him less tense. How can he choose to pass it easily? This trial is a difficult challenge for gluttony. But for Su Bei, it is just a game. And when it comes to playing games, Su Bei is a real master. When entering the sword tomb for the 500th time, the Beastman Swordmaster Zhu Pei's expression finally changed. His expression is no longer calm, but rather reveals a little grief and anger. He spoke for the first time, and said with a rough voice, "No! Are you sick?" Su Bei was stunned. He raised his hand, and it was not right to wave it out, or not to wave it out. "You are really crazy. Really. In the era when I lived, there were countless people with better swordsmanship and talent than you. But I have never seen you so crazy. You really." Zhu Pei, the sword saint of the beast tribe, wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help it, and slashed his neck with a sword and committed suicide. Su Bei was left stunned and speechless. Is he alive? Su Bei blinked. At this time, Gluttony finally couldn't help but remind him. "Brother, didn't you notice?" His expression changed from disdain at the beginning to solemnity later. Then to surprise. Then to horror. Horror. Unbelievable. And finally to relief. Not long ago, his expression was as sad and angry as if he had eaten shit. And it lasted for 30 or 40 rounds. Su Bei really didn't know this because he was busy observing the opponent's power techniques and swordsmanship, thinking that he couldn't make it to the 500th time. Su Bei sighed and walked towards the next place. This time, what appeared in front of Su Bei was also a sword tomb. And the sword tomb was covered with feathers, which looked very beautiful. Elf Sword Saint Delis. Sword Saint Swordsmanship Master Sword Light as Swallow God Teacher, Elf, Life Experience. Delis was born in the royal family of the Elf Forest, the most advanced elven royal family. She didn't like archery and loved swordsmanship since she was a child. She created the swordsmanship of the swallow returning to the nest, became a sword saint, and made a great name in the recent ancient times. Note, Delis once said, "As a swordsman, if you can't stab the enemy with 2 swords, you might as well go home and raise pigs." Note, a god once learned the return of the swallow from Zhu Pei. Su Bei looked at the sword tomb, thinking, these sword masters are all teachers of gods. So which god learned swordsmanship from them? At this time, a tall and majestic figure gradually emerged in Su Bei's mind. Her strength was the strongest Su Bei had ever seen in his life. And she was strong without any shortcomings. Swordsmanship may be just the most insignificant part of that person. So, will it be her? Su Bei didn't know. But he would keep going. He would win. Until he reached the end of this trial, and saw the god who held this trial. Chapter 286 Red Wunlin. Shock Chun. Bewildered Jasmine. Hardworking Su Bei. On the ocean. Evil creature. Get out of my way. The plague demon picked up the oar and poked it into the shark's mouth, holding the shark's open bloody mouth. The threat of death has always been able to inspire people's greatest potential. And this time is no exception. The plague demon realized that her small wooden boat was surrounded by sharks. Poked the shark away. Raised the oar and, puff puff, rowed. At this time, the plague demon did not care about the sweat and sore hands, and rowed to a safe area with all her strength. Damn God. Damn God. Can you use some brains? You're doing all sorts of nonsense every day. Evil beast. The god didn't respond to her. What responded to her was the sound of sharks hitting the small wooden boat. This scared the plague demon so much that he didn't dare to relax at all, and his face turned red with anxiety. At this time, the plague demon didn't notice that all the sharks were driving her to one place. The final destination of the journey seemed to be a huge coffin. I don't know what is buried in the coffin. The plague demon ran away for half an hour, or perhaps even longer. The exhausted plague demon collapsed on the edge of the boat, sticking out his tongue and breathing heavily, just like a humanoid canine. Fortunately, the plague demon did not care about his appearance at all, and simply leaned against the side of the boat, stretched his bare feet to the other side of the boat, and kept cursing at the sharks. Evil beasts, don't wait for me to get out. I swallow you one by one. She had never been wronged like this before. You know, she was not interested in such creatures with weak soul power before, and even thought they were not nutritious. The world is going downhill. It is really going downhill. Inadvertently, the plague demon saw the black pavilion floating not far away, and suddenly sat up from the boat and shouted, "What is that?" "Death. On the grassland." Chun finally couldn't help it. She spoke first. Curiously, "Where is your sword?" Molly blinked and spread her hands. "Eh? What sword? I never use a sword." Tsubaki was stunned. She had been shocked several times in just a few words. She frowned, looked up and down at Jasmine, and asked casually, "Do you often feel that something is calling you, guiding you to approach it, to find it?" "No." Jasmine shook her head. In fact, there was. During the Magic Tower period, Jasmine felt the call of the magic weapon sequence 1 Apophis. But Jasmine had almost forgotten about it. Chun widened her eyes and asked again, "Do you often encounter unexpected hardships that you can't solve by yourself, and are on the verge of death several times, and fall into a coma?" Molly spread her hands and shook her head again. "No." Chun became more and more excited as he asked, and got closer to Molly, and finally almost put his forehead against Molly's forehead, and asked Molly with his eyes, "Are you often misunderstood, maliciously treated, attacked for no reason, and despised by everyone?" Jasmine was startled by Chun's excitement. She took a step back and swallowed her saliva. Still no. Chun was stunned again. She leaned forward inadvertently and continued to follow up, pressing against Jasmine's forehead and getting closer, emitting a terrible aura. Chun's voice became louder and louder, and she became increasingly irritable, and she was almost losing her voice. "Do you always have all kinds of noble people to help you and assist you in your journey to becoming stronger whenever you encounter a crisis that you can't handle?" Jasmine swallowed her saliva again. She was like a delicate lamb, oppressed by a ferocious wolf, and could only retreat and tremble, helpless and confused. Confused, Jasmine subconsciously wanted to say, "Still no." But if she said that, Chun, who she was about to face, would become so scary. So, Jasmine racked her brains and finally nodded. This time, Chun saw Jasmine nod her head, and she got what she wanted, and breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. Almost. Chun almost had her heart broken and began to doubt her life. Fortunately, there were still some common points, which made Chun feel a little more balanced. "There is a noble person," Jasmine replied weakly. Chun nodded. Jasmine suddenly felt a little happier. Mr. Subei has been with Jasmine all the time, helping Jasmine take care of her. Can he be considered Jasmine's noble person? Jasmine would feel much better just by mentioning Mr. Subei. Hearing this, Chun suddenly froze, frowned, and asked curiously, "Who is Subei?" She searched in her mind for a long time, but still couldn't think of any special existence named Subei. Could it be a new strongman? Chun frowned and continued to ask with her head tilted, "Is there only one? Shouldn't there be many extremely powerful beings appearing frequently? And they will form a mutual aid bond with you. Demons, the king of hell, the emperor of the undead, the lord of the abyss. They are either incomplete, disabled, or have encountered a difficult problem that they cannot handle. Or they just want to cuddle with you and absorb your breath to nourish themselves. When you are a professional, your benefactor will be an awakener. When you are an awakener, your benefactor will be a demigod. And when you are a demigod, your benefactor will be even more powerful. Of course, your enemies are only strong, not weak, which causes you to be chased away all the time, running all day, and always in a state of panic. Even in the end, even the gods will come to the rescue and show some miracles." Before Chun continued, Jasmine raised her hand and interrupted Chun's speech. What Chun said, Jasmine felt very scary. Jasmine couldn't help but complain and shook her head vigorously. Jasmine doesn't know such a scary guy at all, and has never encountered such an embarrassing situation. Then, Jasmine showed great pride and pride. Her face became visibly brighter. Her eyes sparkled, as if she was introducing a supreme treasure. Only Mr. Subei is by Jasmine's side. Only Mr. Subei has been with Jasmine all the time, facing all kinds of difficulties. He helped Jasmine escape from the demon tide, killed the demon dragon, accompanied Jasmine to the food festival, celebrated her birthday, and introduced Jasmine to many friends. He accompanied Jasmine to climb snow-capped mountains, play games, and take Jasmine with him when he does anything. He never despises Jasmine for being stupid and unable to help. Chun fell into silence. After a long while, Chun finally couldn't help but ask, "What on earth is this, Su Bei?" "Too much." Molly subconsciously puffed up her lips, grabbed Chun's hair and pulled hard, and responded loudly, "Mr. Su Bei is a piece of shit. Mr. Su Bei is the best person in the world to Molly." And the moment Molly grabbed Chun's hair, Chun's body softened instantly, and he didn't care about what Molly replied. I saw Chun fell into Molly's arms with a flushed face, his legs trembling, and he stopped shaking with difficulty, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You idiot. Don't touch the limiter like this. This is super sensitive. Don't you know? If you're not careful, it will trigger the third stage of transformation." Molly was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go of her hand, scratched her head embarrassedly. He smiled, and then asked in confusion, "What limiter? Isn't this hair?" "Huh?" Tsubaki widened her eyes again. Her eyes were already wide open, but this still couldn't express her inner confusion. "Don't you know about the limiter? As long as you cut it off, you can force the terrible power to burst out with a terrifying strength far beyond your own foundation." Hearing this, Jasmine was stunned. She curiously poked her hair. Speechless, Chun noticed Jasmine's little action, and seemed to guess what Jasmine was thinking, and took the initiative to say, "It will grow out. Even if it is cut off, it will grow out. When this tuft of hair grows out, it means that the limiter can be unlocked again." At this time, Jasmine smiled slightly, showing a little yearning, and murmured, "Can Jasmine also transform? Become super powerful?" Chun nodded as a matter of course. "Of course. But every time you unlock the limiter, it will cause great damage to you. Don't use this form easily unless it is a critical moment. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to deal with the problem later. In this way, you can help Mr. Su Bei in the future." Jasmine continued to talk to herself, interrupting Chun's unfinished words. Chun opened her mouth and couldn't help but want to say something. For example, "It should be the others who helped you, and you are the protagonist who promoted the development of the event." And another example, "No one can keep up with your progress, except the brave team." Wait. But in the end, Chun chose to shut up and remain silent. She began to be very curious about this guy named Su Bei. What kind of person is Su Bei? Why have I never heard of him before? If Jasmine is very powerful, she will definitely be able to help Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine doesn't want Mr. Su Bei to hide everything. "Mr. Su Bei, you must feel very tired. With a burden like me." Chun held her chin, blinked in confusion, and couldn't help asking, "So, who is Mr. Su Bei you mentioned? Can the so-called Su Bei be a god who can make the immature demon king call himself a burden?" If Jasmine didn't look almost exactly like her, she would have suspected that there was a mistake in some link. Chun was more and more puzzled. At the sword tomb. At this time, the Su Bei mentioned by Jasmine looked a little embarrassed. There were several sword marks on his cloth clothes, revealing some bronze skin, and even a few blood marks. This was the 7th time that Su Bei left the sword tomb. The battle between Delis and Zhu Pei was different. Delis would really hurt him, so Su Bei was always very careful. But Su Bei still failed to avoid Delis' sword. If Zhu Pei's sword skills were the ultimate strength, then Delis' sword skills were the ultimate speed. How fast exactly? Su Bei could not give an accurate answer. So, Su Bei remained very vigilant and entered the sword tomb for the 8th time. In the sword tomb, Delis held the sword in her right hand, holding the hilt in reverse, hiding the sword body inside her arm, and walked slowly towards Su Bei. There is only one advantage of holding the sword like this. It hides the timing of your attack. But there are many disadvantages. For example, the attack distance is not as good as the straight grip, and it is different from many traditional sword techniques. But Delis has overcome these shortcomings and can maximize the advantages of sword techniques. Su Bei stood in place, in line with the principle of keeping unchanged in the face of changes, leaned forward slightly, and maintained the same breathing rhythm as Delis. "Here it comes!" Gluttony exclaimed, very quickly. But Su Bei, relying on the same frequency, caught up with Delis' slash as early as the 3rd time he entered the sword tomb. Irons collided, and at the same time, the sound of cutting through cloth was heard. It sounded like there was only one collision, but Delis' slash was not one. Her second slash was faster than the first. The moment Su Bei raised his sword to block the slash in front, Delis had already let go. and changed to holding the sword in the right hand behind Su Bei, and sent out the second sword seamlessly. Su Bei could only lean forward to avoid the sharp sword behind him. The moment he blocked the first sword, Su Bei couldn't even use the bone crusher to knock Deli's sword away. Almost at the same time, two muffled sounds were heard at two places on Su Bei's body. One was from the collision of iron tools, and the other was the sound of a sword cutting through a piece of cloth. Su Bei moved sideways away from the sword tomb to avoid Deli's follow-up attack. This is the return of the swallow to the nest, a sword skill that can appear in both the front and back at the same time. This way of sword drawing was unheard of by Su Bei. Fortunately, Su Bei had a very good learning ability. At this time, Su Bei forcibly withdrew from the sword tomb to avoid falling into Deli's attack rhythm. Immediately, he closed his eyes and kept reviewing in his mind. Absorbed this brand new sword. When entering the sword tomb for the 18th time, Su Bei followed Deli's rhythm and was able to catch the swallow returning to the nest with the same force. But catching this sword can only keep the cloth on Su Bei's body intact, and every sword of Deli's can achieve a seamless swallow returning to the nest. She is like an elegant elf dancer, dancing with the sword like dancing, and constantly slashing around Su Bei. The first sword is just a warm-up, and every subsequent slash is the official link. One sword is stacked on top of another, and countless slashes are swung out at the same time. If you can use magic power, stack them to the end. Maybe dozens of swords can be stacked at the same time. This is a very terrifying sword skill. Fortunately, magic power cannot be used here. Only sword skills can be used, which means that Deli's upper limit is 2 swords at the same time. 2 swords are not difficult for Su Bei to crack. This is a long process of stealing and learning. Chapter 287 Death and Lin. Above the ocean, the plague demon rode his best effort, puff puff, towards the black coffin, until the boat stopped in front of the black coffin. Then he sat on the boat panting. Evil beast god, I'm so tired. Do you have to make such a troublesome trial? Can you be more straightforward when you meet someone? As he said that, the plague demon raised the oar, poked the black coffin, and knocked it, dong dong dong, making a sound. Until then, the plague demon still didn't know how simple his trial was. This can be regarded as the simplest of all the trials of gods. No wonder, in the first half of her life, plague demon was deceived by men, immersed in the gentle land woven by them and lingered. And in the second half of her life, she was sealed by men in the plague continent and became a sacrifice, living a useless life with nothing to offer. It can be said that plague demon had a very pitiful life, losing his soul and body. But it cannot be said that plague demon had a hard life, because plague demon had never suffered any hardship in his life. The plague demon, who had been relaxed all his life, had suffered a lot when he met Su Bei. But despite this, the plague demon had never done any physical work. Rowing was the hardest thing the plague demon had ever done. The whole process was so easy that it couldn't be easier. It couldn't even be considered an experience. In front of the coffin, the plague demon knocked on the black coffin suspiciously, and seeing no movement, he poked the black coffin with the oar, inserted it into the gap between the coffin board and the coffin, and pried it hard. Something unexpected happened to plague demon. The coffin flew out as soon as it was pried open, hitting plague demon in the face and making her dizzy. The process was so easy that it seemed that even if plague demon didn't pry open the coffin, a gust of wind could blow it away. Bump, bump into porcelain. Right. I remember the first time I saw death. I didn't seem to see a coffin. Plague demon sat up from the boat, rubbed his red and swollen head, and then looked up in confusion, looking at the body of the queen in a gothic long skirt in the coffin. The dark black hair was draped over her shoulders. The girl in the coffin had dark eyeshadow painted around her eyes. The back of her clasped hands was white and smooth, but revealed in infinite darkness. This body that the plague demon could see so easily was from death. But death did not seem to be completely dead, because in the next second, she opened her eyes in front of the plague demon. In an instant, the entire ocean was rioting, raising huge waves, as if it would submerge the small boat where the plague demon was in the next second. Hey, I didn't pry the coffin lid open. It fell down by itself. Be rational. You didn't call me here to kill me, did you? As he spoke, the plague demon suddenly had red eyes, sat down on the small wooden boat, stroked the side of the boat, and sighed. I have lived so hard. But I didn't expect that I couldn't escape such a fate in the end. Just kill me. I have nothing to live for anyway. I will die anyway. I am so stupid. Really. Death doesn't sound like a good person. And I dared to pry open her coffin. As he spoke, the plague demon looked at the small wooden boat with a look of pity. The plague demon, whose fate was strangled by death, was like the small wooden boat being hit by the raging waves, struggling in the cracks. However, the waves did not touch the small wooden boat. Death would not fall on the plague demon either. Death slowly opened his eyes and looked at the plague demon with a kind look. That look was like looking at a long-lost child. Then, Death said the first sentence, which completely confused the plague demon. Lin, my child, you are back. The plague demon froze and suddenly became demented. At the sword tomb. Just now, Su Bei finished the 40th battle and calmly left the sword tomb. Brother, do I have to be beaten for 300 rounds this time? When you are pretending, call me Ah. The result of the 40th round was obvious. Su Bei was still forced out of the sword tomb by Deli's sword and 2 moves. 40 rounds? Not too many. But the time Su Bei spent on these 40 rounds has exceeded that of the last sword tomb. It's not that the battle lasted long, but the review time was long. Compared with skills, Yin Guqiao needs to pay more attention to the idea of exerting force, which is not as difficult to learn as broken bones. Just now, he captured Deli's movements, reproduced the last detail, and integrated it into himself. So far, Su Bei has officially learned Yin Guqiao. This time, it is Su Bei's 41st time to enter the sword tomb. Before Deli's could move, Su Bei spoke first and asked politely, "Do you have a brain?" Gluttony was crying. My brother was really polite and knew to ask first. But this way of asking was a bit abstract. Hearing this, Deli's paused slightly when she drew her sword. And then it became more sharp and fast. Deli's sword was so fast that Su Bei missed the slight change if he was not careful. So Su Bei made a conclusion and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have no brain. Su Bei slowly raised his sword and came from behind. Kung! Kung! 2 sounds of iron colliding at high speed sounded, followed by a long immersion. Gluttony took a deep breath, his mind full of disbelief. Deli's first sword was never a problem in Su Bei. But after learning the swallow returning to the nest, Deli's sword skills were like a little lowly thrown into a swimming pool, unable to hide any secrets. Deli's expression instantly changed from indifference at the beginning to confusion, skipping over the emotional changes of teasing, joy, shock, panic, etc. The confidence that Deli's had built up after ruling for hundreds of years was shattered by Su Bei in one round. It doesn't make sense. Even the one who learned this sword skill from her practiced it for nearly 100 rounds. 40 rounds? This simply shattered Deli's worldview. This is the sword skill she has learned after immersing herself in it for a lifetime. And it once dominated an era. How is this possible? The moment Deli spoke, Su Bei sighed. If it is alive, it can't be repeatedly brushed, which will reduce a lot of fun. Thinking of this, Su Bei smiled slightly, raised the sword to face Deli's, and said calmly, "You can see more clearly." Deli's held the hilt of the sword in reverse, charged forward, and used the swallow returns to the nest. Su Bei held the hilt of the sword, stood still, and used the swallow returns to the nest in return. Knock, knock, knock. The air was filled with the sound of drums, and the collision of swords struck a beautiful dance music. After more than 100 moves, Deli's took small steps back, with an inexplicable look. If you can do it, you can do it. And if you can't do it, you can do it. The gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and dogs. Many people never learn the key points of the swallow returns to the nest in their entire lives. But some people learn this sword after only watching it 40 times. This is Su Bei. You should know that Deli's power generating technique requires a reverse grip on the hilt. And Su Bei's stealing of the sword by holding the hilt in the correct position is obviously more difficult. This made Deli sigh. No wonder it's you. You are indeed better than me. Su Bei nodded and replied. Indeed? Deli's looked as uncomfortable as if she had eaten shit. However, Deli stopped. But Su Bei was not satisfied yet. Su Bei took another step, mixed the 2 sword skills of broken bones and swallow returning to the nest, which had completely different power generating methods, and began to test the sword with Deli's. At first, The effect was not good, and Su Bei fell into a disadvantage. But gradually, Delia's expression was like being played and gradually collapsed. After 100 rounds, Delia's eyes began to turn red, and she gradually started to cry. As a sword saint, her sword was actually knocked away more than 100 times. What's more uncomfortable is that even if Delia's used all her skills, she still couldn't do anything to Su Bei, but made Su Bei more dedicated. This made Delia's extremely frustrated. If she could use magic power, she would have to swing hundreds of swords at the same time to torture Su Bei to death. In the 200th round, Delia's finally couldn't help but break her defense and cursed, "Who taught you this sword skill? That's enough. Get out of here." Then, Delia's followed Zhu Peier's steps and committed suicide with hatred. Su Bei was left blinking in the same place, showing a look of unsatisfied. Chapter 288. Jasmine wants to grow up. On the grassland. At first, I met Mr. Su Bei. Later, Mr. Su Bei and I. Then, Mr. Su Bei. Finally, Jasmine and Chun shared all the adventures with Su Bei. When they talked about many interesting adventures, they would always smile a little. But Jasmine did not notice that Chun's expression became more and more silent. Chun's eyes repeatedly swept to Jasmine and the lawn. Seeing Jasmine laughing heartily, he even wanted to get his head in to see if there were any vegetable leaves left in the gap between her teeth. Until Jasmine finished the whole story, Chun still didn't say a word, mainly because there was nothing to say. All the work was done by this Su Bei. What else could Chun say? After a while, Jasmine poked Chun's arm and asked with concern, "What's wrong with Chun? Is he not talkative?" Chun looked at Jasmine with dead eyes and asked unwillingly, "Are you sure Su Bei is only 2 years older than you? Is it possible that he is the reincarnation of a demon?" Jasmine shook her head and responded affirmatively. "It's impossible. From the beginning when Jasmine shared the fate of Fran with Mr. Su Bei, I felt that Mr. Su Bei was just an ordinary human being." This made Chun feel unbalanced. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Where did this innate holy body of cattle and horses, and innate holy body of stress resistance come from? It could actually withstand all kinds of dangers encountered by the fate of the Demon King. Just by listening to Jasmine's description, Chun could guess how many hardships she encountered during this journey. Ogre tribe. Demon tower. Collision with the hero. Triggering a demon tide. Being hunted by the Baiyan nobles. The arrival of the demon dragon. The food festival incident. And the last and most dangerous journey to the plague continent. This is the major event that Jasmine observed from her own perspective, not counting the various minor crises that Su Bei dealt with secretly. However, according to Jasmine's description, the Demon King seemed to have undergone many unexpected changes this time. For example, the Demon King was split into two. This is a possibility that Chun has never imagined. And even the previous Demon King who inherited Chun's legacy did not mention it. And the matter of the Demon King heart. The plan for Jasmine to change her job to a traveler, etc. This made Chun fall into thought. If things develop to this point, is it necessary for her to hand over the secrets and inheritance of the Demon King to Jasmine? After all, according to what Jasmine said about Mr. Su Bei, he wanted Jasmine to grow up happily. Thinking of this, Chun's head became more and more swollen, and he simply threw away the decision-making power. So he suddenly became serious and called out seriously, "Jasmine." Emma sat up straight, looked at Chun's serious expression, and her face became more serious. She replied seriously, "It's Jasmine. Everything I tell you next is forcing you to grow up faster. If you don't want to listen, I won't tell you. I need to grow up." Jasmine responded, her eyes hiding an unparalleled determination. "I need to grow up. Sister Tsubaki. I know. Since I came here, there must be a reason for coming here. Tell me, no matter what it is. Secrets? Power? Many things that Jasmine doesn't know. Jasmine really wants to become excellent. Please help me. Miss Tsubaki." Dong. With a sound, Jasmine quickly bowed and lowered her head to the extreme, almost touching the ground. Chun slowly breathed a sigh of relief, recalled the truth told to her by the previous Demon King, and began to organize her words. "Everything I am going to say next is very important. You must listen carefully and not tell anyone the secrets you know, even if it is Mr. Su Bei you mentioned. So are you sure? After knowing this, you have a secret that you must hide from Su Bei and cannot tell anyone." Jasmine was stunned. Sword tomb. This is the third sword tomb. Harry Reno, the Sword Saint of the Demon Clan. The Sword Saint's swordsmanship is divine, and he is the master of the gods who combine man and sword. The Undead Clan, life experience. Harry Reno was born in the Heavenly Demon Clan. He loved to use swords since he was a child. He honed his sword skills during the wars with the Demon Clan, and created the unique sword art of Hylang, becoming a sword saint, and making a great name for himself in 1,000 years. Note, Harry Reno once said, as a swordsman, if you are a woman with no momentum, you might as well go and be a ranger. Note, there was a god who learned Hylang from Harry Reno. Su Bei observed the sword tomb and suddenly found something interesting. The timeline was moving forward. Ancient times. Recent times. 1,000 years ago. The history of ancient times cannot be studied, but the boundary of recent times is the last war of gods. In other words, the last war of gods was more than 1,000 years ago. Su Bei didn't know how many sword tombs there were after this, but he guessed that there might be only one at most. The next sword tomb was most likely the Sword Saint, who showed traces hundreds of years ago. Recovering his thoughts, Su Bei entered the range of the sword tomb. In response, he was hit with a heavy blow without any pre-swing. Fuck. Even Gluttony was startled. Bang. With a sound, Su Bei was knocked out and flew to the second sword tomb, smashing Delia's tomb. Su Bei took back the sword across his body, stuck it into the ground, stood up with the sword, and immediately patted the dust off his body. He looked at the sword mark on his chest, stunned and speechless. Just at that moment, he reacted to Harry Reynolds' sword, but he still couldn't block this sword. This is the normal state of the sword master's battle. The sword can determine victory or defeat, as well as life or death. The times are progressing, and the power of the ancient sword masters is constantly being studied. The newly emerged sword skills will never be restrained by the ancient sword skills. This is the terrifying wave. This is the ultimate power, which subverts Su Bei's evaluation of broken bones. It is as domineering as fire, like a raging wave, and it is difficult to stop. Chapter 289 Your Death. Above the ocean. My child, when you choose to step into the sea again, it means you are in trouble. Right? Death leaned over gently and kissed the plague demon on the forehead. Her body pulled out long black threads on the black coffin, and each long thread was connected to her heart. And it was like being glued to the black coffin with strong glue and unable to get away. But this kind of pain could not leave any expression on Death's face. Plague demon was frightened by Death's behavior and cursed, "What child? Are you not sick?" Then Plague demon frowned and stepped back. His mouth twisted, his hands crossed in front of his chest, making a gesture of refusal. Who wants to be your child? You are not ugly. But don't think too much. Don't recognize a child casually. Death smiled gently. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding the radiance of motherhood, and did not speak. Plague demon was stunned and could not help muttering, "No way. No way." The plague demon, using his limited brain to think about the scene of his birth, he pointed at himself and muttered to himself, "Although I did come from the ruins of the War of Gods, the goddess of death was indeed in the sea at that time. My soul-forging method seems to have been obtained by observing dead bodies. So, does this mean that I am the child of the goddess of death? Can it? Is there any necessary connection?" The plague demon frowned, shook his head seriously, and said affirmatively, "It shouldn't be. Could it be that I am gifted with extraordinary talent and amazing luck, and happen to encounter the remains of the goddess of death drifting on the ocean, and happen to comprehend the soul-forging method from the remains? Do you think what I said makes sense?" The plague demon looked suspiciously at Death, looking at him with a solemn look. She had already convinced herself, but she didn't know if she could convince Death. Death smiled, nodded continuously, and couldn't help but applaud, praising, "Great reasoning, Xiaolin, assuming that this sea of death is not my kingdom of God. There is indeed such a possibility. So what you said is not true at all." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Plague demon, the words that were squeezed to his lips suddenly stopped, and his head was buzzing for a moment. "Wait, I'm a little confused. Isn't this area the site of the war between gods? How could it be the kingdom of the goddess of death?" Plague demon. At first, he was puzzled, and after struggling to figure out the logic of the matter, he quickly connected the two things completely. Then, the plague demon looked at Death, and his eyes were dull for a moment. If what the goddess of death said was true, Then there was only one possibility. This was the kingdom of death first. And then the god war ruins. That is to say, the gods fought in the goddess of death's kingdom, which led to the death of death, the collapse of the kingdom of God, and shattered into some fragments of the god war ruins. If it is true, you are also a homeless poor thing. The plague demon asked, his voice soft and sad. Death smiled, neither shaking his head nor nodding. Many of the gods who are hostile to me are still alive. So it is not convenient for me to tell you some secrets of the war between gods. However, you can indeed be regarded as my child. A new life born from my remains after death. Lin. This is the name I gave you. And it is also the blessing I bestowed. It took all my energy to give you this name at that time, which resulted in me not being able to meet you later. The so-called soul-forging method you obtained by observing the remains of the dead is actually what you realized by observing your own body when you were born. It's just that you, as a newborn, don't know how to use this power. And you only absorb the most insignificant kind of plague. Plague is just the most insignificant kind of death. Because your power is similar to mine. This will cause other gods to be extremely obsessed with you. And they can't help but want to eat your soul and body to restore themselves. So, your birth is lucky, but also unfortunate. After the goddess of death finished speaking, she remained silent, giving the plague demon time to digest. There is actually a lot to talk about. But continuing will only confuse the plague demon. These new messages are like viruses sweeping across the computer, constantly washing away the plague demon cognition. She was confused and murmured along with the words of the goddess of death. Fortunately, I have been incomparably strong since I was born. Enough for me to live a carefree life. Unfortunately, I am too stupid. I have power but no experience. So I am easily calculated by those with ulterior motives. Is that so? Death cast a compassionate look at the plague demon inside. You are just too naive and ignorant of the world. I saw it when you stepped into the sea. Your soul is incomplete. Your body is grafted. Your power is empty. Your heart is fragile. You have a skill attached to you that is the same as my origin, which controls your behavior. It seems that you have suffered a lot of grievances outside. Right? Plague demon. The eyes were full of confusion. She couldn't accept this setting. She took a few small steps back, broke free from the soft palm of death, and said sharply, "What's the point of you saying this now?" The goddess of death was stunned. The mother-daughter reunion did not happen to her, but pushed the matter to another extremely difficult side. The plague demon roared loudly and kept pushing away from death. "What's my business? I don't want you to care. I don't recognize you. You and I have nothing to do with each other." Plague demon, resisting the tears in her eyes, she raised the oar and rowed back, lowering her head and not looking at death. She was ignorant from birth, born alone in the sea of death, drifting alone for countless years, going to the plague continent alone, suffering alone, enduring pain alone, and lonely until now. Now someone tells her that you have a mother. You are not a rootless duckweed, not a wild child that no one wants. Your mother is the goddess of death, one of the most powerful gods in the world. But what did this mother do for her? Did she give her life just to let her come to this world, suffer enough, and then die unhappy and undignified? I don't need such a mother. Hearing this, the goddess of death was speechless. In the endless years, she has played everything, but she has never played the role of a mother. After the body of the god was broken and her life ended, Lin's birth gave her the last motivation to live. She watched Lin's life in a hazy state. It was not until Lin left the sea of death that she gradually woke up. The past is set, and death can do nothing about what happened in the past. But fortunately, death can still fulfill its motherly responsibilities in the present and the future. You can blame me, hate me, scold me, and hate me, but you can't deny the real feeling that you are connected to me by blood. I have died long ago. My body has turned into you, and my soul has been fixed in the coffin of rotten wood, and it is difficult to regain freedom and power. Death stretched out his hands and lifted the boat straight up from the ocean. The plague demon on the boat was helpless and at a loss. But you are different. You are a brand new individual. At this moment, the incomplete soul of death shone, piercing through the plague demon, past and future, and spoke gently. You will die and be reborn. Lin is the real name I gave you, and no one can take it away. She will be bound to your soul for life along with my blessing. When your body and soul become one, you will be called Lin. The name of death is death. From now on, you are death. Before that, it was the blessing that death gave to the plague demon. After that, it was a mother telling her daughter about her family affairs. Live well. Live a life completely different from the past. Give up hatred and avoid bondage. Don't think about going further. It's too difficult. I paid the price of my life for it. If you are lucky enough to meet a thief, say thank you to him for me. Death is withering and melting. Because in the whole world, at the same time, there is only one death. Even if it is only this possibility. This is a unique authority. When two deaths occur at the same time, it means that one is ascending to the altar, and the other will surely perish. At the same time, the aura of the plague demon began to expand for no reason, and waves of laws emerged from her body, gradually turning into a new order. The plague demon suddenly understood many truths. It turned out that the number of laws was enough, and it became an order, becoming one of the rules of heaven and earth. The plague demon sat blankly on the sea of death that was about to belong to her, absorbing the knowledge given to her by the dead soul before it dissipated. It always seems to be like this. Plague demon easily obtained completely incompatible power since birth. It is the same now. In an instant, she was closer to God than that man. That man needed to pave a path to God with countless sacrifices. And she only needed time. This is a curse, but also a blessing. Inexplicably, plague demon felt extremely cold, and was suddenly surrounded by loneliness and sadness like a tide. It was like a lonely ghost walking in the world, finally having someone to rely on. But it only lasted for a few minutes. After a while, the plague demon floated in the sea of death. The soft murmur of mother? No need. Mother. The sword tomb. Su Bei entered the sword tomb for the third time. Boom. With a sound, the zero-frame shockwave instantly hit Su Bei. At this moment, Su Bei stopped the sword in front of him in advance and poked the weakest part of the shockwave with the broken bones. The magic sword and the iron sword did not collide, because Su Bei felt something was wrong in advance. The power of Hilang changes dynamically. The weak point of the sword's skill in the previous second becomes the strongest point in the next second. This sword is extremely domineering, leaving no room for any changes in sword skills. Su Bei frowned, and at this moment he realized the secret of the sword's power. Harry Renault only has one sword, and only needs one sword. His sword has no backhand and no subsequent changes. In this case, it is very simple to learn. Just copy it. With the blessing of the previous two experiences, Su Bei learned Hilang in the 5th round. Boom, the collision of the huge waves, the collision that exploded with pure force, could actually cause sandstorms. Harry Renault was stunned and shocked. He didn't dare to think about this scene, and he couldn't imagine it at all. Su Bei, who was blown away by his sword in the previous round and was beaten to a loss of his way, actually learned the huge waves in the next round. Could it be that my sword skills are some cheap and ordinary cabbage? Is this reasonable? But soon, Harry Renault realized that he was shocked too early. At the same time, a wave exactly the same as the one in front of him suddenly appeared behind him. Harry Renault paused. Then his pupils widened in disbelief, and even his breathing stopped for a moment, because it was also in the 5th round that Su Bei used the crazy wave and the swallow returning to the nest at the same time. A crazy wave that also started at 0 frame hit Harry Renault from behind, knocking Harry Renault's Dao heart into countless pieces. At that moment, Gluttony could clearly feel that Harry Renault's Dao heart was not only broken, but also his body was about to be broken. Harry Renault, who was knocked out, kept his movements, lying on the ground motionless, and even forgot to get up. His brain was still in a state of confusion. He was doubting whether what he saw was real. 5 rounds? 5 rounds? Fuck. Only 5 rounds? A sword master. His hand holding the sword was shaking. Hee. Ha ha ha. Hee. This is not true. This is not. It's fake. It's all fake. Impossible. Impossible. Even Gluttony was a little confused. Even if it was used to Su Bei's learning speed, 5 rounds was still too exaggerated. Brother, have you learned this sword? Why is it so fast this time? Su Bei shook his head and said sincerely, the change is too simple. So I learned it faster. This sentence seemed to negate Harry Reynolds' lifelong efforts. Puff. Harry Reynolds spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and Su Bei was so angry that he almost passed out. Su Bei was stunned, frowned, and said to himself, What a pity. He was not very smooth in using Swallow returning to the nest to perform the terror wave, which resulted in a serious lack of power in the second terror wave, and he did not have time to practice it a few more times. He hadn't tried to add the broken bones to the waves. Are they gone in just a few moments? Aren't the demons the most warlike race? Why are they so fragile? Su Bei sighed and walked towards the next place, looking at the outline in front of him. Su Bei's pace suddenly slowed down. This time, it was not a sword tomb that appeared in front of Su Bei. It was a living person. Su Bei looked at the half-orc white-tailed fox in front of him and was suddenly stunned. It seemed familiar. Who was this? Su Bei's thoughts kept moving forward along with his memory, and it seemed that he caught the figure of the fox in front of him at the Winter Academy. I vaguely remember that this person seemed to be Audrey, one of the 4 directors of the Winter Academy. Chapter 290, Developing the Same Frequency. Sword Tomb. Audrey, the last sword bearer of the Sword Saint, the Valkyrie's follower, half-orc. Introduction. As the last sword saint surviving in the Friend Empire, and also the only sword saint in existence, Audrey's swordsmanship has dominated the Friend Empire for more than 300 years. Note, Audrey once said, "This era is my sorrow, and the sorrow of all swordsmen." Note, the Valkyrie once bestowed a divine gift on Audrey. At this point, everything is already extremely clear. This is the Valkyrie's trial field, and the one who led Su Bei was the most powerful Valkyrie among the gods. Su Bei looked up, looked at Audrey, and walked over with a sword. Audrey was also stunned when she saw Su Bei. She stroked her white tail, sat on the ground and looked at Su Bei, blinking her eyes. "Is it you? Can't it be me?" Su Bei was puzzled, a little surprised. Audrey smiled slightly, her thoughts flying, reminiscing about the past. "I should be considered a veteran who witnessed your growth with my own eyes. It seems that only 4 years have passed since you entered the academy. I have heard about your stories after the academy, although most of them were heard from Sven. You probably don't know that Sven always has various channels. After all, he is the Lord of Shadows, and the head of many intelligence organizations." Su Bei walked forward slowly, and shook his head. "I don't know. There are many descriptions of you in the Does News, such as Does Wanted Criminal, Bai Yin Wanted Criminal, Perverted Lolita Control, Cold Swordsmanship Genius, Third-Rate Adventure Team Leader. Wait, all of them are strange names. Rumors." Su Bei responded very quickly. So quickly that Audrey didn't even know which title he was responding to. Audrey paused, froze for a moment, smiled, and continued, "Your footprints are not secret. Your traces can be found in the Demonic Tide. Your traces can be found in the White Dragon Mountains. Your traces can be found in the Food Festival. But you always get away unscathed. You should have become very strong. Right?" Audrey's tone was calm when she said this, as if she was just chatting about family matters. But the core of the question pointed directly to Su Bei's secret. Su Bei did not pause even for a moment, and was only 10 steps away from Audrey, without showing any extra expression. "But Sven took great pains to find your traces from various channels, and I don't know why." Su Bei paused, nodded, and stopped. This distance was enough for the two of them to draw their swords in an instant. At this time, Audrey raised her eyes, and her golden eyes pierced Su Bei directly, looking at Su Bei with great interest, and changed the subject. "You should have known long ago that Jasmine is the last spark of Fran, carrying the fate of the entire Fran Empire. But Sven and the Dean chose to believe you, and handed such an important girl to you." Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and shook his head. "It wasn't them who chose it. It was Jasmine who chose it. Otherwise I wouldn't agree." Audrey slowly stood up, narrowed her eyes, and didn't continue to follow Su Bei's words, but continued, "But Sophia doesn't quite trust you, thinking that you can't take that step into the realm of awakening. So she has always had some opinions about you. She was so dissatisfied that she almost demolished the entire Winter Academy." "Did it demolish it?" Su Bei asked curiously. Audrey was stunned, narrowed her eyes, and smiled slightly. "Of course not. She couldn't beat anyone, and she became obedient after being beaten by the Dean." Su Bei nodded and easily accepted this setting. "Sophia is a holy pastor, a 5th-level awakener. Not a very strong combat profession. So what do you think?" Su Bei asked proactively. "As for me, my brain is not very bright, so I just look at this for everything." Audrey smiled and waved the sword in her hand. The next moment, Audrey's sword stabbed straight out, and the light tone came later. Look at the sword. After just a few rounds of collision, Su Bei's mind was in a mess. Audrey's swordsmanship gave him a strong sense of disharmony. Su Bei could instantly overlap it with a figure in his memory. Audrey's swordsmanship was actually very similar to Luminera. Luminera learned swordsmanship from me. Who do you think can teach a student like her? Audrey guessed what Su Bei was thinking and smiled slightly. 300 years ago. Only I was qualified to teach her swordsmanship. In the future, she will lead an era. Even if she is not a hero, she will be a unique swordsman and can become the most powerful demigod in Duz. Su Bei nodded, without comment. The swordsman is recognized as the strongest demigod position. And it is also the only special advancement path for knights to give up defense and max out output in the future promotion. The promotion conditions are extremely harsh and difficult. If Luminera is not a hero, she can probably go further on the road to sword. Right? Su Bei did not let his thoughts fly and continue to think, because he had to concentrate all his attention to deal with Audrey's attack. The sword in Audrey's hand always appeared in the right place, and the sword force was continuous, which made Su Bei breathless. Not relying on characteristics, not relying on sword skills, but simply relying on Audrey's honed skills. After 100 moves, Audrey swung Su Bei's sword with a sword inside. Your swordsmanship is very poor. You can only be regarded as a third-rate swordsman. It's all thanks to your special ability that you can reach the first-rate level. Su Bei nodded and did not deny it. When playing games, you just need to know how to press skills and move. There is no time to use swordsmanship after crossing. Therefore, Su Bei did not practice swordsmanship carefully. He could deal with most situations by relying on his innate conditions. But I can't blame you too much. After all, you are a latecomer. Let's see your sword skills next. Hearing this, Su Bei raised his sword and stepped forward, using bone crushing to point at the weak point of Audrey's sword. Bone crushing? It's a very old swordsmanship. In fact, Zhu Peier's swordsmanship is very poor. He can only become a swordsman by taking advantage of this bone crushing. Bone crushing is very good. Did you learn it secretly for a long time? Unfortunately, it didn't work on me. Audrey evenly distributed her strength on the iron sword, leaving no gaps, while blocking the strongest attack point of the broken bone. She still had enough strength to chop Su Bei's wrist. When the sword was chopped out, Audrey was stunned. The sword was empty. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei disappeared in front of Audrey, and then set a sword back. Audrey calmly dodged sideways and talked freely, as if a teacher was instructing a student. Although the swallow returns to the nest, it is a recent product, but it has not been eliminated. This sword skill has almost reached the extreme in terms of flexibility. It's a clever design to fuse the broken bones into the nest of swallows. But my sword is not that simple. Boom! With a sound, the zero-frame activated wave shook back Audrey's unfinished words, swept her body and sent her out. Audrey's body kept rolling on the ground, and she could only hit the ground with her tail to stabilize her body. After flying about 10 meters, Audrey stopped flying backwards and stood up in a panic. She stared at Su Bei with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Are you a monster? You can actually combine 3 completely different sword skills together. Won't the way of exerting force conflict?" Su Bei didn't know much about sword skills, but he thought it was feasible. So he tried it. Su Bei shook his head and replied calmly, "It should be luck." Su Bei didn't understand much, but Audrey did. This can't be explained by luck. This is the unique sword skill of the 3 sword masters. Audrey slowly raised her sword, smiled slightly, and sighed softly. Throughout the ages, there are very few demigods who have advanced to sword masters, and each of them is a brilliant person, leading an era with swordsmanship and sword skills. But guess how many sword tombs there are here? A few hundred? Su Bei casually gave a number. More than 17,000. Audrey said word by word. Throughout the ages, there have been more than 17,000 sword masters who have left traces. Although he was mentally prepared, this number still surprised Su Bei. Audrey hadn't finished her words, but I think they were just born in an era without me and took advantage of the times. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to become sword masters. With the rise of the professional system, fewer and fewer people are willing to hone their swordsmanship. Every swordsman who learns swordsmanship will ignore the path of swordsmanship when awakening, and choose the more mainstream paladin, shield warrior, and guards. I am lonely. Audrey held the hilt of the sword, leaned forward slightly, and pressed her body to the extreme, like a fully drawn bow. I have a sword. And so far no qualified swordsman can help me test its quality. You take it. My sword is called. When Audrey said name, she was stunned and her pupils shrank suddenly. Su Bei made the same movements as her, exerting force and posture exactly the same. How is this possible? Do you think this is an imitation show? Audrey narrowed her eyes and drew out the sword. The sword was thrown out, and the tip stopped in front of Su Bei's nose. Sudden rain. Clang, the unexpected flying scene did not appear, and the crisp collision sounded from iron and iron. But this is impossible. Her sword drawing technique, which started with a sudden rain, was a freehand technique, and its power was at the peak of sword skills. But the scene before her eyes was extremely real. This made Audrey's sword heart sink to the bottom of the valley instantly, and her hand holding the sword was cold. At the same time as Audrey completed the sword drawing technique, Su Bei also completed the sword drawing technique at the same time, and shot the sword out at the same angle. Audrey's eyes were fixed, and she moved forward without slowing down. The sudden rain was a complete set of sword skills. Drawing the sword and flying the sword were just the starting moves, and the subsequent combination skills were the killer moves. Audrey moved at the same time as the sword flew out, and caught the hilt of the sword in an instant after the sword tip collided with it, rotating 360 degrees with the sword's momentum, and using a unique force-generating technique to roll up a storm. This is a powerful sword skill with no blind spots, and every part of the storm is a sword shadow. Clang, 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 clang. The collision sound that sounded at this moment was endless, like sudden raindrops dripping on the ground. But the storm was completely stopped by another storm, and the two identical storms melted and offset each other. The storm lasted for a full minute, and Audrey gritted her teeth and persisted until her face turned red and she couldn't stop breathing. After a long time, the sword stopped, and the wind and the waves were calm. Only the countless sword marks on the ground could prove what had just happened. Looking at Su Bei, who looked calm in front of her, with a clang sound, the iron sword was thrown away by Audrey. No more playing. Who wants to play with you? Audrey threw the sword, fell backwards and fell straight to the ground, and then lay on the ground motionless, with a relaxed look on her face. Are you on the same frequency? But the frequency is not so bad. Valkyrie is really something. I thought you found a sword master seedling, but it turned out to be a monster, using us to develop your characteristics. Su Bei was stunned. He finally understood the ultimate purpose of this trial. So it was to let him develop his characteristics? Broken Bone Su Bei used 500 rounds. Swallow returned to the nest Su Bei used 50 rounds. Terror Wave Su Bei only used 5 rounds. As for the sudden rain, Su Bei only needed to watch Audrey test the sword to perfectly replicate it. Su Bei looked at his hands, his eyes wavering. This is Su Bei's characteristic. Frequency synchronization. Su Bei's understanding of his own characteristics has risen to a new level. And Audrey, who left the sword, seemed to have changed. Audrey was holding her 5 white tails and rubbing them, pointing to the road behind. Go. Go. You must have come in through the back door. You have copied so many swordsmen's sword skills. Your frequency synchronization must have broken through. Right? It will be miserable for sword players to meet you in the future. Audrey seemed to be indifferent, but Su Bei could clearly see that her palms were trembling slightly, and her expression was uncontrollably lonely. The sword path that he had always adhered to was broken in this way. It must be extremely cruel for the sword master. Right? Seeing that Su Bei still did not move, Audrey rolled her eyes at Su Bei and scolded him sternly. Have you seen enough? If you have seen enough, please leave quickly. Okay? Don't be so mean, little brat. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. I've watched you grow up from a little guy to this point. Do you really want to laugh at me here? Audrey was talking incoherently, and she didn't know what she was saying. In short, she wanted to drive Su Bei away. So Su Bei nodded, and walked towards the back road without stopping. Teach me swordsmanship when you have time in the future. Then he waved his hand. The tears that Audrey had not seen silently fell, and they fell on the ground, like a sudden rain that never stopped. On this day, Su Bei was promoted to the 5th level, and walked to the end of the trial, and saw the Valkyrie holding a sword. The Valkyrie was bathed in golden light, wearing simple armor, and holding a golden long sword. She raised her gray eyes slightly, looked at Su Bei calmly, showed a touch of approval, and encouraged, "You have done very well before. Try to defeat me next." Su Bei was stunned and slowly typed a question mark. This sentence seemed to tell Su Bei, "You have passed the Jinin test. And try to fight the Six Paths Sage next." Chapter 291 5 Secrets of the Demon King. On the grassland, two girls, who look similar, are sitting on the ground and communicating. Jasmine thought for a long time. And nodded firmly. Jasmine has thought about it. And Jasmine wants to know. As for whether to tell Mr. Su Bei, that's a matter for later. Anyway, Chun doesn't know whether Jasmine has said it or not. However, Jasmine took it for granted. Since Chun is the previous Demon King, he must not be an idiot. She looked at Jasmine, who was smiling foolishly, with empty eyes, and sighed. "Your thoughts are written on your face, so I won't tell you." Hearing this, Jasmine grabbed Chun, who was about to stand up, blinked her eyes, and said softly, "No, I will never tell Mr. Su Bei. Sister Chun, the result is obvious. Even if the appearance is almost the same. Chun has been looking at this face for hundreds of years, and she can't resist such a cute self. No wonder she was able to attract so many people to follow her 1,000 years ago." Chun puffed her lips for some reason, made a cute move that was completely inconsistent with her personality, stretched out her finger and poked Jasmine's forehead, sighing, "She's so cute that she's a little unreasonable. Well, according to the tradition of inheritance, I should tell you. Then let's talk about the first point first. This is common sense for all the successors. But it may be an exception for you. If you can accept this, the content mentioned later will be easier to accept." Molly sat up straight, like a good student who listened attentively. "You are the devil." Molly was stunned, pointed at her nose, tilted her head, and fell into confusion. The next moment, Jasmine covered her cheek with her right hand and waved her left hand, smiling and saying, "Sister Chun, don't joke. You are the devil. No exception." Chun repeated calmly, and her tone gradually became a little stern. Jasmine was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes in confusion, and couldn't help asking in confusion, "I am the devil. Then who is Mr. Su Bei?" Chun was also stunned, frowning and shaking her head. "I really don't know this. I have never heard of such a situation." "So, are there two demon kings?" Molly asked. This touched upon Chun's blind spot in knowledge. Not to mention Chun, the previous demon king, did not mention this when he passed on his legacy to Chun. Reasonably, Chun said slowly with a slight hesitation. "It shouldn't be possible," Molly said disappointedly. Chun also only has a partial understanding. This, Chun covered her forehead helplessly, really not knowing how to proceed. Because this demon king was essentially very different from them. They were alone against the world, against the heroes, against all kinds of difficulties. And then, they met all kinds of partners. They were pushed to grow up by time, and were overwhelmed by all kinds of events. But Jasmine is completely different. Now Jasmine still maintains her innocence, and is a person from a completely different world from them. Chun sighed, skipped the topic of Su Bei, and emphasized again, "You are the demon king. Without exception, Su Bei may share your power, but the most critical and core link is still you." Jasmine was stunned. She understood, but her mind was even more confused. Chun didn't wait for Jasmine to recover, and continued to output new secrets, and stretched out the first finger. The first secret. Since ancient times, the devil has been given negative titles such as evil, destruction, ruthlessness, and killing. No matter what the devil does, it will be infinitely misinterpreted, and his actions will always leave a negative evaluation in history books. So, no matter what you do, others must think there is a deeper conspiracy, and this conspiracy must be evil. This is a cognitive barrier unique to the Demon King. The previous Demon Kings called this rule a common sense modification. After leaving this space, you can't tell this secret to anyone. Otherwise you will see a very terrifying scene. I tried it once, and the person I told the secret to suddenly exploded in front of me. Molly hesitated to speak. Before Molly could speak, Chun stretched out her second finger. The second secret. From the moment the Demon King was born, the identity she was given destined her life to be unpeaceful. And this is just the most insignificant beginning. Wherever the devil goes, changes will occur. Even in a deserted place, a dragon or a forest may appear. The devil is the dominant center of the event. The devil is the catalyst of any plot conspiracy. This is the devil. Everything around you is caused by you. The reasons for all this have been constantly summarized by successive devils, who attributed it to the interweaving of cause and effect. You cannot tell the secret. Once you tell it, you will be hunted by the angels. Wait a minute. Jasmine interrupted immediately, and then took 2 hard breaths to sort out her confused brain. But none of these things happened to me, Jasmine retorted loudly. Tsubaki smiled slightly, patted Jasmine on the shoulder, and whispered, because someone has taken over your fate. Jasmine was stunned. Her palms clenched tightly, and she figured out the key at once, without even doubting whether this sentence was true. So, Jasmine's voice became hoarse at this moment, and she lowered her head and begged, please continue. Sister Tsubaki. Chun reached out her hand and gently leaned on Jasmine's shoulder, and continued. The third secret. The Demon King will die. This is fate. The Demon King and the hero must fight. Either die at the hands of the other, or kill the other. But the final outcome is no exception. Even if the hero is killed, the Demon King body function will not allow her to live for more than 10 years. This is called fatalism by the previous Demon Kings. You can't tell this matter to anyone. Otherwise those who know the secret will burn themselves without fire. This is the divine fire. Jasmine did not speak, but became more silent. After a long while, she slowly said, continue. The fourth secret. The Demon King and the hero have an unknown relationship. The previous Demon Kings have not uncovered the truth. This secret is of a very high level and involves the gods. This secret can be told, but not to the hero. Countless Demon Kings have tried to find answers to certain questions from this. Finally, Tsubaki stretched out the 5th finger. The 5th secret. The gods are alive. Once the Demon King growth far exceeds that of the hero, the gods will personally come out to kill the Demon King and restart the cycle of reincarnation. And if the hero's progress exceeds that of the Demon King, the Demon King will not receive any help. And the only way to survive is to escape. But this is unfair. Molly gritted her teeth, and her tone seemed to be squeezed out of her teeth. Could it be that our experience has been fair from the beginning? Tsubaki stroked Molly's head, took the stunned Molly into her arms, and whispered softly, who would want to become a Demon King? I was a rich lady admired by everyone at the beginning. Both parents died overnight, and the tribe members died tragically. There is no fairness. The only thing we can do is to make our death less ugly. Molly clutched Chun's clothes and said in confusion, but why is it like this? Chun said nothing, pointed to the sky, shook his head, and said softly, I don't know either. This requires Molly to find the answer herself. The wind blows, but the grass does not move. Molly's body gradually cooled down, and her eyes became more and more lost. I let it go. But Mr. Subei, will he die too? Without waiting for Chun to give an answer, Molly muttered to herself, firmly giving her answer. No, Mr. Subei won't die. Molly won't let that happen. Help me, Sister Chun. I want to improve so much. The Demon King inheritance. Give it to me. All of it. Chapter 292 Clues left by wisdom. The Sword Tomb. The Valkyrie's spirit body exudes divine light, which means that the Valkyrie is not restricted by the inability to use power. She smiled at Subei and hooked her finger. Go all out. Let me see what level you are at. A normal person would think that he can't fight, and simply lie on the ground, waiting to die. Fortunately, Subei didn't complicate the problem, and rushed up with his sword. The expected knockback did not occur. The Valkyrie stretched out her finger and pointed at the tip of Subei's sword. The contact point spread out golden ripples, and she closed her eyes and sensed it carefully. Given evaluation. Bone age 19. 5th level. Demon King occupation. Characteristic frequency. Magic sword merged with magic weapon gluttony. Anger. Apophis. This means that you have defeated all the incomplete gods left in the magic tower, and passed the first test of wisdom. After a pause, the Valkyrie opened her eyes slightly, as if surprised, and continued, share the Empire's luck. Graft the Demon King heart. Merge the wisdom soul. Learn the basic stealing skills. Carry the tears of wisdom. Playing cards. And the fragments of the heaven's chain. And open the path of death to godhood. Also, your soul is very special. Well, I can only describe it as special. The Valkyrie flicked her finger, flicked away the magic sword in front of her finger, looked at Subei's appearance. Her sharp eyebrows melted, and said softly, how long has it been since the last war of gods? At least, 1,000 years. Su Bei recalled the details of the past, and gave a vague guess. The Valkyrie nodded slowly, stared at Su Bei, and continued to evaluate. You are very good. You can give me a sense of surprise. But it is far from enough. Many gods have predicted the Ragnarok and the end of the world, and have sought ways to save themselves. Wisdom is different. She turned her attention to the human world and found a possibility among thousands of probabilities. As she spoke, the Valkyrie pointed her golden finger at Su Bei, looked at Su Bei's surprised expression, and smiled slightly. Wisdom looks at the past and the future, and believes that the only chance of winning is not on us. So she has kept countless backups and hopes, and will put all of this on the past and the future even if she dies. Why me? Su Bei asked. The Valkyrie shook her head. I only have a will of power here, and I have no memory of this. This means that I shouldn't tell you this. You should find the answer yourself. As she spoke, the Valkyrie looked up indifferently. Her eyes passed through Su Bei, as if she wanted to look at the wisdom behind Su Bei from a distance. Look, you fell into confusion just by hearing these secrets, and your expression is like a little white rabbit who strayed into the battlefield, panicked and uneasy. So, are you really ready? Accept the clues that wisdom leaves for you here. Time is running out. You need pressure. Wisdom won't tell you this. She's afraid of putting pressure on you. But I don't care. There is indeed a lot of pressure. But fortunately Su Bei has been bearing the pressure. But what does all this have to do with Su Bei? It's extremely difficult for him to just live to see tomorrow. Does he have to rely on him to save the meteorite that falls 8 years later? Su Bei didn't understand, so he didn't ask further. The Valkyrie's eyes were soft and her tone was compassionate. You can't escape. Since you took over the position of the Demon King, you can only choose to become stronger. Either give up, turn back now. Give up the opportunity to rescue the Demon King whose fate you have taken over in the future, and give up everything that wisdom has put on you. In this way, you can also take my remaining power to leave the God War site and help you overcome the next difficulties. Or accept it. Take new clues to meet more difficult challenges, and face more powerful enemies. And this doesn't have any extra benefits. Su Bei was silent and deep in thought. The price of overcoming the last difficulty is to put oneself in a greater difficulty. Such a deal is not worth it no matter how you think about it. But, does Su Bei have any choice? Yes, since he accepted Jasmine's commission. Everything has not developed according to the normal plot. The gods who rarely appear in fantasy world appear one by one beside him. Creatures as powerful as angels, demons, dragons, etc., which only exist in legends or myths, appear for free like Lizzie's tears. Even if Su Bei just wanted to live well. When Su Bei took over the fate of the devil, he fell into this vortex and could not get out. He could only go all the way to become stronger until he could tear apart the predetermined fate and see the truth of the world. Fortunately, this time Su Bei was stronger than any save in fantasy world. It was nothing more than completely clearing fantasy world. Is it difficult? Su Bei slowly raised his head, met the strange smile of the Valkyrie, and nodded. Try your best. After getting the answer from Su Bei, the Valkyrie moved slightly and moved aside. The entire chaotic space behind her was exposed. Su Bei looked sideways and was stunned. The golden armor on the back of the Valkyrie that was inadvertently exposed turned into powder, and black flames attached to the armor, constantly burning the Valkyrie's skin. The black flames were spreading along both sides of the armor at an extremely slow speed, constantly burning. Su Bei did not ask, pretending not to see it, and looked sideways at the space corridor. This is the passage where the clues are hidden. The Valkyrie pointed to the passage behind her and said calmly, This space crack is the ruins of the God War that you should have entered. I forced you to come here, so I paid a little price. This space is connected to a core battlefield of the last God War. No energy can be used here, and you can only rely on the purest force. The way to pass through this God War ruins is very simple. Find the only space crack inside, leave the battlefield, and you can come back here. After that, you will get the message left by wisdom. I don't know what the message is. It all depends on what you get in it. That is to say, you may not get any message at all. Isn't this equivalent to opening a blind box? Su Bei knew that his luck had always been bad. Fortunately, it improved after meeting Jasmine. Su Bei did not hesitate and stepped into the passage, until the figure disappeared in this space. At this time, the Valkyrie stood back in place and blocked the dark passage with her body again, enduring the pain of being burned by the power of rules. She looked at Su Bei's departing figure and murmured to herself, "It's curious. What clues did wisdom leave in this known history? It's worth my effort to freeze this space corridor for 1,000 years, just to let this boy go back and take a look. In fact, this is not the site that Su Bei should have entered. It is a historical fragment left by wisdom for Su Bei." As she said, the Valkyrie smiled slightly, tied her thoughts to Su Bei, and followed Su Bei into this unknown space. Explore this buried history. Chapter 293 Jasmine returns. On the grassland, there was no one beside Jasmine. She was alone, blowing the wind in the wilderness. She was emitting a dark light. The black was spreading. The power was spreading. Her eyes were constantly expanding with terrifying power, as if they could even cover the stars. Jasmine completed the inheritance. But the price of accepting the inheritance was Chun's complete disappearance. Chun left. Chun said she had died a long time ago. But Jasmine still felt that she had killed her. Chun said this was the fate of the Demon King. But Jasmine didn't want to admit that this was her fate. If Chun didn't accept the inheritance, could she still live a long time? But there is no regret medicine in the world. Jasmine can only look forward. Too many secrets made Jasmine breathless. So Jasmine tried her best to breathe, just to adapt to this pressure. Because this is the life that Mr. Su Bei has been facing. Is this Mr. Su Bei's normal state? It feels like Jasmine is getting closer and closer to Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine whispered softly, smoothed her fluttering long hair, and gathered her thoughts. Jasmine is greedy. Jasmine doesn't want to die. And she doesn't want everyone to die either. You have to work harder. Let's start by taking responsibility. One day, when the plague continent was in chaos because of the border tentacles, Jasmine cut off her hair, stepped into the space crack, and returned to the plague continent as a demon king, causing the heroes and the travelers to confront each other solemnly. The travelers held a combat meeting with the local residents of the plague continent to discuss the encirclement and suppression of the demon king and resolve the crisis on the continent. The war was about to start. The next day, the war started. With the power of inheritance given by the previous demon king, Jasmine fought fiercely with Luminera, not losing the upper hand, and retreating while fighting. The travelers observed carefully, and saw that the Demon King had an impressive figure and amazing strength. He stood firmly at the 5th level, and had a bottomless and terrible reserve of magic power. The Demon King was surrounded by black energy balls, which were inexhaustible, like a human-shaped self-propelled cannon. Every time he pointed his finger, he could shoot a huge beam of light, which could easily penetrate ordinary 5th-level awakeners, not to mention the native word spirit warriors of the plague continent. Facing the siege, the Demon King was defeated and escaped, and his whereabouts are unknown. October 5th. A cave in the beast tribe's nest. Jasmine regained her petite stature and sat inside the cave, drinking a light-colored vegetable soup. With the help of the light, you can see that her face is pale and slightly weak. But Jasmine is not sad. Instead, her eyes are slightly narrowed, her eyelashes are fluttering, and her eyebrows are curved, as if thinking of something beautiful. Jasmine held her face and whispered softly, "In this way, Mr. Su Bei can live a normal life. Everyone has seen that the Demon King is a plump girl, and Mr. Su Bei can never become like this. But Mr. Su Bei will blame me, right? Will he be angry? I don't know. Anyway, no matter what, when the time comes, Jasmine will act like a spoiled child, and Mr. Su Bei will definitely forgive Jasmine." Jasmine was very happy just thinking about it. And the 5 secrets about the Demon King have long been forgotten by Jasmine. Anyway, I didn't know it before, and I'm still happy. As long as Mr. Su Bei doesn't hate me, it's fine. Next, Jasmine will have to find a way to become stronger. Become very strong. And don't let Sister Luminera pull away from you, Jasmine thought, humming a song, waiting for the day when Mr. Su Bei would come back. As for the border issue of the plague continent, Jasmine didn't care at all. In Jasmine's heart, at least Mr. Su Bei was still alive, so it probably wouldn't be a big deal if the sky fell. The moonlight gradually dimmed, and the longing became stronger. After knowing all that Mr. Su Bei had silently done behind her back, Jasmine felt that she had become restless and uncontrollable. Perhaps it was because she couldn't help herself. Or perhaps it was because the inheritance of the Demon King had changed her mind. Anyway, the next time we meet, I have to find a time to express my feelings to Mr. Sube. Plague Continent. By the lake. Flynn turned to Elena and Xiaomi Zhou and asked solemnly, "Are you sure? Once you enter the Hall of Heroes and accept the heroic trial, life and death are no longer something we can control." Elena nodded and said without hesitation, "The situation is getting more and more serious now, which makes me more and more uneasy. We need to fight. If we don't try hard, only death will greet us." Flynn's eyes dimmed slightly, and her palms clenched. She raised her head and smiled brightly. "Then come. I will call the dead heroes and take us to Valhalla. As a price, our souls will return to Valhalla after we die, and we will not enter reincarnation and will not be controlled by the gods we believe in. No rebirth." Elena smiled lightly, combed her hair, and replied calmly, "I never believed in souls and afterlife. Who cares about afterlife when this life is not good enough? Let's start. It's our turn." At the entrance of the God War ruins, the tentacles of the Plague Continent continue to spread, and this is the first area to be blocked. Even the man who controls the soul and body of the Plague Demon is also extremely afraid of this space crack. The number of gods who died in the War of Gods is no less than the stars in the sky, and no one knows what monster will suddenly jump out of it. But just as the tentacles flooded this space, Luminara stood at the entrance, and her palm just touched this area. "God is calling me. What is she going to tell me? Is everything I have been holding on to really correct?" Countless voices in her heart told Luminara that she should go in. But Luminara was hesitant. Unlike the previous heroes, Luminara did not stand firmly on the side of faith. She is not an idiot. At the base, Luminara and the Demon King looked at each other for the last moment, and she saw the other party's identity. The Demon King is Su Bei. So, is Su Bei a bad person? In Luminara cognition, Su Bei has not done anything that harms the world. But in Luminara's subconscious, the Demon King is the most evil existence in the world, leading all destruction and damage. Such an extreme contradiction makes Luminara begin to doubt the belief that has always dominated her. Luminara hesitated in front of the ruins of the War of Gods. But finally, she chose to step into it. "Gods, you will give me an answer, right?" Luminara knew she had no choice. The Plague Continent was imprisoned by a terrifying force, and no one could escape. If they waited any longer, they would only face death. In order to survive and to save everyone, she had no choice but to make this choice. Chapter 294 Plague Demon appeared. October 6th. In the Beast Tribe, the undead kings found that their retreat was cut off and fell into complete panic. The Plague Continent fell into silence for half a day, and then completely entered a chaotic mode. The Beast Tribe rose up to resist, broke free from the control of the undead, and launched a counterattack. The Beast Tribe and the undead still did not forget to encircle and suppress the natives of the Plague Continent. The natives of the Plague Continent were completely in chaos, and they beat whoever they caught. Some geniuses were occasionally controlled by soul chains, and occasionally fanned the flames of various forces. The time travelers stayed in one place, and were often attacked by various tribes. More and more time travelers were injured, and without Luminara leadership, the time travelers became a mess, and the organization fell apart. All forces suffered heavy casualties, and didn't even know why they started the war. Every day, the number of people on the Plague Continent was decreasing by millions. No one noticed that the blood-stained land was getting deeper and deeper red, as if life was brewing in it. The blood sacrifice had already begun. In the Beast Tide, the Cyclops was the first to feel something was wrong, and used his vertical eye and artifact fragments to break a corner of the tentacle, trying to escape from the Plague Continent and enter the God War ruins. It succeeded, but it also failed. It broke a corner of the tentacle, but the next moment a tentacle stretched out from the ground and inserted into the head of the Cyclops, absorbing the strongest life form on the Plague Continent. This scene was like a horror movie, engraved in everyone's mind, and could not be dissipated for a long time. A legendary creature, the descendant of a mythical seed that surpassed the demigod, the strongest creature on the Plague Continent, died under the tentacles without any resistance. Despair is spreading. Order is collapsing. When the first person appeared, wantonly venting his desires, bullying women, and advocating male power. Soon, the rules and order of the entire Plague Continent completely collapsed. Men have been bullied, and now that they have lost the rules, the rebound is even more violent, and they even start to call women bitches. The version upgrades and evolves. and T0 falls from the altar. No one cares that this place is about to become a personal slaughterhouse. All the lives in the cage are pigs. Without exception. On this day, the space cracks in the God War ruins were completely covered by tentacles. On this day, Li Lizzie left the entrance of the God War ruins, looked at the plague continent where order collapsed, and sighed softly. When will you wake up? I can't stand the spiciness. As she said this, Li Lizzie covered her chest. Extremely confused. A team of beast men surrounded the two travelers. Green-skinned Watson, covered in blood, protected Jonah behind him, holding a mace. With a ferocious face, the long battle made him almost unable to hold a weapon in his hand. Brother, you are a goblin, right? Hand over the bitch behind you, and we can promise you to have some fun first. Behind him, Jonah pressed on the green-skinned Watson's shoulder and pushed him aside. Green-skinned Watson, this is my last order. Run! Your magic power is almost exhausted, and staying here will do no good. Green-skinned Watson smiled wantonly and smashed the mace on his chest, making a bang-bang sound. Did you hear that? This is a man's responsibility. I won't leave you to these guys. I will protect you for the rest of my life. Joanna was stunned. Her eyes softened, but her tone was still calm and stern. Idiot. Then go and die. Remember not to die too ugly. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the entire plague continent began to tremble. At the border of the plague continent, in front of the tentacles, Sven, Fury and Alyssa gathered together, studying the structure of the tentacles. The three of them had worked together in the Transmigrator assassination team, and Alyssa was an outstanding student at the Winter Academy, and had a teacher-student relationship with Sven. So after the Traversers team fell apart, the three of them gathered together under the leadership of Sven, looking for a way to escape. The moment Sven reached out and touched the tentacles, he could feel his vitality rapidly fading away. With a sound of click, Sven's body shattered on the spot, and then Sven's figure slowly emerged from the shadow, unharmed. This is a realm above demigods, which has exceeded the scope of rules and formed a unique order. Above demigods? A transcendent existence? Alyssa asked softly. Sven was stunned, glanced at Alyssa in confusion, and then shook his head. No. It's even higher. Maybe a false god. Even the Shadow Overlord can't escape from the opponent's skill? Alyssa asked softly. Sven was stunned again. He found that he had seriously underestimated Alyssa. The other party not only knew the realm after the demigod, but also knew that he could advance to the Shadow Overlord at any time. But even if Sven became a demigod, it would still be useless in the face of this dilemma. At this time, Felihui, who had been silent on the side, raised the drawing board in her hand. I can unlock a corner of the cage, but I can't deal with subsequent attacks. She held a complete artifact, and could forcibly replace a corner of the cage with her life in exchange for injury. But facing a near god with the power of a 4th-level awakener, the price to pay is undoubtedly heavy. Even if Felihui paid a heavy price, everyone might not be able to escape. The three were silent, thinking back to the tentacle that pierced the Cyclops, and felt so powerless. Suddenly, the tentacles trembled. The sky tore apart, and it seemed that something extremely terrifying appeared. Cemetery? Wilgard used blood to draw a blood-colored formation on the ground and lay flat in it. On the side, Anna continued to improve the formation with chemical agents. Are you sure? Once you summon the ancestors of the Blood Clan, your potential will be completely lost, and you will never be able to make further progress in your life. Wilgard smiled and shook his head calmly. It's enough to reach half a step to demigod in this life. I am the greatest pure-blooded descendant of the Blood Clan. How can I be used as a blood sacrifice by the evil god? With the realm of demigod, the ancestor summoned might be the blood ancestor. According to records, he is very greedy for beauty. Remember to run away when the time comes. Anna nodded and said without hesitation, I will. Suddenly, the sky and the earth lost color, and Anna stopped her actions in fear. On October 7th, in the early morning, the plague demon absorbed the power of death and emerged from the ruins of the god War. He tore a corner of the tentacle cage with one hand and looked underground. At the same time, a surprise sentence came from underground. Finally, I waited for you. You are the beginning and the end. You are the last link in my journey to become a god. The blood sacrifice walked towards the terminal, and the formation accelerated the process. At this time, Su Bei had already stepped into the crack of time and space and lost his perception of the outside world. Chapter 295 Return to the past and become a cat. War. A war more intense than the current plague continent. Cities are reduced to ruins. Corpses pile up like mountains. And the bloody sunset shines on this devastated land, exposing the blood and condensing into bloody graves. At this time, time stops. The picture does not move. Su Bei stands in this strange land with his soul body, and the Valkyrie's admonition rings in his mind. Remember the following 3 rules. First, do not change the trajectory of history. Otherwise you will stay here forever. Second, do not leave traces that do not belong to this era, which will change the future, cause a butterfly effect, and cause turmoil. Third, find a body to parasitize as soon as possible. Otherwise your soul will be assimilated by this time and space and remain in the traces of history. Note that if the body you parasitize is alive, you will be bound to the parasitic life, and you will die if the host dies. If the body you parasitize is dead, the resurrection of the dead is the greatest blasphemy against history, which is extremely easy to destroy history. Consider carefully. You only have 10 seconds. 10. The voice of the Valkyrie was broadcast in Su Bei's mind like a little lowly in the system. And the moment the countdown began, everything in front of him turned from static to dynamic, and countless intelligent species collided in front of Su Bei. Limbs flying, blood and flesh splashing. 9. Su Bei's sight changed rapidly, skipping these cannon fodder characters, looking for the high level of various forces. His sight stayed on the leader of the Sky Demon Clan in the Demon Clan team, and the current saint of the Holy Light Church, who was particularly eye-catching among the human race. At the same time, the voice of the Valkyrie flashed through Su Bei's mind at a high speed. A good choice. Their talents are among the top among the intelligent species, but they cannot determine the outcome of the war. Under your guidance, they can easily become stronger and help you find the hidden clues. Su Bei shook his head. No. Although these characters are gifted, war does not depend on talent, but on combat power. Such strength is too fragile, and will die if you are not careful. As Su Bei expected, a dragon flame suddenly fell from the sky, burning the current saint of the Holy Light Church to ashes. 8. The next moment, Su Bei looked up at the pure-blooded dragon flying in the sky. With the strength of a demigod and a legendary life, it has enough strength to save its life. This is a good choice. Su Bei still shook his head. No. The clue left by the wisdom must be hidden in the crowd. It is too ostentatious to live in a dragon, and it is difficult to achieve the goal. 7. You need to hurry up. If you cannot select a target within 10 seconds, your soul will automatically live in the nearest wisdom species, without exception. 6. Su Bei quickly scanned the surroundings, even looking at a distant corner, and spied the battle between the former Demon King and the former hero, and was suddenly stunned. The former Demon King actually looked so similar to Jasmine. At this time, the Valkyrie's warning sounded in Su Bei's mind. Once you inhabit one of the two, you will seriously change the course of history, and there will be no possibility of returning. Su Bei nodded. Fortunately, he was just looking and had no intention of inhabiting one of them. 5. At this time, Su Bei's sight stopped at a very unique intelligent species in the distance. He saw the other party's unique succubus horns. Subconsciously, Su Bei searched all the intelligent species around him, and saw many familiar faces. Shira tribe, Witch Doctor Shaman, Lich King. 4. Su Bei's thoughts continued to run in his mind, and finally his sight stopped at the most unique succubus among the succubus. Her breath was different from that of ordinary succubus. Although she had a pair of succubus horns, she was extremely petite and lovely, with a pure temperament that was completely different from that of a succubus. Isn't she the plague demon of the future? 3. Is this the plague continent 1,000 years ago? Su Bei's thoughts were flying, and he instantly threw the 3 rules given by the Valkyrie behind his head, and his eyes kept turning. 2. At this time, Su Bei's eyes passed through thousands of lives, constantly searching, constantly scanning the surroundings, and constantly wondering, where is it? Why can't I find it? Where is the man underground? At this time, Su Bei's eyes suddenly fixed on the corpse of a king-type void mask, and the description of this kind of monster emerged in his mind. This monster is rare in number, has a natural affinity, can change in 1,000 ways, and is hard to guard against. The only flaw is that its strength is only level 3, making it difficult to advance. 1. Su Bei no longer hesitated, and made a decision in his heart. Choose a dead thing? It's a smart choice. Relying on the ever-changing ability of the Void Mask, it can reasonably avoid the collapse of history. I'm beginning to look forward to what you can do with the help of the Void Mask. Su Bei said nothing, and rushed towards the Void Mask with great determination, injecting his soul into his mind to achieve soul possession. The next moment, Su Bei was familiar with the power of the Void Mask, and he kept transforming his body. Stones, leaves, iron swords, blood. After adapting to the transformation, Su Bei transformed his body into a cute little cat, constantly dodging the stones, and stumbling towards the plague demon. What are you going to do? That person carries an extremely heavy cause and effect, and it is not wise to contact her. At this time, there was a sound of swoosh. A spear shot from a tricky angle and almost pierced through the little cat that Su Bei transformed into. Su Bei jumped up with his fur standing up, and pounced on the plague demon. Aw! Hey! What a cute little kitty! I saw a pair of hands holding Su Bei, and then Su Bei was lifted up high, and looked into the eyes of the owner of the hands. A pair of cat eyes with vertical pupils met the wine-red pupils. My name is Lin. Little guy. Please give me more advice. Su Bei was stunned. I didn't expect that the plague demon at this time was unexpectedly cute and gentle. Su Bei imitated the sound of a cat and called softly. Meow. There are fights everywhere here. Come with me and leave here. I have a beautiful home and many good friends. You will like this place. As he said this, the plague demon carried Su Bei in his arms and walked at the end of the team, escorting the natives of the plague continent and isolating them from the flames of war. The flames of war spread, but were blocked by the tentacle she conjured, and could not continue to spread. Su Bei nodded slowly, his eyes cold, looking around, and calmly thinking about the plan. How can we leave a backhand for our future self without destroying the historical process? Chapter 296. Su Bei gives it a try. During this period, the plague demon will be called Lin for the time being, and her name has not yet been taken away. Compared with the plague continent 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years later, there are many differences. At this moment, the plague continent is not called the plague continent, but the forbidden continent. The continental plates today are twice as large as in the future. The sky is bluer, the sea is clearer, and everything is full of vitality and thriving. It was also during this period that the Demon King War had lasted for 3 years, and many plates were affected by the war, and the lives of the people were destroyed, and the God War was born. The Forbidden Land was also caught in the flames of war. This land was constantly invaded and attacked by various forces. The people of the Forbidden Land thought it was bad luck. After all, it had never been like this for thousands of years. But Su Bei thought that perhaps it was because the Demon King often hid in the Forbidden Land, taking advantage of the fact that the magic power could not be restored here, recuperating and avoiding being hunted down, which attracted various enemies. However, Lin's strength was at its peak at this time, and she was fully capable of protecting the land from harm. But as long as Lin leaves the Forbidden Continent, tens of thousands of people will die in just a few days. In order to deal with this situation, the nobles from all sides of the continent held a small meeting while Lin was away, plotting a special plan that would affect the continent for a full 1,000 years. Fortunately, this plan only avoided Lin, but not Su Bei, the little cat. So Su Bei knew the place and time of the discussion. Nearly 2 months have passed. The war became more and more intense, and the devil and the brave fought in various parts of the world, and traces of gods appeared repeatedly behind them. This means that the war is about to turn into a war between gods. According to history, wisdom will die in this war. There is not much time left for Su Bei. That day, Su Bei left Lin's residence early in the morning and hid in the ventilation duct at the discussion site with the soft body of a kitten, quietly waiting for time to pass. At this time, Su Bei's mind rang with the confusion of the Valkyrie. Secrets are indeed hard currency, the most circulated currency among gods. But are the secrets you eavesdropped on too cheap? The potential they exposed is not even enough to support their understanding of the power of rules. Among them, a quasi-god has emerged. Su Bei responded calmly. Hearing this, the Valkyrie fell silent. Time passed slowly, and more people were sitting below. A quick glance showed 7 people, and the discussion was very noisy. Su Bei could vaguely hear. She is just a little girl. She does not belong to the Forbidden Continent. We must keep her. Any method is fine. Otherwise we can only face destruction. And other words. After a while, a handsome man came from another passage. At a glance, he was about 30 years old, with a gentle temperament and a strong aura. As the most outstanding genius of the Shura clan, the man has been given the name of Ashura for more than 10 years. So long that many people have forgotten his original name. He is the most powerful and influential person here, and the one who initiated the organization. Everyone is here. So let's start the discussion. You are all representatives of your own families. We are gathered here today for a great plan. The plan is called God-making. To ensure that there are no mistakes. Everyone swears first. I swear by my soul. By the rise and fall of my family. The plan will be officially implemented tomorrow morning. And the specific content is? The content of the plan is not much different from what Su Bei speculated in later generations. Specifically, it is mainly to cultivate feelings, win Lin's trust, and let Lin willingly dedicate her strength and soul. After listening to the whole process on the top, Su Bei returned to his residence with a blank expression. When do you plan to look for clues? Wisdom will not hide information too deeply. You don't need to be too involved in this history to avoid accidents. As night fell, Su Bei squatted on the treetop, thinking about many things. Su Bei swore that he didn't care about Lin's life or death. He cared about the future that had already happened. The thief who had taken the power of the plague demon was too powerful. And perhaps, he was not far from becoming a god. How could he fight against this? What was the clue? Could it help him escape safely? Su Bei didn't know. Could the Valkyrie's power, and will defeat that powerful enemy? Su Bei didn't know either. So, in order to survive, he must leave some tricks in this era. So, what can be left? At this time, Su Bei asked doubtfully. As long as it does not change the course of history, and does not deviate from the future, everything I do will be acceptable. Right? Naturally. History is tolerant. And many ambiguous historical fragments are caused by its uncertainty. Time has its own correction ability. It controls macroeconomic regulation and allows small errors. So, is there a possibility? Su Bei jumped down from the treetop. His figure slowly transformed into the image of the current Ashura of the Ashura clan. 1,000 years ago, there were actually 2 people who were trying to capture Lin. But everyone thought there was only one. As he spoke, Su Bei gently knocked on Lin's door. Zika. Strange. Who is visiting so late? Lin opened the door. And the little girl, who was not even as tall as the door handle, stood on tiptoe to open the bolt, looked at the uncle at the door, and blinked curiously. Are you okay? I can't control my strength at night. And it's not good to hurt you. The timid tone makes people feel very uneasy. This is natural. During the time when Lin became a cat and followed him, Lin had demolished more than a dozen houses. And people who get close to him will always unconsciously have bad luck. And from time to time, they will have a myocardial infarction and be sent for rescue. Fortunately, the void mask possessed by Su Bei has a 3rd-level body, so it is not too fragile. So he can barely survive with all 4 limbs intact. Listening to Lin's soft words, Su Bei fell silent. He just made a plan. But he had no idea how to capture girls. What to do? Fortunately, Su Bei has played a lot of games, and many of them involve love. So, how about going straight to A? Without thinking, Su Bei suddenly reached out and embraced Lin's small body. Under her surprised, stunned, and uneasy eyes, he reached out and rubbed her head. You must feel very guilty for inadvertently hurting so many friends and being frequently involved in wars for no reason. I feel bad. Let me take care of you from now on. Lin was stunned. A wonderful feeling she had never experienced before suddenly broke out in her heart. Just like a small tree but sprouting. And a little girl was fed 2 lollipops. Lin was in a trance. And suddenly murmured, Uncle, are you my long-lost father? Su Bei was stunned. He didn't dare to recognize him. Mainly for 2 reasons. First, Lin's crisp voice made Su Bei feel like he was committing a crime. And a sense of guilt suddenly emerged in his heart. Second, if Lin had a mother, her mother must be extremely powerful, so that Lin could master such a powerful power at a young age. Then, what kind of suffering did such a simple Lin suffer to become the plague demon of the future? Su Bei didn't know. He only knew that he had to follow the course of history. Follow the same path as that man. And witness Lin's blackening with his own eyes. Su Bei completely froze his heart, but let his eyes flash with unbreakable tenderness. This is how he conquered the extremely simple Lin at this moment. Chapter 297, a game spanning 1,000 years. Tonight is cloudless. The night is slightly bright, and the stars are shining. It is a very beautiful weather, just like Lin's mood. Since Lin was old enough to understand, she has been wandering around various continents, traveling around, and finally stopped in this forbidden continent. This stay lasted for several years. Although the natives here are warm and friendly, they are all afraid of Lin, because Lin often cannot control her power and causes serious damage. Now is no exception. Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and a feeling she had never had before erupted in her heart. This was the first time that Lin felt an emotion other than being needed. Perhaps this is what is called care. When the strange uncle in front of her spoke to her in a language that Lin could not understand, Lin's body went out of control. In the blink of an eye, 8 tentacles sprang out from behind Lin, dancing wildly, like a little girl whose neck was grabbed, kicking her feet in the air, making violent noises. Boom, 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 the earth shook. The result was that Lin lost her cabin, and Su Bei experienced the feeling of flying. Su Bei was stunned. No wonder no one dared to approach Lin. Anyone who approached her would probably become disabled. The fact that she would lose control due to emotional excitement alone would push away 99% of ordinary people. Fortunately, Su Bei's body was still at the 3rd level at this time, so he didn't die on the spot. Ah! Hey! Uncle? Are you okay? Lin stretched out her hand and hurriedly looked for Su Bei's trace in the collapsed ruins. She inadvertently exerted force with her hand. With a crack, the ground collapsed instantly. This casual push easily blasted out a 5-meter-deep basement. Lin was stunned and at a loss for a moment, as if she was broken down by her clumsy actions. Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lin didn't mean it. Lin is really a disaster star. Lin shouldn't get close to Uncle. So Uncle will be fine. Don't be nervous. Relax. I'm on top. Fortunately, Su Bei was hanging on the branch and was not buried in the ruins. Otherwise, with Lin's palm just now, he would have died in this piece of history. According to the Valkyrie, people who die in history will completely dissipate. Their souls cannot enter reincarnation, and the past and the future will lose traces. Just like the historical figures fabricated in history books. This person no longer exists, but his story is circulated in history. Hearing the voice, Lin looked up, wiped her tears with great self-blame, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really didn't think of this. I can't control my own strength. Uncle should stay away from me. No need to blame yourself. Su Bei jumped down from the branch, walked forward slowly, and approached Lin without any care. Then he stretched out his right hand and stroked the other's head again. Lin's head was very small, and Su Bei could cover the other's head with one palm. Su Bei's movements were very light, like comforting an uneasy kitten. And he said softly, this is not Lin's fault. Lin didn't want this to happen. It's just because Lin's power is too strong that this happened. Just like humans can destroy an ant nest with a careless foot. Lin is the same in the Forbidden Continent. She is the only supersized species, and everyone who approaches her is an ant. And Su Bei is the larger ant. But I don't want this. I don't want this. I want to be like everyone else. Lin's face was full of desire, and she stretched out her hand to grab the corner of Su Bei's clothes. But she was afraid that she would tear Su Bei's body apart. Su Bei paused and fell silent. No wonder. No wonder that guy could take away Lin's power so easily. It turned out that this was Lin's request from the beginning. There will be a way. Su Bei smiled and nodded. Tonight was a long night. Su Bei stayed by Lin's side, counting the stars with her and chatting about all kinds of strange things. It was easier to capture Lin than Su Bei imagined. It could be said that it took almost no effort. It only took one night for Lin to share everything with Su Bei. Perhaps in a few days, Su Bei would be able to make Lin willingly give up her entire soul. But Su Bei could not destroy the course of history. So before parting, Su Bei said a crucial paragraph to Lin in order to hide this history. Tomorrow, I will meet you formally. At that time, Lin should pretend not to know me and get to know me again. Okay? Lin's little eyes showed great confusion. Fortunately, she was easy to deceive now. She nodded without thinking and asked curiously, is it a game? It is a game. Su Bei responded and emphasized again and again, Tomorrow I will be slightly different from now. This is all part of the game. Lin should remember that only when I say that from now on. The game is temporarily over. I will temporarily become what I am now. What will happen if Lin wins? Lin asked. If Lin does it, I will always play games with you. And I will tell you a secret a long time later. What if Lin loses? If Lin can't do it, then I will disappear, and I can't play with Lin anymore. No! Lin grabbed Zubei's hand and bit it hard, saying angrily, Uncle is a liar. He just said he would always accompany Lin. Can Lin do it? Zubei looked sideways and stared into Lin's eyes. This serious expression made Lin realize that this matter was very serious. So Lin gently rubbed Zubei's arm with her head and said seriously, Lin can do it. But when will the game really end? Zubei was silent. Will the game end one day? Probably not. When Zubei can meet Lin again, Lin may have hated him to the core. At that time, Zubei thought it would be difficult to say the word end to Lin. Probably. It will be 1,000 years later. Zubei replied calmly and continued to coax. Lin must swear. Because this is a secret between the two of us. Lin will do it. You must swear. Uncle is so boring. Just swear, Uncle can't abandon Lin. I will. Afterwards, Zubei asked the Valkyrie for a contract to swear to the soul, temporarily cutting off history in this way. At dawn, Zubei gently moved the sleeping Lin to the side, got up and left. After a while, an orange kitten returned to Lin's side and fell asleep leaning on Lin's arm. You are walking on a tightrope. If you make a mistake, you will be crushed to pieces. Are you sure you can continue playing the game for 1,000 years without getting caught? Zubei nodded, responding to the Valkyrie's reminder. Yes, he is sure. After all, that man will dismember Lin soon. How can Lin, who is full of hatred, remember this insignificant game? Chapter 298 Meeting the Man for the first time. At dawn, Lin was awakened by the sound of footsteps in the early morning. It is not quite accurate to say that she was awakened by the sound of footsteps. It was mainly because Lin was looking forward to meeting again today. So she had a light sleep. Lin looked in the direction of the footsteps. The man who came was the uncle from yesterday. So she stretched out her hand and waved to him, and took the initiative to greet him. Uncle, good morning. Ashura was stunned and a little absent-minded for a while. Perhaps he did not expect the process to be so smooth as expected. It was so easy to establish a relationship with the target. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also stretched out his hand and waved, smiling and responding. Hello. My name is Ashura. Nice to meet you. As he said, Ashura looked around inside. The house is destroyed. I find someone to help you rebuild it. How are you doing recently? Are you used to staying here? Ashura's tone was unfamiliar, as if the two of them were really meeting for the first time. This reminded Lin of the game she had agreed to play last night. So she was a little reserved, and held the kitten who was resting with his eyes closed beside her with both hands, pressed it on her legs, and swung her legs at a loss. I'm used to it. Everyone is very enthusiastic. It's just that Lin often can't control her strength and hurts everyone. So she blames herself. The conversation between the two was not very meaningful. While Lin was racking her brains to think about the content of the conversation, Zubei struggled to get out of her thigh, jumped onto Lin's shoulder, and observed Ashura. What will happen if I kill him? Zubei asked the Valkyrie curiously. The Valkyrie's evaluation sounded in Zubei's mind. It was a very ordinary life form. I could smell the greedy smell on it from 100 meters away. Looking at this situation, it is not difficult to guess how he reached the near-god level. According to common sense, the death of such a person will not have much impact on history. However, he has a familiar smell. He is a rising star, and he has gained a lot in the War of Gods. You can't kill him. Otherwise you will completely disrupt history. He is a very critical link in history. Zubei was stunned. Behind the conspiracy is still conspiracy. And behind the calculation is still calculation. To be called a rising star by the Valkyrie, his level must be at least a god. The deeper the incident is dug, the bigger the iceberg that emerges from the water becomes. If Ashura dies 1,000 years later, what will happen to this god? Zubei doesn't know. At this moment, Zubei observes Ashura's words, deeds and movements, and finds that he does have a unique personality charm. Without special conversation skills, without the ability to make friends that make Zubei's eyes light up, He can easily get close to Lin by just relying on humorous conversations and chats. However, in terms of conquering Lin, Ashura is still slightly worse than Su Bei, who is inhabiting the Void Mask. At least the Void Mask has a natural affinity. But Ashura relies on personality charm. Fortunately, the current healthy Lin is a fool. A silly loli who is willing to run with a lollipop. So Ashura and Lin's initial acquaintance was not bumpy, but unusually smooth. If it were a disabled plague demon from the future, it would probably have been crushed to pieces by Ashura before he could finish saying evil beast. On this day, the conversation between the two was very ordinary, and no other accidents happened. Ashura would not be so stupid as to propose a plan on the first day. Relationships need to last for a long time. And so do plans. Night. Starry night. Lin always took a few charming nights to take a bath in her favorite fountain. And this habit has always been with her until Su Bei met the plague demon in the future. It has never changed. Tonight is such a day. Fortunately, Lin did not bring the kitten with her when she took a bath. So Su Bei slipped into the grove while Lin went to take a bath. A moment later, Su Bei transformed himself and walked out of the grove in the appearance of Ashura. Who? Lin could sense any movement. The moment Su Bei walked out, the pressure had already locked him. From now on, the game is temporarily over. Su Bei's gentle voice floated out from behind a big tree. Ah! Splash. First, the sound of Lin getting up from the hot spring was heard, followed by a gulp sound. It sounded like she was sinking again. Just because Lin found that she didn't have any clothes. She blushed and shouted anxiously outside the woods. Uncle! Why? Why are you here now? Lin is taking a bath now. Don't come over. Of course Su Bei wouldn't go over. First, he wasn't interested in a little girl who looked less than 10 years old. Second, if he didn't perform well, it would be easy to ruin the good impression he had built up before. Anyone who has played strategy games knows that the female protagonist in the game is more sensitive when taking a bath. If you go too far, this relationship will basically fail. If you can grasp the scale, you can easily promote the warmth of the relationship. Of course, this only applies to dumber female protagonists. If the female protagonist is too smart, she will probably be considered to have ulterior motives. Now is a good time to promote feelings. So Su Bei leaned against the back of a tree that was slightly closer to the hot spring and took the initiative to talk. You performed very well today, and you should keep up the good work. After not hearing any extra footsteps, Lin faced the same tree that Su Bei leaned against, wiping her body a little uneasily. Is the game not over yet? Uncle? Yes. After a while, Su Bei asked again. What kind of meat do you like more? Lin? Lin continued to watch Su Bei's quiet movements, recalling the interactions yesterday and today, revealing a confused expression, and slowly said, I always feel that the uncle in the game has more uncle flavor. Very considerate, always able to arrange things in a comprehensive manner, and always takes the initiative to say a lot of words. After the game, the uncle is colder, but it doesn't mean that the uncle is very indifferent. I just feel that the uncle will talk less, and prefers to listen to me talk about various things. If you like, I like any uncle, because only uncles will not dislike Lin, will not be afraid of Lin, and are willing to play with Lin. Uncle is the first person Lin met who is willing to contact Lin. Su Bei leaned on the other side of the tree and raised his head, listening to the false feelings from Lin's mouth. He remained silent. How could Lin know that the uncle she was facing were two people? Lin also didn't know that neither of these two people was sincere in their kindness to her. Lin was like a flawless white paper, which first encountered two black pens of different colors. After that, the black pen filled the white paper more and more, until there was no pure white left. In the end, she was completely dragged into the abyss. Chapter 299. The story is about to begin. The first encounter is always the best. If there are no twists and turns in the process, this beauty will be preserved until it is completely torn apart. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 6 years have passed. This means that Lin and Ashura have been together for more than 5 years. And Su Bei, as a third party, has also been involved in this relationship for 5 years. 5 years is not long, but it is not short either. It is long enough for Su Bei to travel the entire Forbidden Land to find clues left by wisdom. Although Su Bei could not find any traces, 5 short years have passed, and Ashura is still consolidating his relationship with Lin. Good hunters always have plenty of patience. This is true for Ashura. And so is Su Bei. Facing the two completely different personalities of the uncle during the day and at night, Lin said that she enjoyed it a little. Oh my god. An uncle with two personalities at the same time is super cool. Okay. In 4 years, Lin and Ashura went to various continents, experienced colorful adventures, and their relationship became deeper. All this changed in the 5th year. This year, the war between the Demon King and the hero entered a white-hot stage, with various means emerging one after another. The battle spread to the Forbidden Land, and a space crack was created in the Forbidden Land. Across the space crack was the Beast Tribe, facing the Beast Tribe, who possessed magic and were brave and good at fighting. The indigenous people were like a mini-girl in a miniskirt meeting a big muscular tough guy. They could only be broken through the defense line and defeated. For a time, the indigenous people of the Forbidden Land seemed to have lost their spirit and energy, with heavy casualties and cries of grief. That's not all. Some orcs with strong desires even began to buy and sell the natives of the Forbidden Continent, collecting some passionate and beautiful girls as slaves. It was also in this year that Ashura made his first request to Lin. Lin, help me. Looking at the sad face of Ashura and the defeated natives, the soft-hearted Lin agreed to the request without hesitation. Sure. As long as Lin can do it, anything is fine. When Ashura looked at her with a pair of apologetic eyes and hesitated, this set of silky little combos instantly tightened Lin's heart. Even Su Bei was moved by this expression management, and couldn't help but praise the other party with a sentence. Good life. I have a way. As long as everyone can practice and everyone has power, we won't be afraid of the invasion of the Beast Tribe. But this method is very unfair to Lin. For the time being, I can't make such a request to the cute and simple Lin. Ashura retreated to advance, and moved the silly lowly, who equated her mental age with her appearance age to tears. Lin grabbed the corner of Ashura's clothes and said impatiently, I want to help Uncle. Please tell me the way. Lin's action of giving herself away was like a little white rabbit who put herself on the grill and cooked herself to feed others. Who can refuse such a cute little lowly? Ashura really can. He can actually hold back and didn't make a request immediately. He planned to pull it for a while. Hi. It's really high. Su Bei, who had transformed into a kitten, was shocked by this. It seems that the first important node is this period. During this period, Lin cut the soul and distributed it to all the natives, weakening her power for the first time. So, what can I do to leave a backhand in this plot? Su Bei pondered. In the future, the natives of the Plague Continent obtained the soul forging method, and Ashura also obtained most of Lin's soul, laying the foundation for stealing all of Lin's power later. This is established history, and Su Bei cannot change it. So, what else can Su Bei do? Su Bei suddenly thought of a possibility. So he asked the Valkyrie, is there a kind of ability that can take the captured soul as one's own, ignoring the strength and level of both parties? The Valkyrie was silent for a moment, and slowly responded, I understand what you mean. According to the gap between the girl Lin and the man Ashura, they should not be able to do this. The gap is too big. How can a star fit into the body of an ant? If there is only one possibility. He borrowed the power of the god behind him, and used the power of the god to forcibly suppress the soul and refine it, slowly assimilating it in batches, and slowly expanding his body. If so, the power he obtained will not belong entirely to him, but also to the god behind him. So that's it. It doesn't matter who the soul belongs to. No matter who gets this power, it will be troublesome for Su Bei. If the assimilated soul passes through my hands first, is there a way to leave a mark on the soul? Su Bei asked the Valkyrie again, and also asked himself, and suddenly froze. No! A stream of light flashed through Su Bei's mind, and he seemed to grasp something in the hazy space. It was as if there was a little girl dancing in front of him without safety pants, and he was just a little bit away from glimpsing the mysterious holy light. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. The hem of the skirt was looming. Thoughts surfaced. Got it. Su Bei raised his eyebrows, and suddenly thought of something very strange. Plague Demon in the later generations, creating and teaching Su Bei the soul forging method. Isn't it a good solution? Using this method, the owner of the soul can divide the soul and give it away, and can also control his own soul at any time and take it back. So why didn't Lin use the soul forging method? Su Bei realized that the story he deduced had a big deviation from the actual history in the timeline. There is only one possibility. Lin had not yet created a complete soul-forging method at this time. She just understood it. But she didn't know how to use it. And she didn't perfect the complete system. She may have perfected the soul-forging method after dividing the soul. Soon after, he taught this method to Ashura to help the natives improve their strength. And this ruined her only possibility of a comeback. So, when did the concept of soul forging emerge in Lin's mind? It doesn't matter. Since history doesn't have a clear record. Why can't it be tonight? Tonight, Su Bei visited the Lolita house at night and knocked on Lin's door. Su Bei's heart was beating fast. And his eyes looking at Lin were extremely hot. He felt the chance to survive in the future. And feeling Su Bei's murderous gaze, Lin's heart also beat. Lin subconsciously took back her steps. Her small body trembling constantly. Her face flushed. She looked at Su Bei's fanatical expression. Couldn't help swallowing her saliva. And hesitated. Uncle. Uncle looks so scary. Uncle. Uncle. Do you want to eat Lin? Su Bei smiled gently. Chapter 300 The Boomerang Buried by Su Bei. Su Bei's slight smile made Lin unconsciously think of the story Dragon King and Crooked Mouth God of War that Su Bei had told before. Luckily, Lin's favorability towards Ashura was completely exceeded. So she quickly adjusted her mentality and timidly said, Uncle, have you decided to tell Lin the solution? Don't worry about Lin. Let Lin help. Su Bei nodded, entered the house, sat on Lin's bed, and patted the side. From now on, the game is temporarily over. You become an indifferent uncle again. Lin smiled sweetly and sat next to Su Bei, swinging her feet. Perhaps because of her short legs, Lin's feet couldn't touch the ground even if she stretched them straight. So she could only swing back and forth in the air. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe a few days later. When I'm really desperate, I should make that request to you in a formal occasion. Su Bei took precautions in advance to prevent conflicts between time and history. Uncle, can you tell Lin now? Lin can't wait to help. Su Bei pretended to be stunned, then hesitated and nodded with difficulty. Okay. After that, he fell into silence for a long time. The wind blew, blowing Lin's long red hair fluttering. I saw Lin suddenly stop swinging her feet. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled happily. The moonlight was draped on her shoulders, shining especially brightly. Lin feels very happy to be needed by the uncle. Su Bei slightly turned his head to avoid meeting Lin's eyes. It was hard for anyone to look at Lin, who was so innocent at the moment, without feeling guilty. Especially since Su Bei knew Lin's future fate. Don't feel guilty. Uncle. Please tell Lin and let Lin help you. Su Bei nodded and said okay. Then continued, I want to ask Lin to borrow my soul. What should Lin do? Cut your soul into countless pieces, and I will distribute them to everyone. So that everyone can gain strength and resist the invasion of the beast men. Sure. Lin is happy to help everyone. What do you want Lin to do specifically? I will explain it to you in detail in a few days. Now let's get used to it in advance. You follow my steps first. Su Bei recalled the content of the soul forging method taught by the plague demon, and explained the concept to Lin in the form of a game. Under Su Bei's words and deeds, he led Lin to split her soul step by step. Lin, uncle. It hurts? Lin hurts. Su Bei, bear it for a while. Lin, it really hurts. Is there no way to avoid pain? Su Bei, it's very quick. It's like this for the first time. It will get better if you try a few more times. Lin, do you need many more times? My body won't be able to handle it. Su Bei, well, it will only take tens of millions of times. Lin, thousands. Tens of millions? I die. Lin will definitely die. Su Bei, no. The method will be tougher in a few days. This time is gentle. Lin, will it? Tougher? Lin doesn't want to continue. Su Bei, are you going to break your promise? There was a long silence, and all that could be heard was Lin's gasping voice due to the pain. Tears dripped down her wine-red eyes, hitting the quilt, and her face was pale. Lin grabbed the corner of Su Bei's clothes and pulled out soul fragments according to Su Bei's method. Each soul fragment had to pass through Su Bei's hands. After a while, Su Bei asked Lin to brand the soul fragments in a strange way and put them back into her body. The whole process was like an assembly line. The only difference was that only Lin was hurt. Lin was in so much pain that her legs arched up. She cried and looked at Su Bei pitifully with her beautiful big eyes. Lin wiped her tears. She couldn't figure it out in her little head. So she asked out loud, "So why do we have to practice in advance? We are already doing it. Can't we finish it all at once?" This question stumped Su Bei. Indeed, this is a one-time project. Why do we have to practice in advance? Fortunately, Lin is a bit dumb. So Su Bei made up an excuse. It will hurt more in a few days. This is to let you get used to it in advance. To deal with Lin. Lin, hate it. Don't like uncle today. Su Bei, it will last for a few days. Lin, aw? How many more days? Is uncle really going to kill Lin? Su Bei, I won't die. Lin, but Lin can't stand it. Lin really can't stand it. It hurts too much. Su Bei, bear it a little longer. It will be dawn soon. Lin, can you let Lin go at dawn? Then uncle. Please go slower and let Lin take a break. Uncle, don't get up on your own. Lin hasn't rested enough yet. Su Bei, 3 minutes. That's enough. Lin, you're going too far. Uncle, are you really going to mark Lin's entire soul? Uncle, you're bullying me. Su Bei had a headache from being yelled at. So he grabbed the quilt beside him and forced it into Lin's mouth. Lin's eyes widened and her legs instantly tensed. Then out your pain here, Su Bei said calmly, and then continued to move. Cold and ruthless, like an assembly line worker. Lin nodded with tears in her eyes. There was no conversation all night, and the dogs passing by could only hear the moans in the house, which were intermittent and like a winding and graceful song. At dawn, Su Bei ruthlessly pulled away. With a bang, Lin fell straight on the bed. Her eyes were dizzy, her face flushed, and she let go of the quilt that she had bitten all night. I can't do it anymore. Lin really can't do it anymore. Please let me go. Uncle, it's over, Su Bei said calmly, wiping Lin's saliva that flowed down his sleeves onto the quilt beside him. Slowly stood up and said, I mean today. The role-playing game begins. I don't want Lin to think that I'm a heartless person. So I hope that when we meet today, Lin can recover her vitality and energy. Then, that night, Lin raised her head with tears in her eyes. As usual, Su Bei responded calmly. Then, he was responded by a Lolita roar of more than 60 decibels. I hate uncles at night the most, Lin Chao shouted loudly. But the torture for a whole night made Lin overwhelmed. Although Lin Chao shouted loudly, her voice was still full of tears, and people could not feel the anger at all. At this time, Su Bei gently pressed his hand on Lin's head and replied calmly, You will thank me in the future. Lin was stunned, smiled slightly, and responded happily with her legs swinging. I know that uncle is the best to me, and there must be a reason why uncle does this. Lin narrowed her eyes and responded happily. Lin thought that the future was a few days later. When the more painful soul separation came to Lin, she would become stronger and be able to withstand such pain without being knocked down. But the future that Su Bei said was a long time later, when the plague demon, who was full of despair, switching between smiles and hatred at will, and could easily disguise himself with tears, got such a glimmer of hope. Will she also change? I hope so. Chapter 301 Soul Marking. The conversation during the process was very normal. I hope I won't be caught by the mysterious force and thrown into the small dark room. Lin, it really hurts. Is there no way to make it not painful? Su Bei, it's like this at the beginning, but it will get better later. Lin, aw? Do you need to do it many times? My body won't be able to bear it. Su Bei, well, tens of millions of times. Lin, thousands. Tens of millions? I will die. Lin will definitely die. No, uncle. Su Bei, is Lin going to break his promise? The process is still going on. Su Bei will not stop just because Lin looks pitiful. Lin, hate it. Don't like the uncle today. Su Bei, not just today. Lin, aw? How many more days? Is the uncle really going to kill Lin? Su Bei, no. He won't die. In a few days, the method will be tougher. This time it's a gentle version. Lin, will it be tougher? Lin doesn't want to continue. Lin is in so much pain. I can't bear it. Su Bei, it will be over when the sun rises. It will be dawn soon. Lin, can you let Lin go when the sun rises? Then, Lin needs to take a break. Lin's attempt to kill time is like a little girl's love for lollipops. But she can't hide it at all. Uncle! Don't. Start without permission. Su Bei, rest for 3 minutes. Lin, that's too much. Uncle! Are you really going to mark Lin's entire soul? Uncle is bullying me. Su Bei was a little annoyed by the yelling. So he grabbed the quilt beside him and forced it into Lin's mouth. Lin straightened her body and glared at Su Bei fiercely. Use the quilt to vent your anger, Su Bei said calmly. Lin nodded with tears in her eyes. No one spoke that night. The dogs passing by could only hear the moaning sound of woohoo. In the house, the sound was intermittent, like a winding and graceful song. At dawn, Su Bei calmly let go. Bang! With a sound, Lin fell straight on the bed. Her eyes were dizzy. Her face was flushed. And she let go of the quilt that she had bitten all night. I really can't take it anymore. Let Lin go. Uncle. It's over, Su Bei said calmly, wiping Lin's saliva that flowed onto his sleeves on the quilt beside him. Slowly got up and said, I mean today. When the game starts, Lin can't show any flaws. I don't want Lin to think that I'm a ruthless person. So I hope that when we meet today, Lin can recover her vitality and energy. That night? Lin raised her head with tears in her eyes. As usual, Su Bei responded calmly. Then, he was responded by a lowly roar of more than 60 decibels. I hate uncles at night the most. Lin shouted very hard. It was just that the torture for a whole night made Lin overwhelmed. Even though Lin shouted very hard, her voice was still full of tears, and people could not feel the anger in it at all. At this time, Su Bei gently pressed his hand on Lin's head and replied calmly, You will thank me later. Lin was stunned, smiled slightly, and swung her legs and responded happily. I know that Uncle is the best to me. There must be a reason for Uncle to do this. Lin narrowed her eyes and responded happily. Lin thought that the future was a few days later. When the more painful soul separation came to Lin, she would become stronger and be able to withstand such pain without being knocked down. But the future that Su Bei said was a long time later, when the plague demon, who was full of despair, switching between smiles and hatred at will, and easily disguising himself with tears, got such a glimmer of hope. Will she also change? I hope so. Chapter 302, Divided Soul. Destroyed Body. Time flies. About a month has passed. During this time, Su Bei marked Lin's soul and checked it 3 times. It can be said that he has studied Lin's soul clearly. Even if conditions allow, Su Bei can clone a mini Lin. In this way, time passed day by day. Finally, Azura made his request to Lin. On this day, Azura, who exuded an ominous aura, returned from the space crack and made a request to Lin in a very sincere and anxious tone. Lin, help me. I need your strength. Sure, Uncle. Lin is ready. Azura was stunned. This request was approved too easily, which made Azura a little unbelievable. You know, he prepared several sets of arguments, but they didn't come in handy at all. Azura tried in a hesitant tone. I want to borrow your soul. It is impossible to practice magic in the Forbidden Continent. We can only work on the soul and body. Physical training requires a long period of accumulation. It cannot be achieved overnight. So, we can only borrow your soul. The soul is the most essential power of all things. It cannot be restored and is difficult to cultivate. This will cause very serious damage to you. I really can't bear it. Lin clenched her palms, and her face turned pale. Uncle, don't hesitate anymore. Lin really wants to help you. Let Lin help you. As she said this, Lin couldn't help but recall the experiences of those nights. Whenever she thought of the suffering she had endured at night in the past month, her body could not help but tremble, and her eyes looking at Ashura were full of fear. Now Lin hoped that Ashura would move faster so that he would not continue to torture her at night. Upon hearing this, Ashura was moved and squeezed out 2 tears, and said happily, Okay. In that case, let's do it today. From today on, I will slowly separate your soul, and I will be in charge of the operation, and inject your soul into everyone's body to fight against the invasion of the Beast tribe. Lin, you are the benefactor of the Forbidden Continent, and everyone will remember your kindness. Okay. Lin nodded. On this day, the Demon King and the hero decided the winner. The winner is unknown. But when everyone thought the war was over, the God War broke out. On this day, Azura completely dismembered Lin's soul. leaving Lin with only a trace of soul foundation that was enough to support her actions. The separation process was very cruel, and there were often gray fluctuations during the process. At the same time, Azura's body would change accordingly, turning into a pile of white bones. A kitten was lying nearby, watching Lin complete the entire process without a word. The moment the soul was cut and peeled off, Lin's face turned extremely pale, and her whole body was hot as if she was thrown into a boiling furnace. Okay, it's done. Ashura jumped up excitedly, clenched his fists, and didn't notice Lin dying beside him at all. Great. I can help you, Uncle. Lin's weak voice floated over. Ashura smiled. His face was gentle, and his eyes flickered slightly when he looked at Lin, as if there was a calculation in his eyes. After a moment, Ashura slowly relaxed his tense body and encouraged, That's great. Lin, I will share your soul with the entire Forbidden Continent. Everyone will remember your kindness then. Lin raised her pale face, looked at Ashura's happy look, laughed from the bottom of her heart, and then raised her last bit of strength and whispered in a barely audible tone, I'm very happy to be able to help everyone. Uncle, Lin wants to eat candy. Before listening to Lin's request, Ashura suddenly waved his hand and said seriously, You have to take good care of yourself during this period. Understand? I have some things to deal with. If you need anything, just tell my people. Lin was suddenly stunned. Her outstretched hand fell down weakly. Her lips moved slightly, but she said nothing, and finally waved to Ashura to say goodbye. After that, the weak Lin lay on the bed and did not get out of bed for 3 months. During these 3 months, Lin had never seen Ashura, and could only hear about him from the maid who delivered medicine every day. Uncle is very busy recently. It is normal that he can't come to see Lin. But Lin is so boring. Every time the medicine delivery sister sees Lin, she runs away as if she is the plague god. Uncle said that everyone's view of Lin will gradually change. Will everyone stop avoiding Lin in the future? Lin needs to get better soon so that she can continue to help Uncle. Uncle, Lin misses you so much. For the past 3 months, Su Bei has been following Lin in the form of a kitten, listening to the other party's repeated mumbling every day, and remained silent. Don't you want to transform into Ashura to accompany the little girl? Su Bei thought about it and shook his head. No. The guards are guarding the door every day. If I show up rashly, it will be easy to be exposed. And it's unnecessary. I have already made the necessary preparations. Hiding my identity and waiting for the end of the War of Gods is the right choice to find clues. Indeed, this is the best solution for Su Bei. It's just too much torture for Lin. Lin, who has suffered such serious damage both physically and mentally, is suffering from cold violence that she has never experienced before. It can be said that her mood has fallen to the bottom of her life. If Su Bei appeared in the appearance of Ashura at this time, he should be able to easily capture all of Lin's feelings. But is this really necessary? The goodwill established at this time will double the pain of Lin in the form of a boomerang in the near future. The better the relationship between Lin and Ashura, the deeper the betrayal Lin will suffer. So, all Su Bei can do at this moment is to wait and see. In fact, you are also distressed, aren't you? Nonsense. Then, you took advantage of Lin's coma and unknowingly walked to her bedside with a lollipop in your mouth and placed the lollipop next to her pillow. What is the purpose of this set of smooth movements? Maybe, just out of pity. Su Bei replied calmly. 3 months passed. The returning Ashura exuded a terrifying pressure, and his breath was very unstable, as if he was possessed by a demon. And Ashura made a new request before Lin had fully recovered. If Lin changes her body, she will never hurt others again, and can get close to others as much as she wants. Isn't Lin the closest to the succubus? I have learned a secret method that can allow Lin to separate her soul and body without any loss. As long as Lin trusts me 100%. Ashura knelt in front of Lin with a smile, and discussed with a little pleading. This is the first time Lin has seen Ashura in many days. This is also the first time Lin has seen Ashura make such an expression. Lin was stunned for a moment. Her pale face raised high, revealing an extremely distressed and tolerant look, and said gently, Okay. But, after that is over, Uncle, can you accompany Lin for a while? Chapter 303 Strange Closed Loop. The separation of the body was much faster than Su Bei imagined, and the whole process took only 3 days. Perhaps it was because Ashura had obtained the power of the god behind him, so it was easy to complete. But the scene was too cruel. so Su-bei couldn't bear to watch it several times. After everything was over, Lin was transformed into a succubus, and was arranged by Ashura to live in the home of the succubus. Seeing Lin lying motionless on the bed, with lifeless eyes, and only her chest rising and falling slightly, Ashura left again without saying goodbye. When they parted, Ashura nodded to Lin with satisfaction and said his final goodbye. Lin, I did my best to help you suppress your power so that you can make friends as much as you want. It's okay. Lin, everything will be fine. Your power will recover slowly. This is your natural ability. As long as you have the power left, you can keep looking like this. This is your favorite succubus. Get well soon. I need you. Ashura left without even saying goodbye. He still doesn't know that Lin never liked the succubus. He just noticed that Ashura always secretly looked at the succubus. So he said he wanted to be like a succubus. But now, Lin is in so much pain. This whisper echoed in this space, and never reached anyone's ears. Only a kitten lay coldly on the bedside, gently stroking her hot forehead. Kitten! Kitten! Lin is in so much pain. My body is in so much pain. Kitty! Kitty! Uncle is so kind to me. He always thinks of ways to help me suppress my power, so that I can make friends easily. Kitty! Kitty! Lin is so lonely and sad. Kitty! Kitty! Uncle hasn't come to see me for a long time, and he didn't tell me that the game is over. Kitty! Kitty! When Lin gets better, will everyone like Lin? Will they? Kitty! Kitty! Will everyone accept Lin and be friends with Lin? Kitty! Kitty! I want to get better soon. Kitty! Kitty! Uncle hasn't come to see me for a long time. Kitty! 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 As time passed, Su-bei's brows gradually frowned. Strange. Lin's condition was very strange at the moment. Her whole body was burning. Her vitality was gradually lost. Her vitality was slowly fading, and she seemed to be about to die. This made Su-bei start to think if there was a problem in some link. According to history, Lin would never die. Could it be that because of his intervention, history has shifted to a certain extent? Su-bei sighed and sat beside Lin. Your actions have interfered with history to a certain extent. Are you sure you want to do this? Su-bei calmly replied, I think it should be so, because she has never died in the future. While Lin was half asleep and half awake, Su-bei conveyed a complete set of methods word by word orally, and slowly engraved them in her mind. It was the soul forging method that Lin forced Su-bei to practice in the future. After a long time, Lin slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she said when she opened her eyes was, Kitty! Kitty! A technique for training the soul has come to my mind. I will tell you the technique, and you will be very happy. Su-bei was stunned for a while, and after a while, he calmed down and replied, Meow. This kind of day lasted for a whole year. A year later, Lin appeared in front of everyone as a succubus, and she barely squeezed out a bright smile on her weak face, and greeted everyone in a friendly manner. But the scene that Lin imagined did not appear. What greeted her was not welcome and acceptance, but frowns and distance. This made Lin's approaching movement pause instantly. In the past, when everyone saw her, even if they would not take the initiative to approach her to talk, they would wave and greet her in a friendly manner, and have some not-so-strange conversations. But why now? Lin did not understand. Nor did she want to understand. She just felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart, and just wanted to see the uncle as soon as possible. Kitty! Kitty! Uncle will not lie to me. Right. Meow. Lin wiped away her tears, raised her head, and smiled brightly again. Lin is so stupid. How can a kitten know the answer? Lin is going to find the uncle. The sun sets in the west, and the sun is dim. When Lin rushed to where Ashura was, Lin was stunned again. Ashura was not as busy as Lin imagined, but holding a succubus sister in one hand, hugging her left and right, and drinking malt liquor fed by the succubus sister. Looking at the uninvited guest, Ashura frowned and asked in confusion, Who are you? After not seeing each other for a year, the image of Lin in Ashura's memory became more and more vague, and he didn't remember the succubus that was transformed afterwards. Uncle. Lin's voice was very soft. Her chest hurt, and her tears fell like a flood. Unable to stop, Ashura suddenly jumped up from the bed, frowning inadvertently, as if he didn't expect Lin to survive this. According to that great being, the probability of Lin surviving was only 1%. So the few perfunctory words he said before leaving were already parting words. I didn't expect Lin to survive. That's good. At this point, I can still squeeze out the last bit of Lin's usefulness. So, Ashura smiled gently again, waved his hand to signal the succubi on both sides to retreat, and smiled at Lin. Welcome back. I missed you. Me too, Uncle. What Lin didn't know was that while Ashura was improving his relationship with Lin, he sent people to spread negative news about Lin. For a time, negative news such as jinx, disaster, the war started because of Lin. Lin's true face is a demon. Keep spreading. Over time, Lin was given the title of Plague Demon, and because this title was recognized by too many people, it gradually became a tacit consensus of everyone. Lin became more and more depressed, and Ashura's attitude towards Lin became more and more indifferent. But Lin didn't care. She just thought that the uncle was too busy. It rained that day, and the rain was drizzling. Lin, who had agreed to go to the next continent with Ashura, waited for a long time, until the sky cleared up. Lin, with a pale face, hugged the kitten in her arms tightly, and said to herself, Kitten, kitten, will the uncle come back? Subei rarely shook his head, and made a move that was not suitable for a cat. Lin trembled slightly, and clenched her hands. She was afraid. She was afraid that the uncle in her mind would never come back. It's like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Chapter 304 Kitten Kitten. After a long time. One summer. This day was Ashura's birthday. Ashura publicized it widely, and sent out invitations to invite the top leaders of various families to come to the party. The news spread quickly, and naturally Lin could not be avoided. On this day, Lin was full of joy and made a small cake by herself, intending to give the uncle a surprise. However, Lin was stopped outside the door by the guards. Hello, lady. You are not allowed to enter without an invitation. Lin hesitated, squeezed out a smile, and explained gently, I am Lin, a good friend of the uncle. Then do you have an invitation? I don't have one. I guess I forgot it. Sorry. You can't go in without an invitation. But I'm Lin, the one who always goes out with you. No invitation means the owner didn't invite you. Please go back. Lin left in a gloomy mood. Hey, I'm back, uncle. After a while, Lin disguised herself and rebelled for once. She used her remaining strength to sneak into the room. Lin sang a happy song and walked towards the hall secretly. However, the closer she got, the slower Lin's steps became. Gradually, her steps stopped. Lin stopped at the door, and did not move for a long time. She stretched out her hand and trembled slightly, as if she had no strength. Meow. Subei sighed. The hall was very lively and noisy, as if the big shots on Lowly Island were talking loudly, and all they talked about was Lin. Brother, you have succeeded, haven't you? Why are you still acting with that stupid thing? She is completely useless now. Things are different now. Our people are now fully capable of suppressing the beast army, and can even break into the enemy's nest and kill people everywhere. How can we be happy? This is all thanks to that disaster star. I remember everyone called her the Plague Demon. Right? She is indeed a demon, and her vitality is really strong. Indeed, she was able to create a unique cultivation method while on the verge of death. It is really a gift from God. So what? She is so stupid. Isn't she doing it for us? This is a childish little girl, stupid and obedient, who loves to play house games. I can't understand how such a person can master such a powerful force. There are many voices. Very mixed. Occasionally mixed with Ashura's chuckle. Lin is too familiar with Ashura's voice, so she can naturally hear which words are said by Ashura. Kitty. Kitty. So in the eyes of the uncle, I am just a stupid thing. Kitty. Kitty. I am so sad. Kitty. Kitty. Am I stupid? Kitty. Kitty. Subei looked at Lin. Silent. On this day, Lin went crazy and completely detonated her weak soul power. The tentacles danced wildly for a while, and the whole banquet became a hell on earth, destroying the whole house. Only the man was left. The tentacles stopped in front of Ashura, unable to get even half an inch closer. Ashura stood in front of the collapsed ruins, looking at the shaky Lin, and reached out to touch Lin's head for the last time, saying gently, You are really a most perfect work. Even if there is only a little bit of soul left, it can still burst out with unimaginable power. Am I just a work of art in your eyes? Lin asked loudly with tears in her eyes. Ashura shook his head and nodded. He stood up slowly, bursting out with the same power as Lin, and pressed Lin to the ground with a mocking look on his face. I originally planned to let them cultivate their souls, and then harvest them when they grow to a certain extent, so as to become stronger. You ruined my plan. In that case, you can take their place and realize your last bit of value. Lin was speechless, pursing her lips and staring at Ashura fiercely, trying not to let her tears fall. Ashura slowly approached, wanting to reach out and touch Lin's head again, but she shook him away. Seeing this, Ashura chuckled and shook his head. In fact, I have been too lazy to perfunctory you for a long time. Now that you know, I will no longer pretend. Now my soul is the origin, and you are just an accessory. You can take a good look at how I have become a god with your power. As he spoke, Ashura swung his palm, and his whole body turned into a pile of white bones. His eyes flashed with dark bone fire, and he muttered something. From now on, you will never be able to leave the Forbidden Land, and your soul will be bound to the Forbidden Land for life until I become a god. From now on, you can't wantonly kill the natives of the Forbidden Land. From now on, you will. This is countless curses and countless shackles. This is also the last time Ashura and Lin spoke. When Ashura's power completely dissipated in this space, Lin still couldn't get up from the ground. She cried silently, helplessly hugged the cat in her arms, and asked in almost voiceless words, Kitten, kitty, am I stupid? Kitten, kitty, men deserve to die. Lin's last question was not a question, but a gnashing affirmation. After that, another 100 years passed. It took only a short 100 years from the beginning to the end of the War of Gods. In this 100 years, the Plague Demon came out of nowhere, renamed the Forbidden Continent to the Plague Continent, and became the king of the Forbidden Continent. In the past 100 years, Ashura traveled to various continents, often returning with serious injuries, shouting, I want to become a god! No one can stop me! In the past 100 years, a star fell from the sky every day, and people said that it was the gods dying one after another, until a twinkling blue star fell. Subei's heart suddenly felt empty. Wisdom died, and a space crack suddenly appeared to return. Clues also came with it. It turned out that Wisdom had already placed the clues in the most conspicuous place. On this day, Lin took out the map for the first time in this period and unfolded it to the sun. The map she often used in later generations. On the front of the map, the address of the entire Forbidden Continent is depicted. The back of the map can be seen through the sunlight. It is a painting. The content of the painting is a sickle. A sickle that cuts through countless corpses. And behind the sickle is a sea of blood and a void. Could this be a clue? After a long time, the voice of the Valkyrie slowly sounded. This is not a clue. This is a killing move for flipping the table. It is called Burial of Eternal Night, which is the main weapon of death. A complete artifact. So that's it. This child is related to death. And death died in this battle of gods. And Wisdom has left a backup at this time. No wonder it is called a clue hidden in history. During this period, once this weapon is born, countless gods will descend to fight for it. Even if it is 1,000 years later, the moment it is born, it will set off a bloody storm. This is the clue left by Wisdom for you. After that, it was the last time Subei heard Lin's call. Kitty, kitty. A blue shadow just descended from the sky and said a lot of inexplicable things. Kitty, kitty. She told me to open this map to the sun. Maybe there will be a guy like the sun to save me in the future. Kitten, kitty. I don't believe it. I'm not the stupid Lin anymore. I don't believe in the sun, and I don't need the sun. Kitten, kitty. I throw it away tomorrow. Kitten, kitty. Kitty just looked up calmly and watched Lin holding up the map in her hand like a fool, as if she could really hold the sun at this moment. Subei felt that Lin was really naive, casually accepting things from strangers, and casually listening to the slander of strangers. She said she would throw the map away tomorrow, but she carried it with her for 1,000 years, and even refined it into her life weapon. The next day, that day, when Lin woke up, she only saw a lollipop on the bedside, but she couldn't find the kitten. Lin was so distraught that she couldn't stop crying. She didn't cry heartbreakingly, but seemed to have lost her soul and turned into a walking corpse. Motionless. For a long time, this empty room was filled with only murmurings. Kitten, kitty. You are my only relative. If there was no lollipop, Lin would think the kitten just went out to play. If the kitten and the lollipop were there at the same time, Lin would think the kitten was giving her a gift. But the kitten only left the lollipop. Lin knew that the kitten would never come back. Kitten. Kitty. Who are you? She is no longer a fool. How could she not know the kitten's specialness? How can a cat live for hundreds of years? Chapter 305 Return. There are still many things worth exploring in this history. For example, the relationship between the successive demon kings. For example, what happened when the Friend Empire was officially established. For example, the reason why the undead appeared after the plague continent. But at this moment, these are no longer important to Su Bei. He knew that he should go back. Fortunately, Su Bei was not too cold-blooded and left a lollipop for Lin before leaving. The gift was not heavy or expensive, and it had no special meaning. It was just a casual thing. Su Bei walked towards the crack at an unhurried pace. Before turning back, his eyes tilted slightly, and he looked at the former hero, who was sitting there crying silently. She survived? So is she the winner? Since she won, why did she cry? Su Bei didn't know. With a trace of doubt, he stepped into the space crack. Su Bei stood in front of the black corridor, feeling a little dazed, and didn't speak for a long time. Rather than going back to the past, Su Bei thought it was better to call it peeking into history. First, Su Bei didn't feel like hundreds of years had passed. The incident was over as soon as he closed his eyes and opened them again. Second, the senses were wrong. For Su Bei, this experience was more like watching a movie. As his thoughts gradually returned, Su Bei looked around and found that the black corridor behind the Valkyrie still existed. Isn't this history left for me? Why did it still exist after I explored the clues? Su Bei didn't ask, but his eyes revealed a sense of exploration. The Valkyrie seemed to avoid the topic intentionally. Her eyes slightly shifted, and she praised. I didn't expect that the target you approached by accident was the key to the clue left by wisdom. Su Bei shook his head and denied this statement. It's not a coincidence. It was planned for a long time. If you think about it carefully, maybe from the first time wisdom threw the plague demon to her side, she had already considered this moment. This view can also be verified in wisdom's subsequent actions. For example, Su Bei said she wanted to return to the original continent, but wisdom persuaded Su Bei to stay. For example, wisdom always avoided the plague demon and never took the initiative to attack her. For example, wisdom never had any hostility towards the plague demon. Now that I think about it, maybe the plague demon also noticed something. She realized that the blue body thousands of years ago was wisdom. So after Freedom said that the god behind Su Bei was wisdom, she tried every means to catch wisdom and ask him the truth. In summary, wisdom's purpose is now very clear. Wisdom wants to make death his own. So, in the god war thousands of years ago, would death be the enemy? Su Bei didn't know. Luckily, there was a Valkyrie standing in front of him. So Su Bei looked up and asked, are death and wisdom hostile to each other? The Valkyrie was stunned. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she shook her head to deny. No. In fact, there is no hostility between any innate gods. Everyone has a common goal and works towards this goal in their own way. It's just that the positions and concepts are different. If you must say, the conflict of concepts between wisdom and fate, luck, and freedom is more serious. Su Bei was stunned. This was the first time he heard the secrets between gods. This secret overturned most of his previous guesses. He couldn't help but want to continue asking. But the Valkyrie stretched out a finger and sent him out of the god war site. You are still too weak. So let's stop here. You can leave now. It takes divine power to unlock the seal on that map. I left the required power in your right hand. You should do what you should do now. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and quickly waved to the Valkyrie. Panicking. Wait. I'm locked by a skill. That's. The Valkyrie smiled slightly and pointed at Su Bei's right hand. Take a closer look. Su Bei was stunned, opened his eyes of insight, and looked down at his right hand. Forbidden source power, buff type gain, effect, can isolate all rules, spells, skills, order, and magical powers. Note, this is the rule power that belongs to the Valkyrie. The effect lasts for 24 hours. This is the rule power that belongs to the Valkyrie, which is really domineering and is actually a forbidden method. It seems that wisdom has left two preparations. If Subei fails to find clues, the Valkyrie will use him as a trump card to save his life. If Subei finds clues, it is not the time to take away the Valkyrie's power will. He has a hunch that this is not the last time he will meet the Valkyrie. Subei focused his eyes on the space corridor in front of him and stepped out calmly, entering the plague continent. The moment he stepped out, a thick tentacle fell on Subei's head, followed by a deafening sound from a distance. Subei raised his hand, and his right hand collided with the tentacle, which kept melting. At the same time, his eyes moved to the battlefield. Frowning, powers collided, laws vented, and the huge movement split the plague continent into two parts. Clearly separated, from a distance, Subei could hear a familiar smile. But the voice was older than Subei remembered. How about giving up the struggle? You can give up your last strength with a smile like before. And this is your last value. Then, the plague demon roared and screamed from the other side. Evil beast, you deserve to die. I will kill you. You dog man. Die. This voice contained infinite anger. But the movement of the plague demon was gradually weakening. Her power was weakening, because her soul had already completely belonged to that man and was controlled by him. At this time, the last bit of the plague demon's soul was being deprived. Your power no longer belongs to you. You only have the law but no soul and body. You are like a balloon with a leak. You can't last long. Give up resistance. I still won't kill you this time. I will spare your life and watch you continue to struggle until you attack me again. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. In the distant border, outside the tentacles, Subei looked at the pierced corner of the tentacles and walked towards that side, and couldn't help but be curious. Who is so powerful that he can actually blast open a corner of the tentacles? Soon, Subei's mind was attracted by the angry curses from a very far distance. Listening to the distant shouting and cursing, Subei raised his head slightly and was stunned. To be honest, it is difficult for Subei to connect the current plague demon with the gentle and lovely Lin 1,000 years ago. Fortunately, they look exactly the same, so it is difficult to make a mistake. Thinking so, Subei calculated the position of the plague demon and gradually accelerated. In the blink of an eye, Subei's figure became more and more brisk and soared straight up. Chapter 306. The game is over. The darkness of the sky covered the light of the sun. The battle has reached a white-hot stage, and the scene is very stalemate. All you can see are countless tentacles dancing, and the people running under the tentacles are helpless and wailing. At this moment, the plague demon has long been confused. His eyes are red as if he is bloodshot, and he completely ignores his own losses and forces the man on the opposite side to fight. At a glance, there is a slight advantage, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that the plague demon is already at a great disadvantage. First, the expression of the former Ashura is very calm, and his resistance posture is very comfortable, and he does not show much fatigue. Second, the outbreak of the plague demon is temporary, and excessive power extraction cannot last. Third, the souls in the plague demon are constantly dissipating, and will soon lose the basis for supporting the law. Fourth, and also the most important point, the tentacles that bind the entire plague continent have not been retracted. This means that the former Ashura still has a considerable amount of strength left. The aftermath of the two people's desperate battle overturned the ground layer by layer, and all the intelligent species that approached could not even watch the battle, and their lives were extracted by the law of death, and they fell into instant death. This is the power of a false god. Even a demigod cannot spy on this complete battle. Subei is the same. He opened the eye of insight, and his eyes never swept towards the distant war. He just tried his best to avoid the aftermath of the battle. If this continues, I am afraid that the bloody plot will happen when the plague demon runs out of oil and lamps and loses its power, and Subei just happens to arrive at the battlefield. What to do? Rely on the forbidden magic source power to rush all the way? But this is not a good choice. Relying on the forbidden magic will easily be discovered by the two fighters. If the other party intends to attack, the situation will be very bad. When Subei looked a little sad, his right shoulder was suddenly patted gently. You little brat. Are you going over there? Subei looked back in confusion, but didn't see any figure, and could only feel a faint breath. After a while, three figures slowly appeared. They were Sven, Alyssa, and Fury. At this time, Alyssa's hands were placed on the shoulders of Sven and Fury. and the light on the bracelet was looming, as if the power of the law was retreating from this space. Subei raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised. This is the ability of the magic weapon sequence 10, and I didn't expect it to work on a group. Everyone is avoiding that battlefield and fleeing. You're rushing in like a fool. It's hard not to notice you. What are you going to do? Are you going to die? Listening to Sven's loud scolding, Subei remained calm. After the other party finished speaking, Subei pointed at the plague demon and said lightly, I want to go there. Is there any way? Hearing this, Sven and Alyssa were still shocked. But Felihui had already raised the drawing board on her waist. There were 3 clear words written on it. I help you. Alyssa looked at Subei curiously. She just felt that Subei was very stable. If she was scolded by Sven like this, it would be difficult for her to keep a good face. Alyssa smiled slightly, probably realizing something, and took the initiative to respond. We help. What are you doing? Sven frowned and was about to take everyone away from here with a tough approach. Alyssa smiled softly, grabbed Sven's collar, and said gently, since Mr. Subei is going there, there must be a reason why he has to go there. Or does Mr. Sven think that Mr. Subei is a fool who would seek death on his own initiative? Subei nodded, looked at the plague demon whose power was rapidly weakening, and said in a deep voice, I'm in a hurry. As she spoke, Alyssa's hands were already on the shoulders of Subei and Sven, urging, this is the best solution. Little Felihui is waiting for us in a safe place. I will ensure everyone's safety. Mr. Sven will send Mr. Subei on his last journey. The last line of defense needs Mr. Subei to come by himself. Do you have any objections? Seeing the 2 nod, Alyssa exerted force with both hands and said, now, get ready to go. The power of existence is indeed amazing. It can not only reduce the sense of existence, but also cleverly avoid most of the aftermath impact, ensuring that one is in a safe range. Not only people, but also this area. Just like people always subconsciously ignore the upper half of the little lowly. But she can indeed bulge a small arc. She has always been there, just not being noticed. With the help of Alyssa, Subei's distance from the center of the battlefield is rapidly shortened, and he can easily avoid the aftermath of the battle and continue to leap into the depths. Soon, the 3 of them were so far away that they couldn't even hide their presence. Going forward, there was no path to land. Alyssa shook her head at the 2 of them. This is the limit. There is no safe area ahead. Any aftermath can tear us apart. As she spoke, Alyssa glanced at Sven and released her hands that were pressing on their shoulders. Sven received the message from Alyssa, nodded, and sighed. We are all old bones, and we still have to fight so hard. I help you on the next leg. As he spoke, the murderous aura on Sven's body instantly cleared, and then his shadow began to flow like liquid, dragging Subei towards the plague demon. At high speed, after just a few collisions, blood began to flow from Sven's body, and the aftermath of the battle easily crushed the bones of a quasi-demigod. Sven smiled bitterly, crushed the necklace he had been wearing, and kept cursing, hack the rules. If I don't try my best, I will die here. I must go one step further. Old man Canwin, don't blame me. Today, Sven went from half-step to half-god in just a breath, becoming a professional shadow master, just to send Subei to the battlefield over there. At this moment, he is the master of the shadow, and all shadows are his home. The shadow instantly turned into a pitch-black armor and draped over Subei, helping Subei sneak into the shadows created by the cover, and continue to move deeper into the center of the battlefield. But the battle between the 2 near gods was too terrible. Every time before sneaking into the shadow, the aftermath of the battle could shock Sven to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. There was no time to worry about Sven. Subei concentrated and grasped the last distance. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. At this moment, the center of the battlefield was within reach. We are here. Don't do anything weird. You little brat. Sven made seals with both hands and retracted his shadow. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed at the most intense point of the battle. At this moment, this light attracted the attention of countless people. What is that? Countless people looked at it, wondering why the rules generated by the battle between the 2 strong men were so powerful, but lost their effect at this moment. From a distance, Subei stretched out his right hand, and at the last moment, he used the effect of the forbidden power, tearing apart the noise of the 2 people's battle. and fell fiercely towards the center of the battle. Under the extremely surprised eyes of the two fighting people, Su Bei fell from the air, like a meteorite hitting countless tentacles, and smashed in front of the most vulnerable lowly body of the plague demon. Boom! With a sound. The sudden movement attracted the two fighting people to look at it subconsciously. Opposite, the former Ashura raised his eyebrows, slightly puzzled. Interesting. How did a tiny ant get into this battle by mistake? What's the origin of this strange rule power? On the other side, the plague demon widened his eyes, and suddenly drooled. Swish. And was so surprised that he couldn't help but cheer loudly. Great. Is this the takeaway God sent me? How did God know that I couldn't hold on any longer? Su Bei's soul was a great tonic for the plague demon. Although the plague demon didn't know why. He just felt that it was very tonic. At this time, she looked at Su Bei in front of her, wiping his saliva constantly, his eyes red, and constantly hovering on the edge of losing his mind. Su Bei sighed, stretched out his right hand, and hit the plague demon on the forehead with a chestnut. Bang! This hit the plague demon. Soberly, the effect of the forbidden method seemed to have some awakening effect, making the plague demon, who had lost his mind, come back to his senses in a trance. But the plague demon, who came back to his senses, saw Su Bei and became more excited. The next moment, the plague demon tentacles rushed towards the center, trying to completely devour Su Bei to replenish its own soul. At the same time, the plague demon shouted fiercely, "Let me eat it! Let me eat it quickly! I want to win!" However, Su Bei approached slowly, rubbed his slightly sore right hand, and said calmly, "Can you beat him by just eating my soul? Who cares?" The plague demon did not slow down. Almost crazy. How could he hear what Su Bei said? She just wanted to burn out the last bit of strength, grasp any possibility, and die together with the enemy. In an instant, the tentacles rushed towards Su Bei frantically, almost burying Su Bei's head. She crushed Su Bei completely and rubbed his soul into her petite body in the most brutal way. At this moment, a very light voice came from this space. The former Ashura couldn't hear the specific content, but knew that something must have happened. In an instant, Lin's movements froze, and she didn't move. It was as if she was frozen in this moment by a photo album. Her tentacles were still. Her breathing was still. And only the sound of the wind blowing proved that time was still flowing. Even the former Ashura was puzzled and frowned. What happened? Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he realized that a very interesting comedy scene was about to happen. Interesting. Really interesting. Why is her breath suddenly so unstable? Like an active volcano ready to erupt. It's a great help. In this way, maybe 10 minutes will be enough to completely exhaust Lin's energy. Just as the former Ashura said, the plague demon first stopped, then exploded violently like a volcano ready to erupt. At this moment, everything around was pushed out of sight by this force. Even the former Ashura flew thousands of miles away, smashing countless mountains and rivers, and creating a gully of 10,000 meters. At this moment, the only people left in this area were the plague demon and Su Bei, who looked particularly small under her huge tentacles, and the barely audible sound of breathing. The breathing sound intensified, and Su Bei's body was pulled hard by the tentacles, which brought the distance between the two people closer and closer, leaving only one arm. Plague demon. Her lips moved slightly, and a very weak voice, so weak that even the wind could cover it, and it was difficult to hear clearly, sounded in Su Bei's ears. "What did you say just now?" Her voice sounded extremely fragile. It seemed that a slight breath could completely collapse her huge body, completely shatter the little hope in her heart, and send her to hell again. Feeling the tentacles that bound him trembling and loosening and tightening, Su Bei could feel the plague demon violent mood swings at this moment. Without any hesitation, Su Bei's calm voice sounded again, conveying this sentence clearly. "The game is over." Looking at the plague demon, tears gushing out, and the completely inaudible words he murmured, Su Bei repeated, "From now on, the game is over." These familiar yet unfamiliar words instantly pulled the plague demon thoughts back to 1,000 years ago. This is the happiest and most beautiful memory buried in the heart of Lin, who was extremely young and simple at that time. She thought that she would be angry, furious, and crazy when she heard these familiar words again. But when this scene happened, her emotions were not what she thought. She should feel extremely angry. She should be full of murderous intent. She should lose her mind. But none of them happened. Lin's eyes were clear at this moment, staring at Sube blankly, biting her lower lip hard with her teeth to hold back tears. But the tears dripped and could not be stopped. And she yelled, "What do you mean? What on earth are you talking about?" It's not that she doesn't want to believe it, but she's afraid that all this is just her own wishful thinking. Sube reached out his hand and gently rubbed Lin's head, just like 1,000 years ago, and then calmly said, "It's been so long, and you haven't grown taller or smarter. Lin, the game is over forever. Not temporarily, but forever. This is something that only the cold uncle and Lin know. It's also a little secret between the cold uncle and Lin. However, the person in front of him doesn't seem to match the body in his memory. But the plague demon? How can he care about these?" With a hiss sound, the tentacles pushed Sube violently and pressed Sube into Lin's arms. The plague demon vision gradually blurred, and her eyes were completely blurred by tears. She couldn't see clearly whether the person in front of her was Sube or someone else. She hugged Sube tightly, opened her mouth, and bit Sube's arm hard, and asked vaguely with red eyes, "Is it you?" "It's you. It must be you. But how could it be you? Why is it you?" At this point, "What's the point of you saying these? Why did you show up now? Why do you show up again if you haven't shown up for so long? You might as well hide for the rest of your life. Why? Why are you running out now? I'm going to die. We're all going to die. What on earth are you doing out here? You? A big stupid ass who is dying for nothing." Plague demon. The speech was incoherent, as if he was making a fuss, questioning, complaining, and even a little scared and desperate. But no matter what, she would not be angry. The chaotic thoughts and the gradually weakened spirit made the plague demon unable to think gradually. She kept exerting force on the corner of Sube's clothes, and opened her mouth to bite Sube's arm, leaving her own marks there. Maybe she was just unwilling. Unwilling to meet so hastily. Unwilling to be so ugly when meeting. Unwilling to die after only meeting once. Idiot and cold uncle. Lin hates you the most. Every time you appear, it's inexplicable, and you leave without any signs. But Lin really misses you. Chapter 307 Soul Galaxy. The plague demon, crying and shouting. His voice became hoarse and his tone became weaker. After the complete outbreak, he was extremely weak. Sube remained silent, keeping a stable mood and letting the plague demon vent his emotions. No wonder the plague demon was like this. She didn't know that Sube had planted marks in her soul, and thought it was a battle with no chance of winning. The plague demon didn't know about this, and the former Azura didn't know either. This incident has no record in history. Until now, this incident has not been discovered and cannot be discovered. Once discovered, history will have a ridiculous fallacy that cannot be justified. Sube thought so, thinking in his heart. So, why not teach the plague demon in person? Just like 1,000 years ago. While Sube was thinking, crisp applause sounded from the far side, followed by the voice of the former Ashura. "Interesting. Very interesting. It would have taken me several days to destroy the defense line, but you did it in just a few minutes. To thank you for your help, I will let you go to hell." The former Azura started without hesitation, clenched his right fist, and punched directly at Sube and the plague demon. He felt a sense of crisis. All this happened inexplicably, and he felt very uneasy that he couldn't see through the next move. Only a fool would give the enemy enough time to reminisce. He doesn't think he's stupid. Kill, as the fist was thrown. A thick tentacle pierced out of thin air, appearing and disappearing from space, repeating over and over again. The Fate skill soul chain once again completely locked Sube. This punch sent out layers of shock waves. Just to kill with one blow. Sube raised his right hand in front of him, and with his left hand, he grabbed the plague demon who was about to go up and explode with the former Azura, and said calmly, "Remember what we used to do every night before? Now is not the time to talk about this. Get out of my way. You can't stop it. Lin, do you remember?" Sube's cold voice sounded again. Plague demon, stupefied, subconsciously stopped moving. In a trance, she recalled the nights she had been tortured by Sube, and her body trembled. But despite this, she still showed a warm smile on her face, and then asked in confusion, "Do you have two uncles? But why did you help him steal my power? You, plague demon?" There were too many puzzles in her mind. But she was dizzy at the moment, and didn't know where to start. She couldn't even see Su Bei's appearance. She just felt that his body was exactly the same as the uncle in her memory. This was not the time to discuss this. Because of the time and space fallacy, Su Bei would not admit that he had met the plague demon 1,000 years ago. Su Bei's eyes were indifferent. His left hand stopped on the plague demon forehead and gently stroked it, and said calmly, "Do you believe me? Even if you let me die, I will accept it." The plague demon smiled slightly. Very firm. The fist wave has arrived. Su Bei put forward his right hand, which was endowed with the power of forbidden magic. His right hand did not dodge or evade, and the golden light was wanton. At the same time, Su Bei stood calmly, protecting himself with the magic power of his whole body, and smashed his right hand towards the impact. In this way, he blocked the near-god punch of the former Ashura. This punch directly annihilated the oncoming rule power, but it was limited to the rule power. "Hey! Are you okay?" the plague demon exclaimed. The huge impact made Su Bei's arm tremble constantly. Blood kept flowing out of his ears, nose and mouth, and his body kept disintegrating and cracking. But Su Bei didn't move at all. His eyes were indifferent. Even if the forbidden source power could isolate all rules, the shock wave generated by its pure power was not something Su Bei could resist. But Su Bei didn't care, and forcibly turned the plague demon worried head to the front, and shouted in a deep voice, "Let go of your mind. Summon your last bit of soul, and run the soul forging method." The plague demon was frightened, and before his brain could react, his body had already subconsciously followed. The next moment, Su Bei grabbed the plague demon original soul with the inscription method, and suddenly a dazzling light burst out from his body, and then pointed with his right hand. "Look, plague demon." Looking down, first, a soft light slowly lit up inside Su Bei's body. The soft light carried the plague demon an extremely familiar feeling, as if it belonged to him naturally, and would always belong to him. Then, the light on the ground lit up one after another. At first a few scattered points, and then spread wildly with an immeasurable trend. In the blink of an eye, the ground suddenly lit up with countless tiny dots of light, as if countless stars embellished the earth. In just a few breaths, the entire plague continent was completely illuminated. Those were the inscriptions flashing in the bodies of countless aborigines. They were terrified and shocked, and could only see the inscriptions of cultivation being stripped from their souls and rising into the air. And not only that, those souls devoured by the beasts. The soul fires refined into skeleton warriors by the undead. Those souls that once belonged to Lin, and those souls marked by Su Bei, all suddenly lit up at this moment. At the same time, the former Ashura suddenly burst into brilliant light. His soul and body were constantly separated, and his face was horrified. This is a star map with the earth hanging upside down, and the former Ashura is the largest star, surrounded by the plague demon. This lord of 10,000 stars is constantly circling and rising in the air. This is an unprecedented, magnificent landscape, which has never been seen before, and it is difficult to reproduce the same landscape in the future. In an instant, it is like thousands of lights, illuminating the entire plague continent. This is the trace Su Bei left for Lin. It means that the ownership of these souls all belongs to the former Lin. That is, the plague demon at this moment. "Can you calm down?" Su Bei asked calmly. Su Bei could not hear the response, and what responded to him was the rapid breathing that was close at hand. Chapter 308. You won't leave, right, plague demon? She opened her eyes wide, took a quick breath, and then held her breath the next moment, fearing that this moment was just a dream. She murmured in disbelief, "These souls seem to belong to me. It should be so." After doing all this, Su Bei's expression was still very calm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, calmly stuffed the broken internal organs back into his body, and said calmly, "Can we win, plague demon?" Looking at these souls that kept rising into the air and merging into his body, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, crying and laughing. "Don't say such things. I don't know how I can lose. These souls were so immature when they were cut and released, but they have grown countless times when they were taken back. This means that the plague demon who took back these souls is more powerful than the healthy Lin at the beginning. And, in this way, the soul of the former Ashura will all belong to her, carrying the rules of death. And now, with the complete soul of the healthy Lin, she fights against the former Ashura who only has the body of Lin. How can she lose?" Far away, The former Ashura's hands and feet were cold. As if he couldn't believe it. He recalled his past experiences, and came to the extremely stupid conclusion that everything he did was to help the other party. The former Ashura roared in anger, covering his soul and roaring unwillingly. No! How is this possible? This is my soul. Impossible. Impossible? When was this needle planted? Unless your plan was before mine. But how is this possible? It must be like this. It can only be like this. But it shouldn't be like this. The former Ashura racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. If Lin had seen through his conspiracy from the beginning, why would she let him take the soul? This is impossible. There must be something wrong. This scene instantly drove the former Ashura crazy. It's you. You planted a mark on these souls from the beginning. It's you. You gave me the soul as a conspiracy from the beginning. You despicable villain. You are so shameless. You cheated on my feelings. I want you to die. But the plague demon could not listen to these insults. She just wiped her tears, stared blankly at the floating soul, motionless like a fool. This is really the best gift in the world. Bad uncle. Are you ruining me? In this way, I will really pester you for the rest of my life. Now I want to take you for myself more than before, and eat you up inside and out. You will always stay with me. Right? The gains after experiencing pain are precious. You cherish more after losing. I ignored all the souls around me, and ignored the hysterical scolding of my ex-boyfriend Ashura. At this moment, the world of plague demon. Only the indifferent young man behind him, who was neither tall nor strong. Uncle, this time, you will not leave me. Right? After not hearing a response for a long time, plague demon turned his head suddenly froze, and then squinted his eyes, and clenched his silver teeth. For a moment, the plague demon could not catch his breath, and almost fainted. There were only white clouds floating behind him, and there was no trace of Su Bei. The plague demon suddenly revealed his true form, clenched his right hand, and a big well bulged on his forehead. He couldn't help but curse, "You son of a bitch! Where the hell have you been again? Hee. Do you think you can run away?" The next moment, the plague demon showed a weird smile, and smiled lightly, since the bad cat ran away. In order to prevent this kind of situation, I have already refined a top treasure for finding people and things. As long as you don't disappear out of thin air, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you can plant wings, fly. As he said this, the plague demon inserted his right hand into the barren chest and dug hard. Stunned, the plague demon grabbed his empty palm and fell into deep thought. How could it be empty? Where is the treasure? The plague demon reached into the collar again with his right hand, even reaching his entire arm in, digging back and forth, and taking it out. Empty. Empty? Empty! The plague demon blinked his eyes, his face full of doubt, and buried his head in the collar of his shirt and went in. No. Where is my map? The plague demon suddenly got angry. At this time, a curse came from the other side. You despicable villain. The plague demon retracted his gaze and glanced at the hysterical former Ashura, and found him extremely ugly. The plague demon stared at the former Ashura fiercely, his eyes piercingly cold. Ha. Your mother! Die! Suddenly, the whole sky darkened, making the sky that had just been illuminated by the soul become pitch black, faintly revealing a blood-red color, as if the gate of hell had opened, and waves of cruelty surged up from the ground. This is the power of Lin, who is approaching the complete form. This skill is the powerful rule given to Lin by death. Bury coffin. Open. The plague demon squeezed the former Ashura with his right hand, dragged the largest soul out, and then a coffin behind the former Ashura slowly opened. A pair of arms full of dead silence and surrounded by dry bones stretched out and grasped the ankles of the former Ashura. At this moment, the former Ashura's face was extremely pale, and he couldn't help but shed tears of regret. No. I am your dearest uncle. Lin. It's me. I am the uncle who loves you the most. You can't kill me. You can't. You can't. At this time, the hand that was dragging the former Ashura paused and suddenly stopped. The plague demon smiled brightly and nodded, reaching a rare consensus with the other party, and slowly said, "Yes. It's a good death for you. I have to let you feel the pain I have suffered. It's time for you to taste the taste of your soul being cut into pieces. Evil beast, Die for me. Chapter 309 Reunited with Jasmine. Then the question is, where is Su Bei? Turn back the time to 10 minutes ago. At this time, while the plague demon was distracted by the flying souls, Su Bei's sight never stopped, scanning the entire continent. Here, Su Bei could overlook the entire plague continent. Su Bei first looked at the three people nearby, nodded, and indicated that everything was fine. Then Su Bei's eyes turned around again, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Where did Elena and the others go? Su Bei paused and was attracted by a big blue felt hat. The blue felt hat slowly lifted up, revealing a pair of delicate profiles. And the little man under the felt hat raised his thumb high towards Su Bei. Su Bei smiled back. After that, Su Bei saw many familiar faces. For example, Greenskin Watson, Wilgard, Anna, Andrew, many fairies, nobles of the White Rock Empire, members of various adventure groups, etc. Everyone was injured, with many large and small wounds on their bodies. And many travelers, who had met once before, had lost their traces, probably buried in the flames of war. They looked at Su Bei in surprise, wondering why the person killed by the devil could be resurrected. And they were happy for Su Bei from the bottom of their hearts. They could realize that it was Su Bei who stopped the tentacles from getting closer and closer. As fellow travelers, they were proud of having the same identity as Su Bei. Su Bei watched calmly, occasionally nodding to the travelers who waved to him, accepting everyone's praise and compliments. His sight continued to move, and suddenly he realized that there seemed to be no trace of Luminera in the team, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this moment, Su Bei's smile suddenly froze, and his eyes froze, following Su Bei's line of sight. He looked down. In a bush somewhere, a white-haired loli sat on the top of a tree, staring at Su Bei in a daze. The loli's silver-white jasmine-like hair was casually placed, fluttering in the wind, slightly messy. Her Lolita dress had several patches and was old. Her face was full of fatigue, but her eyes were still slightly lit, as if she was looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Her cheeks puffed up, probably because she was using all her strength to express her dissatisfaction. But her expression was still very cute, like a porcelain doll carefully carved by God. The hair on her head drooped slightly, just like her mood was very bad. Stupid Mr. Su Bei. If Jasmine is not careful, you will hook up with another loli. But Mr. Su Bei is still alive. That's good. This journey must be very tiring. You should pay attention to rest. When everyone was praising Su Bei for changing his fate against all odds, cheering that Su Bei saved the plague continent from destruction, only Jasmine knew that Mr. Su Bei must be exhausted. Jasmine lowered her head and felt happy for Su Bei from the bottom of her heart. That's great. As long as he is not misunderstood and questioned as a demon king, Mr. Su Bei will definitely become the most dazzling and best adventurer. Will everything go smoothly in the future? I really want to see Mr. Su Bei soon. Jasmine has a lot to say to Mr. Su Bei. At this time, Jasmine's body suddenly stopped, and she felt the shadows suddenly appearing in front of her. And she looked up quickly. Under the shade of the tree, Su Bei stretched out his right hand to the white-haired girl, who raised her head slightly, with a calm expression and a calm tone, and whispered, "What do you want to say? Tell me." Bang. With a sound, the white figure jumped out of the ground and rushed towards the familiar figure in front of him with all his strength. "Mr. Su Bei, Jasmine misses you so much." Crack. With a sound, the branch broke in response. Jasmine and Su Bei maintained the posture of the woman on top and the man on the bottom, falling vertically towards the ground. Until they touched the ground, their postures remained unchanged. Su Bei felt the trembling little body in his arms, a little confused, and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Molly's tears. Falling. Can't stop. This scene gave Su Bei a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as if something similar had just happened somewhere else not long ago. At this time, Molly's sobbing voice slowly sounded. "Molly knows everything. Everything. Molly knows everything that Mr. Su Bei has done. Mr. Su Bei, you are the best to Molly. From now on, you are not allowed to carry it alone. Did you hear me?" Su Bei didn't know what Jasmine was talking about, so he nodded perfunctorily and replied calmly, "Yeah." Looking at Jasmine crying in his arms, Su Bei didn't know where to put his outstretched hand for a while, so he swallowed his saliva, slowly reached out, gently hugged the person in front of him, and comforted her emotions. Although he didn't know why, Bei always felt very bad regarding the matter of making two little girls cry in one day. Bei didn't have much to say, but he just hoped that it wouldn't be reported by some inexplicable guy. Otherwise, the bad reputation will spread more and more. Bei gently held Jasmine in his arms. Looking up, searching the sky for the plague demon below. He stayed on her for 2 seconds, then calmly retracted. After a while, Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and slowly relaxed his tense spirit. It feels so good to be alive. Bei enjoyed this moment of tranquility, thinking about the troubles he would encounter later. That God. Is he going to die soon? It's really troublesome. When can he retire? Bei's tense nerves relaxed for a moment, and then tightened again. Chapter 310, You Are Not Allowed to Hide It From Me. After comforting Jasmine, Bei and Jasmine sat on the ground, shoulder to shoulder under the tree, watching the fight happening in the sky. It is not quite right to say it is a fight. To be precise, it is the plague demon, who is tearing and killing the former Azura. The fight scene is unbearable to watch. It can be said to be very bloody and cruel. Seeing this, Bei covered Jasmine's eyes with his right hand, saying that children are not allowed to watch, and asked Jasmine to stay away. Jasmine is happy to play this childish game with Bei, but she stares at Bei and secretly observes from the gap between his hands, and does not tell Bei. At this moment, Jasmine happened to see the obvious bite marks on Mr. Bei's arm, and was slightly stunned. Jasmine couldn't help but ask softly, "Mr. Bei?" Bei glanced sideways, calmly retracted his gaze, and said lightly, "I'm here. This is, in order to survive, a little insignificant sacrifice." "It's not a sacrifice. Mr. Bei. Would you enjoy it too? Enjoy the feeling of being needed by others? Mr. Bei. Do you like you very much?" Unable to hear the dissatisfaction in Jasmine's words, Bei subconsciously caught the loophole in the words and responded, "Her name is Lin. So I didn't intend to refute the topic of about liking. Did I agree?" Jasmine was stunned and opened her mouth slightly, but she didn't know how to ask further. She was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, even her house would be robbed. At this time, Bei's voice sounded slowly again, and there was a bit of uncertainty in his tone. "I don't like Loli." Hearing this, Jasmine showed some doubts, and continued to dig deeper into the relationship between the two. "Hey, he is a pseudonym? But how did Mr. Bei know that her name was Lin?" Jasmine obviously felt that she was closer to Lin. "It's a long story," Bei said calmly. There was no more after that. "I want to hear it." Jasmine moved her position and moved a little closer. Then she gently lifted Bei's arm and placed it on her knee, and gently stroked the sharp bite with her fingers. The bite mark was very scheming. The scar was not very deep, but it was imposed with a plague-like debuff, which made the bite mark last for a long time and difficult to eliminate. Bei organized his words and summarized the experience of the past 1,000 years in 2 very short sentences. Lin was deprived of her real name, soul, and body. Then, she took them back. "Mr. Bei, you said it was a long story, so let's make it short." Molly's tone was inexplicable. She clenched her right hand, and couldn't help asking, "What if Lin liked Mr. Bei?" After a long silence, Bei's calm voice sounded again. "She is blind." "Hey!" Molly exclaimed quickly. The unexpected answer caught Molly off guard. But when Jasmine thought about it, if it was Mr. Bei, such an answer would not be surprising. "It's just, but I think Mr. Bei is the best person in the world. I like Mr. Bei. I like Mr. Bei. It's a very good thing. So Lin, you really have a good eye." At this time, Bei glanced slightly and finally realized that Jasmine's mood was a little wrong. Bei just looked at Jasmine calmly, watching Jasmine's eyes moving back and forth more and more unnaturally. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "If there is, it's her business. I don't think so." Recalling the beginning, when Bei first met Lin, she was a plague demon who wanted to kill Bei and devour his soul. How could anyone like her? When they met again, Lin became a simple child, stupid and pitiful. That's all. There is no reason to like her. Bei would not suddenly like her just because she became very powerful. Nor would he like her just because she liked him. This doesn't make sense. This is true. In the God War ruins, during the time that Bei was with Lin, he did not do anything beyond the limit. If I had to say, The hug and bite after they met was probably the most intimate thing between them. Right? Besides, does Lin definitely like him? Su Bei didn't know. If you are in the dark, just because there is a ray of light, you want to reach out and grab it, and regard this ray of light as everything in your life, then this is a very sad thing. Su Bei believes that this is not called love, but more like the suspension bridge effect. After that, Lin's life will be smooth sailing, and there will be no more darkness. Then will there be a day when a brighter light will appear to illuminate Lin again and easily reverse this relationship? The suspension bridge effect is just one of the psychology. But even if all the psychology is combined, it cannot explain the emotion of love. Only when the other person has seen all the beauty in the world, experienced various different scenery, and gone around, and still thinks that he is the best, then it is love. After thinking for a long time, Su Bei slowly said to Jasmine, "Do you want to eat? I make it for you." Jasmine was stunned for a moment, and murmured softly, "Mr. Su Bei, big fool." Then she responded briskly, "I want to drink porridge. I miss porridge and everyone." While drinking porridge, Jasmine would always ask Su Bei questions from time to time, asking about the past. "Mr. Su Bei, did you know something about the cannibal incident? Why didn't you tell Jasmine clearly?" Su Bei recalled his past experiences, paused, and said calmly, "I tried my best to persuade her." "Hey." Hearing this, Jasmine's body stiffened. "Is that so? Hey. It seems that this is really the case. But Mr. Su Bei can persuade her more." Jasmine listens to Su Bei very much. Su Bei glanced at Jasmine and said calmly, "You didn't listen and quarreled with me." Jasmine thought carefully, and it seemed that this scene had really happened. So she quickly covered her embarrassed face with the bowl of porridge, blinked her eyes, and said in panic, "The magic tower. The magic tower." That magic sword was calling Jasmine. Right. Come to think of it, Gluttony seemed to have called Jasmine as well. Was it that time that Mr. Su Bei took over Jasmine's fate? Su Bei hesitated for a while, thinking whether to confront Jasmine and make things clear. But Jasmine poked Su Bei's waist with her finger, causing Su Bei's thoughts to be instantly confused. Jasmine puffed her lips and said, "Don't try to hide it from Jasmine. Jasmine knows everything. The Demon King, the hero, etc. Jasmine knows more than Mr. Su Bei imagined. If I don't explain it to Jasmine, she will be angry. I didn't expect that the things I had been avoiding from Jasmine would eventually be known. But now that it's known, it's known. So," Su Bei calmly replied, "Yeah," and then said lightly, "Why are you asking even though you know it?" Su Bei raised his head, his face calm, and he didn't mean to hide anything at all. Jasmine's growth is always unexpectedly fast, except for not growing taller. Everything else has grown a little, mainly refers to brains and strength. Since Jasmine already knows so many things, there is no need to hide it. However, Su Bei's answer was too easy, which caught Jasmine completely off guard. The tough aura that Jasmine had managed to hold on to instantly collapsed, and she blinked in confusion. She had thought that he would be tortured to extract a confession. After a while, Jasmine said in a daze, "Yes, but even if Mr. Su Bei said so, Jasmine still wants to ask. Because Jasmine just wants to talk to Mr. Su Bei more." "Mr. Su Bei, don't you want to?" Suddenly there was silence, and the echo of this sentence was rippling back and forth in the forest. At this moment, the only sound in the air was the intermittent breathing of the two. Realizing that such words were no different from confession, Jasmine's face suddenly became red, and she quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at Mr. Su Bei's expression. Holding her breath and pricked up her ears, listening to the movement on the side. After a few breaths, Su Bei slowly nodded and said, "Ask. I will tell you everything." Just one sentence, and Jasmine's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she couldn't stop smiling. "Yeah." After that, she reviewed the situation. Su Bei answered like this, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He felt the power surging in Jasmine's body, and judged that Jasmine had reached the 4th level under normal conditions. Su Bei observed Jasmine's changes, and compared the difference between Jasmine before and after she appeared from the God War ruins, and could easily find out the reason for Jasmine's transformation. The profession awakened. It seems that Jasmine has gained unexpectedly in the God War ruins. What will be the path? To what extent have the characteristics been developed? What kind of rules will be touched in the future? And what path will continue to move forward? These are the questions that Su Bei is thinking about at the moment. At this moment, next to the uneasy girl, Su Bei is still thinking about getting stronger and the future. Two people on different channels are enjoying the same warmth at this moment. Jasmine looked sideways at Su Bei, who was in a daze, stretched out her hand and poked him. Mr. Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei? What are you thinking about? I'm talking to you. We just talked about the blue dragon. Let's go see Uncle Gray Snake when we have time. He's also very pitiful. Seeing that Su Bei was still in a daze, Jasmine showed dissatisfaction on her face. She stretched out her index fingers and kept poking Su Bei's waist and abdomen to launch an attack. She was also planning to find a suitable opportunity to express her feelings to Mr. Su Bei now. But Mr. Su Bei was too stupid. I have no idea what Mr. Su Bei is thinking. After that, the conversation between the two of them could be heard intermittently in the woods. After Mr. Su Bei became the Demon King, was Jasmine completely safe? Yes. They came after me after that. Did Mr. Su Bei encounter a lot of troubles later? Not bad. By the way, Lin is not an ordinary person. Right? Li Lizi should not be either? Lin will probably become the goddess of death. And Li Lizi has some relationship with the goddess of wisdom. Hey. After hearing the strange name, Jasmine's eyes instantly shifted horizontally, repeatedly looking at Su Bei's expression. And after realizing that he was not joking, she shouted in amazement. Hey! Is this true? Have so many traces of gods appeared? Not bad. Su Bei's tone was still calm, but Jasmine was completely calm. It was because of the conversation with Chun that Jasmine understood the Demon King War very well. Such a phenomenon is completely unscientific. Oh no! Usually miracles only appear at the end of a war. But why did it happen so early this time? Does this mean that the Demon King and the hero will soon go to war? And many people will die soon? When she thought of this, Jasmine suddenly fell silent. Although Sister Luminera had done nothing wrong and was very kind to her, she was more afraid that Mr. Su Bei would die. If someone must die, it must not be Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine held Su Bei's hand, exerting a little force. At this time, Su Bei recalled his memories and fell silent. Compared with the miracles he encountered, the 2 points just mentioned were nothing. Freedom possessed Fulian. Fate made the Demon King and Luminera meet outside the Winter City. Luck instructed the Angel of Knowledge to provoke the team to fight the Blue Dragon, and met the Valkyrie at the ruins of the God War. Su Bei calmly recalled the traces of gods one by one, and found that each situation was not easy. At this time, Jasmine's hand gently held Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei must be very tired. Right? It's really not easy to come this far. Not bad. Su Bei shook his head. Not bad at all. Molly gritted her teeth, resisted the urge to protest and complain, and held Su Bei's arm tighter. These are gods. The most powerful gods in the world. Gods who have not shown any traces in nearly 1,000 years. It's all over, Su Bei said lightly. But is it really all over? Su Bei cast his eyes to the sky, looking at Lin, who had ravaged the former Azura to the point that he was no longer human. And a little uneasy emerged in his heart. This matter is unavoidable. He left deep and shallow traces in this 1,000-year history. The Valkyrie also admitted the truth of this matter. And many events have many details that reveal certain information. For example, when the former Azura took souls, he often turned into white bones. For example, the number of undeads emerging from the Plague Continent is small, but they can enslave the entire beast tribe. For example, under the Soul Cage, the natives of the Plague Continent and the beast tribe were in varying degrees of panic, but the undead tribe did not move. Analyzing these details, Su Bei sketched out some historical outlines in his mind. This god may be from the undead race among the monsters. Moreover, it is highly consistent with the power of death. So, will this god who has been planning for a long time come out to stop all this? Su Bei didn't know. But Su Bei knew that the answer would be revealed soon. The sky will fall. Su Bei frowned slightly, feeling the sudden heavy air, and his body tensed instantly. Above the sky, the former Azura, whose soul and body were torn apart, shouted word by word in a hoarse voice. You are the Lord of Death who controls the undead. You are the destination of all souls after death. You are the great supreme master. I sacrifice my only body and soul to you, calling for your attention. And the Sea of Bones is born. Even if the plague demon tore his throat, crushed his heart, exiled his soul. Even if he had nothing left, he could not stop the ups and downs of the chanting. Boom boom. Depression. Endless depression. Chapter 311 Becoming a God Through Faith. At first, the people of Plague Continent thought it was just the dying struggle of the former Azura, and did not take it seriously. People who are about to die will always go crazy for no apparent reason. Even those who are close to being gods. But when a child playing on the roadside was pierced by the first bone spur, everyone knew that the real purgatory had arrived. Swoosh. With a sound, a half-meter tall child was pierced by the bone spur in an instant, and his flesh and blood were sucked away by the bone spurs. The essence flowed on the bone spurs, leaving only the bones standing. The panicked people came forward to touch the bones, and just a light touch made the skeleton completely disintegrate. Unlike the soul cage that made people feel desperate and strangled, this bone spur was more domineering and ruthless. It appeared without warning, easily taking people's lives, and didn't care who could escape and who would die. This was the real natural disaster. Then, in the next moment, the second bone spur pierced out and stabbed Alyssa. Alyssa was able to escape most attacks with the existence of the magic weapon, and even circumvent some rules. But facing the bone spurs that suddenly appeared and continued to grow, her ability was almost useless. Swoosh. At this moment, Sven activated the magical skill Chienkuan Shift to replace the two people's positions, and then drilled into the shadow to avoid the bone spur attack. Puff. Something unexpected happened. The shadow's arm was pierced, and at the same time, Sven's arm was left with the same scar at the same position. The scar expanded in the blink of an eye, and Sven's entire right hand was boned. Sven immediately cut off his right arm, his face full of sorrow, and lamented, "This kind of pressure. This can't be a god? What the hell is this? When I wasn't a demigod, I didn't see many demigods. Once I become a demigod, will even the gods have to come down in person?" The third bone spur pierced Lizzie. Lizzie quickly covered her buttocks with a blue felt hat, relying on the divine skill of the truce command. Lizzie would not be hit by any hostile enemy. But at this moment, she couldn't see the enemy at all, and didn't even know where the enemy was. So she couldn't be hostile to the specific enemy. The truce command lost its effect at this moment. Fortunately, the blue felt hat is a magical weapon. Extremely hard. The hat wrapped around Lizzie and blocked the bone spur attack. The huge force made Lizzie fly up, and her skirt flew. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The predicted scene still happened. Calculating the time, it is less than a month before the other party arrives. I don't know if Su Bei has found the clue or not. I hope so. After all, this is the history that was stolen, and Su Bei is the only one. This scene took place within a radius of 100 miles in the center of the Plague Continent. In the blink of an eye, bone spurs sprang up from the ground of the Plague Continent. Each of them was the most powerful skeleton part above the demigod. Countless skeletons piled up and climbed, forming a skeleton of 100 meters. Supreme God, Immortal Skeleton God, please come! When the words fell, everyone realized something extremely shocking in their hearts. Something terrible was about to appear. Perhaps it could not be called a thing. That is a living god. That is a real god. He just cast his eyes and turned the entire Plague Continent into his home. Thousands of years of planning, destroyed in an instant. All planning has become a dowry for others. Why do you still have the courage to call for my coming? Wait. Wait for the moment when I come. What I seek can only belong to me in the end. The words were deafening, resounding through countless continents and plains, and echoing throughout the Plague Continent. With just one sound, countless lives were turned into skeletons, and their flesh and blood were destroyed. Seeing this, the Plague Demon showed some uneasiness. She inherited the rules of death, took back all her souls, and was about to merge with her body. But after gathering all these, she was still one step away from becoming a god. She didn't know where this step was. At this moment, facing the real god, even she felt extremely palpitating. How big is the gap between a near god and a god? If a god is compared to a lowly, then a near god can only be regarded as a hair on the lowly's leg. One is a living person, and the other can't even be considered a thing. In fact, the gap is much greater than this. Just as the undead skeleton god just announced his coming, using words to carry the rules through countless planes and apply the power of the rules to all living beings on other continents. It is not something that a near god can do. The opponent's casual action is something that Lin can't do at this moment. This makes Lin panic. What kind of monster is this guy who is about to appear? When this god miracle descended, all the lives still in the plague continent could not help but shed their flesh and blood, gradually turning into white bones. This is the god. When he appears, the entire area he sees and thinks about is his domain. Su Bei also cannot avoid this rule. He stretched out his left hand that turned into white bones and rubbed Jasmine, and calmly comforted her. It's okay. Then, his right hand took out the map that he had stolen from the plague demon not long ago from his pocket and unfolded it. He was waiting for this moment. After the immortal god showed his miracle, he would send out the buried eternal night to pull Lin's faith to the peak, help her become a god, and resist the foreign gods. The peak produces false supporters, and the dusk witnesses the true believers. When Lin defeated the former Azura with an unmatched attitude, the faith of the people in the plague continent was impure. This faith is not firm. This hope is not hard enough. Not hard-won enough. And it will make people take it for granted. So Su Bei had to wait. Wait until all living beings were in despair again. Wait until all living beings had to believe in Lin. Only believed in Lin. And let them believe that faith could save them. When despair came again, the light of hope became brighter. Now, it was time. Su Bei inserted the map with his right hand and pulled it out slowly. In an instant, the sky suddenly turned black. Buzz, the world resounded with a cry, as if celebrating the occurrence of something. In the last second, the white bones were cast into a white bone throne. And in the next second, the throne continued to turn into white powder and was blown away by the wind. Countless creatures regained their flesh and blood, and their bodies constantly transformed between the white bones and flesh and blood entities. The white bones and the black air collided violently. Under such a collision of rules, a sickle containing a strong sense of death slowly appeared. This is the main weapon from death. It killed countless gods in ancient times, and was known as the God Harvester. And at this moment, this extremely powerful artifact lost in the War of Gods was buried in the eternal night, and reappeared in the plague continent. This is hope. Chapter 3:12 Death ascends to God. Su Bei lifted up the buried eternal night. The buried eternal night trembled in Su Bei's palm, as if it was jumping for joy and excitement. Let go. Swoosh. The weapon spirit controlled the artifact to turn into a stream of light, slamming into Lin fiercely, and naturally sent the sickle handle into the other's palm. Lin was still anxious, and suddenly felt her palm sink, then subconsciously raised her hand and blinked again, staring at the sickle lying inexplicably in her palm. She was stunned. What is this? Are you helping me, Uncle? Lin looked down and searched carefully, but still couldn't see the familiar figure. She waved her sickle helplessly, and was stunned again. Why? So suitable? Her right hand swung freely, as if she suddenly had a pair of arms. She had a hunch that she was supposed to use this weapon, and this weapon was born for her. She was less than 1 meter tall, but she held a huge sickle that was 2.5 meters long. The strong contrast did not feel out of place at all, but was perfectly matched. The cold wind blew, blowing her fiery red hair away, making her wine-red pupils sparkle. Everyone looked up, and could only see a person at the highest point holding a sickle, blocking the boundless terror that fell from the sky. At this moment, the power of faith reached its peak. At this moment, she finally completed the last link to become a god. Lin raised her head slightly, looking at the location of the immortal skeleton, as if she had some realization. She was going to become a god. The plague continent was about to become her kingdom of God. Lin had a premonition that when that god came, it would be the time of his demise. Uncle, where the hell have you been? Mr. Su Bei, where are we going next? In the bushes, Su Bei and Jasmine walked towards the border of the plague continent one after the other. Jasmine looked at her palm that had been restored to flesh and blood and squeezed it hard. I don't know if it was her illusion, but it seemed that the repaired skin was better than before, and became whiter and clearer. Let's leave first, Su Bei said lightly, pulling down his windbreaker and shaking his slightly swollen head. Then he looked sideways at Jasmine, who was half a meter away, and remained silent. This windbreaker was well preserved by Jasmine. It can even be said to be very good. The completeness is one thing, and the color of the clothes is also well preserved. And the jasmine fragrance on the windbreaker is very strong, which always makes Su Bei feel that Jasmine is in close contact with him. It makes it difficult for Su Bei to think at this moment. Mr. Su Bei, Did you do all this? Su Bei looked sideways, and saw Jasmine looking up at the sky. Although Jasmine didn't say it clearly, Su Bei still understood it. Yes. And no. Su Bei replied, following Jasmine's gaze. He raised his head slightly, and simply reviewed the entire history in his mind. At this point, the plan of the entire incident has surfaced, and is extremely clear. Looking back on the whole thing, Su Bei is still surprised by the layout of the big shots. 1,000 years is not a big deal for them. But it is a lifetime for ordinary people. The whole thing was planned 1,000 years ago, and it came to an end today. No matter what the purpose of the God War thousands of years ago was. When the first God began to fall, the nature of the entire war changed. And what is the biggest gain for the living gods from the God War? Naturally, it is the remains of the dead gods and the vacant god positions. Among them, the undead god set his sights on the power of death at the moment of his death and began to plan all this. Death is one of the most powerful rules, which also means that death is difficult to be compatible with other rules. But the undead god is different. Immortality and death are the positive and negative sides of the rules. Extremes can create balance, which is the only way to blend. If anyone can blend the path of death, it must be him. After the former Ashura proposed a solution and obtained the support of the undead god, the undead god began to invest in the former Ashura. He attempted to help him ascend to godhood in an artificial way. And it is estimated that he will eventually devour the artificial death of the former Ashura and achieve a dual godhood. But he did not expect that Wisdom also planted a hidden hand in death. She took away death's main weapon, buried eternal night, stole a piece of history, and laid the groundwork for the future. Su Bei was not very clear about Wisdom's purpose, and could only guess. Su Bei once asked the Valkyrie, wondering if Wisdom and death had a bad relationship. But the Valkyrie said that Wisdom did not conflict with the concept of death, but only with fate, luck, and freedom. Therefore, Su Bei believed that Wisdom wanted to win over the second generation of death, turn it from an enemy to a friend and make it his helper, and complete his future plans. Wisdom and the undead gods secretly fought against each other, creating the pattern of the plague continent for thousands of years. When Su Bei proposed to plot against freedom, Wisdom happened to put this plan on the agenda. As a result, a series of actions were taken afterwards. Now, Wisdom's plan has been completed. Lin successfully ascended to the god of death, facing the undead god. Lin is definitely capable of fighting in his own kingdom of God. In this way, it can be said that Wisdom has finally been helped and a favor has been returned. Right? Su Bei looked over. He saw that Lin, holding the buried eternal night, was rising higher and higher, exuding infinite majesty, and a black field gradually spread around him, completely hide the body in black, blocking everyone's sight. Do not look directly at. Do not discuss. Do not imagine. Otherwise the rules of the other party will be completely distorted. This is the rule that belongs only to the gods. Everyone can only see that the black blocked the birth of the sea of bones with its own power, and restored the flesh and blood of all the creatures in the plague continent. All living beings knelt on the ground and worshipped the new god. This was the first time Su Bei saw a living god, but he knew it would definitely not be the last time. Seeing this, Su Bei retracted his gaze and looked at Jasmine, who was full of surprise. I always feel that Mr. Su Bei did something great behind Jasmine's back. It seems that Mr. Su Bei has traces of everything big and small. Su Bei shook his head and said calmly, "It's okay. Let's go. Find Elena and the others, and find a way to go back." "Okay." Jasmine nodded. The black shadow emitted by Lin stretched the shadows of the two people long, and the shadows gradually overlapped and separated again. It seemed to foreshadow the unrest that was about to happen. At this time, the entrance of the God War ruins was slowly fluctuating. Luminara walked out of it calmly, and her eyes slowly opened. In an instant, everything grew and flourished, dyeing all the dead air and bones around her green. Luminara was holding a fruit basket, sighing slightly, and making a gentle voice that was completely different from her own. "Oh, I don't want to offend fate, nor do I want to offend wisdom. Even life will find it difficult. So, what should I do?" As she said, Luminara slowly reached out, took out an apple from the fruit basket, and bit it gently. The green in her eyes was looming, slightly melancholy. Chapter 313 Luminara Situation. In the Hall of Valor. One day ago, in the ruins of the War of Gods, Luminara passed the 3 levels of self-examination and many tests, and finally knew the purpose of this trip. She came here only to seek the truth. And now, she came to the deepest part of this trial, and met the legendary god, the goddess of life. She asked the goddess of life devoutly and confusedly about the confusion in her heart. Respected goddess of life, I want to know where the origin of the hero and the devil came from. Luminara's question went straight to the core, and she could get many answers from this question. But life refused her response, and the answer it gave was very strange. You can ask this question, but I can't give you the answer you want. As she said that, the goddess of life took a step forward, stepped in front of Luminara, and slowly stretched out her hand. Luminara's eyes were dull for a moment, and she saw the sky suddenly darken, and then the outline of a pair of boundless big hands emerged, and the big hands became bigger and bigger. When they stretched out in front of her, they had completely covered her. In front of such huge hands, she was as small as an apple. No! Luminara looked down and found that her body was red. At this moment, she was an apple. A big, rosy, and extremely tempting apple. She could not resist, struggle, or escape. She was held up by life with both hands. Her big, heavy lips opened slightly, but she could not ask a question. The soft hands of the goddess of life touched her whole body, as if she was appreciating a fine work of art, playing with it carefully, and slowly said, sometimes being too awake is a sin. You are just a poor man who is half asleep and half awake. Life sighed and said slowly, if the plague continent is a puppet show directed by a human, then the whole world is also a stage play set by the gods. In order for a stage play to run stably, in addition to the protagonist, supporting roles and audience, it also needs a director who can handle errors and failures. I am standing here to correct the errors. Cute little apple hero lady. Life smiled gently, and her mumbling voice drifted with the wind, but it sounded like rumble to Luminara. Thunder. Nothing could be heard clearly. Then, Luminara felt her body being lifted, thrown, and dropped. She kept shaking and spinning in the fruit basket carried by life. Looking around, there were countless fruits in the fruit basket of the goddess of life, each of which contained a rich and amazing breath of life, which was extremely tempting. After correcting Miss Hero, it's time to correct Mr. Demon King. Let me think. Is this the right direction? Life sighed again, shook the fruit basket, took out the fruit that Luminara incarnated, and took a bite. Luminara's eyes dimmed instantly. Her body stiffened, and she trembled. She felt that she was losing something, but she didn't know what it was. Gradually, Luminara forgot who the Demon King was, forgot the confusion in her heart, forgot the adventures and experiences along the way, and forgot many, many things. It turned out that this was her meaning. When she understood, she was also forgetting. I am so pathetic. This was Luminara's last voice before she lost consciousness. At the same time, life transformed into Luminara and slowly walked out of the God War ruins, entering the plague continent. I am the only one who can descend so easily. That's why it's troublesome. You have to ask me for everything. As he said that, life shielded the sun with one hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at the long-lost sun, sighing, Death, my good sister, are you sure this road is feasible? But congratulations. You have taken the first step among us. Maybe you're right. Who knows? Life smiled slightly, and walked slowly towards the inland of the plague continent, the main hall of Valhalla. Valhalla consists of countless spaces, which is the habitat of the dead. Only recognized great souls can rest here. Of course, there are other souls who enter Valhalla through various channels, but their status is slightly lower, and they are not very free. According to common sense, the living are forbidden to enter Valhalla. But Fu Yen is obviously the exception. Since she was born, she was different from others. She could see the wandering souls in the world and communicate with them. Some people said that this was a curse, and that she was the child of doom. But Fu Yen never paid attention to it. Instead, she immersed herself in her own little world and had endless fun. At this moment, Fu Yen sat at the door of the Hall of Heroes, looking at the countless heroes inside and greeting them happily. Holy heroes, I am the great lord of the Hall of Heroes. I have an important task for you now. Come and help me quickly. She didn't realize that the eyes of these heroes looking at her were full of tolerance and love, as if they were looking at their own children. Hall of Valor. In front of a broken goddess statue, Elena sat quietly for 10 years. At this moment, Elena still didn't come back to her senses. After a while, her eyes finally fluctuated. Then, Elena raised her eyes slightly. It seemed that she was still immersed in it, and couldn't believe the scene she saw in Hall of Valor. How she hoped that this was not true. But she knew that it couldn't be false. It turns out that the future is already predetermined. Her ending is also. So everyone will die. Really? Now that I know about this, I can't just ignore it. Haha. It's really a headache. It seems I have to work harder. Hall of Heroes. Xiaomi Zhou sat aside in a daze, and handed the bowl of porridge to the old man next to him. The old man said nothing and pushed the porridge back. This is Hall of Heroes. There is no porridge. I am a hero. I don't drink porridge. Xiaomi Zhou timidly took back the bowl. At this moment, she looked much more shy than when she was in the adventure group, and a rare feeling of being at a loss appeared on her face. That was the suppression from the bloodline. Sitting in front of her was the ancestor of the Nine-Life Cat. It was not only the first pure-blooded Nine-Life Cat, but also the only near-god strongman who fully developed the ability of the Nine-Life Cat. The old man gently stroked Xiaomi Zhou's head and said gently, "You shouldn't suppress your soul in the Hall of Heroes. There is reincarnation in the world. So eternal life is not a pleasure, but a curse. But since you have made such a choice, you must have your reasons. I will help you. Help you purify your blood and evolve into a pure-blooded Nine-Life Cat. After that, I have 2 more paths for you to choose. One is that I will help you replenish 9 lives, so that you can have more security in the future. Although 9-life cats always bring disasters, you have a blessed person around you, which can ensure that you will have no worries for the rest of your life. The second is that I will help you burn blood and purify it. Superimpose the potential of 9 lives. Superimpose the power of 9 lives. And superimpose the soul of 9 lives. From then on, 9 lives will become 1 life, helping you embark on the road to becoming a god. The 9-life cat was once a follower of the goddess of nature and the forest, in charge of the rules of the wild, and has a path to becoming a god. But if you do this, your lifespan will be reduced by 9 times. And I'm afraid it will be less than 10 years. In just 10 years, the probability of becoming a god is really slim. This is a path I didn't dare to try back then. Xiaomi Zhou was not well educated and didn't understand much. He just thought that the old man said a lot of things, which sounded very powerful. After the old man finished speaking, Xiaomi Zhou turned his head and looked at the person staring at him intently. He was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his right hand and made a yeah gesture. Well, whatever. This is your choice. The world of life is not peaceful. Maybe you can have a chance of survival if you try. Child, I wish you success. Chapter 314 Divine Baptism. Plague Continent. Death ascended to godhood. Godhood is mysterious, and few people can know any information about gods. This time, it was the first time that Su Bei witnessed the scene of ascension to godhood. The sun in the sky was covered and replaced by a black ball. This ball was condensed from the death of Lin Dangshan. When Lin broke out of the shell, he would shed his mortal body, achieve a divine body, and become a complete god. In this process, Lin was temporarily in a state of superposition between near godhood and godhood, and had not yet completely transformed into a god. At this moment, Lin transformed into a black sphere to replace the sun, illuminating the entire plague continent. The sphere was covered with dense rule power, emitting vigorous death energy, which was thick and terrifying. Just a little rule power on the black sphere allowed those who touched this rule to cross the life level and enter the 3rd level from ordinary people without power. And these were just the impurities and residues that Linden God had removed. And there might even be saliva and leg hair. These days, the plague continent has been changing every day, 1 day at a time. And no day is the same. Those former 9-pattern word spirit warriors comprehended the law of death, reshaped their souls, and thereby broke through the 9-pattern word spirit, becoming powerful demigods who mastered the rules of death. Some weak beasts came into contact with these black gases, and in the blink of an eye, they opened their spiritual wisdom, learned to practice, and from then on embarked on a long road of practice and transformed into monsters. Countless beast warriors changed their beliefs, surrendered to death, comprehended death-related skills, and advanced to a higher level. Plants moved closer to death, and even began to grow various monsters containing the rules of death, such as black mandrakes and death queen flowers. The time travelers are no exception. Even if the surviving time travelers do not believe in death, they have gained new insights from this baptism and climbed higher. The so-called one-person success brings prosperity to all his family members is not just an empty talk, but a fact that has been proven countless times in history. This is a great baptism. A prosperous era for everyone in the plague continent. From then on, the law of death carried by the plague continent will become more and more intense, turning this continent into a kingdom of God with its own style, clearly distinguished from other continents, and eventually isolated from the world, become a unique paradise. This is the origin of becoming a god and the kingdom of God. And Su Bei and Jasmine are also one of the beneficiaries of this baptism. Jasmine walked and looked around, looking at the surrounding trees and weird vegetation one after another, feeling very novel. Hey Mr. Su Bei, look at this tree. Its roots are completely black, but the leaves are still green. It is not recommended to touch it. The leaves are baits it releases to lure prey. Hey. Help me. Mr. Su Bei. Before Su Bei finished speaking, Jasmine's fingers had already touched the leaves. Then, Jasmine was rolled up by the vines, and the vines tied Jasmine in an unexpected position in a tortoiseshell binding style, and the trunk of the tree slowly opened, as if it was opening its bloody mouth, ready to eat. Fortunately, Su Bei followed behind Jasmine, and his eyes always stayed on Jasmine, watching her turn around and look around curiously, and he was always ready to respond. The moment Jasmine was tied up, Su Bei's sword was already drawn. Horrible waves. Buzz, Su Bei's face turned red. The majestic sword energy blew past, and countless vines flew and shattered. Jasmine only felt a gust of wind like a wave, blowing her skirt high. What kind of perverted sword skills is this? Mr. Su Bei, what are you learning? Su Bei quickly turned his eyes away, looking at Jasmine's red face holding the skirt, and coughed slightly to cover up the embarrassment. I didn't see it. Absolutely. Really? But Mr. Su Bei's ears were very red. Jasmine blushed, but didn't say the words that exposed her. Instead, she looked at him with an erratic look, and suddenly asked, I believe Mr. Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei wouldn't think about such things. Right? As she spoke, Jasmine kept looking at Su Bei's ears, waiting for his answer. Bang. A chestnut responded to Jasmine. It hurts. It hurts. Stupid Mr. Su Bei. It hurts. Jasmine covered her head and popped up her mouth to express her dissatisfaction. Su Bei calmly looked away and remained silent. Immediately, Su Bei raised his head and looked at the sky again, looking at the black sphere that Lin had transformed into. With an inexplicable expression, he felt that the magic power in his body was approaching death, and there was a faint trace of rule power. This means that any skill he releases will carry a trace of death rule. You must know that rules are the exclusive power of demigods. But Su Bei has not yet achieved demigodhood. Once Su Bei achieves demigodhood, he may be able to master 2 rule powers. This is a very remarkable thing, and there will be countless examples of such things in the plague continent. Obviously, the benefits of witnessing the birth of a god are more than Su Bei imagined. As he walked and looked, Su Bei's pace gradually slowed down. Strange. Something was wrong with the surrounding environment. Mr. Su Bei. It's so strange. The trees here are so vigorous, and the plants and animals are also very energetic. Indeed, Su Bei looked around and was stunned. The trees behind him were withered and dead. The front was full of birdsong and flowers, full of vitality. The 2 completely different rules were centered on where Su Bei stood, and were clearly divided in front and behind. But in this plague continent full of death, why are these trees so vibrant, colorful, and full of vitality? Su Bei became more and more uneasy, and was about to retreat, but suddenly froze. No! Su Bei lowered his head, looked at the bright colors under his feet, and fell into silence. When did I stand in this vibrant forest? At this time, Su Bei noticed that Jasmine was about to turn around, and hurriedly shouted, Keep going forward. I take care of something. Su Bei's tone was calm, and his emotions were stable. He gently patted Jasmine's shoulder. Chapter 315, The God of Life Descends. Su Bei was silent, his eyes slightly solemn as he scanned the surroundings, and finally found the problem. He didn't stray into it by mistake. It was the color that was spreading. The bright color quickly covered the gray and black, and included Su Bei's entire body in it. Just stopping. So, what happened? Su Bei's thoughts were scattered in a trance, and he seemed to hear the rhythm of life. It was as if everything was reviving. Even the breath of death was giving in. Su Bei looked sideways, looking at the source of the green. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and his pupils widened a little in disbelief. Then his breathing stopped. His eyes were completely occupied by colors. He couldn't figure it out, even if Su Bei pulled down his windbreaker and drove the smell of jasmine out of his nose. He couldn't figure out why it was like this. It shouldn't be like this. All along. No matter how great the danger Su Bei encountered, there was still a glimmer of hope in the danger. This time, Su Bei couldn't see any hope. His eyes were full of green, and his retina was full of question marks. Even the eye of insight was destroyed and lost its original detection function. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of Su Bei's eyes, dripping down his face to the ground. There is only one possible way to cause this effect. The guy coming from this side is stronger than the guys he has met before. You know, Su Bei has seen several near-god beings, such as the Plague Demon and the former Azura, but the two of them did not give him this feeling. Although they are extremely powerful, and the power of rules cannot be touched, they cannot reach this level. Su Bei has also seen a lot of power at the level of gods. For example, the free part of the soul, the eyes of the immortal god that spans countless planes, are also not on the same level as this green power. Su Bei was like an ant that suddenly appeared under the towering mountains. After climbing over the towering mountains with great difficulty, he suddenly realized that it was just a toe of a lowly. The one who suddenly appeared from the side was undoubtedly a god. A living god. A complete god. A mature god that is more powerful than the newborn and dead. Su Bei closed his eyes, felt the rich breath of life in front of him, and breathed calmly, feeling the other party's approaching steps. He was very confused. Familiar. The figure coming towards him had a very strange aura. This made Su Bei feel both familiar and strange. Su Bei searched in his mind, constantly thinking, slowly overlapping her figure with a completely impossible figure, and came up with an incredible answer. Why is this happening? She is Luminera? The next moment Su Bei confirmed this answer. She is Luminera. A brave man. The destined enemy of the Demon King. And the destiny of the Demon King. But she was not like Luminera. The black light illuminated the earth. But at this moment, Su Bei's shadow could not be seen. At this time, Su Bei felt that Jasmine had slowly stopped and reached out his hand. He pressed her shoulder hard. Don't look back. Keep going. Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine turned around hard. But it was difficult to look back. As if she had noticed something. Her voice kept trembling. As if she was crying. I'm here. Keep going. Why did you stop? Su Bei asked calmly. As usual. Su Bei looked calm and said in a very calm tone, Go ahead. I catch up. As if nothing happened at this moment. But if Jasmine turned around, she would definitely see Su Bei blind and bleeding. Jasmine might have discovered something. But she couldn't turn around. And she was afraid to turn around. She was afraid that if she turned around, she would see a scene that she couldn't accept. Similarly, she didn't dare to go forward. She was afraid that if she left, she would never be able to turn back. Jasmine's shoulders trembled slightly, and she looked up and asked with a smile, What happened? Mr. Su Bei, you worry too much. Nothing happened. Su Bei's answer was very straightforward. But this straightforward answer made Jasmine's heart sink. You know, Jasmine can feel how the heart in Su Bei's chest contracts and beats. If Mr. Su Bei doesn't even dare to admit it, it can only mean that even Mr. Su Bei finds this matter very difficult. Is that so? Jasmine's calm voice slowly sounded. And then the girl finally stopped hiding her inner feelings, and said what she had never said in her heart. Mr. Su Bei, no matter what you encounter, please work hard with me and share the responsibility. Okay? I like it. At the moment of expressing her feelings, Jasmine suddenly turned her head forcefully. Bang. With a sound, the knife fell on Jasmine's forehead, shattering her unfinished words and her consciousness at the same time. Before Luminera came over, Su Bei supported Jasmine, who was slowly fainting, and turned around calmly, raised his hand, and leaned forward. Su Bei took the most serious posture so far and held the hilt of the sword, facing Luminera, who was looking at him from a distance. Su Bei said nothing, and did not even ask about the intention of reminiscing about the past. In an instant, Su Bei was covered with dense buffs, and countless buffs covered Su Bei and lit him up. At the moment of drawing the sword, the Demon King transformation and the Demon King arrival acted on Su Bei. wearing armor on the outside and shaping his muscles and bones on the inside, which infinitely raised the aura of Su Bei's rampage. The wind was howling, and the waves were surging. This was a terrifying wave. The surging sword energy rushed towards Luminara, leaving no room for her. The zero-frame start was Su Bei's fastest start. This unique skill from the ancient swordsman shone again in Su Bei's hands and landed on the continent again. Clang! Life raised his hand and blocked Su Bei's sword with a fruit basket. Looking at Su Bei with a smile, she wanted to say something, but at this moment she felt there was no need to speak. But she still couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a natural fighting machine. It's a wise choice. But in the next second, Life felt something was wrong. Is this a flying sword? Yes. The raging waves are a fake move. And the torrential rain is the real move. The moment the flying sword hit the fruit basket, Life just raised the fruit basket to block his sight. And when Life came to his senses, Su Bei had already held the hilt of the sword and leaned over to stand in front of Luminara. Although Su Bei was slightly taller than Luminara by 1 centimeter, when Su Bei leaned over, he could just reach Luminara's chest. At this angle, it was too late for Life to retrieve the fruit basket. Rain hit the banana leaves. Endless. This is a sudden rain. This is the sword skill that Audrey is proud of, which can tear apart any enemy in front without dead angles. The sudden rain tore Luminara clothes into pieces, cutting small wounds one after another, and the blood from the wounds gathered into streams and gathered in the center of the abdomen. This is the sword position of the sudden rain. But Su Bei's sword has not fallen. The sudden rain just stopped, and the sword made 2 sounds. This is the return of the swallow. The tip of the sword pierced Luminara's lower abdomen and stopped at the position of the sudden rain. Su Bei leaned against Luminara and blasted out with a sword. Boom! Chapter 316 Su Bei's situation. This sword should have torn the opponent's abdomen and torn the opponent apart completely. But something strange happened. Su Bei was clearly stabbed by the sword, but there was no blood in Luminara's body. His sword was like stabbing a river or stabbing cotton, without any sense of reality. Su Bei could only feel a strange liquid spreading along the sword edge, and it would touch Su Bei's palm in the blink of an eye. Clang! There was a sound. Su Bei put away his sword and retreated silently. He was temporarily blind. He couldn't see. He couldn't see the faint smile on Luminara's face at the moment. He only knew that he was in danger now. The sword skills lost their effect, and the power didn't work. Then, what did he have left? At this time, Su Bei heard the sound of snapping fingers, and then his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Luminara, who kept snapping his fingers, stunned and speechless. Looking around, he saw that the wound on Luminara's body was dark green, and the inside of the wound was bright green, with no blood or internal organs. How to say it? It's like an apple trapped in Luminara's skin. She can be anything, but she can't be a human. No human can become like this. Su Bei said nothing and drew his sword again. The burden of the Demon King coming and the Demon King transformation was very heavy for Su Bei. He knew that he couldn't hold on for long. The magic weapon could not be used. Gluttony had not been fully charged, and the anger of devouring had never accumulated. Only the ability of gluttony to visualize after devouring the anger remained. But the increase in size and strength did not help Su Bei defeat Luminara at this moment. This is not a difference in the panel. This is a difference in the life level. Buzz, Su Bei drew his sword again, burning all the blood in his body, and used this strongest sword to die together. One sword to die together. Even if he couldn't win, Su Bei would not give up struggling. But he was still full of doubts and confusion. This scene in front of him made no sense anyway. The dazzling sword light attracted a lot of attention, and the huge movement also attracted the attention of countless people. This terrifying sword skill exploded with layers of air waves, overturning countless trees and raising dust. The trees and rocks suspended in the air were crushed layer by layer, turning into particles and wood chips, which were rolled up under the traction of suction, forming a huge wind and wave. This is a sword skill equivalent to the hero's god-killing sword star explosion, and it is the devil's final killing move. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei was surrounded by blood, and the sword skill blasted out a giant dragon phantom, swallowing Luminara and falling. Is that the hero and the devil? What a terrifying sword skill. Can the hero really block this sword? Let's believe her. She will definitely defeat evil. She is a hero. I knew it was all the devil's fault. Damn devil. You should die quickly. Why did you draw your sword against the great hero? So why doesn't the devil die quickly? This kind of criminal who disrupts order should really die quickly. There were a lot of curses in his ears. But it couldn't shake Su Bei's emotions. Su Bei's sword skills fell, descending vertically from the highest point, and delivered the final blow to Luminara. Boom, 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 something that no one could have imagined happened. The sword skill was blocked. Not with a sword. Not with hands. Not with feet. Not even with a fruit basket. What blocked Su Bei's sword was actually an apple. Luminara held the apple in her hand, and accurately blocked Su Bei's full-strength sword. After doing all this, Luminara could still lift the apple with ease and take a bite. With graceful movements, Su Bei's sword, which he used all his strength, could not even scratch an apple. Damn it. Is this an apple? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It can be anything. But it can't be an apple. Even if all the apples in the world were put together, they couldn't stop this sword. The gap between the two is so obvious. Great. Does the death of the Demon King mean that the war will end? The slander of the masses is certainly unpleasant. But Su Bei was even more chilled by the blood being drained by the sword skills. After the sword skills ended, Su Bei looked at Luminara calmly and said nothing. He should have asked something. But he didn't. If things had come to this, it meant that Luminara was also in trouble. And something was not right. At this moment, Su Bei had realized what had happened. So, Su Bei quietly put away the magic sword, put his fingers into his trouser pockets, and gently stroked a piece of paper that had been hidden long ago with his middle finger. In his trouser pocket, the invitation letter from the Kingdom of Wisdom lit up slightly, and then gradually dimmed. Su Bei was stunned, and became calmer, looking at life with a look full of scrutiny. You won't hurt the others, right? The others Su Bei was referring to were naturally Jasmine. But in order to prevent the facts from deviating from what he thought, Su Bei did not name anyone. Seeing Luminara nod slowly, Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief and gave up struggling. The noise of this battle was so huge that it was enough to attract Lin's attention. Suddenly, the black sphere in the sky trembled suddenly. Hold. My hand. The endless death energy paved a road of death, spreading from the sky to Luminara. Lin made a move. Lin didn't expect that this would happen to her kingdom when she was about to become a god. If she watched Su Bei die in front of her eyes, she would definitely regret it. She still had too many questions to ask and too many words to say. Fortunately, she found Su Bei now. There was still room for everything to turn around. Are you crazy? If you make a move now, it will be regarded as giving up the path to becoming a god. And it will be difficult to become a god again. Stop it immediately. This was the first time that the life spoke, and the tone carried an unquestionable command. Lin did not slow down, and the huge sickle was about to break the sphere and fall hard to the ground. You made a mistake. Becoming a god has never been important to me. Chapter 317, The Transaction Between Wisdom and Life. I've been fucking crazy for a long time. A finger pointed out from the black sphere. In the distant sky, a road of death encompassed life. And then, there was only a one-way passage before and after life. This is a road of death that cannot be turned back. There is only one destination on the road, and that is death. This is the power of the rules of death. You are still too immature. Life has seen various forms of death rules, and will not easily step into the rhythm of the other party. At this time, Life sighed, and a pair of hands reached out to Su Bei. She planned to take the blow of death head-on. Su Bei raised her head calmly, and glanced at Luminara in front of her. Blinking again, she saw a pair of hands infinitely enlarged in front of Su Bei's eyes. And then everything around him was frozen. Su Bei looked around, as if he suddenly appeared on a huge dining table, and he was a small dish on the fruit platter on the table. Immediately, a huge hand grabbed him, and slowly lifted him up. Su Bei looked down, revealing a puzzled and curious expression. Cucumber? He turned into a cucumber? What a terrifying power. Su Bei was silent. At this moment, a huge roar came from Su Bei's ears, like thunder and lightning exploding in his ears. And he couldn't hear the words from a distance. That was life talking to itself. What a tough job. As he said that, life raised Su Bei's cucumber and bit it off skillfully. The picture froze. Su Bei's body froze and trembled all over. He couldn't help but shudder. He felt something extremely solid touching his body. And then it was rolled up by a soft and warm object. It was Luminara teeth that were tearing at his body. And Luminara tongue rolled over the broken pieces. But his thoughts were still moving, and his life was not cut off. Subei kept a calm face, thinking about the whole thing, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. For example, why did the invitation letter sent by Wisdom have no effect? For example, Wisdom was clearly in the plague continent. Why did he sit back and watch all this happen? And didn't even leave him a reminder. He and Li Lizzie should be considered allies. Right? It doesn't make sense. There is only one possibility, that Wisdom could sit back and watch all this happen without stopping it. Wisdom acquiesced to Luminara actions. Wisdom wanted him to die. But why? Wisdom has many ways to kill Subei. As long as she doesn't intervene to help, Subei will find it difficult to solve some difficulties on his own. Wisdom doesn't have to go to such great lengths. After thinking about it, Subei can only get one answer. Wisdom wants Subei to die. And this can only be done by the god in Luminara body to achieve a certain purpose. Then, perhaps the death that Subei realized was not real death. At this time, Subei thought of a sentence on the poker card. You must die once to escape fate and be truly free. This sentence is the clue left by the thief. Is there any relationship between wisdom and thieves? The message revealed in it made Subei frown. After thinking it through, Subei felt the pain of dying and couldn't help sighing. Angry. This kind of self-will behavior without consulting Subei was not the first time that Wisdom did it. But no matter which time, Subei was not as angry as this time. He should have told him at least. As Subei's body was being eaten, a very terrifying thing happened. Something seemed to be flowing away in the dark. The next second, Subei realized what he had lost. Huh? Why are we here? Look, that's not the brave men. What is she doing? Hello, brave men. Are you eating cucumbers? Strange. Why do I feel like I forgot something? I think you are confused. At this moment, all the residents of the plague continent have forgotten Subei. Even the original continent is the same. Not only that, this unique rule power can even affect Lin, who is about to become a god. The road of death stopped judging. Lin scratched her head in confusion, closed her eyes hesitantly, and muttered to herself, Did I forget something? No. I did forget something. No. I didn't forget. Wait. What am I doing? Lin opened her eyes slightly, then retracted her gaze, and resumed her ascension rhythm. But why am I so sad? I remember there was a very important person in my life, but I can't remember who he is. This scene refreshed Subei's cognition. Subei's eyes froze slightly, and he was shocked. His sense of existence disappeared. It's not over yet. Then, Luminara took another bite. At this moment, in a corner of the plague continent, Sven and Alyssa walked side by side, chatting about some things in the past. Speaking of which, you two are actually the best students I have ever seen. Sue, this is fucking weird. Why do I vaguely remember there are two? Why do I think so? Sven asked Alyssa in confusion. Alyssa rolled her eyes and smiled. There are many people who are better than me. I don't know which one you were talking about. This bite bit off any trace left by Subei. Luminara looked at the last piece of thick cucumber in her hand, opened her lips, and bit it hard again, eating all of Subei. In 3 bites, she swallowed a whole cucumber. It's over. Life clapped his hands, licked the residue on his fingertips, and was stunned. Suddenly, the scene in front of Life changed. The scene changed. In the eyes of the onlookers, they could only see Luminara standing on the spot, but nothing happened around them. When Luminara saw it, everything around them changed. The sea of books? You moved out the domain and knowledge code at once. How much power do you have left to squander after you die? You're taking it too seriously. Wisdom. Countless bookshelves appeared around Luminara's sight, filled with various books, and pages were slowly turning. Every page of paper exuded a recorded divine skill, and the entire sea of books turned over more than tens of millions of pages in this instant. At this time, in the center of the room, the largest book gradually opened, and a big blue felt hat squeezed out of it, revealing Li Lizzie sitting inside. This is the Kingdom of Wisdom. Chapter 318, The Fate That Was Finally Corrected. In the Kingdom of Wisdom, I saw Li Lizzie stretching, narrowing her eyes slightly, and stretched out her right hand to Life, with her palm facing up, and said calmly, Give it to me. As she spoke, the book on which Wisdom sat slowly floated to Life and handed her right hand to Luminara. Life stared at Wisdom and raised his eyebrows in surprise. I am really surprised by your eyes. As if I don't hand it over, you will really go to war with me. But this is what we agreed on before. Why are you so cautious? Life spoke doubtfully. And the words he spoke revealed a shocking secret. In the gap between his words, Life slowly opened his mouth and spit out a seed from his mouth. The seed lay in Luminara's palm, and Luminara held it high, facing Wisdom. This is Su Bei. Sensing the familiar breath on the seed, Wisdom reached out to take it and breathed a sigh of relief. As agreed, I will answer your doubts. Life smiled slightly and gazed at Wisdom. You once asked me what the beautiful future that I and fate predicted tens of thousands of years ago under the incomparably majestic world tree was. Why have we, who are so close, had such a big conflict since then? Now I will tell you. What we saw was never a beautiful future. We saw the end of the world. It is an unimaginable, unstoppable, and even despairing end of the world for us. Countless unknown creatures from outside the domain have invaded our world, eroding the laws, polluting authority, destroying order, killing lives, and launching an endless massacre. That was an ending where everyone would die. Even the gods were not immune. The world tree standing in the center of Jinsokyo was uprooted, and countless innate spirits were polluted and corrupted. After witnessing that ending, we had a huge disagreement from then on, and we kept moving towards two goals. Lizzie put away the seeds, and her eyes suddenly revealed a sad mood. She clenched the seeds in her palm tightly, and said the last word. Now, there are only 8 years left before that time node. And 3,000 years ago, there were signs of this matter. Life nodded and said solemnly, 3,000 years ago, in Jinsokyo in the center of the continent, an infinite crack was torn in the sky, and the aura of the outside world invaded the original continent from the sky. Countless gods ascended to the outer world and started a war with the gods of the outside world. After a long while, she slowly asked, but their power has not exceeded the standard, and they have not yet broken through Jinsokyo. And as long as I am here, my followers and believers will not die. So, I don't think that future of death really exists. Wisdom hesitated for a moment and couldn't give an answer. The gods are all blindly confident. They have an invincible heart in their hearts. Otherwise they can't stand out from the crowd of gods and master their own authority. But sometimes, silence is the most powerful answer. At this point, Life slowly stood up, glanced at the seed in Wisdom's hand, and asked the last question. So much trouble. Let this seed escape the fate of true death. Is he the answer? Wisdom raised his head slightly, smiled, and shook his head. This is just the hope I found, not the answer. Only when countless possibilities are woven together can we get that answer. At this time, countless bookshelves moved and pushed to both sides, leaving a way for Luminara to leave. Realizing that the conversation was over, Life smiled and waved goodbye. Actually, I know who he is. No matter how many identities and tricks you have created, even if his soul has changed, he cannot escape my observation. I am Life. As long as it is a life I have seen, I will never make a mistake. Wisdom was silent. Instead, he pinched the small seed with his index finger and thumb and planted it in a Vicissitudes of Life book. Then, Lizzie poured out the remaining tears in the playing cards. Water it and help it grow. Lizzie sat on the book, which slowly closed, leaving only a sigh floating in the empty sea of books. Time is running out. October 30th. On this day, Su Bei died. Died in the Plague Continent, in Lin's Kingdom of God. No one knows. No one remembers. On the same day, Life reappeared in the Plague Continent. She spat out a piece of peel from the fruit basket and stuck it on the half-bitten apple. Slowly walked into the ruins of the God War. After a while, Luminara walked out of the ruins of the God War. She rubbed her heavy head, glanced at her hands in confusion, and remained silent. After a while, Luminara slowly asked, Strange. Very strange. I seem to have forgotten something. But what did I forget? No matter what. Being able to forget something only means that it is not important. Lumina showed an anxiety and panic that did not match her personality, and tightly grasped the hilt of the holy sword at her waist to give herself a sufficient sense of security. God, please tell me the direction I should go. Which direction should I continue to go? At the same time, on the other side, Jasmine sat up from the forest, looking confused and dull. Too many memories were corrected at once, and it was hard for Jasmine not to have strange illusions. She looked at the many objects that suddenly appeared in her arms, rubbed her heavy head, and wondered why she appeared here, her purpose. And when she appeared here, what are these things? A ring? A magic sword? And all kinds of strange materials. After sorting out these messy things, Jasmine pointed at herself and raised a new puzzlement. Who am I? At this time, the magic sword in Jasmine's arm suddenly trembled and screamed with joy, Master Demon. Great and respected Master Demon. You are the Demon King. Jasmine blinked in confusion, and suddenly muttered to herself. Oh, right. I am the Demon King? I will suffer many disasters, and endure the destined ending. This is my fate as a Demon King. But what is this? The pain from the palm made Jasmine spread her hand unconsciously, looking at the word Sue carved on it with her fingernail, touching the bloody marks on the word, and showing doubts. Sue? This is a word. I should recognize this word. And it is very important to me. But I have no impression of it. Strange. Jasmine looked at her palm in confusion, where her tears were dripping and flowing along the lines of her palm to the words engraved in the center. Why am I crying? Why am I crying? The blood spread and blurred the words. Jasmine poured out the blood and couldn't help but reach out and hold her vigorous heart. This heart. Why? There is a familiar smell left. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly froze, slowly pulled out a note from her collar. I have to confess today, and I must express my feelings well. Jasmine, you have to work hard. Jasmine froze, becoming more and more confused, looking at her tears that could not be stopped. She muttered to herself, what does this mean? Chapter 3:19 1 year later. In the kingdom of the God of wisdom. In the sea of books. The seeds planted by Lilizi finally took root and sprouted today. Sometimes, the seeds may not grow trees, but may also grow calabash dolls. The same principle applies here. Where there is calabash doll, there is a grandfather. These days, Lilizi sits beside the seeds all day, acting as a grandfather. When the seeds are dry, she cries for a while and waters them with tears. When the seeds grow strong, she uses a stove to warm them and gives them sunlight. The main feature is an artificial intelligence. Self-sufficient. From time to time, Lilizi can also talk to the seed, saying that it is to relieve the loneliness of the seed's growth. Lilizi thinks that she is also a qualified parent. If you don't look at the seed, looking down, I saw that half of the seed was flooded with water on the page, and the other half was roasted by fire. Lilizi sat in the middle and kept muttering, Seed. Seed. I gave birth to you and nurtured you with my life weapon, and I watered and raised you with my tears. In this way, I am your biological father and mother. Filial piety is a traditional virtue of our intelligent creatures. After you come out, remember not to blame me, scold me, or even hit me. Otherwise, you will be thrown into a pig cage in the future, even if you are betraying your teacher and ancestors. Remember this. As she spoke, Lilizi wiped a few tears and smeared them on the sprouting seeds to express that she really couldn't bear it. In December, the cold winter has arrived. At this time, the pattern on the original continent has undergone tremendous changes. The Demon King was born. He looked like a muscular man with 18 abdominal muscles, well-developed muscles, and a fierce and ferocious look. Wherever the Demon King passed, there would always be large and small events, such as dragons attacking the city, monsters invading, floods, etc. From then on, the Demon King reputation became more and more famous, and the Demon King coordinated thousands of monsters and was preparing to march into the Demon Clan, intending to unify the Demon Clan. By then, the Demon King, who commanded monsters and demons, would develop an extremely terrifying and huge force. There were many adventurers who challenged the Demon King, but after hundreds of battles, the adventurers could not find any weaknesses in the Demon King. In this way, everyone can only pin their hopes on a better hero. At the same time, the hero's reputation became more and more famous, and he successfully recruited a capable general. It is said that this is a pure-blooded nine-life cat that has embarked on the ancient path to becoming a god. By chance, the two met, and the nine-life cat was bribed into the team by the hero with a bowl of porridge. Realizing the freedom of Baijiu, the hero's deeds are also not simple. He tamed the dragon, defeated the legendary creature Lich King, defeated the beast King Zul'jin, and other legendary deeds are common. Some people say that this is the best era. The appearance of heroes and demons has pushed adventures to the peak, and the treasure chest rewards from the gods have become more and more abundant. After the death successfully ascended to the gods and blessed his descendants in the kingdom of God, some gods gradually began to show their holiness and bestow blessings. Many descendants who have walked for generations of gods are active in this new era. Even demigod-level strongmen began to walk on the ground. After that, the great magician, the recognized strongest prophet, Xianji Lin, made a prediction. In the next 10 years, new rules will emerge in this world. This is a brand new era, and the road to becoming a god lies in it. 10 years from now, the world will undergo major changes, and perhaps everyone will be able to practice. This is the best era. Praise the goddess. If you don't participate, you will only be eliminated by the times. In the third year of Duz, the spiritual energy revived. The descendants of various ancient practice routes, the hidden geniuses began to appear. The noble geniuses gradually declined. Many travelers from other continents began to appear in the original continent, relying on various unheard of practice systems to defeat many noble descendants. As the third son of the Duke of Dusgrafton was shot away by an unknown undead, everyone knew things were really going to change. You should know that the education of the nobles has always been the best, and the children of the nobles have always been the chosen ones and the pinnacle of practitioners. And this point was completely overturned after the Duke's son was defeated by a passerby. There are even some extremely terrifying news circulating among the people, which are said to involve information such as humanoid and mythical creatures. From then on, everything is possible. August, the third year of Duz. Almost a year has passed, and the world has changed dramatically. And Sube has just grown into a big tree. Although Lilizi was a little disappointed that it didn't grow gourds, it has grown to adult size. These days, Lilizi kept gesturing with her hands and saws, wondering when to dig up the tree. It's considered an early birth. Premature babies are not very healthy, but they are premature. Otherwise, it would take who knows when Sube would grow up. Maybe Sube is still planted in the tree when the world ends. The more Lilizi thought about it, the more she felt that this was feasible. So on this day, Lilizi picked up the saw, stepped on the trunk, pointed at Sube's forehead, and swung it hard. Crack! The branch broke. Sube looked at the saw on his forehead. His eyes slowly moved down and stopped at Lilizi. Hee hee. Long time no see. Spicy little Sube. I see you every day. Sube calmly stretched out his finger, poked the saw upwards, and said lightly, "Hold the saw," and pointed at my neck. Clang! The saw was thrown away by Lilizi. And then Lilizi showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Huh? So there is consciousness in the tree? Uh-huh. That's quite intelligent." As she said that, Lilizi's footsteps kept retreating, as if she wanted to stay away from Sube to keep a safe distance. Sube looked calm, raised his footsteps, and followed Lilizi slowly. It would be impolite to get closer. Little Sube. It's a bit presumptuous. Sube nodded, and then suddenly reached out and grabbed Lilizi's clothes. Strongly. Dragged Lilizi to him, and put her in front of him. Afterwards, Sube sat opposite Lilizi and said calmly, "Tell me, what's going on?" Chapter 320 Departure. Fairy Forest. There can't be any communication problems between us again, so you need to make it clear. Otherwise, Sube thought about it carefully, but couldn't think of any rough means that could threaten Lilizi. So he proposed the simplest solution, waved his fist, and warned, "I will beat you." It can be seen that Sube's expression is very serious. This kind of thing that is completely beyond his expectations is not the first time. And judging from the situation, it is very likely that it will not be the last time. To prevent this situation, Sube must show his attitude. Hearing this, Lilizi trembled, stuck out her tongue, and admitted openly, "Okay, this is the last time." "It's hard to believe." Sube sighed. "I will tell you everything clearly. Only what I know. But let me make it clear first. No matter what, you can't hit me." Lilizi blinked slightly uneasily, and the fear from the bottom of her heart didn't seem fake, which made Sube more curious. What kind of experience would cause Lilizi to have such emotions towards herself? Thinking about it, Sube nodded calmly and said, "Okay." Lilizi considered and first made a few requests. "I will skip the content involving any gods. I can't tell you because I will be discovered if I mention their names. Also, my memory is not complete. It's all my fault that I fell asleep too early. Now I have integrated some memories, and can only tell you what I know. Understand? Su Bei nodded again and replied calmly. At this time, Li Lizi slowly dragged out the plan. Listen to me. Su Bei leaned forward slightly, pretending to listen attentively. The other me said, I ask you to go to the Wizard Tower in Jinsokyo, where all your doubts can be answered. Su Bei was stunned, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Li Lizi smiled embarrassedly, touched her head, and blinked at Su Bei with a guilty conscience. At this time, a huge book slowly emerged from the ground in the sea of books, carrying her to move quietly backwards. Su Bei was so angry that he couldn't help but smile kindly. He pressed his knees with both hands and stood up. Then, a huge shadow appeared in front of Li Lizi. This scene frightened Li Lizi so much that her face turned pale, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She waved her hands quickly. Don't come over. Don't get close to me. You promised me. You can't beat me. Su Bei paused and stopped. Even though he didn't say this, he didn't make any further moves. Looking at the situation, he couldn't confess anything even if he was tortured. Li Lizi's knowledge and wisdom are not of the same order of magnitude. Hearing this, Su Bei looked far away and suddenly said, What should I do next? I don't quite understand. I forcefully intervened in Jasmine's life, not just to change her fate and reverse the future with her. If that's the case, why do you have to go to such great lengths to pull me out of my fate? Although there was such a hint on the poker cards, Su Bei still felt it was too far-fetched. After all, what he has been working hard on is fighting against fate. As he spoke, Su Bei's sight seemed to drift far away, and a faint white figure gradually emerged in his mind. And then he slowly exhaled. After leaving him, is Jasmine okay? How is she doing now? Is she okay? Su Bei thought and nodded calmly. Maybe it will be okay. After all, life has erased even Su Bei's traces. Without the memory of him, Jasmine's life rhythm will return to the beginning. Without him, the gods would not target her too much, and try to maintain the balance between the devil and the hero. Should it be a happy ending? Thinking about it, Su Bei became more silent, and gradually began to lose track of what he was thinking. Hearing this, Li Lizi was stunned, as if she remembered something, and quickly took out the diary from her pocket, stretched out her finger to touch the saliva at the corner of her lips, and quickly flipped through the book. Wait for me. Sit down and wait. Li Lizi looked at the diary, and nodded from time to time, as if she was very satisfied with the plan of another self, and responded, You have to understand one thing. He first cooperated with other gods, and then agreed to my deal. That is to say, whether I intervene or not, the final outcome will not change according to the normal development of time. Your death is destined. That is to say, they can't afford to play, so they overturned the table. Su Bei was silent. So that's how it is. I really blamed wisdom wrongly. Su Bei felt deeply powerless. He didn't know how hard he had to work to jump out of the chessboard of these big men. You know, they have been standing at the top from the beginning. Just a casual move, and he had no ability to resist. Then, Li Lizi snapped, closed the book and encouraged, Don't doubt it. What you did before is very meaningful. Before, everyone knew that you were tied to me. So those sisters who conflicted with my ideas would pay special attention to you. And in several confrontations, you showed your ability, allowing them to devote enough attention and energy to you. This level is enough now. As time goes by, they will become more and more wary of you. You can feel it from the complete descent of the gods this time. It was a long-planned plan to remove you from their sight. Everything is still under our control. Hearing this, Su Bei nodded without comment, turned his eyes away, and suddenly asked, Can gods descend at will? Li Lizi shook her head and gave a positive answer. No. Except for this one. It is particularly difficult for other gods to descend. She has been doing this kind of work since ancient times. So I bribed him a long time ago. So even if the previous layout is destroyed, you are already great. There is no need to be sad. Our efforts will not be in vain, because you are still alive. Su Bei looked up, looked at Li Lizi's encouraging smile, his eyes slightly shining with approval, and nodded calmly. At this time, Li Lizi took out a map, slapped it on the ground, and pointed to the center of the original continent. The next destination is the Wizard Tower in Jinsokyo. The library there has a complete history and can answer most of your questions. Do you have any other questions? Su Bei looked at the map and was silent for a long time. After a while, Su Bei stretched out his finger and pointed at the fairy forest. "Let's go to this one first." Li Lizzie was stunned, her expression slightly solemn, and said seriously, "Are you sure? If your identity is exposed, once they descend again, the consequences will be unbearable for you and me." Li Lizzie stretched out a finger and said seriously, "We have used up our only chance." Su Bei nodded slowly. Chapter 321, A Brand New Power. The third year of Duz. October. October is the busiest time in the Green Empire. In the last few months of the year, the elves always open the gates of the Green Empire to welcome guests who come from afar to escape the cold. This month is also the season with the most adventurers in the Green Empire. There are three main reasons for this. The first reason is that the elves are famous for their talents, and their talents are not worth mentioning compared to their beauty. With the dual blessing of beauty and talent, the elves have always been one of the most favored spouse choices of all races, ranking first with the succubus. And because the elves generally have a long lifespan and strong anti-aging ability, you can even hear the classic saying elves are eternal, and one will last forever from some slave traders. Here, you will find that the sloppy young men you have seen before will dress up and occasionally recite poems, hoping to have a fleeting relationship with a certain elf. Unfortunately, the elves are also very picky, especially the aspect of appearance, which can screen out 50% of adventurers. The second reason is that the winter in the Green Empire is the most pleasant. The center of the elves is planted with the Tree of Life, which is known as the source of elves' life, the tree given by the god of life, and the residence of the god of nature and forests. Under its protection, the entire Green Empire maintains the most suitable temperature for elves to live all year round. The Tree of Life feeds generations of elves and witnesses the birth and growth of countless elf queens until today. It is said that a demigod once broke into the Green Empire and tried to steal the Tree of Life. But the incident was inexplicably followed up, and the strongman also disappeared. This incident caused countless adventurers to talk about it, and added a bit of legendary color to the Green Empire. Therefore, the Green Empire in October is a holy place that countless adventurers yearn for. But this October seems to be very different from usual. October 5th. Green Empire. In a tree-hole tavern. Su Bei sat in the tavern, tasting the Qingchuan wine specially brewed by the elves, closing his eyes and thinking. 2 drops of dew from the Tree of Life, 1 spoon of spring water, 1 spoon of rice wine, and the rest is all clear water. This is the famous wine of the elves. The taverns in various places supply it in limited quantities every day, but it is sold out every day. Who would have thought that the recipe of Qingchuan wine is so simple? Su Bei casually recited the ingredients of Qingchuan wine, stirred the bowl of wine in front of him, and pieced together the information he had collected recently. In the past 2 months, Su Bei has thoroughly understood the major and minor events of nearly a year in the fairy forest, a transportation hub for people from all over the country, and made a summary today. Su Bei stared at the newspaper in front of him, put his 10 fingers together, frowned, and asked in confusion, "Is it fate or coincidence?" In this year, Luminera teamed up with Zayamizu and Elena, and according to the route, the other party might be about to reach the wild continent and encounter Fulian. So, why must the teammates of the hero be these people? In the past, Su Bei would simply judge based on potential and qualifications. But now Su Bei doesn't think so. He believes that there are deeper reasons behind this, but he has not yet discovered it. Putting this matter aside for the moment, there are also various big and small things happening all over the world. For example, which genius killed the king monster? Which genius challenged Luminera and wanted to join the brave team? Of course, they all failed. These messages were considered useless by Su Bei. Su Bei simply integrated and summarized them, and also put them behind his mind. Apart from these, there was only one important message left. Su Bei slowly raised his head and looked at the rough and sturdy man who hid his body under the windbreaker opposite him. Li Lizzie had warned Su Bei many times that unless the situation was settled, he must not be exposed to the public and attract their attention. Su Bei promised solemnly. But when he noticed the movement of the Demon King, he subconsciously came to this tavern. Perhaps because the commission was not over yet. Su Bei was still a little worried about Jasmine, so he couldn't help but want to confirm it in person. Because the traces were erased by life, and the plot was corrected by fate, Su Bei temporarily lost the ability of the Demon King. Losing the power of the Demon King also means losing the Eye of Insight. so it is difficult for Su Bei to confirm the identity of the other party, who is still wearing a windbreaker and dozens of meters away. But Su Bei can still be sure that the other party is Jasmine, because Su Bei has gained new power. I saw that one of Su Bei's eyes was glowing with a dark green light, carrying the rhythm of the law of life, and the other eye was glowing with a dark black light, containing the dead silence of the law of death. This is a simple application of the law of life and death, which can confirm the authenticity of the other party being Jasmine from the two perspectives of life trajectory and soul fluctuation. Not only that, Su Bei raised his eyes, without chanting to cast spells. Countless skill patterns gathered around him, combining into various awakening skills he had never heard of, even semi-god skills, to hide his actions. This is part of the authority of wisdom. In a sense, he became a follower of wisdom, death, and life at the same time. And this is not over yet. Su Bei stretched out his left hand, and saw a chain mark in the center of his left hand. He only needed to control it with his mind to summon this chain of heaven into reality. This means that he can even pretend to be free and walk on behalf of the free world. And Su Bei raised his right hand and was stunned. The Valkyrie's forbidden source of power still remained in his palm, but the ability could not be used. So, will there be a chance to reactivate it in the future? Su Bei lost all the abilities that were bound by fate, but all the laws of the gods on his body remained. Although the goddess of luck never favored him, fate corrected him. But the Valkyrie, freedom, wisdom, death, and the laws of life were blessed on him. Su Bei had a strange premonition. Now, he might be able to draw out the holy sword. What would happen if he drew out the demon's sword and the holy sword at the same time? Su Bei didn't know, but if there was a chance, he might as well give it a try. At this moment, although Su Bei's cultivation level remained at the 3rd level, and the inscription system remained at the 3rd pattern, but Su Bei was extremely sure that he was much stronger now than before. Perhaps, he could easily kill his previous self just by moving his eyes. Borrowing rules is demigod. Then what about borrowing 5 rules? Su Bei didn't know. And he was also very unfamiliar with the road ahead. Gradually withdrawing his thoughts, Su Bei's eyes stayed on Jasmine for a long time, and then slowly withdrew. Immediately, his thoughts fluctuated, chanting several awakening skills to conceal his breath, reducing his presence to the minimum. Chapter 322 Jasmine Growth. Su Bei sat in a corner, and in the time it took to drink a glass of wine, he had several sets of skills engraved on his body. For example, ordinary skills such as listening carefully, energetic, and hearing amplification are auxiliary buffs, and awakening skills such as danger perception, existence deprivation, and unlimited vision increase the collection ability of high-end skills. Finally, Su Bei also used the exclusive skill of the demigod profession prophet, future vision. This skill can simply observe the future and predict what will happen to you in the next 3 seconds. After finishing all this, Su Bei looked at the newspaper in front of him and eavesdropped on the conversation in the opposite corner. Is Mr. Gluttony here? Are you sure that Magic Weapon Sequence 18 is here? Dear Lord Demon, I am extremely sure of the truth of this matter. Everyone thinks that goblins are the most greedy race, but they don't know that the hidden greed of the Green Shade Empire is 10,000 times greater than that of goblins. But according to my feelings along the way, the elves in my impression love peace and are indifferent by nature. I can't see any greedy emotions. Hee. So the direction of the Demon King is wrong. It is never the elves who are greedy, but the other races in the Green Empire. Elves are eternal, and one is passed down for 3 generations. Demon King. Hee. What a bad adventurer. But we need to hurry up. Mr. Gluttony. Once the news is released, the hero will arrive soon. Hee. In this case, how about we sneak into the Elf Palace first? The birthday party of the Elf Queen in 5 days is a good opportunity. According to my observation, where you appear, something uneasy usually happens. Don't say that, Mr. Gluttony. I'm also very distressed. While speaking, Jasmine patted the sword at her waist, and then Gluttony changed the subject. By the way, Lord Demon, can you please stop calling me Mr.? This title always makes my back cold. Really? I just feel that this title is very familiar to me. I always feel that I have always called someone like this. Hearing this, Su Bei withdrew his sense of hearing. Although they were far away, Su Bei still needed to rely on several eavesdropping awakening skills to eavesdrop on the conversation between Jasmine and Gluttony. It was because the anti-detection ability of the Demon King was extremely superb. Su Bei lost the ability of the Demon King, which meant that Jasmine had obtained the complete power of the Demon King. The perception of good and evil merged with the eyes of insight, and could synthesize a pair of eyes that even gods would be moved by. The Eye of Truth. Su Bei didn't know the specific effect of the Eye of Truth, but the most basic ability of these eyes was to distinguish the truth from the false in words. Therefore, Su Bei should try to avoid dealing with Jasmine. If Jasmine finds his tracks, and there is an unnecessary conversation between the two, it is easy for the other party to discover his connection with the other party. In this way, the possibility of Su Bei being observed by fate again will be extremely high, and dying again. He will really die. Su Bei drank a sip of wine silently and collected his thoughts. After eavesdropping on Jasmine's subsequent conversation, Su Bei began to recall the plot about the Elf Palace in his mind. Although the timeline and the plot have deviated greatly, there are indeed some contents about the Elf Palace in Fantasy World. The rumor of the Fountain of Youth? Su Bei sighed, and his eyes stayed on Jasmine again. Level 5 Panel. Level 5 Soul. The strength of the top awakener. To trigger the demigod plot with such strength. It fits Su Bei's stereotype that the devil triggers the plot. Thinking about it, Su Bei was still a little worried. So he tapped the table lightly with his fingers and calculated carefully. For now, let's go and have a look. Su Bei stood up and left the tavern. After Su Bei left, it took a while for the Demon King tense nerves to relax. The Demon King couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then took off the gender-changing ring, put Gluttony into the scabbard, took off his windbreaker to reveal his smooth white hair, and revealed his original face. Jasmine's slightly dull face, coupled with her petite and weak body, made it difficult for people to associate her with the Demon King. After doing all this, Jasmine took a sip of the tea in front of her and couldn't help sighing, "That man is really strong." Just looking at him, my eyes played 7 or 8 futures of death in a loop. As she said this, Jasmine patted her chest with lingering fear, clenched the gluttony in her hand, exhaled, and asked in confusion, "How can such a person walk around the street casually?" You know, all countries have treaties that demigods cannot walk around casually, because if demigods are not careful and expose their strength, it will cause large-scale pollution mutations. You can't look directly at the gods, which can actually be regarded as the rules, and the demigods can already borrow the power of the rules. And I have a strange feeling that he seems to be looking at me. At this time, Gluttony slowly came back to his senses from silence and replied, "Sister, could it be a mistake? If the demigod attacks you, the demigods behind you can't have no reaction." Hearing this, Jasmine also showed confusion and nodded strangely. "That's why I'm surprised. My intuition is rarely wrong. But why is he here? If he is not coming for me, could it be that he is also coming for the magic weapon?" Thinking of this, Jasmine's eyes condensed, revealing a solemn expression that Su Bei had never seen before, and said seriously, "But no matter what, I must get this magic weapon. I must collect all 26 magic weapons, attract supreme power, and change everyone's cognitive barriers to the Demon King." Unconsciously, the girl who lost Su Bei grew up at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, he had already shown some of the determination and ruthlessness of a leader. At the back of the Treehole Tavern, Su Bei leaned against the wall of the tavern, listened again, and then sighed slowly. Sure enough, he was discovered. No wonder the topic changed so abruptly. I didn't expect that Su Bei tried his best to avoid using Jasmine's anti-detection ability, but he still encountered such an outrageous setting of relying on intuition. This ability cannot be predicted even if you see 3 seconds in the future. However, Su Bei knew this and felt more at ease. In this way, Jasmine can live well without his assistance. Right? Su Bei slowly got up from the wall and walked towards the direction of the Elf Palace. Chapter 323 A Disaster Day from Lilizi. October 9th. Su Bei wrote on the blue book Lilizi gave him, and had a brief communication with Lilizi. Lilizi is indeed the most idle god. The next moment after Su Bei sent the message, the book had already entered the read and input state. Then, the book showed the content sent by Lilizi, which was as follows: Su Bei, I am too strong. How to solve it? Lilizi, ah ha ha, you really like to joke. Are you asking this question to solve me? Su Bei, question mark. Su Bei, I can't control the power of rules. Some special people can detect my existence with their talents and danger perception skills. In the distant Dus territory, Lizzie, who was sitting in the Duke of Gloucester's mansion, was stunned. She bit the pen with her teeth and made a slight force, expressing her inner dissatisfaction with the sound of him. While writing furiously to make up for the unfinished summer homework, she took the time to reply to Su Bei's text message and couldn't help complaining. No way. No way. Who is it? I'm busy saving the world. But I still have to finish this damn holiday homework. Wow. Is it me? I'm so pitiful. But then, the whispers from the kitchen brought Lizzie back to reality. Don't slack off again, Lizzie. You have to finish your homework first. Otherwise you won't be able to go out and play next time. I know. My dear mother. When she had some free time, Lizzie changed her pen and responded to Su Bei's message on a blue communication book with the same appearance. Lizzie, it's Jasmine. Isn't it? I warned you not to get close to her. If those old women find out about you, you be dead? Lizzie, but it's normal that you can't hide the power of rules. You accepted the baptism of SM. The only soul that was not taken back before SW ascended to the godhood shaped your inscription system. I also worked very hard to give you a lot of nutrients. Lizzie, as a result, the quality of the power of rules in your body is extremely high. And you don't have a body that matches it. So the power of rules will leak out if you're not careful. Lizzie, so, as long as the people who are watching you are strong enough to touch the threshold of the rules, it is impossible for them not to notice you. The content in the book made Su Bei fall into silence. Su Bei carefully observed the two letters SM for a long time, combined with Lizzie's slightly pale love history, and barely recognized it as the abbreviation of a certain god. And this moment of distraction caused the big tree that Su Bei was leaning against to decay in an instant, from lush branches and leaves to withered and yellow leaves. Su Bei sighed, reached out and patted the big tree, letting it sprout new buds from the withered and yellow leaves. This is the leakage of the power of rules. So, Su Bei continued to write in distress. Su Bei, how to solve it? Lizzie replied immediately, don't bother me. I'm thinking. For a long time. Su Bei couldn't wait for Lizzie's response. And he said several question marks in confusion. After a while, when the sun was about to set, Su Bei calmly put away the book and walked towards the direction of the elf palace. In the end, the problem of uncontrollable power was still not solved. Fortunately, Su Bei realized that he was no longer a demon king. Then, the risk of this action should not be high. I hope so. Du's Empire. Russell family. Duke of Gloucester's house. After a busy day of catching up on homework, Lizzie was called by her mother to eat a bowl of hot egg ramen, and then had a dessert. Then she fought with the tabby cat at home for 300 rounds, and then lay on the sofa chair to enjoy the silence of the night. Finally, Lizzie, who had worked hard all day, finally ended her fatigue today, took a comfortable hot bath, crawled on the carpet covered with expensive snow bear fur, and crawled to the bed like a caterpillar, and nestled in it. Oh! 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 I haven't been so excited for a long time. I vaguely remember that the last time I fought so hard was in the amusement park. I can go there to experience it again next time. Wait, did I forget something? As if she suddenly remembered something, Lizzie suddenly jumped up from the bed, her eyebrows raised high. Snap! With a sound, Lizzie clapped her left and right hands hard, suddenly showing a panicked expression, and hurriedly climbed up from the bed. Oh no! The music class my mom signed me up for is going to start tomorrow. Ah! But I didn't learn anything during this holiday. It's really fucking terrible. When I thought about how the music teacher would test Lizzie severely, Lizzie's hands and feet were cold, and she couldn't sleep at all. Who invented music? Lizzie is already 16 years old, and has to learn completely useless music. A storm was surging in Lizzie's mind. In studying homework all night. And the teacher won't draw tomorrow. Choosing between the miracle and luck. After some calculations, the little devil in Lizzie's mind finally stabbed the little angel to death with a halberd, and then showed a look of fearlessness, and wrapped the quilt tightly with a swish. No matter how spicy it is, the teacher has more than 100 students, and it is impossible for me to be drawn tomorrow. I have to go to bed and get up early today. So early the next morning, Lizzie sat up from the bed, jumped lightly, and put on the whole set of school uniforms hanging on the bedside, and rushed to the classroom with summer homework. In the first class of the second day, Monsters in Nature, Lizzie stood on the podium, facing a class of noble airs, opened the blue homework book that she had prepared for a summer vacation, and maintained her aloof personality in front of others. Hello, classmates. Today, I will talk about. Lilizi lowered her head indifferently, looking at the densely packed messages on the homework book, and fell into deep thought. The details are as follows. Sube, question mark. Sube, question mark. Sube, question mark. Sube, question mark. Message X99. With a snap sound, Lilizi closed the homework book. Lilizi swallowed her saliva, and her mind began to ache uncontrollably. Suddenly, she felt that her whole life was going to be gloomy. You know, Lilizi also believed that Sube could get through the difficulties by himself without replying to Sube's message. In other words, Sube made Lilizi feel very relieved. As for the fact that she was severely tortured by Sube later, Lilizi didn't take it to heart at all. After all, that was not today's matter. But if she couldn't hand in her homework, she would be beaten by her mother today. Chapter 324. A tragic week from northern Jiangsu. The Green Empire has the most trees, and each tree is so tall that it reaches the sky. There are many wooden houses and hotels built on them for people to live in. The closer to the tree of life, the fewer wooden houses are built, and the more luxurious the wooden houses are. It means that the people living here have more noble status. And under the green grass of the tree of life, there is only one palace left. This is the residence of the Elf Queen. Tomorrow, the Elf Queen will hold a banquet in the palace to entertain the invited dignitaries from various countries. At the same time, the royal family will set up a full 1,000 tables under the shade of the trees to welcome all the guests from afar. On a big tree 1,000 meters away from the tree of life, Sube looked over the elf palace and sorted out the information he had collected in the past 2 days. Recently, there have been traces of the Dawn Guards in the Green Empire. This group of organizations that collect magic weapons can appear here for only one reason: for the magic weapon. So there is a great possibility that the Dawn Guards got the same information as Jasmine, and they all came here greedily for the magic weapon. In addition, some young geniuses also came here to join in the fun, saying that they had held a martial arts competition and would display it at the banquet to attract the attention of some like-minded elves and win their favor. This Tianju is not the Tianju of the past. Today's Tianju is a talented player who can still be called Tianju after all kinds of strengths emerge in the new era. Everyone who is called Tianju has at least the strength of the king, leading the same class and leaving everyone behind. In the past, when the noble descendants who were called Tianjiao walked on the street, no one recognized their status and position, and even passers-by would scold them as pretending to be Tianjiao. In this way, the content of Tianjiao does have some gold content. After all, although Sube slaughtered the same class of kings like slaughtering chickens and dogs. In fact, Sube did not meet many kings, not to mention the legendary creatures and mythical creatures that came later. Therefore, this martial arts arena is full of highlights for the rest of the people, and it is a very worthwhile event to look forward to. Apart from these 2 points, Sube only needs to pay attention to one more thing. There is news that Luminera has arrived, regardless of whether the news is true or false. This matter also needs Sube's attention. It has nothing to do with strength, but because Luminera carries too much karma. Thinking about it, Sube fumbled for the invitation letter tightly held in his right hand, and suddenly had a headache. Headache is a subjective feeling, but there are also objective factors in it. Sube believes that there are 2 main reasons. First, Lilizi didn't know why she was thinking, and then she died, and she didn't know if she encountered any big trouble. Second, his problems were still not solved, and he often caused unnecessary impacts because of the uncontrollable power. For example, sometimes when he was walking in the forest, the elf girl next to him suddenly had a big belly, suspected of early pregnancy and early childbearing, and was about to give birth. That's fine. But the elf girl still insisted on pulling Sube's arm, saying that people's physiques are different, and that I got pregnant because you glared at me. The problem is that Sube couldn't refute it, because it was true. So Sube had to perform a physical abortion, using the rules of death to annihilate the life in the elf girl's belly again. For example, the day before yesterday, he passed by a pet slave gathering to get information. But as soon as he entered the gathering, a pastoral dog tilted its head and kicked its legs in front of him, and died. Sube rarely tried to make excuses. It has nothing to do with me. The young peddler smiled slightly, nodded and said softly, I believe you. Because you are kind. But it turned out that the young peddler's words were just a joke. Because Su Bei washed the dishes for the young peddler for half a day. But that day, Su Bei did not successfully redeem himself because of washing dishes. It was simply because Su Bei could not control his strength that the young peddler looked radiant and 10 years younger at one moment. And then gray-haired and full of wrinkles at another. At the last moment, the young vendor woman was still obsessed with Su Bei and tried to make Su Bei pay with her body. This caused Su Bei to lose control and turn the young vendor woman into a Lolita of about 7 or 8 years old. This frightened the Lolita vendor so much that her face turned pale. She pointed at Su Bei and cried tremblingly, insisting that Su Bei give an explanation and take responsibility. Su Bei forgot how he handled it afterwards. He only remembered that it took a lot of effort to block the Lolita vendor's mouth with difficulty. At this moment, thinking about the suffering he had experienced this week, Su Bei couldn't help but sigh. Soon, Su Bei's figure slowly disappeared among the swaying trees. I hope everything goes well this time when I go to the Elf Palace. October 10th. The banquet begins. As soon as the sun rises, the Tree of Life sways its huge branches, letting the sun shine through the gaps between the leaves to the ground. At the foot of the Tree of Life, the elves got up early and were busy preparing the banquet and setting up the venue from 3 or 4 in the morning. As time went by, guests gradually arrived in groups of 3 or 2, handed in their invitations, found a good seat closest to the banquet center, and sat down early. At noon, Su Bei put on a black felt hat that he had snatched, made a simple disguise, and entered the banquet with the stolen invitation. Hello, dear sir. The dining is based on real name registration. I will do a simple registration here. Su Bei was stunned, a little confused about why there was an invitation and a real name registration. What is the meaning of this invitation? However, Su Bei did not think much about it, so he casually read out a name. Sven. Okay. Mr. Sven. Where are you from? Duz. Okay. Mr. Sven from Duz. Green Empire welcomes you. I wish you a happy time here. Please take this number card with you. It is an object to confirm your identity. As he said, the welcoming guard took out a number card from the box beside him and handed it to Su Bei. Su Bei looked at the number 250 written on the number card and fell into deep thought. He lowered his head slightly and saw the attendant looking at the number and entering Su Bei's information in the booklet, as if he had combined number 250 with Sven. This name is tied together. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, flipped his right hand up and down, and stole a number plate from the box next to him. He immediately lowered his head and opened his palm, looking at the number 624 in his hand, and nodded. He was very satisfied with this messy and very ordinary number. Su Bei held the exchanged number plate, pressed the stolen black felt hat lower, used the stolen invitation, and relied on the borrowed name to enter the extremely grand banquet of the Green Empire. Chapter 325. My name is Sven. After Su Bei left Jasmine, his luck has not been very good. So before the meal, Su Bei specially washed his hands and borrowed some metaphysical power to improve his luck, hoping that the banquet would go smoothly. At this moment, quite a number of people have come to the banquet venue. They are eating pre-meal desserts and fruits, talking about the young ladies of the nobles and the elves, and talking about some adventure stories that do not belong to them. Su Bei did not sit in the corner, which seemed too deliberate, so he found a seat at random. While drinking tea, he looked at several crowded places. After a long while, Su Bei finally found Jasmine. Jasmine sat at the edge, and it was a very remote corner. Despite the remoteness, there were still several men around Jasmine who approached her, including an elf with good looks. They talked and laughed around Jasmine, and poured some strong wine into her glass from time to time, looking at Jasmine's slightly rosy cheeks, revealing a smile that was not satisfied. Su Bei watched calmly, remembering these guys who urged him to drink, and then sighed. This scene was also expected by Su Bei. Without Su Bei, Jasmine's too approachable and unrejecting personality would inevitably bring her a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the strength of these chatters was not high, about the 3rd or 4th level, and they might not even be able to break through the gluttony mist, so there was no need to worry about Jasmine's personal safety. Su Bei's eyes passed through the chatters and glanced at Jasmine. Looking from a distance, Jasmine was wearing a large windbreaker, with a sweet smile on her face, a perfect level staff tied around her waist, and a dark mage with the awakening profession certified by the Adventurers Association on her chest. It was a great disguise. If it weren't for the partners who knew Jasmine well, they would never have thought that this sweet and delicate girl could pull out a magic sword from an inexplicable place and transform from a long-range turret mage into a melee demon king. Subei retracted his sight, looked around, and scanned the most suspicious guys around to confirm the most likely location of the Dawn Guard. The strange thing is that every table is gathered in groups of 3 or 4, forming small groups talking and laughing, and they don't look too suspicious. If you have to say something suspicious, Subei stopped his gaze at the table where he was sitting and paused. He realized something embarrassing. If we talk about suspicion, his table is the most suspicious. First, the people at the table have not communicated with each other until now. Second, these people are very aloof, observing the surrounding environment from time to time, and lowering their heads without saying a word. This made Subei feel a little bad. You know, his luck has always been bad. At this time, an elf maid slowly walked over, adding some ups and downs to the dull atmosphere. Hello, gentlemen and ladies. Do you need some dessert before dinner? Subei nodded slightly, looked at the dessert handed over by the elf maid in front of him, and said, "Thank you." The dessert was a very simple truffle cake, which looked very exquisite. Subei lowered his head, looked at the dessert in front of him, raised a small piece and took a bite, and then narrowed his eyes slightly. The dessert tasted surprisingly good, which surprised Subei. You know, the elves have always been good at superficial work and don't care much about the taste of food. And the food system of Fantasy World has always been terrible. I always feel that the guests are thinking about something very rude. Please don't think so. Your dessert is made by me. Subei was stunned, raised his head slightly, looked at the elf attendant who had not left in front of him, and greeted politely. Hello. This polite and somewhat perfunctory greeting made the elf attendant stunned. The elf attendant smiled and jokingly replied, "What's good?" Subei was silent. This elf girl is quite good at chatting. After all, few people would make a fuss about the very simple greeting of hello. Subei thought for a moment and calmly replied, "Body." No matter how to answer, it is always right. However, Subei still suffered the loss of not looking up. The elf girl blinked her eyes, lowered her head across the flat hill to look at her toes, and fell silent. It wasn't just the elf girl. The whole table was silent. All that could be heard was the adventurer beside him shaking his shoulders and making a slight sound of forced laughter. Hearing this, the elf girl was not angry, but followed Subei's words and smiled and said self-deprecatingly, "The guests really like to joke. But I am also very worried about my figure. My grandmother always said that if I had a child, the child would have to go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. But I am already 50 years old, and my figure really can't be improved any further, which is a pity." Hearing this, Subei raised his head and glanced at the elf attendant, who was quite familiar with him. After looking at the extremely barren chest of the other party, he made the same evaluation as the other party and responded. Indeed, Subei had a basis for saying this. The law of life told him that the girl's breasts had already been shaped, so it would probably be difficult for them to grow. And Subei's high emotional intelligence dialogue finally ended the topic completely. Even the elf girl, who was a social person, was embarrassed to continue talking about the topic. You have to know that these topics usually only appear in girls' boudoirs. How can they be discussed in public, let alone in such a grand occasion? This can be regarded as a blasphemy to the elf queen. The elf girl showed a helpless expression of "I was really defeated by you," and rolled her eyes at Subei. Then she smiled again, opened her hands to take care of the table of people, and hurriedly said, "I saw that everyone was too boring, and was busy with the things at hand without chatting much. It is fate that we have come from afar to meet here. We are all friends. How about a brief self-introduction, and getting to know each other? Let's start with this silent gentleman, who has no idea how to chat." The elf girl patted Subei on the shoulder, and made a decision on this matter without authorization. Subei didn't have any objections. After all, hiding in the city and adapting to local customs is the best disguise. So he spoke first and said, "My name is Sven, from Dew's Winter College, one of the 4 directors of the college. My profession is an assassin, and my hobby is to desire world peace." Subei's disguise as Sven was a deliberate decision. First, Sven was in Dew's. Second, Subei knew Sven well enough. Moreover, The information Su Bei used to forge was true, and would not be exposed. The only way to expose Su Bei was through his appearance. But who can be sure whether the assassin's appearance is true or false? So Su Bei is thin now. There is no doubt about this. Chapter 326, The Elf Queen's Game. Is there an academy in Winter City? Isn't that the border of Dews? The demonic tide should not have stopped yet. Right? A surprised question came from Su Bei's left hand. Su Bei looked sideways, and saw the girl sitting next to him, wearing a white long skirt. A wooden flute tied around her waist. A round face. And not very old. Judging from the girl's dress. Her profession is probably a priest. And the direction of awakening is likely to be promoted to a singer. This is an auxiliary profession that can be amplified and interfered with by music, and is most popular with large adventure groups because their amplification is calculated based on the range area, not the number of individuals. By the way, my name is Freya. I am a priest, and I currently live in the White Rock Empire. I just led the team to clear the 30th level of the Pillar of the Sky dungeon a few days ago. I am the official assistant of the Silver Level Adventure Group Venus Adventure Group. My hobby is music, and I have long admired the musical skills of the elves. This time, I came all the way to the Green Grass Empire to satisfy the awakening path of the singer. As she spoke, Freya raised her glass to the round table, drank the wine in the glass, and smiled. I am very glad that I can catch up with the birthday of the Elf Queen, because I didn't know about this before I came. After the girl finished her introduction, the adventurer sitting on Su Bei's right stopped whispering with the person next to him, turned to cast a curious look, and couldn't help but say, although Winter City is a barbarian land, Winter City does have an academy. But I heard that the teaching quality of Winter Academy is extremely poor. Only half of the junior high school students can be promoted to the high school department every year. The level of high school students, when they graduate, is even more uneven. The best is barely the 3rd level, and the lowest is even the 2nd level. And most of them are weaklings in actual combat, and are completely inferior to the newcomers trained by the Normal Adventurer Association. After complaining, the adventurer pointed to the badge on his chest, smiled confidently, and said proudly, "My name is Harkins, a core member of the Platinum Level Dawn Adventure Group, and my awakened profession is Magic Swordsman, with a quasi-5th level strength. By the way, except for the Jinsokyo area, I have cleared more than half of the public dungeons on the continent above the 40th level. If you need to bring a copy, you can contact me. I will give you an internal discount. We can cooperate and win together." Su Bei looked over. Huggins had a rough appearance, a long scar on his face, and dense old wounds on his bare arms. Perhaps he is an adventurer who has experienced many battles. Su Bei thought so. When Huggins finished speaking, the adventurer who was walking with Huggins nodded and said, "I have seen those students with my own eyes. More than 10 years ago, I worked part-time as a rookie instructor for the Adventurer Association. I passed by the Winter Academy during the graduation season. The newly graduated students signed up one after another. To be honest, their skills are great, but their practical ability is a mess. They only know some combination skills from books. If you ask me, the students of the academy have only theories in their heads, but if they want to fight in the future, they still need several years of accumulation." As he said this, the adventurer pointed to his chest and said proudly, "My name is Milan. My profession is a ranger, and I am a core member of the Platinum Level Dawn Adventure Group. I am a wind-chasing ranger in the Awakening Path, and I am a 5th level ranger. You can lead the team with Harkins. The two of us can pass 80% of the 40th level of the trial copy. The price starts at 20 gold coins. You can cut it." Su Bei looked over. Milan was carrying a longbow and a quiver on his waist. He had sharp eyes and a slender figure, which was quite heroic. After the 3 people finished introducing themselves, the dog-headed man on Milan's right raised the wooden hammer in his hand and said in a low dog voice, "Graf, as you can see, I am just a dog-headed man. I am not strong, but I have a little money." As he spoke, the dog-headed man gently broke open the surface of the wooden hammer, revealing the golden hammer core inside. Wow! This hammer is actually a whole piece of gold covered with a thin layer of wood. Then, the person on Graf's right said lightly, "Master Ming." After that, Master Ming fell silent, and the round table fell into silence again. So far, the 6 people at the table have been introduced. Assassin Su Bei, Priest Freya, Magic Swordsman Harkins, Wind Chaser Ranger Milan, Dog-headed man Graf. Master Ming. After everyone had introduced themselves, the elf attendant clapped his hands, focused everyone's attention on himself, and said seriously, "Everyone should know that the Elf Queen will not do meaningless things. So I am here for a reason. Every year on the Elf Queen's birthday, many interesting activities are held to make the guests have fun. This year is different from usual. In addition to the banquet and martial arts competition, there is also a very interesting special challenge with rich rewards. You all gather at this table, which means that you will temporarily form an alliance and face this challenge together. I hope you can work together, get to know each other, and establish cooperative thinking. Then, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, you can call me. My name is Leah." The elf Leah smiled and finished her talk with everyone, and then gave the main field to this table of people. After hearing Leah's explanation, everyone at the round table showed confused expressions. Obviously, this was not what everyone expected. Su Bei was the same. "What challenge? Will it be difficult?" Pastor Freya asked first. "It's not difficult at all." Mage Swordsman Harkins frowned and said disdainfully, "The strongest person present is only at level 5. So it can be seen that the difficulty of the challenge will not exceed the level of Awakening Profession. If it is an adventure challenge, it is nothing more than the difficulty of the 40th floor of the God Choice Dungeon. As long as you don't affect the rhythm, Milan and I can pass it easily." Milan nodded, without commenting. The dog-headed man Graf shook his club and said calmly, "Don't worry about challenges that can be settled with money. I'm rich." The Lord Ming didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and was calm and composed, like a sculpture. Su Bei nodded, and in order to fit in, he forced out a sentence that fits his personality, and said lightly, "Leave the killing to me. I'm good at killing." This sentence instantly extinguished the hot atmosphere again. The other people at the round table looked at each other, really confused. Why do you have to kill people when participating in a game activity? Fortunately, the challenge session was about to begin, and the previous cold scene was quickly forgotten. Seeing this, Su Bei glanced at Jasmine's position, thought about it, and through a signal marking skill, marked the 5 guys around her. Chapter 327 Battle for Identity Cards. As the lights dimmed, voices came from all directions, reaching the ears of everyone present. The name of the game is Battle for Identity Cards. The game venue is in a different space. Now everyone has a number card in their hands, with different numbers on it. Each number card can be transformed into a treasure. The smaller the number on the number card, the stronger the treasure it transforms into. The larger the number on the number card, the weaker the treasure it transforms into. And the distinguished special guests all have identity cards from 1 to 99 in their hands, which means they have an advantage from the beginning. The difference is that the first 100 special guests fight alone, and their number cards will continue to expose their positions by the elf servants. The remaining players can cooperate in a team and choose to hunt a special guest. There are 2 ways to win the game. One is that any group obtains the first 100 number cards and reaches the finish line. The second is that any special guest grabs 3 number cards and reaches the finish line. By the way, if you want to participate in the next martial arts competition, the number plate is your initial ranking, and the top 100 are the admission tickets. Now, the game is about to begin. As the words fell, the surroundings gradually turned from dark to bright, and faint green marks could be seen floating in the air. This is a forest. A vibrant forest. We are here. Everyone. Aside, the elf attendant Leah and Su Bei and his group landed on the field together and began to explain the rules of the game. Everyone, take out your number plate and transfer energy into it. You can get a very powerful temporary treasure here. This will be your most powerful weapon. I will continue to report the location of each special guest, but the identity and number plate of the special guest will be kept secret for the time being. Before meeting the special guest, none of you know who you are facing. You can ask me any other questions. I will accompany you until you are easily eliminated after all your hard work. Su Bei was stunned, and did not participate in the conversation at the side, because he was completely busy with his own affairs. Just standing here, the death rule in his body was suppressed to the point where it would not get out of control, and the law of life began to riot in an instant, and even began to affect his own hair. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei's hair grew wildly, turning into a long hair draped over his shoulders, and it continued to grow. Not only that, Su Bei felt that something was about to burst out of his body. That thing could be anything. even a legal lowly. Su-bei could only tense his body to stop the gushing feeling. Su-bei fell into silence. You know, his luck has always been bad. Usually, Su-bei often creates new life for no reason because he can't control the power of rules. At this moment, he just stood here, and the life rules in his body were like a fish jumping into a frying pan, a bird falling into a pond, and a lowly entering lowly island. It was a complete riot. So the question is, where is this place? What will happen next? Su-bei didn't dare to think about it. Nor did he dare to bet on what he would spray out. After all, it was not a good thing to turn a living person into a living person or to cover a person with feces. So Su-bei tensed his body, silently took out the stolen number 624 plate, and input some energy. Just by inputting a little energy, Su-bei's eyes lit up instantly, and he could feel that the impulse gushing out of his body was gradually easing, and the rules slowly flowed into the number plate according to the instructions. This number plate is a creation of life rules. The life rule has an amplifying effect on the number plate. Then, the number plate in Su-bei's hand gradually glowed, and with a bang, it turned into a rocket launcher. But this release was not enough for Su-bei, and it made Su-bei even more uncomfortable. It was like forcing yourself to stop in the middle of going to the toilet. This made Su-bei extremely tormented. So Su-bei really couldn't help it, and took back the rocket launcher, and one hand condensed with a strong life rule, quietly slapped the back of Leah, who was talking. In an instant, Leah's eyes became blurry, and she let out a slight cry. Ah! Where was I just now? Wait! I can't help it! Wait! Wait! Is there a toilet here? No. No. Not the toilet. Oh my god! I seem to be giving birth. But I've always been single. Leah's expression looked like she was about to cry. But she was just immersed in a conversation with others, and didn't notice the slight touch behind her at all. She didn't know why this happened. She could only squeeze her thighs tightly, and looked at the people, who seemed to be smiling helplessly. Please don't laugh at me. There really is an unforeseen trouble. What on earth is going on? Leah blushed and clamped her legs together, slowly squatting down, forcing herself to endure the discomfort and feel the changes in her body. How to say it? She felt that her internal organs seemed to become independent individuals, struggling and beating, trying to get out of her body. But this is impossible. Leah gritted her teeth, and her eyes suddenly solidified when she lowered her head. A ball of dark green energy appeared in her palm, and she slowly sent it into her body. Then Leah raised her head, showed a gentle smile, and said with a wry smile, "It's solved. It seems that it's not diarrhea. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for making fun of Leah. I beg you to forget about it." Looking at this scene, Su-bei glanced at Leah thoughtfully. Even though Leah was hiding very deeply, Su-bei could only feel the air fluctuating slightly. But he still sensed the power of rules released by Leah. It was because in this game place, the power of the law of life was too strong. So strong that it was like Su-bei's back garden, and any power could hardly escape his perception. However, Leah can control the power of rules in her body very well, and even control it freely and easily. So, Leah is a demigod? Things suddenly became interesting. Su-bei thought about it, and secretly pressed the law of life into the body of the magic swordsman Harkins to excrete the desire to eject. The desire to eject will not disappear. It will only shift. In an instant, Harkins' eyes were about to bulge out. However, something completely unexpected happened to Su-bei. Boom! With a sound, a breath of magic weapon that Su-bei was extremely familiar with exploded. And in an instant everyone around him fell into slowness and fatigue. Is this magic weapon 19 laziness? Su-bei widened his eyes, and blinked in confusion. Things suddenly became more interesting. Chapter 328 Luminara Choice. Huggins' eyes suddenly widened. His eyeballs bulged out. He bent over, holding his stomach, trying to endure the discomfort, gritting his teeth and said, "Damn, there is a bastard attacking. I feel life growing inside me, as if my appendix is coming alive. Fuck, 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 fuck." With every fuck word, Huggins hit his stomach with a heavy hammer. But soon Huggins' eyes showed a dazed look, as if he was overwhelmed by too many life laws, and he couldn't help but groaning violently. "Ah, I'm going to spray." The scene was so cruel that it was unbearable to watch. The other team members were shocked by this scene, and looked at each other with their mouths wide open. They didn't know what to do. The singer Freya turned her head with a red face, her eyes slightly fixed, and she clenched the flute in her hand tightly, guarding against the guy who attacked from the dark. Subei looked around, picked up the number plate in his hand, pretended to be ready for battle, and said in a deep voice, "Do you feel it?" No. The person who attacked was very insidious and didn't reveal any traces. Wind-chasing Ranger Milan pulled his bow to its full length, scanning the surrounding woods. Noel Graff raised his little golden hammer and hid in the crowd, squatting even lower, screaming, "Damn mole. The opponent's tactics are too dirty. Wanting us to get pregnant one by one." Pregnant? No. Absolutely not. Priest Freya shouted in panic, shook her head and looked around, looking at the calm Lord Ming. She quickly turned her head and called out to Lord Ming. "Brother, why are you so calm? Is there any solution? Let's think of a solution together." At this time, the Lord of Ming slowly opened his sleepy eyes, pointed to the floor where everyone was standing, and said calmly, "This is the rule of life. We are in the heart of the tree of life. I think what happened just now is a natural phenomenon." "Damn it. You told me that pregnancy is a natural phenomenon?" The magic swordsman Harkins roared. His veins bulged, and he supported his bow with his hands on the ground, in order to press back the things that were about to burst out. Harkins even borrowed gravity to lift his butt high. Perhaps not everyone knows the magic weapon field, and the lazy breath appeared too briefly, so the others did not show any extra expressions. Subei thought about it, temporarily stopped his small movements, and then released most of the overflowing life rules, and pinched an assassin's semi-god skill shadow trick. Then he turned the shadow into an incarnation, and sent it to find the few people marked before. On the other side, Luminara sat on a tree, quietly waiting for the other contestants, who came to search. Looking closely, it can be seen that Luminara is no longer as confident as when she first embarked on the adventure. She is a little more silent, and her eyes are cloudy. Luminara sighed, and felt a little bored. She was led by fate to the wild continent, and then by fate to the Green Empire to participate in this meaningless game. Her eyes became more cloudy, but her thoughts became more sharp. Something is wrong, but I don't know what's wrong. I need a key that can open the lock. The Tree of Life is said to be grafted from the World Tree, and can block any outside vision. This is the farthest I have ever been from the gods. I think, if I need an answer, this is a good opportunity. But who can give me an answer? Luminara narrowed her eyes slightly, and the deeper she thought, the more turbid and heavy her mind became. The clearer she thought, the duller her mind became. Luminara smiled slightly, and carved 4 words into her palm. Queen of the Elves. If anyone knows the answer, it can only be the Elf Queen. Come on. Come find me. I have the number 1 card. I wait for you here. Luminara emptied her mind and stopped thinking. It was easy to meet the Elf Queen. She just had to kill her way through the game. Gotcha. Suddenly, footsteps sounded around. Luminara sat up straight, holding the hilt of the holy sword, and greeted the first lucky team of this trial. On the other side, Jasmine was surrounded by 5 male adventurers and a male elf attendant. At this time, the elf attendant was telling Jasmine some hidden messages that were forbidden to be told. "Hello, Miss Jasmine. Please follow me closely. As far as I know, this trial is not simple. Among the special guests, there are not only brave men, but also several quasi-demigod level geniuses. I heard that there is also a demigod strongman from the Deus Empire, named Sven, who is very powerful. And it is said that some descendants of legendary creatures disguised as humans want to participate in the subsequent martial arts competition. In short, it is impossible for us to win this trial. The best solution is to keep our number plates, so that we can get good rewards." The elf attendant beside her was still talking, but Jasmine's thoughts flew to the edge of the clouds. Sven? Jasmine was stunned, thinking back to this familiar name, feeling a little emotional and a little strange. This memory was too vague, and Jasmine always felt that it was not real. She only remembered that she knew Sven, but she didn't remember how she knew Sven, nor why she knew Sven. But it's always good to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Jasmine felt a little relieved for some reason. As she walked, Jasmine suddenly froze. Wait, where are my teammates? Jasmine's body trembled, and she looked around blankly. Her eyes instantly lost their blackness, leaving only the whites of her eyes blinking in confusion. Where can I see a teammate around here? Ah? Huh? Eh? Jasmine blinked, patted Gluttony dully, swallowed her saliva, and took a fighting stance. Jasmine raised the staff tied around her waist with both hands, turned around in place to guard the surroundings, and asked in confusion, "What happened? What happened? Where are the people?" Even though Jasmine could sense that her teammates were very dirty, and thought about leaving the team to act alone. But she hadn't made a move yet. She just thought for a few seconds, and there was not even a single person left, and no sound was made. This was undoubtedly a horror movie for Jasmine. At this time, Gluttony's solemn voice came slowly, saying seriously, coming and going without a trace, like a semi-god skill of the assassin system. There may be only one person here who can do this, and that is Sven. Eh? Uncle Sven? Molly slowly calmed down and explained in confusion. What is he doing? In the distance, Su Bei's shadow pulled a rope and hung the 5 people tied together on the tree. He looked at their mouths stuffed with socks and cried woo 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 and turned away expressionlessly. Before leaving, he still weighed the number plates of the 5 people in his hand and carved a few big words under the tree. If you don't agree, come to me. I am Sven. Chapter 329, The Unlucky Team. But that's not right. Why do I feel so dangerous? Jasmine and Gluttony were whispering to each other, not noticing a shadow following her in the distance. Always keep a safe distance. On the other side, as one of the 4 elders of Duz, Sven should be respected and loved when he returned to Duz. But Sven was driven out by Principal Kanwan. It was simply because Sven broke through to the demigod level. There is an unwritten rule between the old party of Fran and Duz. As long as the old ministers of Fran are in Duz, they are not allowed to break through to the demigod level. So Kanwan and others have been suppressing their strength and have not taken that crucial step. But Sven broke this rule, which means that Duz may attack Sven at any time. For Sven's safety, Kanwan had to drive him out. But Sven was also confused. He suppressed his strength well. How come he became a demigod for no reason? Fuck. Why did I want to break through this demigod? Am I a cheapskate? Ah. Sven couldn't help cursing, and then sneezed a few times. Oh my god. It's strange. Why do I sneeze so often recently? I always feel a chill on my back. Will there be any bastards plotting against me? No matter what. The most urgent thing is to train Alyssa and Fury well. I like these 2 seedlings very much. If they were placed in Winter Academy, I would burn Kanwan's ancestors' graves to smoke, but still couldn't produce such 2 good seedlings. Kanwan should be hidden. That old guy likes to steal other people's apprentices. Thinking of this, Sven's face bloomed with a chrysanthemum-like smile, and he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the 2 people who complimented each other in front of him. What a pair of assassins made in heaven. One has the ability to hide his presence, and the other can master an extremely terrifying killing weapon. Not to mention demigods. Even if you are above that, you will suffer if you don't pay attention. But why do you still feel cold? Damn. Why are my eyelids twitching non-stop? It seems that I have to be more careful recently. Unlike other teams, Su Bei's team encountered 4 waves of battles in just half a day. And the opponents they fought were all very powerful quasi-demigods, and top 100 players in the number plate. Fortunately, the overall quality of the team was very good, and there were no casualties in each wave. Unlike the other teammates who looked dejected, Su Bei's expression was always very calm, and occasionally he would look around and observe various new things. For example, there are many life rule creatures inside the Tree of Life, which are cute and petite in appearance, and seem harmless to humans and animals. For example, piglets, kittens, bees, puppies, etc. But if you just look at them and think they are harmless, if you really treat them as ordinary small animals, you will definitely suffer. Pregnant Huggins is a good example. Thinking about it, Su Bei repeatedly glanced at Huggins, watching him holding a kitten he had just given birth with lifeless eyes. Thinking for a while, after several battles, Su Bei was very sure that Huggins had a magic weapon, and it was laziness among the 7 deadly sins. Dawn Adventure Group, Dawn Guard. Both have the word Dawn. Solve the case? The Dawn Guard is right next to me. Then who is Leah? The front row of the number plates are all unique legendary monsters of the Green Empire, such as the Wisdom Tree, the 9-colored deer, the one-horned Pegasus, and a quasi-demigod druid. These strong men are all from the Green Empire, and are the fighting partners of the elves. Is it a coincidence or a deliberate targeting? Su Bei sighed, and threw his thoughts out of his mind. Forget it. It's not important. It takes strategy to defeat the strong with the weak. But Su Bei thinks that he is the stronger one now. Just wait and see. No matter what the reason is. Su Bei is not too worried. You know, he has never fought such a rich battle. Half an hour later. Milan? Milan! You need to work harder. The opponent is the quasi-demigod centaur shooter with the number 67. No one except you can break through his defense. Freya? Buff? Sister? You are a priest. Don't cast your damn fireball. Heal me. Heal me. Go away. Kobold. Don't make trouble. Master Ming. Forget it. I have nothing to say. You have tried your best. Just support me well. Beautiful. Well done. Sven. If you have nothing to do, just slash him twice. Remember to wait for the skill to cool down and use the magic properly. Don't get hit. This time it depends on you. I am the real C. The field was filled with the heartbreaking command of Harkins. In Su Bei's opinion, Huggins' throat was more tired than his hands. In the corner, Su Bei used the ordinary skills of stealth and breath concealment, and circled around the battle scene. From time to time, Su Bei would cut a knife on the centaur archer to show his presence. He looked at the newborn kitten in Huggins' arms being shot into a hornet's nest, then looked at the other contestants, and finally glanced at Leah, who was cheering on the side. Everyone seemed to be holding back. Right? So, let's increase the intensity. Let's see how good everyone is. Thinking of this, when Su Bei slashed the centaur archer with his dagger, he released some life rules, repairing the centaur archer's injuries and increasing his life strength. In an instant, everyone's eyes changed, and there were unspeakable emotions in their eyes. Huggins stopped moving for a moment, and quickly jumped back, frowned solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "Demigod?" Milan stood side by side with Huggins, shook his head, and seemed a little unsure. Hesitantly said, "Impossible." But at this moment its life did complete the transition, activating the extremely thin divine blood in its body, and began to move closer to the demigod. "It's troublesome. Let's retreat first." "Damn. Sven, what the hell are you doing?" Huggins waved his hand, signaling the team to retreat slowly. Su Bei is indeed a good teammate. The moment Huggins opened his mouth, the dagger had already been inserted into the centaur archer's buttocks. The moment the dagger was inserted, Su Bei immediately pulled his hand away, waved his hand, and smiled bitterly. "Sorry." The centaur archer was furious. Chapter 330 Su Bei is tired. Boom boom. Rangers, especially those who have cultivated rules that match their own practice, can maximize their combat effectiveness. And the centaur archer is the best among them. His characteristic is precision, and the rules he is exposed to are simple and rough, which is the explosion of the destruction lineage. Precision plus explosion. The centaur archer is worthy of being a natural archer. The explosion bow shoots out, the arrows are scattered, and the magic rules are transformed into the strongest killing. The most powerful thing is that it is difficult to dodge, because everything shot by the centaur archer will explode. The explosive arrows were shot out, and the demonic energy exploded in the sky. In an instant, everyone who was covered by the attack range took out their best evasive means. Su Bei was shot into the woods by an arrow, but if you look closely, you can see that the arrow did not hit Su Bei. Pastor Freya was shot by an arrow, and her eyes lit up in an instant. The flute in her hand slowly floated, emitting a silent rhythm, isolating the explosive arrows. The bow and arrow in the hand of the wind-chasing ranger Milan whistled, and the wind-chasing arrows covered the oncoming explosive arrows indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. Milan fought desperately, using 10 arrows for 1 arrow, and blocked all the explosive arrows shot in front of him. The explosive arrows hit the dog-headed man Graf, piercing Graf with an arrow. But strangely, there was no blood on Graf's body. He just lay on the ground motionless. The Lord of Meng roared, punched out, and blasted all the explosive arrows in front of him. The attack did not affect the elf-attendant Leah, and all the arrows brushed against Leah's skirt, causing no injury. Su Bei was amused and couldn't help grinning, realizing that he had misjudged it at the beginning. How could this be a temporary team put together by chance? If someone told Su Bei that this team was going to assassinate the devil, Su Bei would not believe it. It was too abstract. Everyone had something to hide, and it seemed that these people had walked out of their own unique paths, developed complete characteristics, and began to try to move towards their own unique rules. In other words, they were at least at the peak of the 5th level. Su-Bei also found some interesting things. Freya, the singer, kept an eye on Milan's movements from time to time, and had inadvertently planted several negative buff marks on Milan. Milan the Wind Chaser and Harkins the Magic Swordsman always surrounded the dog-headed man Graf, one in front and one behind, blocking all of Graf's escape routes. And Graf, who seemed to be the weakest, carefully avoided the attack, but his nerves were always very relaxed, as if he had a plan in mind. Meng's motive was unknown, but his life level was quite high, which made Su-Bei feel very dangerous. There was also the elf attendant, Leah, who looked at everyone equally, always with a sweet smile on her face. Her eyes slightly narrowed. Even sweet. However, Su-Bei noticed a very crucial thing. He always felt that Leah was communicating with the centaur archer. Perhaps it was through eyes, perhaps through thoughts, but there must be communication. This made Su-Bei very curious. So he opened the blue book used to communicate with Wisdom. This book was called the Omniscient Code Fake, which was created by Wisdom using one of the pages of his own divine artifact, the Omniscient Code, and reproduced 3 practical magical skills. The first divine skill is the Address Book, which can be used to communicate with any creature of the Omniscient Code in any world and time. The second divine skill is Knowledge is Power. The Omniscient Code contains all the common skills that Wisdom has seen, including many common semi-god skills. The third divine skill is Going Home. The Omniscient Code can connect to the Kingdom of Wisdom, and insert various treasures and creatures into the Kingdom of Wisdom, and take them out. At this moment, Su-Bei used the second ability of the Omniscient Code to find the communication channel between the elf servant and the centaur archer. So that's it. The way they communicate is the elf's secret technique, forest synesthesia. Through touch. Touching the trees conveys the information in each other's brain at the moment. Due to the wisdom and authority, Su-Bei can use the elf's secret technique without obstacles. Due to the high degree of characteristic frequency development, Su-Bei can easily reproduce the forest synesthesia. So, Su-Bei pressed his right hand on the tree beside him and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. Centaur Archer, Your Majesty. Why do you play this kind of house game with these guys with bad intentions? Why not just kill them all? After all, you noticed something was wrong with them when they first entered the elf palace, and you brought them together in a guided way. Leah, no. Since everyone has come from afar, they are all guests, and we must treat them well. I am not a rude person. We must let them know the elves' hospitality. Otherwise these evil cults will really think that the Green Empire is a soft persimmon. Su-Bei, no wonder. Centaur Archer, but Your Majesty, the power they hold is too easy to get out of control. If we don't deal with it in time, it may change. Leah, don't worry. This is inside the Tree of Life. In a sense, this can be regarded as my kingdom of God. So, even if they can communicate with evil gods or angels, those guys can't see clearly what is happening here. Su-Bei, I see. Centaur Archer, I will follow your orders. Your Majesty, what else do you need me to do next? Leah, you are right. How about this? You help me deal with the magic swordsman first. He is a new Dawn Guard Sequence 3, holding the magic weapon sloth. Centaur Archer, strange. He doesn't look lazy. Why can he be compatible with laziness? Su-Bei, it's really strange. Leah, it's very simple. Because it's not him who controls laziness, but laziness that controls him. So the laziness on him is very light. The probability of him losing control is very high. Once laziness loses control, it will affect the mood of the Tree of Life and the stability of this space. Centaur Archer, I understand. Your Majesty, I will get rid of this villain and let Your Majesty rest assured. By the way, thank you for the blessing of life. Queen, but you gave me too much. It seems to have activated my tumor. I feel my tumor is wriggling. Su-Bei, okay. Mine. At this time, the conversation between the two paused. Perhaps Leah felt confused and couldn't help asking. Leah, why do you always leave a narration after you finish speaking? Centaur Archer, Queen, aren't you the one who ends? Leah, question mark. Centaur Archer, shock. Chapter 331 Lucky Jasmine. Leah, huh? Su-Bei realized that he would not receive any more messages if he stayed any longer, so he quit the channel. In reality, Leah and the Centaur Archer both widened their eyes, looked around in panic, and began a very intense brain collision. It can be described as a 300-page comic. Leah blinked very quickly and fell into a long state of confusion. This is strange. This is the secret language of the elves. And it was a temporary channel. Who else could be a companion of the elves except her and the centaur archer? This sudden third party was like a perverted uncle suddenly mixed in with two Lolita girls, who were secretly watching a sexy movie. It frightened Leah and the centaur archer so much that they almost went insane. At this time, Su Bei had already let go of the big tree beside him and glanced at Leah thoughtfully. Elf Queen? Leah? Su Bei knew that his luck had always been bad. And it was even worse after leaving Jasmine. Now it seems to be true. Unexpectedly, he has been on the hunting list of the Elf Queen without knowing it, and has become the prey in her plan. Su Bei sighed and began to doubt whether it was right or wrong to participate in such a banquet. However, Su Bei was not depressed because he was afraid of the Elf Queen. After all, the rules that the Elf Queen controlled seemed to be the natural system, and this rule belonged to the life system, which was lower than the life system. In other words, judging by the priority of the rules, Su Bei can be regarded as a good father of the Elf Queen. Moreover, in the Tree of Life, Su Bei's life rule increase is much higher than the natural increase of the Elf Queen, and even has a faint outline of order. And order is the key to transcending and touching the quasi-god. So Su Bei is not worried about conflicts with the Elf Queen, but is worried that if he intersects with the Elf Queen, it is easy to be contaminated by cause and effect, and the fate line will be more intense. In this way, Su Bei will be more likely to be observed by fate again. This makes Su Bei a little distressed. Now Su Bei only hopes that the Elf Queen can ignore him. At least Su Bei can't find a reason for the Elf Queen to target him. There is no reason to go after him. At this moment, the battle on the battlefield has developed to a white-hot stage. The centaur archer drew his bow with both hands, added the explosion rule to the maximum level, and locked onto Harkins with the precision feature. Full bow, bang bang bang. Everyone could only see the centaur archer pulling his hand at full speed and shooting at Harkins. The scene was extremely exaggerated, and the teammates around him were speechless. The centaur archer was serious. At this moment, the explosion rule annihilated all resistance magic. Obviously, the power of the rule was much higher than the quality of ordinary magic. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. The team members couldn't help but imagine that if they stood on the opposite side of the centaur archer, they would have been blown to pieces long ago. This was an unreasonable bombardment, and it was so powerful. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Your ID cards can guarantee that you will not die in the field. I suggest you run now and take this path, Leah shouted anxiously. Her hands constantly sent to the small forest beside her. Her eyebrows and eyes swept back and forth between several teammates, as if she wanted to see something from their faces. But unfortunately, Leah didn't see who had mixed into their conversation. Hearing this, Harkins, who was almost fainted by the explosion rules, was immediately delighted. He realized that under this level of attack, he might not be able to hide his strength, but if he exposed his strength, he would also expose his identity. The Dawn Guard has a bad reputation on the continent, and the elves will not let him go. Thinking of this, Harkins' eyes condensed, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Run! Run! Leave me alone to stop him. Otherwise, when the centaur archer is free, everyone will be in trouble." Milan, the wind chaser, received the message released by Harkins, nodded solemnly to the others, and said solemnly, "Retreat first." In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared in the forest and lost their trace. This seems to be a very wise decision. Leaving Harkins alone, he can release complete laziness to deal with the centaur archer. Harkins, a 5th level, may be able to defeat the quasi-demigod centaur archer with laziness. But this is also a very wrong decision, because Subik has not left yet. At the moment when Harkins burst out his power, the necklace on his chest lit up, and the invisibly lazy mist transformed the venue into his home court. Centaur archer paced back and forth anxiously, and his burst rule shot into the lazy mist, like a stone sinking into the sea. Harkins, who released the lazy field, has already touched the lazy rules, and the lazy rules can even make the rules lazy. Wake up, my lord, honorable lord of hatred. Please give me strength. Huggins began to chant, raised the necklace on his chest with his right hand, and let it go. Stupefied, the expected light did not explode, and the centaur archer was also in a daze. Lots of thunder but little rain? Isn't it to scare the centaurs? The centaur archer tentatively shot an arrow, and the arrow easily tore through the remaining lazy mist. Seeing this, Huggins hurriedly pinched his right hand, only to feel that it was light and fluttering, as if there was nothing on it, and quickly put his right hand down and spread out his palm. No! Where is my magic weapon? Huggins looked around blankly, and what responded to him was the arrows of the centaur archer. Boom! Huggins was shot away. With his strength, he should not be unable to block the centaur archer's arrow, but his mentality was broken. Huggins' sight was getting farther and farther away from the sky, and his thoughts were getting more and more confused. Before he lost consciousness, he still didn't figure out the question in his mind. No. Where is my magic weapon? Fuck. Who is it? At the same time, in another corner of the distant forest, a heavy object suddenly fell on Jasmine's head. Clang! Jasmine instantly raised her staff and smashed it at the falling object. It can be seen that Jasmine's reaction was very quick. Enemy attack? Jasmine looked carefully and saw that the sneak attack was actually a necklace, which made her blink confusedly. What is this? A new weapon? It feels like a time bomb. After a long silence, Gluttony glanced at Jasmine and the forest, and said slowly, No. It looks like a courier. Hey. Jasmine was stunned when she found that the necklace was a magic weapon. She opened her mouth wide. Hey? The huge sound of doubt rippled back and forth in the forest, startling a large number of birds and leaving the sky above the forest. Only the echo was circling. At the top of the forest, Subei was hiding in the blind spot with his back against a big tree, smiling faintly. Chapter 332. The waist that had been bent for a whole day finally broke. The magic weapon naturally cannot appear out of thin air. The moment Higgins raised the sloth, Subei started stealing. The stealing was so easy mainly because the sloth was not controlled by Higgins, and the connection between the two was not close enough. So Higgins didn't even know when the sloth was stolen. After Subei got the sloth, he stuffed it into the omniscience code, forcibly interrupting the connection between the two. The whole set of actions seemed simple and only took a short second. But in fact, it was also very simple. Subei just stretched out his hand and clenched it, then inserted the omniscience code, and the whole action was completed. At this moment, Subei sat quietly on the top of the tree, listening to the movement below. Below, Jasmine was stunned on the spot with a silly smile, and started a fierce question and answer session with Gluttony, wondering where the necklace came from and why it fell on her head. Sloth. This is a magic weapon that can make people lose their fighting spirit, and it is also the only magic weapon among the 7 deadly sins that can only create debuffs. Hey. But where did it come from? Molly stuttered. Maybe. It's your demon luck? Gluttony guessed. Molly's eyes widened, unable to believe that she was so lucky. Can it really reach this level? Of course not. Do you think it's cabbage? Gluttony was hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but complain. Then, what's going on? Phuket Island. Subei smiled slightly, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Jasmine now seems to have changed a lot. She can handle all kinds of things with ease, is much more vigilant, and knows how to do homework in advance. But once there are no outsiders around Jasmine, she seems to become the little girl who never grows up. Subei left, followed the marks made in advance to find Leah and others, rubbed his eyes and stretched his waist, and followed the team slowly. In the team, the singer Freya couldn't help complaining, so, it's okay for Huggins to stay there to cover the rear. But why is Finn gone too? Wind Chaser Milan nodded. Indeed. Losing 2 teammates at once will have a great impact on our subsequent battles. I suggest that everyone split up. I will protect the dog-headed man Graf, and Lord Ming will team up with Freya. Damn it. I absolutely don't want to be in the same team with you. I like beautiful women. Graf protested and shouted. Whatever. Lord Ming walked behind the team with his arms folded across his chest, cool and silent. Suddenly, his eyes opened slightly, and he glanced to the right in great surprise, staring at Subei, who suddenly appeared and was stunned. Hello. Subei greeted him. Mingzhu nodded and looked away, closing his eyes and still saying nothing, as if he didn't care about anything. At this time, Leah, who was a part-time NPC guide, acted as a mediator again, turned around, waved her hand, and smiled. Okay. Everyone, stop arguing. We are a team. Once we separate, it will be impossible to get the number plates from those special guests. Our assassin Mr. Sven will be back soon. Don't worry. Indeed? Sube nodded. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes focused on one place. And they were all shocked. Oh! It's too scary. Sven, when did you appear? Freya exclaimed. I'm glad you're back. Milan breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes dim. While everyone was chatting, Leah fell into a continuous standby state. Strange. How could Sven's response just now make her so familiar? But they were clearly meeting for the first time? Leah kept scanning Sube, muttering, and quietly chanting a detection skill. Sube noticed Leah's little move. So he casually took out the omniscience code. He planned to take an object from the Kingdom of Wisdom to confuse Leah's investigation. So, Sube reached in, took it out, succeeded. Strange. Is it a flattened cake? Sube frowned, stuffed it into his mouth, and continued to insert the omniscience code. Reached out and touched it. Got it. Soft and a little fluffy. What is it? Sube grabbed it hard, but couldn't pull it out. So Sube felt around again, and finally found something he could lift, and put it in front of him. Although he didn't know what he took out. It should have worked. On the other side, Leah's detection skill ended, and she blinked in confusion and was stunned. The result of the detection showed that the creature was a small pet kept by the, with a mild temper, good at hunting, and liked to fight with its owner the most. Note that the S strength is too high, and you can't detect his real name. Attention! This little pet is very cute. Even the can't resist its charm. Is this a human succubus kept by the boss? Leah exclaimed. In the Kingdom of Wisdom. Time goes back to 3 minutes ago. After a busy day at school, Lizzie finally finished the tormenting homework check. Just now, Lizzie spent 3 minutes to trick the Duchess of Gloucester into a dessert with unsatisfactory homework grades. And then she returned to the Kingdom of Wisdom without stopping, petting the tabby cat. At this moment, Lizzie sat on the omniscient code, thinking about the solution that Sube needed. Hide the power of rules in your body. Right? Let me think about it. It's spicy. Let's talk about it later. It's spicy after a hard day. Eat a piece of dessert first to relieve it. As she said that, Lizzie narrowed her eyes, raised the dessert, and opened her mouth. Paw. With a sound, I saw a hand rushing out from the omniscient code under Lizzie, and slapped the dessert on Lizzie's face. Lizzie was stunned, blinked, and was stunned for a moment. She stared blankly at the hand that rubbed the dessert on her face, smearing all the cream on her face, and then grabbed her dessert and ran away from the all-knowing book. During the whole process, Lizzie didn't say a word, but her violently heaving chest and trembling raised fingers seemed to express something. After a while, Lizzie couldn't help but scream like a groundhog, my little cake, ah. Just when Lizzie was about to cry, the hand suddenly appeared again, exploring back and forth to touch something. Seeing this, Lizzie couldn't bear it any longer. She vowed to fight to the death with this hand. So she grabbed the hand with both hands and started a fight with it. The tug-of-war lasted for 3 seconds, and Lizzie fell down exhausted. The hand even pulled Lizzie's a hog, trying to pull Lizzie out with her fur. It was fruitless for a long time. Finally, the hand took away the tabby cat on her head, leaving Lizzie helpless, and leaving tears of humiliation at home. At this point, Lizzie's waist, which had been bent all day at school, finally broke when she returned home. My cake. My cat. Woo woo. Chapter 333. Sube flipped the table. Fortunately, the tabby cat was not taken away by Sube. Sube just pulled the cat's tail and threw it back. In the forest, Leah thought she had discovered Sube's little secret. She looked at Sube repeatedly, and her mind was full of thoughts. She doubted Sube's identity. The pet of a big shot? This was something that Leah thought deeply about. Fortunately, the identity of everyone present was a little questionable. So Leah temporarily suppressed her interest and began to think about how to torture this second contestant. As for Huggins, she just got the news from the Centaur Archer, saying that Huggins had been completely played. And he kept repeating, "Where's my magic weapon? Where's my magic weapon?" It seems that Huggins has learned a deep enough lesson. Next, Leah only needs to wait until the fighting begins, and then throw Huggins out and hang him on the branches of the Tree of Life to show him off. so as to warn the other evil god organizations not to have any more evil ideas. Then, which guy should she deal with? Leah thought about it, glanced at Wind Chaser Ranger Milan, and then looked at Singer Freya. One of these two guys holds magical weapon, sequence 25 Lament, and the other is angel sequence 25 Praise Angel Praise. The difference is that Wind Chaser Ranger Milan and magical swordsman Harkins came for the dog-headed man Graf, intending to take away the greed in Graf's hands and complete the mission of the Dawn Guard. But Freya came for the lament in Wind Chaser Ranger Milan's hands, and it seems that she intends to verify the legend buried by history. And Lord Ming came to see the Angel of Song, Freya, specifically, and seemed to have something to ask for. Therefore, if Milan and Freya did anything, it would cause a chain reaction, and finally alarm Lord Ming. But Lord Ming, Leah sighed. He was the only one among all the visiting guests that Leah was afraid of, unless necessary. She did not want to be hostile to Lord Ming. They had no conflict. Thinking of this, Leah suddenly felt a little melancholy. Fortunately, people's joys and sorrows are not the same, and Leah's melancholy did not affect Su Bei at all. Su Bei just felt tired, thinking that if it continued like this, it would be easy to encounter twists and turns. After all, Su Bei came to the Green Empire this time just to see Jasmine and help get greed. After some thinking, Su Bei completely gave up thinking and planned to use the simplest way to break the deadlock. So that night, Su Bei used the shadow to forcibly kidnap the dog-headed man Graf with the Heaven's Chain in front of several people. Why Graf? It was simply because the Heaven's Chain hit Graf. Everyone could only see a chain falling from the sky, binding Graf and lifting him up. This chain was extremely strong, and even if several people worked together with all their strength, they could not shake it at all. What the hell is this chain? Milan screamed in confusion. For the first time, the Lord Ming showed a serious expression and shook his head solemnly. It carries the characteristics of being indestructible, and the two fate skills of being sure to hit and taking freedom. And it is also inlaid with dense rules. You and I can't open it at all. What can I do? Su Bei sighed. Who is attacking? Freya looked around with increased vigilance. At this moment, Su Bei's shadow appeared from the sky above the forest, in front of several people. He pulled up the chain and waved his hand. He said goodbye to everyone politely. Su Bei was really polite, but politeness can't get away with it. Buzz! Arrows rained down from the sky. Milan frowned and shot a set of quasi-demigod skills that he had kept in his box. Feathers flew all over the sky. Kakaka. Milan held a bow in both hands and shot 8 times in a row. The rain of arrows turned into a 4-sided formation, completely covering the shadow. The rain of arrows contained several sets of traps with hidden rule power, which were difficult to break free. Who are you? What are you going to do? Milan asked. But the authority of wisdom also worked on the shadow. Facing Milan's bombardment, the shadow released several concealment and speed-enhancing skills without chanting. In an instant, the shadow evacuated the attack range at a speed far exceeding the rain of arrows, and left the crime scene calmly and elegantly. Countless arrows filled the sky, but they couldn't catch a tiny person. Why did you kidnap our teammates? Are you one of the 100 special guests? Freya asked doubtfully, blowing the wooden flute in her hand, trying to make a final stop through the rhythm. The rhythm couldn't stop Su Bei from moving. The one who caught Graf was just a shadow. You can't expect him to understand music. Everyone could only watch the enemy take Graf away in style. At this moment, everyone was confused. With only the wind blowing and the leaves rustling, Leah was dumbfounded. Seeing everyone hesitant to speak, she couldn't help but ask, Are we going to rescue our teammates? Milan, the Wind Chaser, said nothing, stepped forward and hurriedly chased after them. At the corner, Milan pulled away in the opposite direction, quickly distanced himself from everyone, and said lightly, I don't think we can win by teaming up. I think we need to act separately. He realized something was wrong. This was definitely a trap. And he was the idiot who was fooled. All this was too abnormal. It was fine that the teammates could not be contacted, but the target was kidnapped. 1 or 2 may be coincidences, but Milan never believed in coincidences. He only thought that there was a problem when there was no problem. He was able to live to this day without luck, but by his cautious style and habits. At the moment when Milan's footsteps moved sideways, the singer Freya moved. She came here to pursue the elegy, so naturally she would not stop here. Freya chased Milan, leaving only a paragraph of words. I go and persuade him. You guys continue to look for Graf. Don't worry. I definitely bring him back. We're teammates. Damn it. Leah didn't know if the two of them could meet up. But Leah knew that the two of them would never come back. Each of them had their own agenda. Leah blinked and looked at Lord Ming beside her in confusion. Lord Ming glanced at Su Bei, then turned his gaze to Leah, and said lightly, Are you going to stop me? Leah hesitated for a moment. And at that moment Lord Ming had disappeared before her eyes. The wind blew again. At this moment, only Leah and Su Bei were left on the field. It was quite deserted for a while. Su Bei looked at Leah, and before she could speak, he asked, What should we do now? Leah hesitated, and the words that had just been squeezed out of her throat were swallowed, and her expression was still confused. She pointed at her nose and said in confusion, You ask me? Then who should I ask? Chapter 334 Su Bei's New Path. However, the Elf Queen only looked stupid. In fact, when she was playing dumb with Su Bei, her hand had already been pressed on the tree beside her, activating the tree synesthesia. This time, Leah's communication channel connected to all the elf companions and issued a serious notice. Friends, chase after the number plate number 946, number 444, number 357 with all your strength. If the other party shows any action to destroy the Tree of Life, intercept them with all your strength. 3 main tasks: collect the Song of Elegy, retrieve greed, and find laziness. In addition, the registration staff will give me a list of all the special guests. I need to find someone. Also, friends who are temporarily free, please go and test the strength of number 250. I feel that this fin is a bit wrong. 7-colored deer, got it. Titan ape demon, got it. Wisdom tree, got it. Centaur archer, got it. Centaur warrior, got it. Su Bei, okay. After replying the message, Su Bei looked at the 2 number plates in his hand, put the number plate 250 into the omniscience code, and put the number plate 624 into his trouser pocket. Leah, now, take action immediately. After planning everything, Leah looked at Su Bei, showing a confused expression, and said sadly, Mr. Sven, what should we do now? This question stumped Su Bei, because Su Bei didn't know what to do next. He was still busy interrogating Graf. So Su Bei found a tree and leaned against it, and said calmly, I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Please do as you please. In the grove, Su Bei tied Graf's number plate to a dog, looked at the trembling Graf, and smiled. Then he stretched out his evil hands to Graf and began the interrogation process. About an hour passed. After a lot of coercion and inducement, Su Bei finally broke Graf's will. Coercion and inducement specifically refers to Su Bei using the rules of life to stimulate Graf, so that Graf gave birth to 3 small dog-headed people. And this hour can be regarded as the delivery process. How could Graf, who is already over 90 years old, bear such stimulation? You know, he is a male. Ancestor. Ancestor. You can't have children anymore. You can't have children anymore. Which lady taught you to use the power of rules like this? How did you get the favor of the goddess of life? Graf screamed loudly, listening to the cries of the little dog-headed man beside him, and shed tears of humiliation. Su Bei calmly let go of his hand, stopped warning Graf about having children, and said lightly, I don't have a good relationship with that person. After all, being eaten is not a favor. Right? Hearing this, Graf screamed and shouted, Are you kidding me? You can make me, an infertile woman, give birth to triplets. I believe you if you say you are the father of life. Please, ancestor, let me go. I will confess whatever you ask. I really can't have a baby. It hurts too much. From Graf's expression, Su Bei could foresee that giving birth was really painful. So, Su Bei said very calmly, Speak. What are you talking about? Brother? I don't even know what you want to ask. Su Bei stretched out his hands again and said lightly, Don't say it? Then don't say it. Speak. Speak. I will speak. My ancestors? Ancestors? This wooden stick is greed. The dog-headed man stretched out his hands tremblingly, holding the wooden stick with both hands, and handed it to Su Bei. Su Bei's face did not change, and his hands continued to fall. This terrible oppression made Graf almost urinate. He squeezed his head and tried desperately to think of remedial measures, and hurriedly said, Please stop it. Sir, I confessed everything. I am the Elf Queen's dog. I am the bait she threw out. The news of greed in the Green Empire was spread by the Elf Queen. She wanted to use this to get rid of the Demon King and suppress the evil god organization. It is said that the Demon King has been collecting magic weapons recently. This news is absolutely true. Ancestors. No. 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 I have another secret. I will tell you. Please let me go. The Elf Queen is Leah. She is the Elf Queen. Please. Ancestors. Please don't torture me. The dog-headed man kicked his feet helplessly and roared loudly. Su Bei calmly stopped his hand. Looking at Graf's appearance, this was all the information he knew. So, did the Elf Queen know that Jasmine was the Demon King? She probably didn't know. But it was hard to say. After all, the level of the Tree of Life was not low. And perhaps it had special surveying methods. Su Bei thought about it. Took away the greed in Graf's hand. Buried Graf in the soil. And let him breathe air with his head exposed. After thinking about it, Su Bei thought that this was still not safe. So he made a few hidden formations to hide Graf more secretly. After doing all this, Su Bei's shadow waved greed and turned away. As expected of greed, the moment he held it, Su Bei had a strong desire to take all the other magic weapon sequences and angel sequences for himself. A corner of the forest. Jasmine held a staff and fought fiercely with a special guest. The one fighting against her was Parson Lu, a druid from the Green Empire. This druid trained in the Green Empire has several inheritances and opened the druid's exclusive awakening path. The Wrath of Nature. As creatures that control the natural lineage, druids are natural darlings of the magic system and have a natural advantage against mages. But the scene was not as one-sided as when other guests met the special guest, but fell into an unexpected stalemate, because Jasmine did not fight Parsons' magic at all. Jasmine disappeared on the spot and rushed to Parsons in an instant. The material used to make the perfect level staff was not bad and could be used as a melee weapon. Bang! The weapons crossed, and Parsons raised the branch and wooden staff to resist. The advantage of the 2-meter-high body did not give Parsons the upper hand in melee combat, which surprised him a little. A year of training has made Jasmine's skills improve significantly. Jasmine twisted her waist and abdomen, and used the power of the staff to smash down. Boom! The branch in Parsons' hand fell out of his hand, and the staff in Jasmine's hand was infinitely enlarged in front of him. He hit his abdomen with one stick and sent him flying. Parson got up in a panic, opened his hand, and the branch flew into his palm again. He immediately chanted the spell. As a mage, it is a bit of a waste of time to pursue close combat skills too much. The terrifying energy was fluctuating, and the air was filled with crackling arcs of electricity. It seemed to be an electric skill. Jasmine said nothing, and quickly approached, waving her right staff towards Parson Lu's mouth, interrupting his chanting, while instantly firing a series of explosive fireballs with her left hand. At this moment, Parson Lu's face turned red. Without the need for complicated chanting, Jasmine fired 3 consecutive explosive fireballs in a flash, aiming at the middle and lower parts of Parson Lu. Druids are naturally highly resistant to magic, except for the fire system, which has always been the natural enemy of the natural lineage. The effect of the 3rd-level explosive fireball on Parson Lu is no worse than the awakening skill. Boom! Parson Lu was knocked out again. His whole body burned into charcoal. This time, Jasmine did not chase him, but waved her long white hair and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Parson Lu slowly stood up, shook his head and smiled, handed over the number plate 79 in his hand, and said with satisfaction, You are very good. You are qualified to get this badge. I am willing to give it to you. I hope you can participate in the subsequent fighting games. Many legendary monster descendants have entered the world, and they are arrogant and domineering. In many public battles, the wisdom species have lost again and again, losing face. But I always think that our intelligent species are not weaker than monsters. Otherwise the intelligent species would not have become the mainstream life on the original continent. Child, please prove yourself for our intelligent species. Jasmine was stunned, took the number plate, and blinked. She could tell that these were Parson Lu's true words. But Jasmine came to the Green Empire just to collect magic weapons and practice her combat skills. As for proving the strength of the intelligent species, what does this have to do with the Demon King? You know, the Demon King is on the same side as the monsters. She has a max level of monster affinity. Okay. I try my best. Jasmine smiled slightly, nodded, and watched Parson Road go away. After a while, Jasmine slowly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The Demon King ability is really amazing. I can see through the uncle's attack pattern and find the opponent's weakest weakness, and easily interrupt the opponent's skills. Behind Jasmine, Gluttony's affirmation came, of course. The Demon King will attack any intelligent species and monsters with a dimensionality reduction attack. Only the descendants of mythology can compete with you. But this is also closely related to your talent. Your talent is really amazing. So I don't think you will lose to the hero. I think we will win this war between the Demon King and the hero. Jasmine remained silent after hearing this, but sighed in distress. Somehow, Jasmine always felt that there was a strange connection between her and Luminera. Su Bei, who was sitting at the top, heard this sigh. I think Jasmine doesn't really want to confront Luminera. Su Bei thought about it, and threw the greed in his hand down. Enemy attack? Gluttony shouted. Hey! Again? Jasmine swung her staff, and the tip of the staff hit the stick, making a clanging sound. The two were silent. Apparently, at the moment of the strike, both recognized the aura on the stick. Magic weapon? Jasmine blinked, her expression dull, and asked uncertainly. Laziness. Gluttony affirmed. Huh? Isn't this the purpose of us? Our coming here? Success came too easily, which made Jasmine feel extremely dreamy. As if everything was a dream. Jasmine is not stupid. After 3 consecutive days of using the demon-slaying device, even Lizzie could find something wrong, let alone Jasmine. So, who is helping Jasmine? Jasmine shouted towards the sky, startling the sparrows flying all over the sky. But Su Bei deliberately hid his tracks. So how could Jasmine easily find them? This was destined to be a conversation without a response. Su Bei sighed and left the forest. Another corner of the forest. Luminera waste was covered with densely packed number plates. And at a glance, there were dozens of them. While she was waiting in place, she brushed past Sven and couldn't help asking, Are you Sven? The leader of the underground kings of Farron? Sven paused, looked at Luminera with a slightly solemn look, and asked, What's the matter? Don't be nervous. The war between Duz and Farron is over. Even if you become a demigod, as long as you don't do anything against Duz, I will accept and tolerate you. Luminera was honest and calm. I just want to ask you, do you feel that there is a gap in your memory? Sven was stunned, frowned, shook his head and denied. No. And no one can affect the memory of a Dark Night King. Hearing this, Luminera nodded and said calmly, In this way, it's okay. This answer did not meet Luminera expectations, because she already had the answer in her heart. This means that the existence that changed her life trajectory can even affect demigods. Then, could it be a god? Luminera looked at the holy sword in her hand, and felt it was so heavy for the first time. There was a rare moment of uncertainty in Luminera's eyes. How strong do you have to be to get rid of the so-called fatalism? Sven left, and he left in fear. He felt that Luminera had changed. Her edge was completely covered, but her murderous aura was even more terrifying. This murderous intention was not directed at him, but at the whole world. It was just that Luminera usually hid it completely. Only when Luminera met a satisfactory enough opponent would she completely detonate the murderous aura. Sven could sense the murderous intent simply because Sven's strength was strong enough to arouse Luminera interest. But Luminera had not yet achieved demigodhood. This made Sven feel even more terrified. You have to know that he was not a quasi-demigod. He was a real demigod. Although there was only one word difference between the two levels. The gap was like a chasm. Luminera was able to make Sven, a demigod, feel threatened at the 5th level, which was itself a very unreasonable thing. Perhaps Luminera was taking a key step towards an unknown path. This is a brave man. He really doesn't give people a chance to live. Sven smiled bitterly and shook his head. Back to Su Bei. After dealing with Graf, Su Bei was controlling Shadow to rush to Milan. He encountered several battles on the way, all of which were easily solved by Su Bei by stealing his pants. Why did Su Bei take the way of stealing pants to solve the battle? Because he is kind. It should be said that stealing pants is indeed the best way to solve the battle, no matter whether the opponent is a man or a woman. Su Bei only needs to hook his hand to accurately put the opponent's pants on the opponent's forehead, making the opponent's brain completely dead and lose the courage to fight. Question the thief. Understand the thief. Become a thief. and surpass the thief. Unconsciously, Su Bei has practiced the stealing technique to perfection, and is going further and further on a strange road. Chapter 335 Efficiency First. To be honest, Su Bei thought he had a certain level of quality, but if he had to choose between efficiency and quality, he would definitely choose efficiency first. If it takes time and effort to solve the problem by force, it is also possible to take shortcuts. Su Bei took this last resort to get through quickly, and the effect was remarkable. So, the style of the martial arts trial held inside the Tree of Life suddenly changed, and it became a large-scale melee with underwear over heads. Even because there were too many people in the melee, some people were put into the wrong underwear by Su Bei, resulting in an extremely chaotic scene, and no one noticed Su Bei's whereabouts. Su Bei rushed all the way, sneaking, luring and running, and quickly arrived at the scene where Milan and others were, hiding behind the bushes to observe the battle. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. A group of special guests were besieging the wind chaser Milan. Countless quasi-demigod-level powers detonated the venue. Trees fell, and the ground cracked. Various rules and powers emerged one after another, surrounding Milan layer by layer. The Angel of Song Freya was originally in the team that was besieging Milan, but when she thought that Milan was outnumbered and the elegy might not be hers, she defected from the camp attacking Milan and turned to assist Milan in resisting the offensive and helping him break through the encirclement. Run this way. But when the two broke through the encirclement, Freya changed her expression seamlessly in an instant, turned around and stabbed Milan with a dagger. Milan was not a fool. He had been on guard against Freya for a long time, and quickly raised his weapon to block. After a fight between the two, Freya sent Milan into the encirclement again, back and forth, repeatedly. So far, the world in which only Milan was injured was achieved. After fighting for half an hour, Milan's face turned red, watching Freya go back and forth. He couldn't help but curse. "No! Are you sick?" Freya paused, pointed at Milan's bow and arrow, and said seriously, "Give it to me. I help you escape." This was really annoying for Milan. He frowned, raised his hand, and aimed the arrow at Freya's back, and cursed, "Are you a fool? I can escape no matter who I give it to. Who doesn't come for AI Gu?" Milan decided to explode with everyone. Buzz, Milan drew his bow, and waves of complex and fluctuating rhythm sounded from the bow and arrow, like whispers from the netherworld. Milan opened the way with a bow and shouted, "Hell's Elegy." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound came from far away and near, as if it suddenly appeared in the space, and suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. This sudden change shocked everyone, including Su Bei, as expected, except for the magic weapons of the 7 Deadly Sins series. The characteristics of each magic weapon are so distinct. This is the unique ultimate move of Elegy. Hell's Elegy. The ghost sound surrounded. The ghosts drifted, and the life rules here were bitten and swallowed by this sound, and everyone fell into the freezing of the magic sound. Similar to Magical Weapon Sequence 26 Extreme Cold, Magical Weapon Sequence 25 also has a large-scale group battle killing skill that does not distinguish between enemies and friends, which is enough to affect the outcome of a large-scale battle. The group control lasted for a long time, and Su Bei was the first to react. First, it was fortunate that Su Bei was far enough away, and when the skill affected it, it had been weakened layer by layer. Second, Su Bei who came was just a shadow, and the influence of the rhythm on him was really limited. When facing the instant control skill of Hell's Elegy, Su Bei's advantage of having no precasting swing was revealed, while others were desperately casting spells and being interrupted. Su Bei had already stacked a whole set of buffs and cast Blessing of Life. His head was empty, and the negative effects offset 3 sets of buffs that reduced the impact, resisting all the negative effects of Hell's Elegy. Buzz, 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 the magic sound continued to surround this forest, suppressing everyone to cover their ears tightly and unable to raise their heads. After releasing Hell's Elegy, Milan's face turned pale instantly, as if he had been sucked dry of his energy by a succubus, and deep dark circles appeared under his eye sockets. This move drained the magic power in his body. Fortunately, the effect is very significant. Seeing this, Milan frowned and gritted his teeth, took out a long treasured teleportation treasure from his chest, and took advantage of this perfect opportunity to activate the treasure. Damn elves. Damn Green Empire. Just wait. Wait for me to escape from here and report everything to the leader. By then, he will carry the supreme killing weapon, overthrow the mistakes of the old era, and usher in the real dawn. Goodbye, you crazy people. Milan held up the treasure and shouted hoarsely, teleport. Start. Stealing. Start. In the next moment, Su Bei's hand hooked out, taking advantage of Milan's inattention. Su Bei not only stole Aigu, but also stole Milan's teleportation treasure. It should be said that stealing is indeed a top skill. And Su Bei has stolen a lot. And he has a sense of mystery. His stealing seems to be transforming into a semi-god skill. Perhaps when Su Bei achieves semi-god stealing, he can steal semi-god level underwear seamlessly. In this way, Su Bei can solve the battle without taking action, and perfectly avoid the fate of interweaving with others. After Su Bei succeeded, the scene became awkward. The disappearance of the elegy meant that the Hell Elegy spell was over, and the special guests were waking up one by one from the stiffness and chaos. The disappearance of the teleportation treasure meant that Milan could not escape from here and was completely surrounded. At this moment, Milan raised his empty right hand, looking at the special guests who woke up one by one around him, and fell into silence. As we all know, the ranger cannot lose the bow and arrow, just like the original world cannot lose the lowly. There was a long silence, with only Milan's words still echoing in the minds of these special guests. Milan's legs couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the treatment he would receive later. He swallowed his saliva and waved his hands to retreat, trembling. Wait! It's a bit strange. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to my explanation. The chaos lasted for a full 5 minutes. These 5 minutes can be called Milan's Black 5 minutes. Because in these 5 minutes, he not only lost his parents, but was also chained and made into a pet, losing his freedom. Soon, he will lose his dignity and be hung on the dome of the fighting competition for a week, allowing others to point fingers at him and live a life worse than a dog. This is the special treatment that belongs to the evil god organization. But 5 minutes later, people gradually got rid of their anger towards Milan and soon had new doubts. On the side, the angel of song Freya frowned and couldn't help asking everyone's confusion. So, where is the elegy? Among the special guests, the king-type mountain giant whose body was taller than a towering tree, lowered his head, glanced at everyone, shook his head, and murmured deafeningly, "Not with us. That's strange." The greed that Her Majesty used to fish was lost, and the sloth that Her Majesty had considered as a sure thing was also lost. The creature that spoke was the exploding tree. It was the tree itself, and could receive news from the Elf Queen at any time. If it spoke, these two things would have been confirmed by the Elf Queen. "Is there a traitor among us?" a quasi-demigod elf asked doubtfully. And then, there was a dense discussion. "No, I think there was a thief. But who can steal the things in front of us without attracting our attention from such a distance?" At this time, the most respected demigod druid among all the forest companions, Sage Rudolph, coughed. He tapped the ground with his cane, attracting everyone's attention, and said solemnly, "He has made 3 moves in front of so many quasi-demigods and demigods without being exposed. There is only one possibility. The other party is a demigod, and his profession cannot be a knight, ranger, or priest. Either the opponent is a magician, and the awakening path involves space, or the opponent is an assassin, and the awakening path involves stealing or concealment. Although space-related abilities are common, the rules of space have not been heard of for hundreds of years. The stealing technique is even rarer. Except for that thief, no one can refine it to perfection, not to mention the rules of stealing. Then, there is only one possibility. The opponent is on the assassin path, and the awakening path includes concealment. He has mastered extremely special rules, and his strength is at least demigod. As far as I know, there is exactly one such person among the special guests. And only one. It is the Dark Knight King from Duz, Lord Sven. He must have stolen all the magic weapons, and only he can hide his tracks from us. We must ask him for an explanation." The wise man Rudolph's words were well-reasoned, logically rigorous, and clear, convincing. After this reasoning, the whole audience was silent, and at this moment, even a needle drop could reach everyone's ears. Even Su Bei was confused by this reasoning. Fortunately, Su Bei had a clear mind and quickly separated himself from Sven mentioned by Rudolph. And Su Bei realized that Sven had probably come to the Green Empire and became one of the special guests of this trial. Then, things became troublesome, because someone seemed to be causing public outrage. At this time, Freya's voice broke the brief silence. Strange. There is also a Sven in my team. And he also comes from the Winter Academy in Duz. And his profession happens to be an assassin. Hearing this, Rudolph said calmly, perhaps this is Sven's long-planned plan. After all, with his intelligence channels, it is easy to find out the identity of the Elf Queen. Freya was stunned, shocked by what Rudolph said next, and opened her mouth wide. Yes, the elf attendant of your team is the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen has known your identity through special channels a long time ago. However, it seems that Sven is even more extraordinary. As the King of the Dark Knight, it is not surprising that Sven has some skills of clone prosthesis. So I think these two people are Sven. And the Sven in your team is Sven in disguise. Just to steal information, I will tell the Elf Queen this information immediately and ask her to arrest Sven for questioning. Su Bei was stunned. Although the result was wrong, the direction was right. Things became troublesome because he was now staying with the Elf Queen Lia, under a tree. At this moment, Su Bei and the Elf Queen, who were leaning against the same tree, opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other at the same time, and stood up at the same time. The movements were quite tacit and uniform. Lia was stunned as she watched Su Bei's hand withdraw from the tree behind him. These words were conveyed to Su Bei and the Elf Queen at the same time. And when she received the message, Lia's eyes had already locked on Su Bei. Sven? Sven. It turned out to be you. Lia murmured to herself, sighing. I didn't know there was such a person before. And the list of special guests didn't pass through my hands. So I couldn't recognize your identity from the beginning. Lia is very sorry about this. Su Bei explained. No. You got the wrong person. Lia shook her head, smiled slightly, and said seriously, no mistake. I felt something was wrong with you from the beginning. So I limited the area for you from the reception of the attendants to the entrance position, just to make you appear at this most unstable table. Because, from the beginning, I couldn't observe your life veins and couldn't see the traces of your destiny. You are like a tourist who does not exist in time and space. A traveler without a destiny line. And after receiving the message just now, I understand the reason. It turns out that you are just a shadow clone. No wonder there is no trace of life or destiny. Su Bei was stunned. He did not expect there would be such an explanation. He could not help but marvel at the genius idea of the Elf Queen. As expected of the Elf Queen, she perfectly avoided the only correct answer, and found a disguised way for Su Bei that he had never thought of. If you say so, then so be it. I didn't say that. Su Bei nodded, and stopped explaining. Instead, he looked around and thought about the best evacuation plan. There are many ways to escape, but you have to try to know if they work. Su Bei even thought about putting Lia's underwear on her head. But his stealing technique is just an ordinary awakening skill. And it doesn't seem feasible now, because Lia has released the power of rules. It is the nature system, and the forest system. The air is fluctuating, and the law is venting. The power that surged in an instant made Su Bei sigh. This power. Is this above the demigod? Su Bei easily identified this power, because the characteristics of this power were too obvious. This is the realm above the demigod. Transcendence. Or it can be said to be transcendence. Due to the serious historical fault, the name of this realm is different among different races. But no matter which force describes this power, it has only been introduced in historical stories. And at this moment, Su Bei is about to face this power. Okay, I'm honest. Su Bei sighed, and faced this powerful force that was coming at him. He raised some enthusiasm. Chapter 336 Natural Restraint. What is the difference between a demigod and a transcendent? One is to borrow the power of rules that already exist in the world. Master this rule, and use it. The other is to fully master the rules, and be able to generate rules out of thin air, and use them freely. In simple terms, if there is no restraint involved, two demigods of equal strength will duel with demigods. Once one of the demigods opens up his domain in advance, and completely fills this domain with his own rule power, the other demigod will not be able to borrow the rule power in this domain to exert his domain, and can only consume his original rule power. Therefore, the role of the first move in the battle between demigods is self-evident. Once the opponent takes the initiative to open the domain, the situation will be very critical. And Transcendence breaks this boundary. Transcendence can create out of thin air and generate rules, covering the original rules. and creating a small world that belongs to itself. Just like what happened in front of Su Bei. In this domain belonging to the Tree of Life, the domain that belongs to the Elf Queen Leah is unfolding. Before Su Bei took action, Leah and Su Bei, who were inside the Tree of Life, suddenly stagnated, and saw that the surrounding environment changed instantly, and everything around them no longer existed. On the distant horizon, a soft and pleasant voice came slowly like a spring. Sir Sven, let me introduce myself again. Su Bei looked up and looked far away. On the distant horizon, the face of the elf attendant had changed. The maid outfit on her body was replaced by a set of white glass skirts. The hem of the skirt touched the ground slightly, and was not stained with dust. Although the elves have the special characteristic of not aging, and can always maintain the appearance of a girl. When the other party wore a gorgeous long skirt, and held the elf staff surrounded by rules, she completely lost her girlish feeling, and a noble aura came to her face. The other party walked slowly towards Su Bei, and with each step, the momentum on his body increased. When his toes touched the ground, layers of rings like water waves swung out. The branches surrounding her body began to grow, surrounding her continuously, and green spots appeared and disappeared. Looking down from the entire field, you can see that there are trees and flowers blooming around Leah and Su Bei, full of vitality, creating a brand new small world in the field of the Tree of Life, completely enveloping Su Bei and Leah. I am not talented. I am the contemporary Elf Queen Leah. I became a demigod at the age of 50 and inherited the throne of the Elf Queen. I have been in office for more than 1,000 years. I have participated in thousands of wars, big and small, and I have only lost once in my level. After Leah put on her own unique clothes, she became more confident in her words, but her tone was still very polite. Although I lost once, I am not discouraged, because the person who beat me is also a brilliant person. It took only a few hundred years to become a new god. Su Bei nodded and replied, Me too, but I lost to an old god. The price of losing is being eaten, which makes him remember this experience deeply. Su Bei still remembers the feeling of Luminara upper and lower teeth colliding and biting his body, and the pain of her tongue completely crushing him into pieces. No one wants to experience it a second time. So Su Bei will not lose again. Hearing this, Leah was stunned. Su Bei's emphasis seemed a little childish to Leah. It was as if Leah casually said that I was beaten by a lowly. And Su Bei had to emphasize that I was beaten by a lowly. And the lowly who beat me was a old lowly. Although it doesn't sound like bragging, it does sound a bit strange. Leah shook her head and stopped thinking. Her gentle expression showed a little dissatisfaction, and she changed the subject. Well, bragging about defeat is not a good topic for communication. But in this confrontation, I think I was slightly inferior. Then, Leah stretched out her green fingers, tapped the air, pointed at Su Bei. The dark green light condensed on her fingertips stagnated, and continued, because my plan was completely disrupted by you. And I didn't even know when you made the move. So I have an unwelcome request. I hope that when I take you down later, I can also review the whole process with you. Su Bei was stunned, and the scene slowly emerged in his mind. Chatting and fighting at the same time? It's a bit too cruel. Leah didn't intend to get Su Bei's consent. Suddenly, the corner of the elf girl's lips touched Su Bei's ear, while pointing out the natural particle beam of the semi-god skill that compressed violent energy to the fingertips with her right hand. She mentioned everything Su Bei had done before in a slight whisper. The two guys you dealt with at the beginning were the new Sequence 3 and the old Sequence 5 among the senior members of the Dawn Guard. They both mastered the Demon King Sequence 25 Lament and the Demon King Sequence 19 Sloth. And they are both very powerful magic weapon users. They came for the magic weapon 18 Greed. And you can see their greed. But no matter what, their complete posture can be compared to that of a quasi-demigod. I really want to know, how did you deal with them quietly in front of me without making any noise? As soon as she finished speaking, Leah pointed her fingertips, and a dark green beam of light condensed, rotated, and fired at her fingertips in one go. The whole process was completed in the blink of an eye. Buzz, bang, a barely audible sound of breaking through the air was heard. And then an emerald green light exploded in front of Su Bei's chest, covering Su Bei's body completely, and trying to flow into his limbs and bones. The amazing killing power is only secondary. The main thing is the effect. The emerald green light is all natural rules. Once it invades Su Bei's body, it will take root in the blood and absorb it. Energy flowers will grow and sprout in the blood vessels. absorbing the magic and vitality in Subei's body. Leah's move was quite amazing. And the questions she asked were equally sharp. In the super large domain of the Tree of Life, demigods cannot use their domains. So even if a demigod is overwhelming a quasi-demigod, it is difficult to do it without causing any movement. So how did Subei do it? The next second, Subei did not reply, but gave an answer with his actions. Subei took 2 steps back, and green light exploded all over the sky, turning into star-like magic light, which blew away a layer of Subei's shadow. Oh my god! The Elf Queen saw Subei's movements clearly, and the rule power definitely hit him. Why is it ineffective? Come again! 2 fingers shot over again, with the same energy fluctuations, blocking Subei's movements on the left and right. And Subei was like a wooden man, motionless, and didn't even resist. Boom! The energy was easily dispersed by Subei again, and the explosion pushed Subei away 2 steps. And the surging energy had no follow-up. This time, Leah saw it clearly, but she couldn't understand it at all. What blocked her power was just a slap from Subei. But no matter what kind of demigod, he shouldn't be able to disperse her power with a slap. Even if he was a transcendent of the same realm, he couldn't disperse her power with a slap. Subei still had a calm expressionless face, and that expression even looked a little bored. Ha! Just bored. But how dare he? He was facing the Queen of the Green Empire, a top player in the entire continent. If all the demigods of Duze were such arrogant guys, then the demise of Duze would be a matter of time. Leah stopped talking and couldn't help laughing. But she started to get angry. She just looked at Subei, who was very calm, and she was very angry. Bang! The magic power surged, and the elf scepter in Leah's hand made a hissing sound. Leah was angry. No matter how polite Leah was, she would never despise any battle. But the other party's attitude towards the battle made her very unhappy. Leah didn't plan to play anymore. No matter what treasure or power you hide, I will make you face the battle with me seriously. Boom! Snap! With a sound, the magic ripples spread indiscriminately. The trees grew wildly. Leah's hair flew up immediately. The power surged out, and she began to chant and cast, at the beginning of the birth of all living things, at the beginning of the world. Listen to the call of nature and the cycle of nature. Word by word, the natural rules were pieced together perfectly at this moment, as the direct derivative rules of the 12 innate rules of life. The power of nature has always been in the first echelon from ancient times to the present, and has never fallen out of the mainstream. Boom! Leah's eyes seemed to emit a dark green light, and her body was buzzing. Suddenly, countless rules unfolded. Like a blooming flower, grass and tree, the huge natural rules turned into a circular millstone, rushing toward Subei as if it had a soul. Subei saw it, understood it, and showed a little solemnity. The natural cycle is not a pure demigod skill, but a mixture of the 4 types of rule power of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Under the superposition, there is a tendency to create the cycle of the 4 seasons, creating the prototype of a world containing the cycle of life. Leah's idea is unique. While other demigods are still ascending to the gods by building the kingdom of God, she is trying to open up a brand new path. She wanted to rely on the power of rules to create an illusory kingdom of God, so as to enter the 8th level quasi-god realm. This is a power that demigods cannot touch. In just a moment of face-to-face contact, half of Subei's body began to become virtual, and the other half burst into brilliant light. In the natural cycle belonging to Leah, the rules in Subei's body were disordered. This was an irreversible destruction of balance, and even his soul would be assimilated by this world. This is the battle after becoming a demigod, which is completely different from the battle before becoming a demigod. The gap in skills and magic power began to narrow, and the importance of restraint, initiative, and the depth of understanding of the rules began to be infinitely magnified. With the first move and the right time and place, ordinary means can't affect Leah's life cycle at all. Subei's body is constantly collapsing, and his balance is completely destroyed by the natural cycle. His body is compressed and collapsed, leaving only a peanut outside the natural realm. The tree of life is shaken by the impact of this force, and everyone looks at the battle with puzzled faces, very confused. Everyone naturally recognizes that this is the natural rule that belongs to the Elf Queen. But who deserves the Elf Queen to treat so seriously? Sage Rudolph licked the corner of his lips, and his mouth was dry before he knew it. He shook his head and sighed. This gentleman is too bold. This is the Queen of the Elf under the blessing of the Tree of Life. However, something happened that the Queen of the Elf could never imagine. Crack, crack, bang. The life cycle exploded out of thin air. The dark green light spot gradually grew larger, gradually returned to its original state, and soon expanded to the size of a Lolita. And in the blink of an eye it returned to the size of an adult. The light flashed by, and the life cycle could not take anything away from Su Bei, nor could it allow Su Bei to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This means that the other party is completely immune to the rules of nature. The dark green millstone was swallowed alive by Su Bei, and Su Bei burped at an inopportune time, and it seemed that he had eaten it to his heart's content. Anything else? Su Bei asked in confusion, eager to try. Obviously interested. Leah saw it clearly. So she was stunned, raised her staff, and put it down again and again, frowned, and looked bitter. The reason is very simple. The power of the Elf Queen has always been inherited from only two gods. One is the Elf Goddess, and the other is the Goddess of Nature and Forests. Leah took the latter path. Unfortunately, the Goddess of Nature and Forest happens to be the lower god of life. And the light and dark flashed on Su Bei's body at the end. And the light part contained a very strong life rule. This means that life is the opponent's domain. Leah didn't even dare to think about what the dark, that was clearly different from life was. This was equivalent to Leah launching an offensive against Su Bei with a lowly body. But Su Bei happened to be a lowly control. So no matter how hard Leah tried, she could not cause any harm to Su Bei, but instead increased the opponent's excitement value, making the opponent more violent. It can only be said that this wave is a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. But this is not the worst, because Leah locked Su Bei in her own domain. This behavior can no longer be described simply as a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. According to the above metaphor, this can be regarded as a lowly dragging a lowly control to open a room, trying to fill the lowly control with herself and starve it to death. Oh my God! In the internal domain of the Tree of Life, the derivative rules of life are used to deal with the rules of life. Now Leah realized that she had kicked the iron plate. Even the iron plate was an insult to Su Bei, which was clearly kicking the gun barrel of the Star Destroyer. Leah couldn't help swallowing her saliva, smiled politely, and thought about speaking, but didn't know where to start. Leah was in a bad mood. You know, it's easy to bring someone in, but it's hard to send them out. Chapter 337, Four of Spades. Ally card. Leah looked very nervous on the surface, but in fact, she was even more panicked than she looked, because the opponent controlled the rules of life. It was a dimensionality reduction attack on the rules of nature. This also meant that the opponent was definitely not an assassin. How could an assassin who mainly focused on assassination control the rules of life? Could it be that he killed someone alive while killing him? This was as outrageous as a tabby cat knocking down an old god with one claw. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Well, this involves a new question. Who is the other party? Leah swallowed her saliva, smiled slightly, and asked, You may be a demigod, but you are definitely not a gentleman. So who are you? Shin. Su Bei replied, looking at Leah, and fell into deep thought. Su Bei felt a very serious sense of disobedience. But Su Bei's gaze seemed very irritating to Leah. What the hell is a gentleman? It seems that the other party is going to carry out the disguise to the end. Leah was stunned for a moment, and said bitterly, So, it was you who took away sloth, lamentation, and greed, right? Su Bei raised his eyes slightly, without any sign of attacking, just standing there, bringing invisible oppression to Leah. But Su Bei would not attack. Even if he could defeat Leah, he would not attack. As the Queen of Elves, Leah was involved in too many causalities. Once Leah had a problem, it would easily attract the attention of the gods. Su Bei was silent for a moment, nodded, and said lightly, Borrow. Su Bei's short few seconds of thinking had already made Leah sweat profusely. She thought the other party was going to fight back, and was even ready to borrow the power of the Tree of Life to force Su Bei away. Hearing this, Leah asked tentatively, Will greed be returned? Su Bei pondered for a moment and nodded, Probably. Leah continued to test, When will it be returned? Su Bei was silent for a moment, and said calmly, Let's talk about it later. Leah swallowed her saliva and asked, In fact, it's not impossible not to return it. Su Bei shook his head, I will return it. Leah trembled, No. No. These magic weapons are not mine. You took them with your own ability, so they should belong to you. Su Bei said calmly. Greed will be returned. Leah was stunned, trembling more violently, and hooked her feet helplessly. In fact, magic weapons are not important to her at all. She is just deliberately looking for topics to delay time and call on the Tree of Life. But when will this awkward chat end? As a 1,000-year-old lady, the Elf Queen has never thought about why she has to come out to resist pressure and guard the country's borders when she is about to retire. Could it be that the other party didn't realize that the conversation was over and everyone could go home to their own mothers? Leah cried to death, fearing that the other party was a thief and was very polite. Thinking about it, Leah couldn't help asking, Well, sir, you came to Green Empire. Is there something on your mind? Su Bei was stunned, nodded, and couldn't help asking, How do you know? Leah quickly asked. Then what is on your mind? Su Bei thought about it and shook his head. I can't say. Leah asked again. Will you continue to stay in the Green Empire? I don't want to say. Leah panicked and continued to ask. How long will you stay in the Green Empire? It's hard to say. What is your ultimate goal? I can't say. Through this conversation, it can be seen that Leah is really nervous. And it can also be seen that Su Bei really doesn't know how to chat. Fortunately, Leah finally communicated with the Tree of Life. And then she breathed a sigh of relief and stopped this awkward conversation that was so embarrassing that it took 3 bedrooms and 1 living room to get out. Before Su Bei could speak, the Elf Queen's hand holding the staff trembled slightly. She smiled politely and poked with her right hand. The pleasant conversation is over. I hope we won't meet again. This fake Sven. This is really a bad experience for me. Su Bei was stunned and couldn't help saying, Wait, I have something to do. No, you don't. I don't want to meet you anymore. I saw a vine that covered the sky and the sun coming. It was a branch of the Tree of Life, wrapped in the power of the 8th level quasi-god. Su Bei suddenly realized that the Tree of Life was alive. Perhaps this is the ultimate secret of the Green Empire's existence. Even if Su Bei wanted to resist, he was still hit by this branch. At this time, Su Bei finally figured out the inconvenience and quickly reached out his hand. Taking advantage of this last moment, he gently grabbed with his right hand. He took a poker card clipped on Leah's crown into his palm. Comfortable. It turns out that the inconvenience is here. And I almost missed it. Fortunately, the result is still good. The next second, Su Bei was sent out of the Green Empire by a branch of the Tree of Life. In a trance, there seemed to be a shout of extreme surprise, so loud that it was about to open Su Bei's head from the void. Wait! How dare you? How did you do it? Give it back to me. No. Is this a stealing technique? It should be an illusion. Right? Su Bei frowned in confusion. The Elf Queen is so polite. She doesn't seem like the type to be so hysterical. The scene changed. Su Bei slowly opened his eyes, stood outside the border of the Green Empire, and came back to his senses. Thinking about it, Su Bei turned over the poker in his hand and looked at the message on it. Spade 4. If you get this card, it means you are close to the Elf Queen. Show her your ability to use poker cards, and you will get her help. While the rest of the poker cards are all information, this is actually an ally card, which itself reveals a message. The Elf Queen must know a lot of secrets, and they are secrets that can be mentioned. Thinking about it, Su Bei became more and more curious about the identity of the thief. He wondered what feats this fellow had done thousands of years ago that made the Elf Queen remember him for a lifetime and record this sentence on the playing cards. Wait, Su Bei vaguely remembered that this guy had stolen the heart of the Elf Queen. The timeline of the thief's activity happened to be 1,000 years ago. Leah was the Elf Queen who took office 1,000 years ago. And Leah once said that she had lost once before. So this can't be true? A picture suddenly appeared in Su Bei's mind. The teenage girl Leah, who had just entered society and was ready to take risks, met a veteran thief who had lived a new life. She was deceived by sweet talk, sticks and sugar, and lost her feelings and body, and lost the first lesson in life. 50 years later, Leah, who failed to gain love, finally became discouraged and returned to the Green Empire alone, inherited the position of the Elf Queen, and lived a miserable life. Thinking of this, Su Bei felt annoyed. So, is this really an ally card? After not seeing the thief for 1,000 years, she suddenly saw the inheritor left by the thief. You could imagine the resentment in Leah's heart. Su Bei didn't want to bear the resentment of the Elf Queen for 1,000 years on behalf of the thief. Thinking of this, Su Bei sighed and turned around. He walked towards the fairy forest. Although some people left, her legend is still circulating in the world. In the Tree of Life, Leah just said the words, "I don't want to see you again." And soon these words turned into a boomerang and hit her again. Suddenly, Leah shouted in the field, "Now, everyone stop the trial. Gather here, and give me all the information about Sven. I mean all. I want to find this guy. The more detail the better." After delivering the message, Leah took off the elven crown on her head, stunned and speechless. After a long time, a sigh swayed in the wind and slowly fell. "He is not you. Right? You have never studied other innate rules. You once said that stealing is the strongest skill in the world, and it will eventually evolve into a unique special authority. You succeeded. You have so many advanced ideas and are confident about everything. But do you know that you will completely disappear after thousands of years? After the War of Gods, you said you were going to steal something that no one dared to think of. And this thing would change the pattern of the continent. But in the end, what did you steal? Are you really satisfied with the current result? Leah doesn't care what you do. But do you still remember? You said that after Leah retires, you will accompany Leah to continue the unfinished adventure. Does what you said still count?" Leah naturally couldn't hear the answer, and no one could answer her. She was left alone in the natural cycle she had woven, feeling everything that had happened before. On the other side, Sven, who was fleeing, sneezed. Alyssa narrowed her eyes, looked at Sven suspiciously, and asked, "Teacher Sven, what did you do behind our backs? Why are we being hunted so fiercely?" "Damn. I don't know." Sven cursed. "Who knows what's wrong with them? I suspect they have tumors in their ears, and their cerebellums are not developing well. Fortunately, they are all minor problems. Don't worry about them. They are not minor problems at all." "Teacher Sven," Alyssa shouted, pointing behind her. Looking around, there were densely packed figures. Even the land where the two of them were standing was a quasi-demigod level earth spirit. If it weren't for Alyssa's magic weapon that concealed the presence of the three people, Sven might have been arrested and interrogated and beaten. Behind the two, Fury looked at the huge crowd of people chasing and killing, and calmly wrote on the drawing board in her hand, "We are surrounded. I'm going to take action." She looked very calm, but in fact, Fury was the most panicked. Fury was not the type to sit and wait for death. Having experienced the life of a slave, she didn't want to be imprisoned again. So she took out the artifact dagger at her waist and prepared to stab herself in the heart, so as to release a big move of indiscriminate attack. Don't kid sister." Sven hurriedly stopped him. "If you make a move, I'd be covered in shit. And I can't wash it off even if I jump into the winter river. Don't panic. Let me think of a way." Sven wiped the sweat from his forehead and fell into confusion. "What the hell did I do? Did I sleepwalk last night and beat up the Elf Queen? Oh my god. I think someone has plotted against me." The news spread very quickly, and Luminera and Jasmine also got the news. Hearing the sound, Jasmine stopped her training and walked in the direction of the Elf Queen's call. At this time, a bang sound came from the sky above the forest. The sound came from the sky, and the elegy fell with it. But this time was different from the past. Jasmine had already prepared. At this moment, her toes touched the ground, and she bounced hard. She was too curious. Curious about who this guy was who was willing to help him silently behind the scenes. No matter who you are, Jasmine is very grateful for your help. To express Jasmine gratitude, please allow Jasmine to thank you in person. Jasmine eyes condensed, and her legs kept jumping up with the surrounding tree trunks, saying word by word, "Chat. Show. Sincerity. Intent." Finally, Jasmine kicked and jumped high into the air. Looking down, "I caught you." "Huh? Where is he?" Gluttony replied doubtfully. "Is it possible that it is really the devil's luck?" Looking from the sky, there was no one below, and there was no trace of Su Bei. But if you look up from below, you can just see Su Bei's shadow sitting under a branch, just hidden in Jasmine's blind spot. Although the recognition scene is very touching, the cause and effect afterwards is very tricky. Su Bei, who has encountered the gods, has become honest and decided to endure for a year or so. At least, he could completely cut off the long river of fate. Then Su Bei dared to recognize Jasmine. But Jasmine would not give up. It looked like she was pretending to stop, and her eyes were clearly still scanning, trying to find Su Bei's position. Jasmine's current strength was not easy to fool. She had reached the level of quasi-demigod, and her combat power was more than half of quasi-demigod. Moreover, her source characteristics were fully developed, and the magic power hidden in her body was endless, which was very amazing. Not to mention that the complete Demon King had many unknown secret weapons. Now Jasmine used one of the abilities of the Eye of Truth. Perspective. Her eyes were seen scanning back and forth between the treetops, and she was about to pass through the tree trunks and detect Su Bei's trace. Su Bei could not sit still. So what should I do? Su Bei thought for a moment and hooked his hand gently. The stealing technique was activated. Huh? Jasmine felt lighter, stunned, and immediately hugged herself. Hey. Where are my clothes? What kind of trick is this? Who is playing a prank on me? Hurry up and return Jasmine clothes. Su Bei said nothing, looking down at the black windbreaker in his hand. Stunned. In fact, he didn't know what to steal. He just wanted to stop Jasmine from investigating. So he just grabbed it. At this moment, Su Bei smelled the faint jasmine fragrance on the black windbreaker. His thoughts continued to spread with the smell, and his vague memories became clear. For a moment, he couldn't tell what he felt. He just felt a pain in his heart. Stunned and speechless. Chapter 338, Meet the Demon King again. Transformed into a windbreaker thief. Black windbreaker. It is a black windbreaker that fits Su Bei's body shape. This coat is slightly too big for Jasmine, like a magic robe with a skirt that reaches the ground. But it fits Su Bei just right, because this was originally made for Su Bei by Jasmine. But with Su Bei's disappearance, Jasmine has been carrying it with her. It can be seen that after being worn for nearly a year, this windbreaker is covered with traces of sewing and mending, and the knitting at the hem is open, with many thread ends. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. It is impossible for Su Bei to return the stolen items. If he returns the items, he will be beaten up. After all, with Su Bei's weak rules and unrecoverable magic power, he may not be able to defeat the complete Demon King Jasmine. From the paper strength, Su Bei's strength is only level 3, while Jasmine is level 5. Su Bei is far inferior to Jasmine in terms of magic power capacity and quality. Moreover, the shadow is too far away from the main body at this moment, and the rule power that the shadow can use is too limited, and even the Heaven's Lock cannot be activated. Not to mention that Jasmine had just obtained so many magic weapons, which greatly improved her. It can only be said that the combat power was very different. So Su Bei successfully convinced himself, and confiscated the windbreaker with peace of mind and put it on. Hello. If you want clothes, Jasmine can give you a new one. Can you return the windbreaker to Jasmine? Jasmine still looked around unwillingly, and at the same time used magic power to surround her body to resist Su Bei's stealing skills. While looking around, she continued, Jasmine has worn this dress for a year, and it is worn out. The material is also ordinary. It is not a good treasure. Are you there? Can you hear me? Molly knows you mean well. But why are you hiding from me? Do you have any intention? Su Bei remained silent, wary of Molly's gaze, hiding his traces back and forth. Perhaps he really couldn't find anyone. Su Bei could hear Molly's voice gradually fading away and becoming lighter and lighter. Everything was silent until the footsteps disappeared completely. At this moment, there was only the warm wind blowing in the woods and the cicadas chirping. Su Bei slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a gentle and delicate whisper exploded in Su Bei's ears. Sure enough, I heard it. I was fooled by the shameless thief who helped silently. Jasmine found you. Su Bei was stunned. His eyes moved horizontally, and he pulled down the hood of his windbreaker to cover most of his face, and cast his eyes to the side. The picture froze. From the side, Su Bei's feet were hanging upside down on the tree branch, and his eyes were at the same level as Jasmine, who was standing upright on the next branch. The two were one above and one below, and their faces were only half a meter apart. When their eyes collided, Su Bei could clearly see the moonlight in the girl's eyes. The girl raised her head slightly. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, showing a sly smile like a winner after her plan succeeded. She slowly loosened her hands that were hooked behind her back, and stretched out her right hand towards Su Bei's windbreaker. I've already caught you. It's impolite to run away again. Let Jasmine take off your windbreaker and thank you in front of you. Well, it shouldn't be embarrassing, right? If Jasmine can't see you, she will feel uneasy. In this case, Jasmine will not accept the things you gave her for no reason. As she spoke, Jasmine extended her left hand and greedily waved the wooden stick in her hand. The wooden stick was still hung with the bow and arrow, lamentation, and the necklace, sloth. Then, Jasmine extended her right hand. A crystal clear, slightly pink little hand reached out to Subei's face, trying to take off the hat that hid Subei's face. Subei smiled slightly. There was encouragement and approval in his eyes. But there was no surprise and confusion that Jasmine expected. It seemed that this development was within his expectations. Too easy to trust others will make you suffer. Subei stretched out his right hand, and because his arm span was slightly longer than Jasmine, he first touched Jasmine's forehead. Jasmine was stunned, and stretched out her hand to hook it. But she didn't catch anything. Bang! With a sound, the shadow exploded, and countless crows split out from the shadow, flying dizzily, flying along both sides of Jasmine, and a gust of wind surged. Jasmine waved her hand, watching the shadow in front of her completely dissipate. In a trance, she always felt that she had missed something. Her heart suddenly felt empty, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Have we met before? I always feel that if I don't catch you, Jasmine will lose something. What is it?" The branches collided and rustled. For a long while, Gluttony was about to say something but stopped, and couldn't help but complain. "Sister, your house was robbed." "Eh? What? Jasmine suddenly came back to her senses, looked around hurriedly, and touched her chest. "When you were distracted, the playing cards hidden under your socks were stolen." Gluttony sighed speechlessly. "Ah? Poker cards? Are they the 3 and 7 of spades? Wait a minute." As she spoke, Jasmine took off her boots and looked at her slightly wrinkled stockings. Her face suddenly turned red. Although it is a magic accessory, Jasmine can't use it. If it is stolen, it is stolen. Jasmine remembered it very clearly. She dressed herself up neatly before going out, and naturally even her shoes and socks were not missed. But now, it's just. As she spoke, Jasmine's face became redder, and some black lines appeared on her forehead. There seemed to be a mist of grief and anger in her eyes. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This shameless gentleman. His behavior is really too bad. How can you steal things from Jasmine's shoes secretly? Secretly? Jasmine puffed up her lips, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Damn it. If Jasmine meets this shameless thief again, she must beat him up to vent her anger. If this gentleman is not taught some basic etiquette to treat ladies, he will definitely go astray in the future. It's really worrying. As she said that, Jasmine glared at Gluttony fiercely, as if complaining about why it didn't remind her earlier. At this time, Gluttony said again, "Hee. I didn't expect that the gloves you were wearing were also stolen." This late attack made Jasmine stunned instantly. Jasmine lowered her head, looking at the smooth skin on her left hand and the slightly gentle touch on it, and fell into a daze. So when was this done? After a while, a shocking cry sounded again, breaking the silence. So, this skill is too bad. What a perverted thief. Jasmine must. Absolutely. Definitely. And will punish you severely. Chapter 339, Meeting the Hero Again. Can fate be broken? On the other side, Subei's shadow walked on another path, heading towards the direction of the gathering point announced by Leah, intending to blend in with the name of the windbreaker thief, hiding his tracks and exploring Jasmine's opponent. Although it was just a martial arts competition, Subei was still worried that someone among them could threaten Jasmine's safety, and the existence of the shadow was the first guarantee. If he could encounter dangerous factors early, Subei would use the shadow to explode with the opponent and complete the shadow's final mission. As for the treasure that he had just stolen, Subei had already sent it to the main body through the teleportation skill found in the omniscient code. As for what skill it was, don't worry, because Subei didn't know. After all, Subei used the big data search in the omniscient code to find it, and he didn't even remember the name. Subei was walking on the road. His footsteps stopped, paused for a moment, and continued to move forward. He paused for a moment because he encountered Luminera, the opponent he least wanted to meet in this trial field. No one can't recognize Luminera. Even if you haven't seen her, you will feel that she is Luminera when you see her. The title of the current hero makes Luminera the focus wherever she appears. Luminera has handled many events this year, and each one has been completed and concluded excellently. From small-scale demonic tides to droughts and famines, From pets lost to children running away from home. In 1 year, Luminara's reputation has spread throughout the original continent. The geniuses and the people have praised her, and she has won the hearts of the people. He continued walking because although Su Bei recognized Luminara, Luminara could not recognize Su Bei now. So Su Bei remained unchanged in the face of change and planned to pass Luminara in this ordinary manner without any conflict with the other party. So, in a very ordinary bush, Su Bei and Luminara met again, collided head-on, passed by each other in a blink of an eye, and walked away. But suddenly, Luminara stopped, turned her head calmly, and looked puzzled. "Are you avoiding me?" Su Bei sensed the vague murderous aura, but he continued to move forward without stopping. "Strange. There is only one kind of people who avoid me. That is the cult organization. So which one are you?" At this time, Luminara's voice slowly sounded. Level 3. The soul power has also been cultivated. Probably another cultivation system. Logically speaking, such strength is not enough to make me have murderous intentions. But I have murderous intentions. It means you are very strong. But you who appeared in front of me are very ordinary. So, you in front of me are not you. Is it a shadow? Assassin profession. I think it can only be the Shadow Legion. This group of assassins living in the underground world are particularly good at external incarnation. As long as they have money, they can do anything. Answer me. It was impossible to leave. So Su Bei paused. It was impossible to hide it. So Su Bei admitted it readily. So, Su Bei nodded, turned around, and was stunned. Luminara's eyes flashed with unprecedented bright colors, just like the stars hitting the sun head-on at this moment, bursting with brilliant light. "You are lying. You are lying. You are not a member of the Shadow Army. The Shadow Army never admits their identity. They have countless disguises when they go out, and never admit that they are assassins. You don't understand this organization at all." As she said, Luminara stretched out her right hand and rubbed her temple, took 2 tentative steps towards Su Bei, and asked, "Can you give me a little time? I have some ideas, but I need time." Su Bei nodded, showing a curious expression. I heard Luminara slowly say, "I often feel that my memory is strongly split and broken. Some fragments seem familiar, but there are no similar scenes in my memory. Until I saw you, I finally confirmed a possibility. You are not from the Shadow Legion. But you are hiding from me. Why are you hiding from me? You know me, but I don't know you. To be honest, I have a photographic memory, not only for things, but also for people. But I can be sure that you don't exist in my memory." So, this simple guess took all of Luminara's courage. Luminara suddenly approached Su Bei at a very fast speed, staring at Su Bei's eyes, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Those eyes were filled with red bloodshot, which were filled with the desire and belief to explore the truth. At this moment, Luminara was extremely eager for the truth and the truth. She always had a feeling that this was the closest she had ever been to true knowledge. She is Luminara. She never makes a decision that she regrets. "So I should know you, right?" Su Bei stopped for a rare moment. He was very curious about how far Luminara could go. According to wisdom, there were heroes who broke fatalism, but after being corrected by life, history would still return to its original track, without exception. So, will Luminara, who is known as the strongest hero of all time, become that exception? Su Bei nodded and said the first word after reuniting with Luminara. "Yes." Luminara's breathing stopped. This answer instantly shattered all her luck and completely shattered her original worldview. She did not doubt the correctness of Su Bei's words. Perhaps she already had the answer in her heart, and Su Bei just verified her answer. In an instant, Luminara's eyes dimmed visibly. Her aura became chaotic and agitated, and the faintly condensed star rules were about to break. Her memory was wrong? Her memory was wrong. Somehow, Su Bei noticed that Luminara's fate line began to fluctuate, and he quickly retreated. Fate has taken action. At this point, it can only stop here. Fate will correct Luminara's cognition and re-establish cognitive barriers. Su Bei needs to get out quickly. Even if the Tree of Life can block the sight of the gods, it cannot stop the gods from forcibly descending. But then, a pair of hands grabbed Su Bei's shoulders and blocked Su Bei's movements. Luminara's nose exhaled a fierce breath, mixed with a faint tulip scent, hitting Su Bei's face. Her eyes lit up again, trying her best to prevent the emergence of the rules of fate. She gritted her teeth, desperately trying to remember the feeling of this moment. Greedily breathing the free air that truly belonged to her at this moment. Luminara eyes showed a plea at this moment. Next time. Please be sure to find me again. I will remember you. I will definitely. Su Bei was stunned, speechless, and nodded slightly. It turned out that not only the Demon King, but also the hero was helpless. Luminara got the answer she wanted, smiled happily, and then grabbed Su Bei's collar and threw him hard. Send Su Bei out of this area. Then he sat on the ground quietly, emptied his mind, and endured the upcoming fate correction alone. Laughing softly. Chapter 340. Go to the fairy forest and capture Lilizi with a lollipop. On the other side. On the way to the fairy forest, Su Bei put on the gloves he had just got. You should know that this is not an ordinary glove. This is the Angel Sequence 10 taken off from Jasmine, the incarnation of the Angel of Knowledge. Jasmine didn't know the ability of the common sense gloves, so she didn't care about losing the gloves. But Su Bei was different. He knew how to use these gloves. At this moment, Su Bei put on the white gloves on his left hand, rubbed the fingertips of his right hand, and 3 playing cards were sandwiched between his fingers, just like a street magician, because they were so similar. Su Bei simply disguised himself as a traveling magician and began his own performance along the way. In a daze, Su Bei couldn't help sneezing a few times and said something in confusion. The poker cards tasted strange. After a long while, Su Bei searched for the right descriptive words from his rich vocabulary. Tipsy. Green Empire. Elf Palace. In the Tree of Life. All the guests and special guests gathered in one place to report to Leah what they saw and heard about Sven. But most of the news was about the genuine Sven, and very few involved the fake Sven. Instead, the one who knew the guy pretending to be Sven the most was Leah herself, who had been on the same team with him. The incident entered a dead loop at this point. The guy pretending to be Sven was like a firework that appeared out of thin air, and there was a bang. After that, there was no movement, and even no follow-up action. Leah sighed deeply, rubbed her temples, and thought, there are only 2 directions at present. One is to find Sven himself. Maybe Sven himself will know the identity of the guy pretending to be him. The second is to look for traces of the 3 magic weapons. Wherever there is the smell of these 3 magic weapons, there are clues about the fake Sven. So, Leah issued a hunting order to the entire Green Empire. Hunting Sven. In the name of stealing greed, laziness, and elegy. Immediately executed. If there is a clue, Leah will personally give a gift to friends according to the importance of the clue. This made Sven, who was eavesdropping on the side, blush and couldn't help cursing. What the hell is this? We are in big trouble. Alyssa teased. Teacher Sven, you are in trouble. Not us. Hearing this, Sven looked sideways, and looked at Alyssa several times, hesitant to speak. Alyssa, I remember you are a good student who cares about your classmates and teachers. How can you say such cold words? Hee. I don't know what Teacher Sven did behind Alyssa and Fury's back. Alyssa rolled her eyes. To be honest, I don't know either. Sven was depressed. On the side, Fully held up the drawing board and faced the 2 of them. Aren't you going to run? No. I watched the martial arts competition. Sven shook her head. Alyssa hesitated and expressed Fuli's confusion. We may be fine. But if so, you will be in danger. Really not running? Sven shook his head and said in a deep voice. Your own characteristics have been developed almost, and it is only a matter of time before you reach the peak of the 5th level. But your characteristics cannot derive rules. Watching this level of battle will be helpful to you and can inspire your understanding of the rules. Now that gods are constantly descending and magic is constantly emerging in various places, the original world is developing towards the great world before the War of Gods. This year alone, the Adventurer Association has registered more than hundreds of demigods. It seems that the war between the brave and the devil is coming soon and will not last more than 10 years. You must seize any opportunity to improve your strength so that you can keep up with the big team. Since we are here, you can't miss this martial arts competition. Joking aside, the 3 of them always stand on the same front. This year, Sven personally guided the 2 with his demigod strength and took them through dungeons to practice their skills. The deep relationship they established will never be easily destroyed by a difficulty. And under this trend, the martial arts competition of the Green Empire began. There are thousands of participating guests in total, But there are only 100 contestants in the martial arts competition. The contestants, who have not been able to get the number plates from the special guests before, need to challenge the special guests first to get a place, because the trial has ended. The atmosphere was quite lively. From a small glimpse of the big, we can see that martial arts competitions will be the mainstream fighting method in the future. On the other side, just now, Su Bei finally received a call from Li Lizhi. Li Lizhi, surprise. Su Bei, question mark. Li Lizhi, gift. Su Bei, 1. Li Lizhi, question mark. Su Bei, XXN. Maybe Li Lizhi solved the problem and finally remembered his affairs these days. Although it was a little late. Fortunately, it was late, but it was still useful later. Su Bei reached out and took out a long hat from the omniscient code. And a little confusion emerged in his heart. Is this the treasure that can hide the power of rules? Su Bei reached out and put it on. In an instant, the overflowing rules rushed towards Su Bei's head. In just a few seconds, Su Bei's hair grew wildly and withered. The rules of life and death were filled into the long hat one after another. And then a corner of the long hat was opened by Su Bei, and dense crows flew out. These crows were all created by the rules of life. Su Bei was slightly curious and used the master-level identification technique to identify the long hat. Li Lizhi's original long hat, crude version of the artifact, magic skill, rule storage, poor quality, absorb rules and store them. Note, due to some reason, Li Lizhi was resentful and left some flaws, causing this artifact to not only absorb the overflow rules, but also the rules in the body, magic space, crude release rules and process them. Note, due to some reason, Li Lizhi was resentful and left some flaws, causing this artifact to not only process and store rules, but also process casting skills. Note, Li Lizhi always peeks at you from time to time, treating your life as an impromptu drama to vent her anger. This long hat is specially made for you as a traveling magician. Note, because the material of the artifact is too rare, this long hat is made by Li Lizhi by dismantling a piece of clothing. Please remember to keep it properly and return it after use. Note, the power of the long hat is limited and can only be used for 1 month. Remember to return it to Li Lizhi to replenish wisdom energy. This is the attribute of this long hat. Su Bei looked at the annotation with a little doubt, frowning, not really understanding what the processing and casting skills meant. Fortunately, the hiding effect is good, so the other things are not important. After all, the ability to make anyone pregnant by glaring at them is indeed not very polite and insulting. But Su Bei believes that he is of very high quality. And after a period of precipitation, Su Bei has been able to use his top emotional intelligence to discover a very hidden key information from this description. Li Lizhi felt resentful, so Su Bei picked up the blue notebook, thought carefully, and typed 4 big words. Su Bei, drink more hot water. Li Lizhi, question mark. 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 Su Bei closed the omniscient code after sending the text message. Although he caught a glimpse of the text message from Li Lizhi before closing it, it was probably just some words of thanks, so he didn't read it too carefully. As for why he closed the blue book in a hurry, it was mainly because he met someone. Su Bei straightened his appearance, adjusted his long hat, looked at the little green hat fairy coming towards him, and leaned over to ask, "Where can I participate in the hide-and-seek competition?" The little green hat fairy raised his head, pointed to the left, then to the right, and smiled. "I guess it's these 2 sides." Su Bei looked over and saw that the front and back were blocked by trees, and there were only 2 passages on the left and right of the road. He nodded in approval. Indeed. Hearing this, the little green hat fairy's eyes sparkled and asked curiously, "Are you an outsider? How could you not know that in order to prevent contestants from cheating, the location of the hide-and-seek competition is randomly selected every year?" Su Bei compared the heights of the 2, and looking at the little green-hatted elf that was not even as tall as his lower abdomen, he asked, "What do you think? From this body shape, you should know that Su Bei is a human, right? After all, fairies can't grow that tall. If Lin is a proper young loli, then the fairy clan can only be regarded as flying pets. This kind of mini creature with pointy ears can only be on the same level as a standing tabby cat, perhaps based on the combat power alone. It is very likely that it can't beat a tabby cat. However, the goblins rarely get into trouble with battles. This kind of creature that is not dominant in size can develop to this day. And there must be a reason for their existence. The goblin's power of thinking and the goblin's mechanical technology are known as the two miracles of the original continent. Hearing this, the little green-hatted goblin flapped its dark green wings and flew to the top of Subei's head, leaned down, sniffed, and said dissatisfiedly, "I say this root hates people laughing at my height the most. Do you have any opinion about me?" Subei was stunned. And after realizing that Isatis Root was the name of the little green-hatted elf, he fell silent. "I think height is the most useless thing in the world. It will put you at a disadvantage in a hide-and-seek contest. It will make you finish a dessert in one bite and not be able to enjoy the delicious food. It will make you see everything in miniature and not be able to discover the beauty of the world. It will." Subei nodded repeatedly. "You're right. Luckily, Subei is very good at coaxing cats and dogs, thinking that elves are probably similar creatures. So he shook his right hand and rubbed the poker cards in his hand into 5 pieces. And then the 5 pieces became 15 pieces, and shook them in front of Banlangen. "Want to watch magic?" Banatas Root was stunned, raised his eyebrows, seemed to be a little disdainful, and asked in confusion, "You want to perform magic in front of the world-class magic master who won the 3rd place in the 3rd stage of the Planet Cup Magic Competition and the 10th place in the 9th Ant Cup Magic Competition? Are you looking down on Bandy's Root? Ah? Speak." Subei was stunned, thinking that he was worthy of being a fairy, who had reached the extreme on the road of playing around. And even a random fairy on the street had so many strange titles. Fortunately, Subei doesn't know magic, but he knows stealing. Subei didn't answer, but turned his left hand and pointed at Banlangen's hat with his right hand. Look! However, something unexpected happened. What appeared in Subei's hand was not Banlangen's hat, but the lollipop in her pocket. Subei was stunned, and glanced at the long hat he was wearing. And then he realized what it meant to process the spellcasting skills. When the magic circuit in Subei's body was running, he felt that the magic path had unexpected changes, resulting in the result being contrary to his purpose. Just like what just happened. Thinking, Subei raised the lollipop, waved it in front of Banlangen, and said, "This is your lollipop." Banlangen frowned, still sniffed disdainfully. "A trifle. I felt the magic fluctuations. But magic can't be used unless you can't be discovered. Your technique is too rough. Banlangen thinks you are not a qualified magician." Subei nodded, stuffed the lollipop into the omniscient code, then stretched out his 5 fingers, pinched them to show that his palm was empty, and asked, "How about this?" Banlangen exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's amazing. I didn't feel how you made the lollipop disappear. Did you cheat? Tell Banlangen the cheating method. I'm willing to do anything. I want to learn this. If you teach me, you will be Banlangen's best friend." Subei nodded and understood the survival rules of the goblins better. At this time, Banlangen asked in confusion, "By the way, where is my lollipop?" Hearing this, Subei reached into the omniscient codex and was stunned. Why did the lollipop suddenly become so heavy? Subei took it out again, pulled it out with force, and was stunned again, looking at the blue head that was constantly enlarging in front of him. He fell into silence. In the Kingdom of Wisdom, move the time to 5 minutes ago. After Lilizi sent out the long hat, she looked at the message Subei sent. "Drink more hot water," and her blood pressure soared unknowingly, and she frantically set question marks on the blue notebook. It seems that these 4 words have a considerable mocking effect on any woman. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You are not cute at all. You bastard, Subei. Thinking of this, Lilizi crossed her arms and thought that she must punish Subei a little. At this time, a lollipop stretched out from under Lilizi. Lilizi's eyes seemed to be equipped with satellite navigation, and the silly hair on her head swayed back and forth following the swinging arc of the lollipop. She crawled on the book and took a battle posture ready for battle. Awoo! Lilizi found the right time to rush forward and took the lollipop in her mouth. "Forgive me for being so spicy." "Let go! Let go!" Because she was biting the lollipop, Lilizi was lifted up and swung back and forth, and she trembled unconsciously. Wait! What happened? Damn it! There is absolutely no way that the lollipop in Lilizi's mouth can be handed over. Don't even think about running away. Looking from the side, Lilizi's body was lifted into the air, and was slowly pulled into the omniscient code by this hand, with half of her head submerged in it.